What could be worse than realizing, even in your infancy, that you are akin to Louis XIV? Certainly, there exists something more dreadful, such as a fantastical rendition of it. Chapter 1, Prologue. On a fateful night in 1648, Cardinal Mazarin, the Prime Minister of France and the favored confidant of the Regent Queen Mother, hurriedly traversed the gloomy grand corridors flanked by numerous attendants. His brow furrowed with concern, he passed through desolate halls, crumbling passageways, and staircases winding both upward and downward, finally arriving at the king's suite. The guard in the antechamber sprang to their feet, saluting him, nearly toppling a small table cluttered with playing cards and a mix of brown liards, copper coins, and silver. Silver coins, indicating that these gentlemen had been engaged in another form of battle moments prior. However, the cardinal had little mind for their minor transgressions. I must see his majesty at once. The captain of the guards promptly delivered the message, and in less than a minute, the king's chamberlain, Bontemps, appeared at the door, hastily donning a nightcap for the cardinal. Mazarin waved his hand, leaving his retinue outside, and entered alone. Without waiting for the king to inquire, he stated, "We must leave this place immediately. Your Majesty, it is no longer safe." "Have they finally come? Those traitors?" the king asked. "Yes," replied Mazarin, observing with relief as the youthful sovereign sprang from his bed, showing no hesitation in donning his heavy trousers and velvet coat without waiting for the assistance of the chief chamberlain. His wardrobe master approached with a cloak. Mazarin interjected, draping a modest black overcoat over the king's delicate shoulders and covering the boy's conspicuously light golden curls with a hat adorned with a simple gray plume. Once everything was in order, Mazarin extended his arm, linking it with the king's shoulder. Although the king had ascended to the throne at the tender age of 5 and was now merely 10, he was remarkably robust, far exceeding his peers in strength. Mazarin found it effortless to place his arm around the boy as they hastily made their way toward the door, resembling intimate companions. Crimson light illuminated the small panes of glass partitioned by dark iron frames, not the golden dawn or dusk bestowed upon humanity, but the glow of torches and candles lit by those gathered in the courtyard. Within the palace courtyards, no fewer than 10 carriages awaited, each seemingly identical, drawn by 4 horses of various colors, obscuring the identities of their passengers. Yet Mazarin clearly recognized a certain signal, leading the king directly to one of the carriages. The driver promptly opened the door, revealing a beautiful woman dressed in a black gown and an exceedingly young maid. Upon seeing the king, the woman immediately extended her hand, which the king grasped, and as he boarded the carriage, he turned to inquire, "Monsieur Cardinal, where is my brother?" "The Duke of Anjou?" The king paused, realizing that this action was intended to ensure the royal bloodline would not be obliterated in the uprising. He said nothing further as he entered the carriage. The driver swiftly closed the door. The wheels clattered, and approximately 30 guards, clad in short coats, ordinary cloaks rather than their usual uniforms, wide-brimmed hats, and armed with swords, daggers, and for muskets, spurred their horses into action, 10 leading the way, 20 flanking them in a protective formation. Other carriages swiftly followed, bursting forth from the dark courtyard, filled with foreign guests, important courtiers, and those whom Cardinal Mazarin deemed worthy of protection. However, no matter how significant, none could compare to the 2 carriages at the forefront, one carrying the King of France and the Queen Mother, the other holding the king's brother and the actual ruler of the kingdom. Soon, the carriage turned onto a path overgrown with wild grass, where a makeshift fortress had been erected on what should have been a broad stretch of muddy ground. As they sped toward it, a group of rebels, hidden behind the fortifications, hurled stones and flaming projectiles at them. The guards immediately retaliated, causing the assailants to scatter, even disregarding the moaning wounded left on the ground. "Who are they?" inquired the young maid beside the Queen Mother, peering curiously through the carriage curtain. "My people," replied the king, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. While there were indeed rebel nobles with their private soldiers and mercenaries, the majority were ordinary citizens of Paris, incited and manipulated to take to the streets against their prime minister and king, all for a paltry gain. They harbored no affection for their sovereign, nor loyalty, and now even sought to do him harm. The king turned to the audacious maid. "You ought not to question the king before he speaks. Who are you?" The king nodded, finding no fault in her inquiry. Although Mancini did not sound like a French surname, nor one befitting nobility, it was widely known that Mazarin hailed from humble origins. Yet he could not help but wonder if Mazarin held great affection for this niece, for it was the first time he had witnessed the cardinal wield the power and trust bestowed upon him by the Queen Mother for a mere commoner. "You would do well to revisit the principles of etiquette, Miss Mancini," the king remarked. Mademoiselle Mancini attempted to retort, but her voice was swiftly stifled by a violent jolt. The king, immediately alert, stood up and pressed against the carriage wall, gazing outside. Paris at that moment was far from the prosperous and tranquil capital it would become centuries later, especially after enduring the ravages of numerous wars between Catholics and Protestants. The city lay in tatters. Wolves prowled the nocturnal streets, while foxes and rabbits roamed the neglected graveyards, and the unmaintained roads were riddled with potholes. Reminiscent of a leper's skin, the carriage sped along this treacherous path. It resembled a small vessel tossed in a tempest, jostling incessantly. The Queen Mother gazed at her eldest son. Her complexion paled that a Spanish princess turned French queen, though uncherished by her husband, had never endured such torment. "Your Majesty," she implored, "let them slow down." He drew back the curtain, allowing the occupants of the carriage to behold the chaos outside. Were they to encounter particularly troublesome rebels or rioters, even the Queen Mother would not have been surprised. Yet closely trailing them were grotesque, misshapen creatures, moving on all fours, darting through thorns and trees with a speed rivaling that of the horses. The guards, if they faltered even slightly, would find themselves dragged from their mounts by these beasts, their final, anguished cries piercing the air. Although inaudible, one could easily imagine the sounds of bones and flesh being savagely chewed. Chapter 2. Werewolves. The coachman leaped from his seat, his face ashen and slick with perspiration. He flogged the horses with desperate fervor, causing the carriage to accelerate rather than decelerate as the Queen Mother had desired. Sparks erupted from the axles, and the leather straps groaned under the strain. The occupants of the carriage could no longer remain seated. The Queen Mother knelt on the floor, clutching her rosary and muttering prayers. The king and Mademoiselle Mancini each peered out of a window. "What is that?" the king inquired. "A werewolf," Marie responded. Those inside the carriage raised their gazes to witness the roof bulging and splintering. A claw, the size of a head and covered in black fur, tore through the wood, flailing wildly. Marie swiftly lifted her overskirt, reached into her petticoat, and retrieved a small pouch. Grabbing a handful of sulfur, she enunciated a Latin incantation. A burst of searing light, like lightning, erupted from her fist, filling the carriage with concussive force. Everyone was thrown against the walls by the invisible power, and the werewolf was hurled from the roof. The werewolf emitted a mournful howl as it crashed to the ground, shaking the entire carriage. At that moment, the Queen Mother groaned, as if on the verge of awakening. "Silence her," the king commanded. Marie's eyes widened, but the king simply waved his hand assertively. She directed her power toward the most esteemed woman in France, and the Queen Mother fell back into unconsciousness before she could open her eyes. As Marie turned to the king, he was already gazing out the window. The landscape was now indistinguishable, obscured by the darkness and the carriage's breakneck speed. The carriage was not so much carried by its wheels as it was dragged by the wind, moving so swiftly that when they encountered a bend in the road, the carriage hurtled forward with violent momentum. It dragged the horses down, crushing the coachmen beneath their heavy bodies, and gouged a long furrow in the muddy field. The door flew open, and the carriage disintegrated. As the world turned upside down, the king saw Marie frantically opening a pouch and chanting another spell. The carriage was suddenly filled with soft wool, cushioning the occupants from harm. However, their true peril lay not in the road or the carriage. The werewolves had caught up. The royal guards surrounded the wreckage, some helping the king and Queen Mother escape, others standing guard with muskets and swords drawn. "Fire! Ignite it!" Marie urged in a low voice. Werewolves fear light and heat. These werewolves were undoubtedly sent by enemies of the king and the cardinal. Louis XIV was witnessing such creatures for the first time. They stood as tall as two grown men, devoid of clothing or anything to suggest they had once been human. Their bodies were covered in bluish-black bristles, with only a small patch of light fluff on their chins. They possessed enormous wolf heads with pale eyes that reflected the firelight or glowed with a yellow luminescence. Their black pupils were constricted. When stationary, they stood upright. Their claws immense. The hind claws were longer than the front, and each had 5 points instead of the 4 found on ordinary wolves. "How much ammunition do you have left?" the king inquired. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the fuel dwindled, the protective light began to fade. They were in a desolate area, without fortifications or trenches. The hellish creatures were numerous and able to attack from all directions. As one of the royal guards had said, they had exhausted their ammunition and were now wielding their swords. They knew their efforts were likely futile, and that even if they all perished, the king might still be devoured, yet none were willing to retreat. Just as Marie Mancini and the king resigned themselves to joining the fray, a resounding horn call echoed from afar. Marie quickly concealed her hands in her skirts. The king sent his remaining bullets into the mouth of a werewolf, causing its muzzle to explode. A company of plainly dressed clerics charged from the road on horseback, each wielding an ancient spear with a silver tip. The werewolves turned toward them, howling. Their encounter was brief. 3 werewolves were impaled on the spears and hoisted into the air. After the initial strike, the clerics discarded their broken spears and drew peculiar long knives. They wheeled their horses around and charged again, the werewolves mirroring their movements. They collided like titans, the steel of the blades and the gleam of the teeth flashing like sparks. Those present would find it difficult to forget the surreal scene, a steel-blue night sky, a high, full moon, and the werewolves' foul blood spurting into the air with each pump of their powerful hearts, followed by a rain of hot, viscous gore. When the Queen Mother finally stirred, the clerics had completed their grim work. They meticulously used conical or triangular silver spikes to pierce the werewolves' eye sockets, destroying their brains, or to cleave open their chests and extract their hearts. These were the only 2 methods to ensure the creature's complete demise. They also examined the survivors to ensure they had not been marked or bitten by the werewolves. Chapter 3. There is no worst, only worse the following afternoon. The king and his entourage finally reunited with Cardinal Mazarin and his group in the town of Versailles, situated approximately 4 leagues. 1 league is roughly 4 kilometers from Paris. This locale, adorned with forests, hills, and marshes, was originally the site of a Renaissance-style castle built by Henry IV during his hunting excursions, accompanied by a small chapel and various inns. Over time, people gathered here, forming several quaint villages, though only a single road remained suitable for horseback travel. Despite the expansions undertaken by Louis XIII, this secluded residence offered a rather meager number of chambers. The king, the Queen Mother, his brother, Cardinal Mazarin, and the royal guards crowded the entire second floor, while the ground floor, originally intended for stables, armories, and furniture storage, was repurposed into sleeping quarters for those deemed less significant. Even the king found himself sharing a room with the cardinal. However, he appeared unbothered, seated comfortably as Mazarin approached to pour him a cup of warmed wine, regrettably lacking honey. "But do drink, it will warm you," he suggested. The king accepted the cup, yet felt no desire to indulge, believing he needed to maintain clarity. "You seem troubled," Mazarin perceptively remarked, taking a seat before the monarch. The cardinal was an attractive man, sporting a Louis XIII-style mustache and a combination of a goatee, with his curly brown hair framing a fair face. His deep crimson robes lent him an air of authority and sanctity. "We have encountered werewolves." Mazarin's brow furrowed in concern. "Yes, a group of demons hailing from Serbia. We must investigate this matter." "You are aware of werewolves?" the king inquired, astonished. "I thought tales of werewolves were not uncommon," the cardinal responded, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Although the king had yet to engage in matters of state, the court was never devoid of gossip. "But those are merely legends. I mean, fictitious, false. Akin to." Louis hesitated, uncertain if fairy tales existed in this era, as the concept of childhood was still nebulous. People regarded children either as animals or as miniature adults, entities that simply did not belong in reality. "Why would you believe that, Your Majesty?" Mazarin paused, revealing a probing expression. "What has led you to such a conclusion?" Louis recognized his error. Indeed, if he were merely Louis XIV, a boy born in the 17th century, even destined to become King of France, he would not possess the rational understanding that a man educated in materialism centuries later would. He would, like others, believe in the existence of deities, demons, heaven, and hell, werewolves included. Though this 17th-century materialist was now unsure how long his rationality could endure before crumbling. "I had never encountered a werewolf until one was but a foot away from me," he confessed. "It was my oversight," the cardinal replied. "However, Your Majesty, according to public opinion, you are still quite young. In truth, Neither the Queen Mother nor Mazarin had intended for him to grapple with worldly affairs prematurely. They indulged him, rarely suggesting he venture forth to play while adults dealt with troubling matters. Though he had once been an adult, Louis had never regarded this. He was placed upon the throne at the tender age of 5, as others criticized. The power of France had been seized by Cardinal Richelieu in 1642, and following Richelieu's death, the governance of the nation fell to his mother and Mazarin. Yet, he harbored no ill will toward the Queen Mother or the Cardinal, having transcended childish thinking. He understood that what he most needed was to comprehend and acclimate to this unfamiliar and perilous world. Mazarin and the Queen Mother, for all their thirst for power, provided a shield against the surrounding hyenas that would have otherwise torn the young king and his brother asunder. When someone is willing to shield you from the storm, one ought not to complain if they forget to provide sunlight. Similarly, the cardinal's concern was not the king's peculiar perceptions. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether anyone whispered dangerous notions into the ear of the young ruler, which could sway his judgment. Yet, if such thoughts were indeed the king's own, Mazarin would find that pleasing. After all, in this age, there was a preponderance of gullible fools, either unwilling or incapable of rational thought. Of course, whether they were farmers, merchants, or even earls, it mattered little. Some might even argue that the church preferred such individuals, for it would spare the preachers considerable effort and thought. However, a king, especially one whom Cardinal Mazarin supported and pledged loyalty to, was not someone he would wish to collaborate with a simpleton devoid of discernment. However, the cardinal's tone shifted. Since such events have transpired, I must introduce you to a new course of study, Your Majesty. I had not intended for you to encounter this other world so soon. Regrettably, our enemies have other designs. He sighed. The king pondered, filled with numerous questions. Yet it was evident that tonight was not the appropriate time for inquiries. You mentioned these werewolves hailed from Serbia. Werewolves each possess unique characteristics, the cardinal elucidated. The priests strip their skins and burn them clean. Their corpses transform from wolf to human form, a phenomenon unique to Bohemian or Serbian werewolves. Additionally, their pelts are far more luxurious than those of Polish, Hungarian, or Moldavian werewolves, with only the Russian varieties rivaling them in quality. However, Russian werewolves tend to have silvery gray fur, thick and dark, a trait exclusive to Bohemian or Serbian wolves. Does this imply that the assassination bears the mark of the Turks? Uncertain, Mazarin replied. It could be the work of the English, Austrians, Spaniards, or even the French themselves. This was hardly news to Louis, who furrowed his brow in distress. The Bourbons faced numerous adversaries, both within and beyond France. This disheartening revelation plunged the room into a brief silence until the wine had cooled. The king raised a finger, posing one final question. Marie Mancini? Mazarin regarded the king gently. She is my niece, he continued, and also a witch. Though he had braced himself for this revelation, the king could not suppress an exclamation. A witch. A witch. Cardinal Innocent VIII only issued his bull against witches in 1484. Mazarin shrugged. It seems your history teacher has been diligent, Your Majesty. That gentleman indeed had an aversion to sorcerers, he added kindly. However, a more convincing reason is that both the Holy See and the monarchs were experiencing financial strain at the time. He gazed into the flames of the fireplace. A wise man understands he requires both angels and demons, while a foolish one, if not shown the terrors of the devil, will likely cast aside both angels and demons alike. At times, we find ourselves powerless, but this is the reality. But she is your niece, which means your sister. No, do not tell me you are also a sorcerer. The influence of sorcery was deeply entrenched in Italy. However, my family is merely mortal. No, no, Your Majesty. The Holy See has not descended to such depths yet. Mazarin smiled and remarked, he is my sister's husband. People perceive him merely as a wealthy merchant. However, he hails from an ancient lineage of sorcerers. In the realm of sorcery, his family wields both power and influence. I must admit, I have greatly benefited from this. He rose and stoked the fire in the king's hearth. For certain reasons, Marie must leave her parents and come to me, yet I assure you she is trustworthy, and I believe she has proven this. Has she not? Louis nodded. Having previously misjudged that Cardinal Mazarin allowed his niece to accompany the king and queen solely for her protection. In truth, this was merely one of the reasons. Did you anticipate that we would be targeted by werewolves? Initially, I was uncertain. We had established a rule that, although every court possesses bishops and sorcerers, Extraordinary power typically refrains from intruding in worldly conflicts. However, when I discovered that the werewolves in the outskirts of Paris had suddenly vanished, Cardinal Mazarin fixated on the flames. The werewolf clans exhibit intense exclusivity. Outsiders are met with hostility and expulsion. Yet, if the intruder is stronger or possesses allies, the native clan may be entirely eradicated. He made a dreadful gesture. They have crossed the line, Your Majesty. I am compelled to reveal certain matters to you at an inappropriate time. Matters that you should not yet be exposed to. I suspect that circumstances will only worsen, which is why I detest those who disregard the rules. What could be worse than discovering, while still in swaddling clothes, that you are Louis XIV? Of course, there are worse fates, such as finding oneself in a fantastical version of it. But such is life. Chapter 4. Louis's memories. When he finally comprehended that he was not a girl but a boy, he found himself cradled in his father's arms before a minister. In French, the pronunciation of Louis was clear to him. It was one of the first words he grasped. Though the term for prince in French is akin to its English counterpart, he was often addressed as Your Highness. The phonetics beginning with V eluded his understanding until, at last, a cardinal, the well-known Richelieu, came before them and paid homage to the king. The sight of that familiar little round hat caused Louis's eyes to widen in astonishment. While he had never been particularly enamored with the annals of history, he was at least aware that the red attire signified a cardinal's rank. A cardinal would only show such deference to two individuals, His Holiness the Pope and, unmistakably, a king. He recalled straining to lift his head to catch a glimpse of the pallid, emaciated man, never having imagined that his father, Louis XIII, was of such prominence. In private, Louis XIII was not one to indulge in extravagance, perhaps explaining the discord between him and his mother, Marie de Medici, who hailed from Florence, Italy. In his leisure, he often donned a simple black coat, white breeches, and a large collared shirt, appearing no different from the nobles who frequented the castle. Moreover, he was exceedingly affable. In particular, Louis's two wet nurses, S. Vigna and Madame de Lansac, were treated with utmost gentleness by him. Although he maintained a polite distance from Louis's mother, he was never discourteous. Regrettably, Louis XIII spent very little time with young Louis. After 23 years of marriage to and of Austria, Louis XIII finally had a child, only for the boy to lose his father at the tender age of 5 due to a riding accident that led to drowning. Louis vividly recalled being taken to a dimly lit chamber, suffused with an odd fragrance, where his father lay on the bed, clad in a loose linen shirt draped with a slate-blue mourning robe. Mazarin and several ministers surrounded the king's bedside, and Louis recalled seeing Mazarin quietly weeping. His wet nurse held him close as the king's cold lips brushed against his forehead and cheek before he was led away. After a brief while, Mazarin emerged from the room, gently stroking his head and uttering, "Weep, child, for the king is dead." He later learned from his maid that the circumstances surrounding Louis XIII's death were perhaps not as straightforward as they seemed. Whispers suggested that his mother, Marie de Medici, had cursed her son with methods peculiar to Italian witches, for during the political strife with Richelieu, Louis XIII had not only failed to side with her, but had also banished her from Paris, stripping her of her wealth and pension, leading her to live a desolate life until her tragic demise. Others speculated that the curse indeed originated from his wife, and a Habsburg, whose lineage had long been adversarial to France. They recounted vivid tales of how Louis XIII was dragged from his horse by a monstrous swamp creature, as if they had witnessed it firsthand. There were those who firmly believed that the king's demise might have been linked to his brother, Gaston, Duke of Orleans. Before Louis XIII had a son, Gaston was the second heir to the throne, known as the Great Royal Brother. However, once Louis XIII fathered Louis, and subsequently Philippe, Gaston, who had only a daughter, lost his claim to the throne and undoubtedly harbored resentment, prompting Louis XIII to remain vigilant against him. In 1632, Gaston defied the king's orders by secretly marrying Marie de Lorraine, sister of the Duke of Lorraine. In response, Louis XIII dispatched troops, forcing the Duke to flee to Flanders, where he suddenly developed a keen interest in the works of the Bosch school, collecting numerous paintings by Peter Bruegel the Elder even during his exile. Those who beheld these artworks described them as creations of either a devil or a soul possessed by one, featuring hollow heads, flying eyeballs, burning castles, elongated fish, and grotesque hybrids of monsters and humans. In 1642, under Gaston's instigation, the Marquis de Saint-Maurice, Henri, assassinated Richelieu. Although he was accused, he ultimately escaped conviction, having previously been pardoned by both the king and Richelieu for his two earlier rebellions. Rumors began to circulate that the Duke of Orleans had allied with the devil, and that the Bosch paintings were his contract with the infernal being, through which he bewitched both the king and the cardinal. Thus, the king's death was naturally attributed to the jealousy of the Duke of Orleans. Louis XIII was a skilled horseman, and his mounts were of exceptional quality, making it implausible for him to have fallen on such a diminutive mount before he faced the werewolf in a dance. Louis dismissed these notions as mere figments of imagination or churchly intimidation, even as he began attending Mass and fasting alongside the Queen Mother, and encountered numerous clerics and ascetics. He had never entertained the possibility that such things could be real. Devils were real, werewolves were real, witches were real, and there were various other non-human entities he had yet to behold. Louis felt a pressing urge to speak. Throughout the long night, he remained restless, and as dawn broke, he heard Cardinal Mazarin gently push the door open to leave, finally grasping at the fringes of sleep. However, shortly thereafter, a small figure squeezed in beside him. Louis shifted the dagger he held under his pillow and, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Philippe, what brings you here? Where's your wet nurse?" "Henriette has come," Philippe replied. "I detest her." "She is your cousin," Louis said. "You ought to show her some courtesy. She is but a pig." "Even so, you should not be so impolite to a lady," Louis admonished, stifling a yawn, when he suddenly felt his nightgown being tugged. "Look at my hat," Philippe insisted. With great effort, Louis opened his eyes to behold it. "It is quite beautiful, isn't it?" Philippe gazed at Louis in the dim light. He was merely 2 years younger. 8 years old, a boy indeed, yet the Queen Mother and the ladies-in-waiting always adorned him in splendid attire that drew attention. The wide-brimmed hat he wore, even in the dark room, shimmered with silver satin and dark golden embroidery, a testament to his undeniable presence. Beneath layers of lace, his hair was meticulously curled with tongs, cascading over his shoulders. With his rosy cheeks and cerulean eyes, one might easily mistake him for Louis's sister rather than his brother. In his own childhood, Louis had also been dressed in trailing gowns, adorned with lace bonnets, and shod in satin slippers. However, once he was able to express his desires, his mother and Richelieu organized a simple breeching ceremony for him. Before the lords and ministers, he exchanged his skirts for breeches, emerging before them transformed. At that time, he was not yet 6 years old. Typically, noble boys in France underwent this rite between the ages of 6 and 8. Yet neither Mazarin nor the Queen Mother broached the topic of holding a similar ceremony for Philippe. In this era, boys were not considered adults, and only grown men were entitled to wear long trousers. Thus, boys and girls alike donned long skirts. Once the ceremony was performed, it signified that he had become a man, meaning that from the day he donned breeches, Philippe gained the eligibility to contend for the throne. "My mother always says I am her most beloved little girl, dear brother," Philippe remarked. "And what about you? Do you think I am? Am I a lovely little girl too?" Louis's sleepiness vanished as he grasped his brother's hand, a wave of indescribable emotion swelling within him, making it arduous to articulate his next words. "Philippe, you must remember what I say." "What is it?" "You are undoubtedly the most endearing. Yet the most endearing individuals can also possess the greatest courage. Can one truly be both the most charming and the most valiant? Perhaps Philip's greatest folly was merely being the younger brother of a king, yet this burden of guilt should not rest upon his shoulders. "I shall beseech the bishop and our mother to perform the trouser-hanging ceremony for you," Louis said. "It may not occur immediately, but you must trust me, for you are my brother, and this ceremony will eventually take place." Philip gazed at him in the darkness. The eyes of a child remain ever bright, even amidst the faintest glimmers of light, resembling a pair of twinkling stars. "I believe in you," Philip whispered. "I believe in you, brother." Chapter 5. To Henriette's Philippe subsequently succumbed to slumber upon his bed, fortunate indeed that it was sufficiently spacious to accommodate both a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. When Louis awoke, it was already evening, coinciding with the dinner hour, as Philippe had indicated. The English queen, Henriette Marie, had arrived at Versailles, accompanied by her daughter, who bore the same name. Henriette was the sister of Louis XIII and a woman marked by misfortune upon her initial marriage to England. She found herself isolated within the royal court, as her husband King Charles I's close confidant, the Duke of Buckingham, harbored no affection for her. The king, too, dismissed many of her French attendants, leaving her vulnerable for several years until the Duke's death afforded her the opportunity to draw closer to the indecisive king, ultimately becoming his new confidant and meddling in English domestic affairs. Charles I later came to rely on her counsel, lamenting that had she been a man, she would have made one of his most trusted ministers. Beyond her political maneuverings, this Henriette incited the ire of the English populace due to her adherence to the old faith, while the majority of Englishmen were staunch Protestants, resulting in an irreconcilable divide in their beliefs. The Protestants took to calling her Mary Queen, a title laden with negative connotations, as it evoked the memory of Mary, the former Queen of England, who, in her zeal to overturn her father's Protestant establishment, had executed countless Englishmen. Yet, to distinguish her from her daughter, we shall refer to her as Mary Queen. Her heart, undoubtedly, was in turmoil, particularly in recent months when she had not received any correspondence from Charles I. She feared he had been captured or even killed, prompting her to consult a sorceress for divination, which yielded ominous signs both from water and fire. Anxiety and sorrow nearly consumed this woman. Despite her grand attire befitting her station during dinner, her visage was shrouded in gloom, her eyes devoid of luster. Princess Henriette, merely 4 years of age, possessed deep black hair and brown eyes, her fair skin glowing. After performing her courtesy to the king, she attempted to take a seat beside him, only to be unceremoniously pushed down by Philippe, the Duke of Anjou, who contended that she was unworthy of such a position. The king could only sigh. Indeed, this was not her rightful place. Philippe's disdainful laughter echoed, silencing any further remarks from the Queen Mother, and who, despite her disinclination towards Mary Queen and her kin, felt compelled to mediate. As a relative, she should exhibit greater kindness. Filled with guilt regarding her younger son, she could not bear to witness the fraternal discord. The strife between Louis XIII and Duke Gaston had already caused her considerable distress for over a decade. The thought of her sons embroiled in similar conflict would shatter her heart. Additionally, she had heard whispers of Mary Queen's intentions to betroth Princess Henriette to Louis, a match deemed suitable, yet, and did not consider Henriette the most fitting choice, feeling coerced by her sister-in-law's actions. Mary Queen trembled with rage, yet was compelled to endure. Although France could offer little support to her husband, Charles I, amidst the English Civil War, she still had her son, little Charles, and should matters reach a dire conclusion, they would require the protection of Queen Mazarin. The lamentations of Princess Henriette ceased. Despite her tender age, she had discerned that tears often bore little value. Dinner concluded in this oppressive atmosphere, and Louis, avoiding the hopeful gaze of his aunt, declined Philippe's company and wandered alone around the small pavilion for some time. In the courtyard of the kitchen, he encountered a somewhat familiar figure. "What are you doing here?" Louis inquired, bemused, for a bishop's niece seemed ill-suited to the kitchen. "Is a king more fitting?" retorted Marie Mancini with a playful smirk. "What, then, brings you here?" "I am feeding the rabbits." Louis looked down to see indeed a multitude of plump rabbits at her feet, tethered and nibbling at the grass. Marie, squatting without decorum, had cultivated the grass herself, and Louis watched as it transformed from a handful of seeds into verdant fodder. "These rabbits are for our dinner," Louis remarked. Marie playfully swatted at him with the grass. "Assassinating the king is a grave offense," Louis jested, tossing the grass towards the rabbits. "Disembowelment, heart extraction, and quartering." "Hey," Marie exclaimed, "but I saved you before." "I have rewarded you," Louis sharply replied. Marie turned her face away. "Why are you not happy?" the youthful king gently inquired. "Perhaps I could command them not to eat rabbits, but a stew of rabbit is quite delectable." "It is not the rabbits," Marie confessed. "It is my problem." "Pray, share it with me," Louis urged. "My father and my uncle," Marie began, "they arrived and scolded me terribly. They insisted I should not reveal my identity. Yes, they said they sent me to court not to become a witch. They wish for me to become a noble lady, you understand, a minister, perhaps even a duchess." Louis was taken aback. He understood that many noble daughters or female relatives aspired to serve the Queen Mother, the Queen, or the Princess, hoping to forge a path to a splendid marriage. Yet Marie was but 6 or 7 years old. Why the haste? Yet, upon reflection, if they were indeed of noble character, how could they conspire to ally with the brother of Cardinal Mazarin during such delicate times, especially when Mazarin had just begun to rise in the esteem of Cardinal Richelieu? "When did they arrive?" "Last night. I heard no commotion." "They are sorcerers, your majesty." "I am the king. Sorcerers do not answer to kings." At this, Marie made a face. "Sorcerers only heed the will of Merlin," provided Merlin has any will to speak." With that, she dashed away, oblivious to the grave expression that momentarily crossed Louis's face. Chapter 6. The King's Prophecy. The rabbit meat was exquisite. Following Louis' instructions, the chef simmered the rabbit for a few minutes before cooking, using only simple seasonings: onions, ginger, and a hint of celery. Even the Queen Mother, who was not particularly fond of rabbit, praised it highly. Marie savored a generous bowl. Cardinal Mazarin requested another spoonful, having entertained a delegation from England today. Due to the mysterious disappearance of Charles I, Queen Marie had insisted that she and her son, young Charles, travel to France to seek the protection of Queen and Mazarin. Yet young Charles stubbornly clung to his identity, reluctant to cross the ocean in search of refuge. Despite the evident severity of the situation in England, which surpassed that of France, the envoys were sent by young Charles, bearing his letter expressing gratitude to his cousin Louis and his two regents, Queen and Cardinal Mazarin. However, he remained resolute in waiting in England, hoping they could provide some support, manpower, or funds, though these were precisely what Louis and his entourage urgently required. Dealing with these matters had consumed much of Cardinal Mazarin's energy, and later that evening, he found himself obliged to host the sorcerers, leaving him both weary and famished. Of course, Marie's paternal relatives hoped she would not establish her presence in the court as a witch. They held titles and power within the realm of sorcery, wishing instead for Marie to attain a similarly prestigious status in the tangible world. Had there been any sorcerers visiting last night? The king inquired, his gaze unwavering. They were kin to Marie. The cardinal sighed deeply within. "Your Majesty, they are werewolves, come to pay their respects to Marie." "Then why did they not come to see me?" Louis continued. "This is my territory, my residence, surrounded by my knights. Pray tell, why can they come and go as they please?" "Your Majesty, they are sorcerers." "Are sorcerers not subjects of mine?" "They are Neapolitans. They seek a place within my court." Louis lowered his gaze. "Do they refuse to respect me, or is it the king they disregard? Even with their requests, they remain insufferably arrogant. You claim that every court has sorcerers. Are they also pretentious?" He had previously discussed the education of the king with Queen Anne. Their intention was not to delay, but rather the current turmoil in France demanded their utmost efforts to maintain stability. An ignorant child is not fearsome. What is truly alarming is a child who comprehends the benefits of power yet lacks the understanding of how to wield it, much like placing a sword in the hands of a child, resulting in harm to themselves or to innocent others. As the proxy for both the Queen Mother and the king, Cardinal Mazarin found himself stretched thin. And not everyone is suited to be a king's tutor, thus the matter languished. Yet Louis never ceased his studies. He learned Latin, French, English, mathematics, and began to read every book within reach. At times, he would quietly read in Cardinal Mazarin's study, unnoticed by all, a child in solitude. It could be said, Cardinal Mazarin eventually responded, "However, Your Majesty, sorcerers are alike. They belong to the hidden world. Thus, they consider themselves superior to anyone in the tangible realm. Even the king." Mazarin sighed deeply. "Indeed, this understanding repulses me." Louis asserted, "They stand on my territory, sharing in my authority and glory. They ought to obey me." "The origin of sorcerers is Merlin, Your Majesty. Merlin was once the teacher of King Arthur. Pierre Beauchamp is also my tutor, and should he defy me, I would be equally inclined to sever his head." Mazarin frowned, unsure whether Louis' words stemmed from childish stubbornness or a more foreboding place. "But Beauchamp is merely your dance instructor." "It is all the same," Louis replied. "Cardinal, whether it be dance or sorcery, both hold equal weight for me. In fact, I prefer dance, for it poses no threat to the king." Mazarin comprehended the underlying implication of Louis' statement, revealing a look of profound confusion. "But, Your Majesty, why do you think this way? You are the king. France and Navarre belong to you. You shall ultimately reign over all the people. But kings can die as well," Louis remarked. "Yet I wish to choose how," Louis continued. "Has there been any news of Charles I?" It was not until February 1649, when the news of Charles I's public execution by traitors reached Saint-Germain-en-Laye, that Mazarin finally grasped the depth of Louis' meaning. Chapter 7. The execution of a king. Upon hearing the distressing news that her husband, the king, had been publicly executed by a band of shameless traitors, Queen Mary fainted immediately. However, she soon regained her composure with the aid of smelling salts and strong spirits. Inquiring in detail about all matters concerning Charles I from the messenger, The envoy later recounted that the queen, clutching a handkerchief to dry her tears in one hand while grasping a crucifix in the other, prayed fervently for her husband. She expressed her profound pride in him. For Charles I had not displayed any weakness before the mob, thus preserving his honor as the King of Scotland, England, and Ireland. The rebels unanimously believed that the king should face a fair trial to determine his guilt. Consequently, after his capture, Charles I was tried at Westminster Abbey in London. Ironically, this very site was where British monarchs were crowned following the Reformation. Charles I did not recognize the legitimacy of this court. He refused to defend himself or acknowledge any charges against him. Nevertheless, of the 135 members of the special court, 59 signed the order decreed by the rebel leader Cromwell, deciding to execute the king, whom they branded as a mobster, a traitor, a murderer, and an enemy of the state. On January 30th, 1649, this honorable yet unfortunate king was led to the scaffold. It is said that he remained calm and composed, even smiling and reciting a poem in which he referred to himself as a martyr for the people. However, there were whispers that Princess Henrietta was a person of cruel nature who did not shed a tear for her father. Louis, too, could only remain silent, for he understood that such rumors stemmed from the Queen Mother's directive, uttered by his mother, and some were striving to facilitate his marriage to Henrietta, while Cardinal Mazarin merely sought to retain the most powerful leverage in the position of Queen of France and Navarre. Indeed, France had many enemies, but equally, there were numerous who aspired to become allies. He recognized that he should control himself with the rationality of an adult. Yet he could not suppress the waves of youthful fervor that surged within his 10-year-old body, prompting him to act in ways he himself found perplexing. The scorn of the sorcerers ignited a frustration he could not contain. Their talents were commendable, yet from the king's perspective, they merely represented another form of mob rule. Still, he could not refrain from pressing Cardinal Mazarin for answers regarding this matter. In a harrowing escape from wolves, he felt for the first time how close death loomed. The reality of kingship was starkly different from the stories he had read. He could be disregarded by his subjects, deceived by attendants, hunted down, and even executed. Now, he was confronted with dark creatures that belonged only in nightmares. He desperately sought something that could provide him solace, yet fate was unrelenting in its mockery. Despite his tribulations, Louis gained insights. He learned that Mazarin's thresholds were even lower than he had anticipated, and the sorcerers might possess an arrogance and short-sightedness beyond his assumptions. However, the king remained unconvinced that they sought nothing from worldly power. Without ambition, they would not have allied themselves with Mazarin. Considering Mary's age, 1642 was precisely when Mazarin entered the cardinalate. Their decision likely came when Mazarin was recommended to Louis XIII by Richelieu, especially after the downfall of Marie de Medici, the Italian queen mother, leaving only Jules Mazarin as the closest Italian to power at court. They not only facilitated the marriage alliance, but also placed Marie Mancini beside Mazarin as the queen mother's maid, their intentions laid bare. Louis presumed that Mazarin would not permit him to continue his acquaintance with Marie Mancini. However, to his surprise, Mazarin not only tolerated their interactions, but actively encouraged them to socialize. Initially perplexed, Louis later encountered Queen Mary of England. Clearly, the bishop's leniency was a choice of lesser evils. He feared that the young Louis might be swayed or persuaded by Queen Mary. Indeed, Queen Mary was a figure of tragedy. Louis harbored profound sympathy for her and for Princess Henrietta, his cousin, yet he did not believe he could offer her assistance. He was still far from power. Even if he could, why not command the Duke of Condaminium to reclaim Paris and eliminate the mob, thus sparing everyone the torment of Saint-Germain-en-Laye? Disappointment was her destined companion. Yet, Louis's gentleness provided her with some solace. Regrettably, with Anne, the Queen Mother, and Mazarin involved, Henrietta could not ascend to the role of Queen of France. Cardinal Mazarin merely lifted the curtain at the window, revealing a narrow slit through which he observed his young king. Louis stood in the courtyard, witnessing Queen Mary of England depart with a heavy heart, filled with both comfort and bitterness, alongside a tinge of fear. "Pray tell," and could not refrain from asking, "What troubles you so, my child? Is it Louis? Do you believe he is being incited by others?" Mazarin replied, "No, your majesty. I can only say that I once believed a natural ruler was a myth. But it seems I was mistaken. Are you accusing Louis?" "No, I am saying he has already begun to adeptly wield what he can grasp, and he is quite aware of what he desires." Chapter 8. The merchant Colbert Queen furrowed her brow. unable to comprehend the intentions of Cardinal Mazarin. This Spanish princess was not particularly astute in political matters. However, she was endowed with a remarkable sense of tolerance and patience. For instance, before her stood Cardinal Mazarin, a disciple and political heir of Cardinal Richelieu. During the early reign of Louis XIII, the Austrian and had suffered considerable strife from the Queen Mother, Marie de Medici, and her ally Richelieu. Upon the death of Louis XIII, many anticipated that she would leverage her position as the king's mother to suppress Mazarin severely, perhaps even to imprison him. Yet, and did not act upon such expectations. Not only did she refrain from establishing a council, as Louis XIII had commanded, but she also took on the role of regent herself, appointing her brother Gaston as the Grand Master of the kingdom and naming Cardinal Mazarin as prime minister to ensure the vast empire continued to function smoothly. Rumors circulated suggesting an ambiguous relationship between Queen and Prime Minister Mazarin. They claimed that he was the true ruler of France alongside the Queen. Only the Queen and the Cardinal understood that such notions were utterly baseless. Their relationship was far from harmonious, and any semblance of cooperation was solely for the sake of France and the King. Despite being burdened with numerous affairs, Mazarin endeavored to reassure Queen and that the young king posed no cause for concern. In truth, it was precisely because there was little to be worried about that the situation seemed odd, for he was merely a 10-year-old boy. Children, especially boys, regardless of their status as kings or beggars, invariably engage in actions that bewilder adults. Yet, Louis's keen sensitivity to power often astonished the cardinal. Saint-Germain-en-Laye had been home to many French monarchs. It was originally a monastery built by Robert II in the 11th century. As the monastery gradually evolved into a city, Louis IX constructed a palace there, and Charles V erected a new residence on the ruins of that palace. Francis I, Henry IV, and Louis XIII had all contributed to the restoration of this castle-like palace and its surrounding city. Consequently, the inhabitants of this place were not mere rustic peasants. Winning their approval required more than trivial gestures of goodwill. Moreover, they found themselves unable to offer even those small favors at present. Although Mazarin was adept at the negotiation table, having signed the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, which secured Verdun, Metz, and Alsace for France, finance was not his forte. Faced with the unfortunate necessity of dismissing numerous court attendants and even selling off the Queen Mother's jewels and fineries, the young king managed to maintain the dignity befitting a ruler and won the affection of the people of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. This was indeed a commendable feat, prompting Mazarin to exhale a sigh of admiration. Is this not a fortunate circumstance? Queen and mused, it is Louis, not my little Princess Philippe, nor the Duke of Gaston, nor the Prince of Conde, that we ought to concern ourselves with. You speak truly, Mazarin replied, though he remained troubled. However, he soon dismissed his concerns, recognizing that more pressing matters awaited his attention. Later that evening, Philippe's tutor was reprimanded for praising the young prince's exceptional intelligence and diligence, a sentiment that did not align with the Queen's desires. The tutor was swiftly replaced, and the Queen, along with her attendants, became increasingly engrossed in adorning their young lady. Even the ministers, upon seeing her, felt compelled to compliment her natural beauty and grace. When Louis expressed a desire to take his brother hunting, he was unexpectedly chastised by the Queen, perhaps due to his mention of the upcoming ceremony for Philippe's breeching. Consequently, Louis embarked on the hunt accompanied by Marie Mancini, surrounded by a loyal entourage, led by the astute and resourceful Nicolas Fouquet. Amidst the Fronde rebellion, the king, queen, and cardinal were compelled to vacate Paris and reside temporarily in Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Fouquet perceived this as a tremendous opportunity. He not only brought reliable officials, but also raised a substantial sum from the merchants accompanying the court to support the daily expenses of the queen and the king. Such a benefactor certainly deserved reward. However, both the cardinal and the queen found themselves financially constrained. Thus, the king honored Monsieur Fouquet with the privilege of hunting alongside him, allowing him to carry the powder pouch throughout the hunt. This exceptional honor left Fouquet astounded, especially as he learned he was the first minister to receive such a distinction. In gratitude, he presented the king with a splendid red velvet cloak adorned with rows of silver buttons and lined with dark brown marten fur. As they departed from the castle of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Marie observed the king, mounted on horseback, nodding to a gatekeeper whose face was unfamiliar. "Who is that?" she inquired with curiosity. "That is Jean-Baptiste Colbert," Louis replied. "When I encountered the wolves, my horse broke its leg and neck. They later found a suitable replacement from Colbert. who generously offered his horse to his king. Hence, the cardinal granted him the title of court merchant, and now he stands guard with my sentinels. Fouquet, overhearing this, was astonished by the king's affability. Colbert appeared somewhat ill-fitted in his attire and sword, suggesting he might have been merely a gentleman or merchant. He swiftly dismissed the man from his thoughts, considering him just a fortunate soul, and redirected his focus back to the king. Chapter 9. The New World unveiled by the witch. As they passed the hazel tree, Marie seized the opportunity to break off a branch. For witches, if one could plant a sprig of hazel during the full moon, and it thrived to surpass their shoulder in height, they could make a wish upon it. The scattered gray marks along the path were left by the black dog demons, not werewolves, but creatures that even wizards hold in deep disdain. Said to have emerged from the depths of hell, their eyes glowing like embers, and the ground they tread upon scorched as if set ablaze. Upon reaching the marshlands, they encountered a patch of reeds, ruthlessly uprooted, with remnants adrift upon the water's surface. Marie suggested that it was either the work of a water monster or a laundress passing by. Noticing mint sprouting near the hoofprints, she crushed the leaves in her palm, attracting a flock of wild geese who gorged themselves on the fresh shoots and small fish. "Quick," she urged, pulling on the king's shoulder strap, "tonight we shall feast on roasted goose." Prince Condominium had only 2 years prior inherited his father's title. Before that, he had been known as the Duke of Enghien and had joined the military under that identity. At the tender age of 20, he had already fought against the Spaniards in northern France and battled the commander of the Holy Roman Empire, Moses, from 1644 to 1645. Recently, he had also fought alongside the Duke of Orleans, Gaston, in Flanders. Compared to the youthful king, the nearly 30-year-old Prince Condominium appeared more like a vigorous ruler. However, given that the original Prince Conde, a cousin of Henry IV, had been the first heir to the throne until the birth of Louis XIII in 1601, this perception might be unfounded. Yet, it was precisely this history that led Queen and Cardinal Mazarin to regard him with suspicion. And the prince himself harbored a lack of loyalty and trust towards the king. Nevertheless, on the surface, he treated Louis with great warmth, bowing before him and tenderly kissing his hands before eagerly presenting a valuable gift he had brought, a pelt from a Serbian werewolf. Upon seeing the familiar grayish-black fur, Louis could not help but wonder why Queen Mary of England, his cousin Henriette, and his brother Philippe were absent. It was evident they were deemed unworthy of knowing the matters of the inner world, or perhaps England too possessed its own inner world. Yet this did not serve as a valid reason for foreigners to pry for information. However, upon recognizing this pelt, Louis began to suspect whether this was a provocation. Did Prince Condominium not realize he had recently endured an attack from Serbian werewolves? Or was Gaston, the Duke of Orleans, deliberately attempting to sow discord between them and the prince? Regardless of the intent, the king, the queen mother, and Cardinal Mazarin would not raise any objections, for they relied on Prince Condominium to suppress the mobs of Paris. Thus, Prince Condominium took residence in the Château d'Enghien. Yet it was evident he was reluctant to undertake this arduous task. The Parisian mob was said to number nearly 100,000, while he had only 200 cavalry from Flanders at his disposal. Ultimately, Queen Anne managed to sell the last of her jewels, even removing diamonds from her crown, to hire 600 soldiers for Prince Conde's forces, replenish their firearms, and supply provisions, allowing him to begrudgingly agree to march toward Paris. Chapter 10. The troubling Prince of Condominium. To comprehend the apprehension that Queen Anne and Cardinal Mazarin harbored towards the Prince of Conde, Louis had a semblance of understanding. Although he had yet to formally engage in matters of state, he gleaned sufficient intelligence from the loquacious courtiers and maids, which was ample for his current needs. As previously mentioned, when the Prince of Condominium was still the youthful Duke of Enghien at the tender age of 21, the fiercest battles between Spain and France raged at Rocroi. The Spanish army, comprising 26,000 soldiers, was led by the seasoned General Don Francisco de Melgar, who had advanced deep into French territory, threatening Paris. At that time, Louis XIII had just met his divine fate, and Cardinal Richelieu had departed from this tumultuous world a year prior, leaving only the precarious Mazarin, Queen Anne of Austria, the young King Louis XIV, and the even younger brother, Philippe. Many Spaniards believed they could breach Paris and capture the French king, a notion not entirely dismissed as fanciful. Paris's military forces were evidently at a disadvantage, with the Duke of Orleans, Gaston, controlling the royal guard, Richelieu's red-clad guards, and the royal musketeers. the former two being unreliable and the latter unable to venture beyond the palace. The only commander was the inexperienced Duke of Enghien. Just as any skilled craftsman must begin as an apprentice, it was believed that a trustworthy general should emerge from numerous battles. Louis, though still quite young, recognized the gravity of the situation. When the Duke of Enghien took his leave, the Queen's private chaplain, Portier, even performed a blessing ceremony for him. A gesture understood by all as a precaution in case he were to perish on the battlefield, leaving no time for last rites. However, contrary to common perception, the Duke of Enghien was acutely aware of the disdain the Spaniards held for him, and he chose to exploit this underestimation. General Melgar intended to draw the French forces into a trap, as Rocroi was surrounded by forests and marshes, with only a narrow path that was difficult to escape once entered. To this end, he even withdrew his soldiers, refraining from attacking when the Duke of Enghien entered Rocroi. The following day commenced with cannon fire, inflicting significant losses on the Spanish musketeers. That night, the Duke of Enghien launched a surprise assault on the Spanish left flank, swiftly dismantling their second line of defense, leading to the encirclement of the Spanish cavalry. Regrettably, the Spanish infantry, their pride and joy, suffered no losses. Nor did the 18 cannons positioned among them. Neither the French infantry nor cavalry could contend with them. After a day of mutual attrition, the Spaniards proposed negotiations, hoping for a glorious surrender without disarmament. However, the Duke of Enghien was unwilling to relinquish such an attainable victory. He feigned compliance with the Spanish envoy while secretly dispatching his cavalry to encircle the enemy from the rear, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements, nearly 4,000 infantry. Once all was in place, he rode forth to the negotiation site, only to be met with gunfire from the Spanish infantry. The adage "the mournful shall prevail" applies not solely to the east. The Duke of Enghien's soldiers erupted in fury, surging like a tidal wave upon the despicable enemy. Simultaneously, the Duke's cavalry charged from the rear. The French artillery roared with thunderous applause, catching the Spaniards off guard with a fierce and rapid assault. The trap set by General Melgar ensnared them, as the dense forests and marshes impeded their escape. Ultimately, the Spanish officers fell at the feet of General Enghien, pleading for mercy to evade the wrath of the ferocious French soldiers. In that battle, the Spanish suffered 8,000 fatalities and 6,000 captives, alongside the loss of 24 cannons. With General Melgar himself perishing, the French lost 2,000 men and nearly 6,000 wounded. Yet they succeeded in lifting the siege of Paris. This was a resplendent victory, unprecedented in France for a century. Francois I was more adept in negotiation than warfare. While Henry IV's excessive leniency, evidenced by the Edict of Nantes, proved detrimental. During Louis XIII's reign, the so-called victories achieved by the French were so trifling that even the most sensationalist tabloids deemed them unworthy of coverage, not due to negligence, but rather because these victories were invariably followed by defeats. As revered as he was on the battlefield, he was equally reviled within the court. The Prince of Condaminium was acutely aware of this dichotomy, yet he remained a young man, untouched by the harshness of defeat. He brought forth the pelt of a Serbian wolf, and it was difficult to ascertain whether his intentions were to curry favor with the king or to engage in some mischievous jest. He consistently evaded responsibility, unwilling to confront the mob on behalf of the queen and the king, a fact that became increasingly evident. The wolf pelt presented to the king was placed beneath his seat, visible to all who sought an audience, though the vast majority were oblivious to the truth that it was not a mere wolf pelt. After several weeks of delay, the Prince of Condaminium was compelled to march forth with his 800 soldiers. Ironically, the high court that incited the rebellion, though they prided themselves on their integrity and impartiality, unhesitatingly extorted each of the 20 judges appointed by Cardinal Richelieu for a fee of 150,000 livres, while seizing royal assets amounting to 1,200,000 livres, 1 livre equating to a pound of silver. They assembled an army of 12,000 men and mandated that every wealthy household capable of accommodating a carriage provide 1 man and 1 horse. This force became known as the Carriage-Gate Cavalry. Additionally, Archbishop Colin's private militia, numbering around 800 men, was commandeered and referred to as Colin's Regiment. Furthermore, the citizens of Paris, brandishing crude firearms, long knives, clubs, and pitchforks, donned the ribbons bestowed upon them by the High Court and adorned their hats with feathers, eagerly joined the ranks opposing the king. Thus, the Prince of Condaminium envisioned himself facing an army of 100,000 foes. Yet, he managed to assume control of Paris with remarkable composure. Chapter 11. The first return to Paris. With peace restored in Paris, the king, the queen mother, and the royal brother could no longer remain in Saint-Germain-en-Laye. The Louvre, originally established as a modest fortress in the 12th century, had transformed under the reign of Francis I, who, after expanding the Château d'Amboise and constructing the Château de Chambord, shifted his focus to Paris. However, constrained by both energy and finances, the construction slowed significantly after the demolition of the main tower, the Hall of the Caryatids. Designed in the classical Greek style with 4 armless female statues as pillars supporting the stage, was later continued by his son, Henry II, who also completed the left wing of this square structure. Yet, the frequent transitions of Francis II, Charles IX, and Henry III, 3 brothers, brought further stagnation to this grand project. Upon the death of Henry III, who left no heirs, Henry of Navarre ascended as the new king Henry IV. He married Marguerite, the youngest daughter of Henry II and Catherine de' Medici, famously known as Queen Margot. Catherine de' Medici, the widow of Henry II, left the Louvre for a new palace built just 1,500 feet away, named the Palais des Tuileries. In front of the palace, following Florentine custom, 2 square gardens were established, the Tuileries Gardens, bordered by a wide tree-lined walkway that would later become part of Paris's central axis. However, at the time of Catherine's passing, the palace still bore unfinished sections. It is pertinent to mention Henry IV's identity as the King of Navarre. He adhered to Protestantism and remained steadfast in his beliefs for many years, which incited discontent among the predominantly Catholic French populace. His coronation was not conducted at Reims Cathedral, leading to persistent doubts regarding his legitimacy, despite his eventual conversion to Catholicism. Perhaps to assert his claim, he completed the construction of the Tuileries and connected it to the Louvre via a grand gallery, known as the Grande Gallery. By the time his son, Louis XIII, took the throne, the right wing of the Louvre was finally completed, giving a vague semblance of the monumental structure it would become. Since the reign of Francis I, French monarchs had amassed a vast collection of artworks, sculptures, paintings, books, and more, to showcase their wealth and artistic sensibilities. The 2 queens from the Medici family brought Italian opulence and extravagance to the hallowed court. During Louis XIII's reign, although lacking the later grandeur, the Louvre remained quite refined and comfortable. However, following his death, with the young king, the queen mother, and the bishops preoccupied with state affairs, the court attendants and servants gradually became negligent, and the vast palace fell into disrepair. Dust accumulated, plants overgrew, and small animals scurried about. Even a fox was spotted in the Grande Gallery. When the queen mother, Mary, the king Louis, the royal brother, and the bishops fled in haste from the insurgents, the palace devolved into a den of chaos, where all valuable items were stripped away, from gilded picture frames to the drapes hanging from the windows. Statues were toppled, corners blackened, and columns inscribed with unsightly graffiti bearing blasphemous words. Such a place could no longer accommodate a noble king, prompting their relocation to another residence. At the residence of Cardinal Richelieu, servants were already in attendance, loyal and dutiful though of lesser status than those at court. Upon entering, Louis found a roaring fire in the fireplace of his adjoining chamber. A boat-shaped white tin bathtub, lined with luxurious silk to protect him from any potential pricks, awaited him. Pots hung above the flames, continuously boiling clean water, which was mixed with cool water before being poured into the tub. The servants meticulously added medicinal pouches containing crushed rosemary, lavender, and myrrh to the bathwater, not at Louis's request, for he preferred olive oil soap for cleansing, but the populace trusted these herbs endorsed by doctors and astrologers. Bathing had become a daunting task since the outbreak of the Black Death. One needed a doctor's note to validate their illness before indulging in a bath to avoid scandal. Just as Louis settled into the shallow tub, suitable for a child, and thus devoid of drowning concerns, tranquility was soon disrupted by the Duke of Anjou, Philip, who was one of the few permitted to approach the king without prior notification, regardless of whether the latter was sleeping or bathing. Philip, seizing the moment, dipped his hand into the scalding water without hesitation. Philip was exhilarated. In an era when bathing had become a rarity due to fears of disease and the closure of public baths, bathing at home had become a luxury. The cost of a tub, ensuring the silk remained intact from sharp edges or shards, the medicinal pouches, and the charcoal burning in the fireplace added to the expense. In Saint-Germain-en-Laye, only the king could bathe at his leisure, while the queen mother, bishops, and other nobles had to wait for days between baths, typically resorting to wiping their faces and bodies with clean linen. When the Prince of Condominium arrived at the Chateau d'Anjou, despite the fundraising efforts, their expenses remained tight. Eventually, to meet the prince's demands, even the king had to concede to the Seine River. Fortunately, bathing was not a concern, as swimming was considered acceptable, and one could freely embrace nature as the ancient Greeks once did. Bontemps hesitated, for he had encountered both Queen and Cardinal Mazarin, but was unsure whether to inform the king. Fortunately, the king was not overly concerned with the matter. He waved his hand, and Bontemps understood, moving forward to draw the curtains at the foot of the king's bed. In truth, there was no impropriety between Queen and Cardinal Mazarin. They remained in the same room so late due to the impending arrival of Charles, Duke of Cornwall, the son and heir of King Charles I of England. Yet, he was a Protestant, remarked Queen Anne. He is a king, replied the cardinal, the situation amusingly ironic, as a prelate showed little concern for faith while a queen exhibited devoutness, despite his lack of formal coronation. Then we should not refer to him as such, and suggested. Perhaps we ought to deny him entry to Paris. He will harbor resentment. And what of it? And retorted angrily, if Mary were not my husband's sister, I would have no desire to associate with them. The cardinal pondered, very well, your majesty, let us consult the king tomorrow to ascertain his thoughts, and raised an eyebrow in surprise, but said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. Chapter 12. The stance befitting a king. Upon hearing the question, Louis chuckled. He turned to Cardinal Mazarin and humbly inquired, Mr. Cardinal, who do you say I am? He then redirected the same question towards his mother, Queen, and, so mother, who am I? Louis nodded thoughtfully, addressing the few dignitaries present in the room, all of whom were credible and upon whom he relied regarding this matter. Leaning gently against the back of his chair, he continued, and what of the Duke of Cornwall, Charles? Who is his father, and what will he become in the future? As Louis cast his gaze around the room, the others provided a unanimous response, except for Queen Anne, who, with a hint of dissatisfaction, added, a Protestant. Louis tenderly patted his mother's hand, acknowledging, I understand that your piety towards God makes it intolerable for you to accept a Protestant. However, mother, we must recognize an undeniable truth, whether it be myself, Charles, or any emperor or king, they may be Protestants or even our adversaries. Yet we share one fundamental trait. We are the sole sovereigns of this realm. Moreover, he surveyed the assembly. This attribute surpasses faith, stance, and personal grievances in importance. Indeed, it is the very foundation of our existence. Without it, we have no rightful claim to continue our presence, let alone anything else. Looking at the assembly, despite being merely 11 years of age, his piercing gaze compelled many to swallow their words. Observing the composed Cardinal Mazarin and the Queen Mother, who wished to speak but restrained herself, they wisely chose silence. The king's sharp scrutiny swept across the attendees. All acts of rebellion shall be condemned. Henceforth, I do not wish to hear any frivolous remarks or rumors regarding Charles I within the court, nor do I wish to see any statements in newspapers or books that encourage such behavior. I also hope that none among you engage with the traitor and outlaw Oliver Cromwell of England. I shall welcome my cousin Charles and extend my utmost assistance to him, and I hope you will do the same. This was the first occasion that the prominent figures of the French court encountered such a king. Although he had yet to fully mature in stature, his thoughts were evidently as orderly as those of an adult, and his comprehension and articulation of the term king had reached heights unattainable by many. Until they entered this room, some had mocked Charles I and attempted to persuade the cardinal and the Queen Mother to deny assistance to the Duke of Cornwall. However, the king spoke rightly. Charles I may be mediocre, but he is nonetheless a king. Cromwell may exhibit valor and wisdom, yet he remains a subject. They may rejoice at the demise of their adversary, but they must never encourage such behavior, for they too have a king, and it is through him that they exist. Queen Anne's expression was complex. She grasped the cardinal's concerns and relief. Not every king could swiftly comprehend his significance and responsibilities. She knew she ought to feel joy, yet an indescribable pressure weighed upon her. Perhaps it was the sudden realization that the vast carriage of France would be propelled down a perilous yet magnificent path under her son Louis's guidance. Cardinal Mazarin, with a hint of mischief, observed his colleagues, who were left astounded, when suddenly a voice broke the silence. By your command, your majesty, a man declared resolutely. Oh, your majesty, I am willing to obey any order of yours, especially one as wise and just as this. Rest assured, we shall act according to your wishes. For you, we would gladly sacrifice ourselves." Nicolas Fouquet, who had entered with the finance director, Partichary Emery, was considered a subordinate. Yet he audaciously spoke before the Queen Mother and the Cardinal, much to everyone's surprise. However, since he had pledged loyalty to the king, Louis would not reprimand him for such a minor transgression. Indeed, the king merely waved his hand in resignation, urging him to take a seat. "You have been somewhat impolite," Louis gently admonished, though it was clear to all that he bore no anger. "I ought to penalize you." He turned to the cardinal. What punishment should he receive? Let him be responsible for the Duke of Cornwall's accommodations in Paris. Cardinal Mazarin understood Louis's implication. If he could fulfill his promise effectively, then so be it. The king declared, "I do not require you to sacrifice yourself, Mr. Fouquet. If you perform well, you may serve me for many years to come." Fouquet sprang from his chair, bowing to the king, then to the cardinal, followed by the Queen Mother and everyone present in the room. The finance director, Emery, wore a pale and greenish countenance. Fouquet's actions were undoubtedly a humiliation for him. Yet, the cardinal, the Queen Mother, and the king paid him no mind. Emery's origins were humble. He had risen to prominence solely due to his connection with Cardinal Mazarin. In truth, he had only recently been a farmer in Siena. However, upon gaining power, he had leveraged his position and the cardinal's influence for personal gain. Yet, after the royal family was compelled to flee Paris for Saint-Germain-en-Laye, his vile nature and narrow-mindedness became apparent when he refused to allocate funds for the daily expenses of the king, Queen Mother, and cardinal, leaving the entire royal household in dire straits. His attendance at such a meeting was merely due to the lack of an immediate replacement. Nicolas Fouquet seized the opportunity. Upon arriving in Paris, the Duke of Cornwall, Charles, was astonished by the treatment he received, knowing well that Queen and harbored little affection for him, his father, or indeed any Protestant. Many in Paris shared this sentiment. His arrival bore little beyond his title and a few loyal confidants. His country was occupied by traitors. His army was scattered, and his treasury had been ravaged by a mob, leaving him with nothing of value. Yet, his cousin, Louis's subject, Fouquet, prepared for him a residence, carriage, and provisions as if he were a king, which deeply moved the duke. On the third day of his stay in Paris, disregarding his travel fatigue, he insisted on an audience with the king. Louis, as his sister Henrietta described him, was a gentle youth, and they conversed for an extended period, even sharing a meal together until it was necessary to part for the night. The entire audience was executed flawlessly, save for an incident where a maid in attendance, upon glimpsing a fearsome wolfskin, a gift from Prince Conde, suddenly gasped and fainted. Chapter 13. The Crooked Duchess of Montpensier. This minor setback did not attract much attention, with only a few mocking the Duchess of Cornwall's maid for her perceived timidity. However, later Louis encountered this maid in the presence of Princess Henrietta, as she had fainted at the king's feet, leaving him with a faint impression of her. The lady was not significantly older than Marie, possessing the slender physique and melancholic demeanor characteristic of adulthood. Though her features were unremarkable, her deep chestnut curls were quite exquisite. Despite her youth, she excelled in serving the nobility far more than the naive and mischievous Marie Mancini, adept at winning others' favor. Initially, Henrietta took a disliking to her, as whispers suggested her fainting before the king was an egregious affront, with some suspecting she sought to draw attention intentionally. Being sent to Henrietta by the Duke of Cornwall, it was difficult to ascertain whether there was an intention to ostracize this maid. Though young, Henrietta understood that this maid was not favored by her brother. Yet, after a few days, she willingly allowed the maid to accompany her, leading Louis to see her several more times. However, the king held little fondness for the girl, not due to her previous indiscretion, but because she bore little resemblance to a child. Although His Majesty repeatedly declared his intention to treat the Duke of Cornwall as he would himself, Charles remained an outsider, even an adversary, in the eyes of many Frenchmen. His requests placed the bishops and the Queen Mother in a difficult position, as the royal family was incapable of providing him with the troops or funds necessary for his restoration. They themselves were precariously situated. Duke Gaston of Orleans refused the king's decree, remaining in the territory of his daughter, the Duchess of Montpensier, sending only the girl known as the Great Duchess to Paris as a hostage or a substitute for the royal family's comfort. As previously mentioned, Gaston's first marriage was forced upon him by Cardinal Richelieu and his mother, Marie de Medici. Although this Bourbon lady brought a substantial dowry, namely Montpensier, He harbored deep disdain for it, a sentiment that extended to their daughter. Despite the great Duchess's admiration for her irresponsible father, he had never cared for the unfortunate child and continually interfered after she inherited her mother's domain. Now, he sent her to Paris, where it was well known that the city resembled a veritable hell, casting doubt on whether this was driven by genuine malice. In those years, the Duchess of Montpensier's life at court was exceedingly arduous, as it was common knowledge that she was the daughter of a traitor. Gaston's rebelliousness was palpable, and he never bothered to conceal it, indifferent to the ill treatment his daughter might endure. Fortunately, at that time, Queen Mother had no children, and the young Duchess stirred her maternal instincts, a sentiment that persisted until the Duchess departed from court. Some even claimed that Louis XIII had once entertained the notion of uniting the young heir Louis with the Duchess of Montpensier, as she had playfully referred to him as her little husband while standing beside his cradle. However, it is also possible that this was the very reason the Duchess was forcibly expelled from court, despite Louis XIII merely smiling at the time. Louis was born in 1638, while the Duchess of Montpensier was born in 1627, making them 11 years apart. While age might have been secondary, the Duchess's father had reached a point of such annoyance to Louis XIII that he would never permit his son to marry the daughter of the Duke of Orleans. Moreover, the Duchess possessed nothing but her mother's territory. According to Salic law, the Duke of Orleans' titles and lands would only pass to his son, Jean. And should Jean perish, the heir would be Louis XIII's second son, Philippe. When the Duchess of Montpensier left court at the tender age of 16, she was now 22, an age by which a woman should traditionally be married and bearing children. Yet her father, the Duke of Orleans, seemed to regard her as his own territory, refusing to allow her to marry and take her domain with her. After leaving court, she found it difficult to encounter suitable suitors. The empathetic Queen Mother, while incensed by the Duke's negligence, prepared to find a suitable husband for the Duchess within the court. Admittedly, there was a hint of transaction and self-interest in this. Yet for the Duchess of Montpensier, it represented a tremendous opportunity. Sometimes, the Duke of Cornwall, Charles, pondered whether he was being too obstinate. Yet since Henry VIII established a church exclusive to England to secure matrimonial autonomy, he needed a recognized heir. Every subsequent monarch, except for his wayward daughter Mary, found this arrangement splendid, enabling them to control the nation's two vital lifelines. This sensation was unparalleled by any praise, commendation, or promises made during apocalyptic times. Conversely, as a despised Protestant, he found it exceedingly difficult to garner support from the Church's adherents. Compared to Queen Mother and of France, Cardinal Mazarin and his cousin Louis were not particularly pious, yet they similarly stood on French soil and would not readily offer promises. The Duke of Cornwall intended to marry his sister Henrietta to Louis, but regrettably, his mother declared that neither Queen Mother nor Cardinal Mazarin would allow such a union to materialize. Moreover, both Louis and Henrietta were too young. None could predict what might transpire during those years before they could wed, and Henrietta was not in a position to influence Louis XIV's judgment. Her mere ability to remain unaffected by others was already a commendable feat. The Duke of Cornwall's subjects wished to see him allied with the Duchess of Montpensier, yet Charles did not regard her as a suitable match. Regardless of status, this 22-year-old woman seemed somewhat foolish. Having left court for 5 years, she may have been swayed by numerous slanders against the Queen Mother or the Cardinal. During the recent banquet, she had repeatedly spoken of her father, the most disfavored Duke of Orleans, Gaston, which evidently chilled Queen Mother's demeanor. Observing others, Cardinal Mazarin appeared grim. King Louis bore a troubled expression, while the listless Prince Philippe busily snapped every flower within reach. Such a request was inevitably destined for rejection. The Prince of Condaminium grew increasingly discontent and, without hesitation, seized upon the great Duchess's words to slander and curse the royal family, venerating a traitor like Duke Gaston as a saint. The Duchess of Montpensier, beaming with delight, danced with the Prince of Conde, completely disregarding the Queen Mother's disapproving countenance. It was said that had the Prince of Condaminium not been compelled to wed Richelieu's niece, he would undoubtedly have pursued the Duchess of Montpensier as his bride. Thus, the Duke of Cornwall, Charles, found this woman utterly foolish. She ought to have sought a husband who could assist her in establishing herself within Montpensier or the French court. The former could liberate her from her scheming father, while the latter could compensate for her time lost at court. Yet she chose neither, instead opting for a married man who, like her father, was met with disdain and neglect by the entire court. Even the Duke of Cornwall would not take pleasure in seeing such a woman as a lady or maid in his court, let alone as a wife. However, it is unlikely that the Duchess of Montmartre would choose a husband who is precariously situated and dependent on others. In the darkness, the Duke of Cornwall let out a sharp laugh at his own expense. "This is rather uncharacteristic of you," a voice from the corner remarked. A shadow, at least 3 times the size of an adult man, rose from beside the cabinet. If there had been others in the room at that moment, they would have been struck with terror, for it was a colossal gray wolf, its eyes radiating a bright blue light in the dim ambience. Chapter 14. Mr. Crellin the werewolf. Uncle Crellin, the Duke of Cornwall exclaimed, "What brings you here?" "They sent me to find you," the giant wolf replied, its voice deeper than that of a human, accompanied by a series of wheezing breaths. "Your Highness, is it those members of the Scottish Presbyterian Church?" Charles inquired. "I do not trust them." "You need not trust them. You merely need to employ them," the giant wolf asserted. "Your foremost priority now is to conduct the coronation ceremony and ascend to the throne." "I am still in mourning for my father," Charles lamented. "Believe me, the best way to mourn is to hang those traitors in the square. Of course, if you so desire, you may also disembowel them. All who dare to assassinate a king should meet such a fate. Even Cromwell should not be exempt." "Indeed," Charles replied, "but as you can see, I do not even possess a horse to leave Paris." "Have you appealed to Queen Anne?" "I have." "What about Cardinal Mazarin?" "I have approached him as well." "Do they not wish to let you go?" "That is precisely what I fear. It is said they are in negotiations with the emissaries of the traitors. I do not know if an agreement will be reached." "Then seek the favor of King Louis of France." "He is but a child, Uncle Crellin." "Precisely because he is a child, there may still be a glimmer of precious light within him. Also, do not refer to me as Uncle Crellin anymore. Do not forget, the outer world and the inner world are not interconnected. Those who dare to cross will face the punishments and assaults of both realms." "Very well," Charles said after a moment of contemplation. "Mr. Crellin, I shall attempt it." Once Crellin transformed, only a resolute, tall, ordinary man remained. Had there been a third person in the room, they would have noted a resemblance to Charles of Cornwall, which was not surprising, for the Serbian werewolves had originally migrated from England. This dates back to the year 1216, when King John of England was poisoned by a sorcerer, leading to his untimely death. The poison contained wolfsbane, meaning that the victim would eventually transform into a werewolf. Soon after, mournful and terrifying howls were heard emanating from the king's tomb, prompting the frightened populace to drag his body from the grave for an exorcism. The ritual was performed, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. Although the new king insisted that his father had found peace, there were still sightings of a werewolf clad in a royal robe and golden crown wandering through the forest. Charles understood the new king's predicament entirely. According to the tacit agreement between the outer and inner worlds, werewolves, vampires, or sorcerers from the inner world were not permitted to interfere with secular governance. Similarly, those from the inner world were not subject to the rule of a king or emperor of the outer world. Should the new king dare to acknowledge that the werewolf was indeed his father, he would face either the church and nobles stripping him of his rightful claim or perish under the relentless assaults of the inner world. Even his father, now a werewolf, would not escape this fate. Perhaps King John, now a werewolf, sensed this as well. He not only departed England to settle in Serbia, but also abandoned his original surname, adopting Crellin, which signifies the lineage of Serbian werewolves. Crellin paused momentarily while fastening his buttons. "They are here for you and your father," he stated. "It is said that a substantial reward awaits." The Duke of Cornwall pursed his lips, feeling sorrow for the werewolves, who could be considered his kin. Compared to the haughty nobles, the fickle ministers, and the avaricious clergy, the Serbian werewolves had expended their last vestiges of effort for the good of father and son. Now, Uncle Crellin was still tirelessly negotiating, even risking discovery by infiltrating Paris, where a recent werewolf attack on the king had occurred, with the church possibly harboring penitent monks and holy knights in undisclosed locations. "Your Highness?" "Oh, what?" Charles lifted his head, momentarily distracted. "My daughter Louise." Charles shook his head. "It is nothing. She is still a child," he said. Seeing a wolf pelt adorned with a wolf's head would naturally frighten her. No one would doubt that. "I believe it is best if I take her away," Crellin replied. "I hope you do not take offense." Charles sighed. "Your current situation is not suitable for a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The war with the Hungarian werewolves has not yet concluded. Keeping her with my sister is the safest option, At least the King of France has not yet been captured and executed. Crellin hesitated for a moment. Very well. If you believe this feasible. She is a good girl, Charles reassured him. We all cherish her. She will be the best companion for Henrietta. Let us hope so. Crellin responded. Chapter 15. The Unfortunate Werewolf. Mr. Crellin hesitated to ponder whether Charlie's actions implied the use of his daughter Louise as leverage. Yet what could they do? Although the Duke of Cornwall affectionately addressed him as Uncle Crellin, their blood ties were nearly non-existent. King John, of the Plantagenet dynasty, was the third king of that lineage, followed by the Lancaster and York dynasties, succeeded in turn by the Tudor dynasty, and then the Stuart dynasty. Charles I was the second king of the Stuarts, and their connection spanned more than 3 centuries. The Serbian werewolves, unfortunately, faced a dual assault from both the Church and the Hungarian werewolves. In dire straits, Crellin sought refuge with Charles I. His initial hope was merely to find a place of shelter in England, even if it meant serving the king or acting as a source of income for the Church. Charles I, however, regarded these werewolves with indifference, viewing Crellin with the eyes of a jester. Under the immense pressure of state affairs, the ability to command a fierce werewolf like a mere hound was indeed an amusing prospect. At that moment, it was unlikely he even considered Crellin as a human being. Though Crellin was not human, he possessed all the dignity and pride inherent to mankind. For the sake of his kin, he endured the king's humiliation. Perhaps Charles I, motivated by the pension, a peculiar tax levied by the Inquisition on the king and his lords, even those reluctant to adhere to the Church's edicts, sought to collect werewolves, witches, or demons from their territories, living or deceased. Failure to comply would result in a substantial fine imposed on the king. Naturally, the king or any audacious lord could choose to forego this obligation, but the Inquisition would immediately withdraw from their lands. Thus, even if a king or lord possessed castles and armies, their tenants and merchants would become the sacrificial offerings to werewolves or witches. For the werewolves, the annual expulsion of the old and weak, or the forced voluntary demise of some, served as a pragmatic solution to alleviate 2 pressing issues: reducing the consumption within their ranks and satisfying the lord's demand for werewolf pelts. The Serbian werewolves had indeed splintered. Crellin, once a robust and sagacious leader, faltered due to his indecisiveness. To put it more generously, he was overly sentimental, always striving to protect each member of his clan. Yet everyone knew this was an impossibility, especially among the vigorous young werewolves, who had not yet reached the stage of needing pity. There was palpable discontent with Crellin's actions. They either sought to usurp his position or left in groups, seeking independence. Crellin had seen the wolf pelt and, in truth, did not need to look closely to detect the sin of his recently departed nephew. This young werewolf did not harbor the same hatred for Crellin and the older, weaker werewolves as others did. Rather, he was simply unwilling to await death alongside a clan on the brink of extinction. Ironically, he was among the first to perish. Charles I's death, however, became the sole opportunity for the Serbian werewolves. Compared to the cunning Charles I, his son, young Charles, was merely a youth, naive and lacking the requisite ruthlessness. He did not even question why Crellin had not rescued his father. Crellin had to admit he watched with a sense of delight as Charles I was led to the guillotine. Yet, he had no desire to align himself with Cromwell, the Protector, a Puritan who harbored a profound disdain for werewolves, witches, or anything associated with demons. He would never collaborate with a werewolf. Thus, Crellin chose to support young Charles. When the young prince narrowly escaped death, he and his kin came to the timely rescue of the heir to the English throne. Young Charles placed unwavering trust in Crellin's words, which was why he referred to him as Uncle Crellin. He even appointed Crellin's daughter as his maid and subsequently as his sister's companion, proclaiming that this was the treatment befitting a lady of the county. Alas, Crellin could swear to his ancestors that he had no such aspirations. He merely desired a small, tranquil forest where he and his over 100 kin could peacefully spend their remaining days. However, that was a matter for another time. As Crellin mentally compiled a list of those willing to support the Duke of Cornwall's ascension, he calculated the tangible backing he could muster. Stepping out of the Richelieu residence, his attire as a guard drew little attention, until, at a street corner, a bloody dead dog plummeted from above. Had he been an ordinary guard, he would have been struck and soiled his garments. But Crellin was a werewolf. Upon catching the pungent scent of blood, he heightened his vigilance. The dead dog landed a mere 3 or 4 feet away, its entrails spilling from a deliberately slashed abdomen, creating a ghastly scene replete with putrid stench. Crellin heard laughter and mockery aimed at someone's poor aim. During his time in England, he had heard tales of the common folk in Paris delighting in hurling dead cats, dogs, or any inedible corpse at the nobles or royal guards. It seemed the rumors held true. As he walked, he pressed his keen nose against the stench. The streets of Paris were appallingly filthy. The ground beneath his feet was neither stone nor dirt, but what? Excrement. The droppings of horses, cows, cats, dogs, and humans littered the streets. Animals relieved themselves freely, while humans left their waste in buckets. Each morning, housewives or apprentices would carry these buckets, calling out warnings as they emptied their contents onto the streets. This was why pedestrians would avoid residences, or why, when men and women walked together, the gentlemen would courteously guide the ladies closer to the walls, to shield them from potential collisions with carriages and to seize any chance of glory for themselves. Crellin did not walk upon the road, but rather upon the filth, intensifying his longing for the forests of Serbia. As he rounded the final corner, about to leave the Richelieu residence behind, Crellin instinctively cast a final glance at the elegant structure. At that moment, the sharp gaze of a werewolf caught sight of a boy standing at a window adorned with heavy embroidered lily curtains, gazing gravely at the street. For a moment, Crellin could not discern the boy's identity, but he quickly surmised, for the Duke of Anjou, of similar age, still donned a dress. Crellin hesitated but ultimately removed his hat, pressing it to his chest, and bowed deeply to the young king. Chapter 16. Games in the kitchen. Louis observed a figure dressed as a guard bowing to him, but the distance rendered him unable to discern the details. Although the individual might not have been able to see him clearly, the young king offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. "What are you watching?" Marie called out. "Your Majesty, why don't you join us in our games?" Today, the children had congregated in the grandest room, basking in sunlight and fresh air, an ideal setting for their merriment. Despite Louis's preference for reading, Queen would occasionally shoo him from the library, urging him to engage in play or card games. Had he been in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, he could at least ride or hunt. But in Paris, he was confined to his chamber or the small courtyard, staring vacantly at the fountain. Though he was the King of France, he often felt akin to a prisoner, longing to be a carefree 10-year-old capable of throwing a tantrum without restraint. "Come on," Marie urged again, while Philip, the king's brother, protested her rudeness from the sidelines. Marie was perhaps the boldest girl Louis had ever encountered, arguably the most courageous of all children. Her fearlessness in the face of danger, even when confronted by a werewolf, and her audacity to challenge authority, from her uncle, Cardinal Mazarin, to King Louis himself, set her apart. She was the only one who dared to treat Louis as an equal, shouting at him without inhibition. Philip had once clashed with her over this. But given their similar ages, it was Marie's advanced development that had led her to triumph in their altercation. Consequently, Louis had to concede a week's worth of bed-sharing rights to Philip, prompting a lengthy discussion about his indulgence towards Marie. This leniency was bolstered by the fact that Marie was Mazarin's niece and had once saved both him and Queen Anne, which Philip ought to appreciate. As for Marie's lack of education, Louis mischievously assigned that task to Philip, who dutifully took on the role of her etiquette tutor. Although Marie showed little interest, at least they had ceased their physical confrontations. "Quiet," Louis said resignedly as he approached. "Silence, Marie. Your voice fills the entire room. Such behavior is unbecoming of a lady." "I am not a lady," Marie retorted. "I am a witch." "Oh dear, please refrain from uttering such dreadful words," Henrietta interjected, unaware of the truth behind Marie's claim. Her youth prevented her from grasping the intricate relationship between courtiers and witches. Her understanding was shaped solely by the sensational tales spun by the maids. "Witches are meant to be burned." "That will not be my fate," Marie shrugged. "I shall become an unprecedentedly powerful witch, akin to Vivian." "Who is Vivian?" Louis inquired. "Merlin's disciple, or rather, his beloved. It is said he imparted all his spells to her," Marie explained. "Ultimately, Merlin himself fell victim to her magic." "Does Merlin truly exist?" Louis mused. "I had always considered him a figure of legend." "Perhaps," Marie replied nonchalantly. "But that is of little consequence. Shall we begin?" They played a 4-player card game, the cards of the time being exquisite and widely available. However, for Henrietta, they were somewhat unfamiliar, as Puritans in England regarded them as instruments of decadence, and the Church harbored a negative view towards them. In 1397, the Bishop of Notre Dame prohibited dice and card games on weekdays, and by 1541, The Paris Parliament had barred families in the DC district and its suburbs from engaging in such activities, primarily due to concerns about gambling and idleness. Nevertheless, for those in the court, few pastimes could rival the enjoyment derived from gambling with dice and cards. Today, Henrietta found herself particularly unlucky. Despite the financial support from Queen and King Louis, memories of previous losses left her hands trembling. Even though she knew Louis would generously return more money after the games ended. "Why don't you take a turn?" she suggested to her maid, Louise. "Perhaps your luck will be better." The king did not object, and Henrietta swapped places with her maid. As they were seated on the floor, this arrangement spared them the formalities of etiquette. Louise was a shy girl. After bowing to the king and his brother, she could hardly lift her gaze. However, her luck, and indeed her cleverness, surpassed the expectations others had of her. As the sun began its descent, a small pile of winnings, including a couple of gold louis, amassed before her. Henrietta was overjoyed. Despite her weariness, she kissed Louise and pressed a gold louis into her hand as a reward. "What as for dinner?" Philip, equally fatigued, inquired. "Today is a day of abstinence," Louis replied. "We shall have fish." In principle, a king should not be intimately acquainted with the menu, yet Louis, still barred from engaging in state affairs, found solace in his culinary pursuits to stave off boredom. Card games held little appeal for him, so he turned his attention to the kitchen, his first battleground. Convincing the stubborn chefs was no easy feat. For centuries, they had insisted that fruits must be cooked, fish must be roasted, and meats must be stewed, all while refusing to prepare a dish without ample cream, pounds of cheese, or heaps of spices. Few could have anticipated that the first adversaries Louis would face in his royal garb would be the chefs. He was weary of the so-called creamy stews. Fortunately, after numerous arduous battles, he finally relished his beloved poached fish. Cardinal Mazarin and the Queen Mother also appreciated it, though they partook in moderation, as at that time. Chili peppers were considered an indulgence, and Mazarin, a sworn celibate, alongside the widowed Queen Mother, found the dish somewhat inappropriate for their station. Just before the dish was served, a maid hurriedly approached the door, exchanging a few words with a guard. The guard then relayed the message to the steward, who communicated with the Queen Mother's maid. And eventually, the message reached Louis. It turned out that a certain Mr. Brelin had burst into the Hôtel de Richelieu, though clad in a guard's uniform. A thorough inquiry revealed that no such person existed. As they prepared to expel him, Mr. Brelin claimed to be an appointee of the king. Chapter 17. The middle finger and the ring finger. Originally, he would not have been permitted to meet the king. But Louis merely paused by the window and instructed Bontang to bring him up, having recognized the gentleman who had bowed to him at the street corner. Bontang, accompanied by several servants, washed Mr. Brelin's face and hands and clad him in clean attire before presenting him to the king. "Ah, it is you," the king remarked. "I saw you bowing to me at the street corner. You claim that I have employed you, yet I seem to have no recollection of such an arrangement." Breland, initially anxious, felt a wave of calm wash over him at Louis's affable demeanor. "Forgive my rudeness, your majesty," he said. "I must have misremembered. I am not in your employ but rather that of your kinsman, the Duke of Cornwall in England, who has several trusted associates remaining in Ireland and has sent me to deliver a message. Have you completed this task or not?" Louis inquired. "This is Paris, sir." He continued, "My domain. If you indeed serve the Duke of Cornwall loyally, I would be inclined to offer you some assistance. But might I inquire as to what transpired?" Breland glanced around, and Louis nodded, prompting Bontang and the other servants to withdraw, though 6 reliable musketeers remained with Marie. "I encountered a vampire," Breland declared. In that dimly lit alley, a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat was closely entwined with a beautiful maiden, their bodies occupying 2/3 of the narrow passageway. Breland hesitated, sighed, and resolved to take another route. The gentleman, whose face was almost entirely obscured by the hat, spoke first. "Are you intending to pass through here?" he said kindly. "Oh, this is our fault. We hope you can forgive us. Love, when it arrives, often blinds one, but now we have opened our eyes. Please, do allow us to make way for you, so as not to delay your progress." This alley was even filthier than the streets, littered with excrement, rats, and the corpses of cats and dogs. It was unclear who had discarded the entrails of sea fish here. The stench was nauseating. Breland instinctively held his breath. The werewolf's keen sense of smell almost overwhelmed him. He sidestepped the couple, but as he brushed past, his hand inadvertently touched the woman's cold, lifeless hand. Devoid of vitality, the werewolf turned in shock, a grotesque visage rapidly expanding in his view, sharp fangs protruding from its gaping mouth. The thought of a vampire bold enough to hunt in daylight flickered through Breland's mind. The alley's foul odor dulled his perception of blood, yet for the vampire, its true identity had likely long been revealed. They immediately grappled with one another, though the vampire was inherently weaker than the werewolf. Breland was reluctant to transform in the streets of Paris, placing him at a disadvantage. At that moment, whether it was luck or misfortune, a girl entered the alley. Upon discovering the deceased woman, she screamed, drawing more people. The vampire's face, contorted like that of a hairless bat, could not be mistaken for that of a human. The vampire, suddenly flustered, attempted to flee, but Breland seized the opportunity and dragged it into the sunlight, where it immediately ignited, turning to ash amidst its cries of anguish. The unfortunate turn of events was that the clergy and the inquisitors promptly arrived. Their own forces sealed off the area, soldiers were stationed on rooftops, and they began to scrutinize the people in the vicinity. This was the customary procedure of the Church and the Inquisition. Whenever a vampire or werewolf was reported, the area would undergo multiple rigorous inspections, which proved effective. As Breland observed the clerics examining each individual's fingers under the protection of soldiers, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Although only a vampire had been detected, the clergy was not averse to suspecting werewolves. Each werewolf from different nations and regions possessed distinctive traits, yet they shared one commonality. The middle and ring fingers were of equal length. While this detail often went unnoticed, the clerics could easily discern it when individuals were instructed to align their fingers. Breland's hesitance had attracted the attention of several vigilant inquisitors as he turned to leave. They pursued him. They might well be loitering outside now, Breland remarked. Extend your hand, Louis commanded. Reluctantly, Breland complied, revealing his hand to the king, who confirmed that his fingers indeed matched in length. You are mistaken, Mr. Breland, the king stated. The Church and the Inquisition act swiftly. They are likely requesting an audience with Cardinal Mazarin or myself at this very moment. He turned to Marie. Marie, I now have a request for you. I wonder if you might fulfill it. Drink this now, Louis instructed, if you are willing to trust me. I am certainly willing to trust you, Breland replied. He had observed Louis for several days and believed that this youthful French king was not the kind of morally corrupt individual typically encountered. Even if he were reluctant to shelter Breland, he would not resort to deceit. The werewolf then consumed the entire vial of potion. Moments later, Cardinal Mazarin arrived, accompanied by 2 black-robed clerics and 2 inquisitors, seeking the king's permission to hunt a dangerous werewolf in the vicinity. Louis consented, but added, Do not disturb my mother, my brother, or my guests. One of the clerics immediately assured him that they would merely take a look, recite a few prayers, and sprinkle some holy water, ensuring that they would not disturb the Queen Mother, the Duke of Anjou, or the guests from England, while also bestowing blessings upon them. That would be splendid. The king replied, Perhaps you could even join us for dinner. The cleric seemed somewhat taken aback, expressing gratitude for the king's generous invitation. Although he and his colleagues might not be able to extricate themselves from their arduous duties, he felt compelled to commend the king's pious and benevolent heart. He noted that even if he were not a king, but merely a count or a general, having to interrupt a meal for the sake of a suspected werewolf entering the courtyard, they would likely not be met with good grace. Given this, the clerics and inquisitors could not afford to be overly ostentatious. They quickly traversed each room. Even the Queen Mother's chambers were not spared. After all, they were compelled to act in order to prevent royal members from encountering lethal dangers. However, to their disappointment, it seemed the werewolf was indeed absent. While inspecting the chamber of the steward Bontang, one inquisitor spotted a massive wolf and cried out, yet the beast remained motionless, evidently deceased. Bontang informed them that this was the werewolf pelt presented to His Majesty by Prince Conde, having been placed at the foot of the throne for many days. However, due to an incident that startled a maid, the king had commanded it to be stored away, to be mounted for display in his hunting hall in the future. The clerics examined the colossal wolf, its fur still retaining a certain richness and density, yet its eyes were dull and lifeless, and its body appeared stiff, suggesting it had been deceased for some time. The record of Prince Conde possessing a werewolf pelt was indeed noted in the court. After exchanging a few words of counsel with Bontang, they prepared to depart. At that moment, one cleric abruptly halted his steps. By the grace of the Lord, he said with a smile, we ought not to forget this. He produced holy water. Sprinkling a few drops upon Bontang, and then into the slightly ajar mouth of the giant wolf. As the sacred liquid touched the menacing maw, a plume of smoke erupted. The clerics gazed intently at the beast, which neither reflexively closed its mouth nor exhibited any muscular contractions or tightening of its fur. It was indeed lifeless. And thus they finally took their leave. It was not until noon the following day that the witch's potion of false death lost its potency. Brelan collapsed to the ground, reverting to human form, gasping for breath, his tongue mangled and bloodied. Fortunately, it was merely a few drops of holy water, and he would soon recover. Chapter 18. The departure of the Duke of Cornwall as Crelin departed, leaving behind a silence that stretched for several months. The Duke of Cornwall gradually transitioned from a state of tranquility to one of agitation. Compared to Louis, his freedoms were severely curtailed. He found himself nearly confined to his chamber, his English garments confiscated and replaced with French attire to avoid recognition by any Frenchman who might act irrationally upon discovering his identity. This predicament was unavoidable, for England and France had long been adversaries in both politics and religion. In recent decades, their economic rivalry had intensified, with both nations relying on commerce to fortify their treasuries in order to safeguard their domestic agriculture and industry. In India, they competed fiercely over cotton and textiles. In the northern Atlantic, fish became a currency of their triumphs. In North America, the furs of wild beasts became a matter of meticulous calculation, and in West Africa, they sought to plunder as many slaves as possible, subsequently transporting them to the sugar plantations scattered across the West Indies. The intensity of this conflict reached staggering heights. To illustrate, there exists a minuscule island in the Caribbean, measuring approximately 7 leagues in length and merely 2 in width, where the English and the French had clashed in battle over its ownership more than 3 times. The Duke of Cornwall, had he not found himself in dire straits, would never have willingly ventured into the besieged Paris, despite Louis's assurances. He harbored fears that someone might stealthily enter his chamber at night and sever his throat. The circumstances Brelan encountered prior to his departure further troubled him. He had intended to summon a sorcerer from the English court, yet abandoned the notion due to the proliferation of ascetics and clergy throughout Paris. While Louis could boldly shield Brelan, he, on the other hand, could not. Ever since Henry VIII severed ties with the church to establish the Anglican faith, consolidating ecclesiastical and royal authority, the English monarch had been deemed a wretched heretic in the eyes of the church. Had it not been for the necessity of countering dark forces, even the Inquisition would have completely vacated the British Isles following Henry VIII's religious reform. Moreover, he sensed that Louis's demeanor was entirely genuine, devoid of pretense or disguise. He felt deeply the goodwill extended towards him, lamenting only his inability to reciprocate at that moment. Thus, Louis jestingly remarked, "I may require a port, ideally one closer to Paris and to you, allowing me to traverse by boat to visit you whenever I wish, and for you to do the same." To which the Duke of Cornwall graciously responded, "Very well, I vow to repay your kindness tenfold." In the court, no secrets remained. While Queen Anne and Cardinal Mazarin had heard whispers of their exchange, they merely chuckled, for one was but an 11-year-old child, and the other a prince in exile. Their fates were uncertain, and no one could predict how much of such banter might metamorphose into reality. The Duke of Cornwall departed on the coldest of days, finally shedding his French garments for English attire, with the beaver skin cloak gifted by Louis wrapped around him to avoid drawing attention. Brelan and several guards, equally tall in stature, surrounded the prince as he left, notably without riding horses this time. Charles's departure relieved Louis, who then turned his attention towards Paris, a city both chaotic and significant, particularly vital to him at that juncture. Chapter 19. The ambitious Monsieur de la Riviere. Paris at this juncture was a maelstrom of disorder. To Louis's understanding, the hierarchy was roughly as follows. At the apex, of course, were the king, his brother, and the queen mother. Next came princely figures such as the Prince de Condaminium and the Duke of Orleans, Gaston. Closely following were the eminent cardinals, rivaled only by esteemed marshals and generals. Then came the root of the unrest, members of the high court, financiers, and prominent lenders, along with the superintendents whom the former despised. Below them were lawyers, ordinary clergy, and physicians, succeeded by stockbrokers and merchants. Serving all these were painters, architects, sculptors, and novelists. Lower still were artisans, servants, and the urban and rural poor. Additionally, there existed those who subsisted by serving the royalty and nobility, akin to a shoal of fish trailing a whale, feeding on discarded scraps. Specifically, these included private chaplains, clerks, stewards and managers, police officers, agents, valets, cooks, and coachmen. During the prior Fronde, beyond the private armies and guards of nobles and magistrates, the most numerous were the Parisians themselves, those who ought to have been loyal to Louis. Their susceptibility to incitement was not without cause. Compared to those favored and enriched by the king, such as Richelieu, the common people of Paris lived in abject poverty. They bore heavy taxes, rent, water fees, bread costs, and sundry expenses. Their dwellings lacked glazed windows and had dilapidated doors. Some cooked directly on the floor of their rooms. They were frequently ill, unable to afford medical care. Some could not even afford a wife. At times, landlords would discover their tenants had died while collecting rent. And in this seemingly endless misery, pressure continued to mount. Though Louis could not yet meddle in state affairs, he was privy to certain matters. For instance, a loaf of bread in Paris now cost nearly 20 sous a pound. Here, we must briefly address the French monetary system of the mid-17th century. Livre and sou were familiar terms, but neither was a circulating currency, merely units of account. 1 livre equaled about half a pound to a pound of silver, or 20 sous. Thus, the French of the 17th century primarily used gold louis, cos, deniers, and liards. The gold louis, a gold coin, was worth 12 to 20 livres, 1 livre equaling 20 sous. A silver cu was worth 6 livres 12 sous. A small cu was worth 3 livres 6 sous. 1 sou equaled 20 copper deniers, and 1 denier was equivalent to 3 copper liards. In contemporary terms, a pound of bread cost approximately 3 to 500 yuan. Regrettably, he could not persuade Queen Mazarin. The concept of charity was absent then. A starving person was deemed insufficiently diligent, and illness was seen as divine punishment. Even Cardinal Mazarin opposed Louis's ideas. Shiny cos and golden louis were for fine clothes, delectable foods, horses, hunting rifles, or even gambling, but to provide for the poor, unheard of. Upon hearing Mazarin's words, Louis knew the matter was closed. He suspected Mazarin accepted bribes from merchants, a common practice in court since the reign of Philip IV. Ministers vied for the king's favor, then exploited it for wealth. Richelieu had done so, as did Mazarin, who would concede on minor issues to deter the young king's scrutiny. The matter Louis mentioned earlier concerned the symbiotic relationship between the royalty, the church, the Inquisition, and the underworld. The priest he had previously encountered had arrived, quite pleased. Formerly merely an abbot, he was neither a black-robed judge of the Inquisition nor an ascetic like the executioners. Recently, he had made himself a laughingstock. Believing his actions during the werewolf riots had earned him great merit, he even sought to vie with the vice-archbishop of Paris, Retz, and the Prince de Conti, Caen's brother, for a cardinal's hat from Rome. His farcical failure was the talk of Paris. Undaunted, Monsieur de la Riviere, perhaps lacking in other virtues, possessed an extraordinary hunger for power and wealth. From him, the king could learn more than from others. Thus, to divert the king's attention from wheat and bread, Mazarin sent him. Abbot de la Riviere was entering the Palais Cardinal for the first time. A residence used as a royal palace was naturally grand. It was an H-shaped complex, each building 3 stories high, with a lower level featuring a gallery supported by Doric columns, adorned with sculptures. The gallery was named accordingly. The Prow Gallery, through which de la Riviere now passed, was decorated with nautical sculptures. Beyond the Prow Gallery lay a rectangular garden, 600 feet long and 200 feet wide, with a circular fountain at its center, surrounded by manicured trees. Though it was winter, the air was clean and refreshing, indescribably so, yet pleasant. He, too, was especially clean today. Having inquired about the king's preferences, he knew the king was particularly fastidious. As mentioned, people of the time were not averse to cleanliness. Bathing was costly. The church discouraged it, and there was fear of the recent Black Death. However, they did not live in squalor. They used clean linen and warm water to wash themselves, especially their face and hands, and women their chests. Nobles changed clothes frequently, almost every few hours. Thus, despite the stench of Paris streets, those with means did not smell terrible, save for the destitute who lacked extra cloth. Their king, however, was exacting in this regard, though not yet ruling. His preferences influenced those around him. Keen to gain royal favor, de la Riviere took great care. Besides washing himself thoroughly, he applied cologne from Cologne, Germany, an expensive and wondrous liquid more precious than gold. It was worth it, for the young king smiled upon seeing him. Chapter 20. The nature of humanity. Dean Larry Vile was observing the youthful king, who was 11 years old, an age akin to the budding of new leaves. His noble lineage and divine grace bestowed upon him a visage as exquisite as that of an angel. Seated in an armchair, his legs adorned with white stockings, he wore a pair of gem blue shoes that complemented his opulent indigo coat embroidered with silver flowers. Since the reign of Louis XIII, the court had abandoned the inflated rough collar in favor of a more elegant and natural wide collar, and today's king was no exception. His collar was adorned with 3 layers of delicate lace, appearing both refined and graceful. The king graciously permitted the dean to kiss his hand and invited him to sit. "Mr. Vile," he said. Bontang brought a footstool for the dean, as his current status did not warrant a seat before the king. However, Larry Vile was unbothered and elegantly lifted his robe before slowly taking a seat. Bontang presented him with hot tea, and he restrained himself, adding about 3 spoonfuls of sugar before taking a gentle sip. "This is the finest tea I have ever tasted," he praised. "There is no beverage more warming and invigorating." Louis merely smiled. "You may add more sugar, sir." During this era, people had a profound love for sweetness. No dish was devoid of sugar. Cakes and bread contained sugar. Wine was essential with it. Stews required a touch of sugar. Roasted fish was complemented with honey. Even boiled eggs were dipped in sugar. Even a simple glass of water necessitated the presence of a sugar bowl. Fortunately, toothbrushes had emerged, along with a dental powder made from rock salt, dried iris flowers, mint, and pepper, which Louis further enriched with rose oil, thus creating the most rudimentary form of toothpaste. After all, before his time, kings had perished due to dental decay. Louis was not entirely content with the present state of life, yet he did not wish to meet the glorious God too soon. Although medical science was beginning to take shape, practices like bloodletting and purging remained stubbornly entrenched in medical texts. Moreover, at this time, there were bizarre practices in vogue, such as using human body parts for medicinal purposes, from brain matter to blood, from the recently severed head of Charles I to the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. All claimed to be effective. Yet, Louis would rather face death than experience the culinary offerings of cannibals. Upon hearing this, Dean Vile immediately added 3 more spoonfuls of sugar to his cup, satisfying both himself and the king. After Louis finished his tea, he showed the dean a book he held, one concerning the legends of werewolves, which he had previously regarded as mere fantasy, but now recognized as literary nonfiction. The church acknowledged the existence of werewolves in 1414 during the Council of Constance, when Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund compelled them to do so. Dean Vile bluntly remarked that it seemed Bishop Mazarin had already alerted him to this. He was well aware that youths of Louis's age despised being treated as gullible children, and thus he resolved to answer any inquiries the king might have. However, Larry Vile continued, it would be 20 years hence before the church acknowledged the existence of vampires. In truth, both werewolves and vampires had legends that spanned nearly a millennium. The king inquired, why was the church so reluctant to admit it? Because, Vile replied, Your Majesty, the church essentially lacks any means to confront these dark creatures and demonic agents. This statement startled Louis. He had indeed witnessed clergy and monks battling werewolves. Not only werewolves, but also vampires and witches, Vile clarified, yet they are not part of the church. They belong to another group endowed with extraordinary powers, who had remained hidden in the underworld until 1231, when Pope Gregory IX unilaterally established the Inquisition in the name of the Dominican order, at which point they gradually emerged from the shadows. So they existed long before then? Louis queried. Indeed, Your Majesty, Vile affirmed, among the saints you are familiar with, 3 out of 10 were once members of their ranks. However, they are rather eccentric individuals, and even the most enlightened popes struggle to fully trust their intentions. To put it simply, most of them are ascetics, and thus their relationship with the previous. Vile gestured in a manner understood by all. The Roman Church harbors many grievances, and Rome has no desire for such individuals to meddle in its affairs. Regardless, those individuals have always taken it upon themselves to eradicate dark creatures and witches. Even if the church chooses to ignore them, they remain unperturbed. Your Majesty, I must say, they are an arrogant lot, holding no one in esteem but God. If I may speak candidly, I believe they are not so different from those werewolves and vampires. What prompted them to step forth? Louis asked. You are aware of Pope Honorius III, that venerable pontiff who accomplished much for the church. In 1220, he crowned Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire, allowing him to unify Sicily with the Holy Roman Empire. Ingratitude. Frederick II issued the decree concerning the powers of ecclesiastical lords, granting clergy various privileges, exempting the church from tax obligations, relinquishing secular authority over the church, and promising to suppress heretical churches, thus expanding the church's power to unprecedented levels. Although this was merely the final tipping point. For the monks who were hesitating to emerge from the underworld into the light of the world, this was seen as God's will. Though they always believed themselves superior in virtue and fidelity, there are moments when they can no longer endure. Endure what? The king inquired with a smile. Chapter 21. A glimpse behind the veil. Louis contemplated the situation. Although the church acknowledged the existence of werewolves and vampires around the year 1414, this did not imply that dark creatures had not roamed the world before that time. The saints of the church had been documenting such phenomena since 54 BC. This meant that those who, whether true or not, possessed extraordinary powers had been concealed in battles against darkness and cruelty for a millennium. Perhaps in the beginning, they were indeed pious and diligent individuals, laboring solely for the Lord. Yet, even the wise King Solomon fell into folly in his later years. How could one expect a group of powerful mortals, who still required sustenance and shelter, to remain untainted? The king soon pondered a question. Were these ascetic monks and cloaked judges selecting their disciples from among mortals, or from their own kin? This query elicited a surprised glance from Dean Laville, for it was not a question one would expect from an 11-year-old child, untrained in any formal teachings. In his own youth, he had only grasped the concepts of bread, sparrows, and the skirts of maidens. Indeed, Your Majesty, while they do choose disciples from among mortals inspired by the Holy Spirit, the majority hail from their own families. Louis nodded, understanding that initially, those endowed with extraordinary abilities were likely few in number. In such a scenario, maintaining traditions or adhering to strictures was a simple affair. However, as time passed, perhaps to counter the rapidly expanding darkness or due to the erosion of faith by worldly emotions, some monks returned to secular life, marrying and begetting children who inherited their insights into the Holy Spirit, thus becoming significant forces against heresy. This brought to his mind another matter. Did the Knights Templar have any connection to this? The Knights Templar had indeed branched off from these monks. Dean Laville, admiring the young king's perceptiveness, remarked, "To put it plainly, Your Majesty, they represent an attempt by the church." Louis mused that had he been in their position, he too would not have idly watched such power drift beyond control. He reflected on the church's struggles prior to the disintegration of the Roman Empire in 395 AD, where its progress was fraught with difficulty, so much so that even bishops and popes faced martyrdom. It was not until 756 AD, when King Pepin of the Franks offered land, that the church could finally lay its foundations. The ensuing centuries saw internal strife, culminating in the schism between the Eastern and Western churches. At this juncture, Dean Laville swallowed hard. He was aware of certain peculiarities due to his unique position, but he scrutinized the king's expression, noting the innocent curiosity in his beautiful blue eyes. Such matters were, after all, open secrets within the church. Philip IV, regrettably, was an ancestor of this young king. Even if he remained silent now, once the king ascended to power, he would inevitably learn the truth. The dean, eager to secure the favor of those in power, yearned for a day when he might ascend to a position akin to that of Richelieu or Mazarin. After careful consideration, he shifted his stool closer to the king and leaned in, lowering his voice as much as possible. "I can tell you, Your Majesty, but you must promise not to disclose it. It bears an indelible connection to your ancestor, Philip III of the Cape Tion line." Louis raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Seeing that the king was not angered by his presumptuousness but rather intrigued, Laville felt emboldened. "Your Majesty, are you familiar with the phrase, 'if they are indeed innocent, why not let them be tried by fire to prove their purity?'" Louis pondered and shook his head. This phrase had been inscribed in a secret letter by Philip IV, a letter that led his officials to arrest all members of the Knights Templar without hesitation, subjecting them to grievous torture. Dean Laville whispered, "Though the punishments of that era were rather crude, they bound the accused to iron frames, coated their feet and bodies in grease, and then placed them over flames. The cries of the tortured were agonizing, and they answered every inquiry. Would such actions not result in wrongful accusations?" Louis inquired. "That must be attributed to Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Templar Order. After his appointment, he foolishly divulged certain internal matters to Pope Clement V, involving former Pope Boniface VIII and Philip III. The intricate details astonished Clement V, who subsequently relayed the information to Philip IV. It was precisely for this reason that the dreadful letter was issued. Were there connections between these two figures? Louis mused. Some say that Philip III's widow poisoned his eldest son to secure the throne for her own offspring. He added, "Isn't a wife who is a witch merely a further curse?" Laville replied. Moreover, Philip IV evidently believed in another narrative. The venomous nature of that letter suggests how enraged he was at the time. So, all accusations were indeed rooted in truth, particularly the sordid aspects. Alas, Your Majesty, I should not speak of these things, for they shall surely tarnish your ears. Do not keep me in suspense, the king urged, pouring tea for the corpulent gossip-monger and adding copious amounts of sugar. Well, since you command me to speak, I shall reveal a fragment. They, indeed committed acts of profound blasphemy. Dean Laville made furtive gestures. Your Majesty, you are still but a child. First, the newly admitted knights would kiss their elders. Then the elders would kiss the new knights, after which they would take a cross, place it beneath their feet, and spit upon it, urinating upon it. How mad! How utterly depraved! Louis exclaimed. Nay, Your Majesty, they truly engaged in such acts. Alas, Louis sighed. That is indeed quite wicked. The wickedness escalated, Laville continued. In secret, they would treat it as the Eucharist, passing the Holy Grail among themselves, engaging in many frenzied acts before the cross. Is this not the behavior only heretics would exhibit? Louis questioned. Indeed, Laville affirmed. Philip IV idolized his grandfather, Louis IX. During his reign, Louis IX was canonized a saint. He attributed the deaths of both his grandfather and his brother to the evil rituals executed by his father when secretly inducted into the order. Even with Clement V's pleas for clemency, he insisted on executing the majority of the Knights Templar. How could there be hope for mercy? According to the Knights Templars' accounts, Laville explained, they fought against pagans for an extended period. To avoid humiliation and torture if captured by infidels, they devised a set of initiation rites and training protocols. Louis chuckled, reclining in his chair. Should they not maintain their integrity under any circumstances? This exchange delighted Louis, compared to his current theological instructor, Father Poitiers, who served Queen Anne. Laville was certainly more intriguing. He regarded this eager man, who sought power, and remarked, You are far more entertaining than my theology teacher. I would prefer you as my tutor. Larry Villar's plump face instantly blossomed with an excited flush, rendering him akin to the revered saint adored by children. How immensely honored. He even stumbled slightly over his words. I am most willing, Your Majesty, I am most willing. I must consult with Mr. Bishop and my mother. But I believe they would acquiesce. Louis remarked that had it been a minister or a clever individual, Mazarin and Queen Anne might have deliberated further, but Larry Villar, known to every Parisian as an insufferable buffoon daring to contend with Bishop Reyes and Prince Conti, was merely a jester in Mazarin's eyes, handed over to Louis for amusement. Then let us continue our discourse, Louis resumed. Since the Church supported the Knights Templar in 1129, how could they have established the Inquisition in 1231? Does the Church's perspective on these extraordinary beings still align? Louis inquired. Not entirely consistent, Larry Villar replied. It is not merely a matter of the Church, but rather the black-robed judges of the Inquisition and the ascetics. The monks are indeed a primary force, yet the judges undoubtedly seek the favor of the powerful, primarily because, well, the monks must maintain a semblance of piety, of course, while their devotion, though commendable, must not lack respect for the Roman Church. I must admit, at times, those individuals do lack in deserving respect, but you must understand. Larry Villar struggled to find the appropriate descriptors. The tall tree stands out in the forest. The wind must surely fell it, Louis stated. Ah, precisely so, Larry Villar seized the opportunity to flatter. Such a profound saying, worthy of inscribing in the Bible. Your Majesty, allow me to repeat. The tall tree stands out in the forest. The wind must surely fell it. Oh God, how accurate and poetic those words are. I yearn to share them with everyone immediately. Louis chuckled. Enough, Dean, that phrase may not be entirely suitable here. I suspect they despise those ascetics because their piety highlights the irreverence of some others. Indeed, Larry Villar said meaningfully, that is the most lethal aspect. And what of the black-robed judges? They are quite similar, to be honest. After all, they harbor wives and children kept in secrecy, and they must consider their own interests. Does the Church not desire to treat those monks as they did the Knights Templar? Quite difficult. Larry Villar stated solemnly. Only the most devout monks can wield the sharp sword capable of restraining dark entities, if they indulge in worldly pleasures. Even the most gifted among them shall be extinguished among mortals. The Church requires their strength. Without it, their existence is rendered meaningless. It seems the Church is also troubled, Louis remarked. Lacking piety, they possess no strength. Yet if they are sufficiently pious, the Church's actions will be called into question. Larry Viller laughed heartily. Precisely, Your Majesty. But to expect them to relinquish such power is impossible, be it the Inquisition or Rome. The Church's burgeoning authority regarding the power of monastic lords is closely intertwined with those monks. However, the Church's situation has drastically declined of late, for, after all, worldly power is also on the rise. Indeed, Larry Viller sighed. Especially with the advent of firearms, mortals possess their own means to retaliate against dark beings. Yet one must have ample firearms and ammunition, as well as sufficient soldiers, Louis stated, brave soldiers. Just like his musketeers, there must be superiority in numbers and firepower, otherwise, mortals will ultimately falter against those dark entities. Larry Viller pondered in silence, for the current king lacked even his own army. Why should he bring forth His Majesty's sorrowful matters? Nevertheless, his gaze could not help but linger on the king's red sash. At this juncture, various factions in Paris maintained their own armies, and to distinguish friend from foe, officers donned shoulder sashes of assorted colors. The royalists wore white, Prince Conti donned chestnut brown, and Duke Gaston of Orleans wore dark blue. Mazarin. Alas, this bishop also commanded an army, their sashes green. Whereas the king had but a few musketeers and young attendants by his side, reportedly having lost many in prior assassination attempts. As Larry Viller contemplated whether to offer a sum of money as a gesture of loyalty, the king suddenly called his name warmly. Mr. Larry Viller. He said, if you are willing, I have a task for you to undertake. Pray tell. Larry Viller responded promptly with eagerness. What would you have me do, Your Majesty? Even if it requires dancing face to face with the devil, I shall comply. Louis smiled. No, I am not quite so inclined at present, Dean. I merely wish to renovate the small chapel of the Tuileries. Ah, this is a noble endeavor for the Lord, Mr. Larry Viller said. You shall be duly rewarded. Your Majesty, I grant you 10,000 livres, however you see fit, Louis replied. But I have a request. I am listening. Please endeavor to employ as many citizens of Paris as possible. Do not pay them directly, but rather provide them with bread and light wine as remuneration. 1 day's work for 1 day's pay. Men are preferable, but children and women may also suffice, so long as they can contribute. Dean Larry Viller raised his head, blinked, and then understood. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall strive to employ the utmost number of individuals. This is work for the Lord, Louis stated. The more, the merrier. Should funds run short, you may approach me at any time. Larry Viller had already resolved to supplement the costs himself. Yet merely having the privilege of an audience with the king sufficed to satisfy him. He keenly perceived the youthful king's weariness and respectfully withdrew, preparing to depart. One more thing, Louis called out to him. If it is not too much trouble, could you share how you came to know these matters? Larry Viller hesitated for a moment. I am but a humble servant of the venerable Pope Urban VIII, who made a minor error in his youth. Having said this, he bowed repeatedly before exiting. That is how it ought to be, Louis mused inwardly. Urban VIII abdicated in 1644, during the time when Richelieu held the reins of power. To counterbalance Richelieu, he deliberately promoted Mazarin, thereby introducing a humble cleric into the eyes of Louis XIII. Thus, even though Mazarin ultimately became Richelieu's unforeseen successor, he remained indebted to Urban VIII for that opportunity. Therefore, Larry Viller, although merely an abbey dean and not favored by Urban VIII, could still find himself recommended to the king. Chapter 22. The king's marriage is that the illegitimate son of Urban VIII? Louis turned his head and saw his brother Philippe peering through the door. Do not be like this, he gently admonished. It is not fitting. Bontemps, fetch a chair. He added, turning back to Philippe. Has mother gone to mass again? Yes, Philippe replied, entering the room, before the ceremony of investiture could take place. He was still adorned in a splendid silk skirt, yet concealed within his petticoat was the dagger Louis had gifted him. He approached Louis, knelt before him, and then moved to the armchair that Bontemps had brought. In this palace, only 3 individuals could sit face to face with the king, Cardinal Mazarin, Queen Anne, and the king's brother Philippe. In fact, Cardinal Mazarin disapproved of Louis's leniency towards Philippe, asserting that a prince ought to stand before the king with the decorum of a subject. "Where do you wish to dine this evening, Your Majesty?" Bontom inquired respectfully. The young king was a person of deep sentiment. He typically enjoyed his breakfast in solitude within his chamber, while lunch varied with time and place, sometimes in his study, at others in the courtyard, or even in the forest during his hunting excursions. However, dinner was generally shared with the Queen Mother, his brother, and family members, including Queen Mary of England and Princess Henrietta, or perhaps the Duchess of Montpensier or Prince Conde. During dinner, they would exchange amusing anecdotes and occasionally indulge in music. The king took a personal interest in the evening's fare, striving to accommodate everyone's tastes while ensuring both health and delight. "Today, Philippe and I shall dine in the small hall," Louis stated. This hall was a ground-floor corridor of the Richelieu residence facing the garden, located at the end of the stern gallery. Though enclosed on 3 sides, this became an advantage during the harsh winter, as the compact space required only a small amount of coal to warm it. The royal household was not concerned about the cost of coal. Yet the thought of the starving multitudes outside was unbearable for Louis, who could not tolerate such unnecessary extravagance. He rose from his seat, and Philippe quickly followed suit, extending his arm toward the king. Although the Queen Mother referred to him as "my little girl," and attendants treated him with the deference due to a princess, Philippe maintained a sense of his own identity, akin to an indignant knight ready to offer his arm to the king, serving both as the king's support and shield. The wardrobe master behind Bontom promptly stepped outside to instruct the dress attendants. After a brief wait, the king and his brother donned their hats and heavy cloaks, arm in arm, as they made their way to the small hall. Although tradition dictated the presence of forced soups, Louis had long since abolished such customs. Gluttony had become a means of flaunting wealth and power. However, for a king yet to engage in state affairs, such ostentation was unnecessary. Next came a roasted duck stuffed with apples. The king selected only some duck breast and the accompanying apples, which, aside from pineapples and bananas, were perhaps the sole fruits that became sweeter when roasted. The succulent duck skin was rendered more palatable by the sweet and sour juices of the apples. Philippe, on the other hand, relished a pair of duck legs. The third course featured pieces of roasted lamb, slices of ham, boiled eggs, and cheese. Louis again chose only a few slices of ham, intending to wrap them with thinly sliced lettuce and cheese and bread once the main course arrived. This method became known as King's bread and quickly gained popularity among the noble elite, even Cardinal Mazarin indulging in it during his busy hours. Following this, 3 varieties of jam were presented: cranberry, peach, and blackberry. The king chose some cranberry jam, spreading a small amount on a piece of bread, thus concluding the meal. Philippe, however, indulged in a considerable amount of jam, for in winter, when fresh fruit was scarce, jam became the primary substitute. Louis remained cautious about this sugary concoction. Yet from the Queen Mother to Philippe, none regarded it with anything less than reverence. Finally, the attendants brought forth milk, which caused Philippe to furrow his brow. He disliked milk. Yet, it was a requirement imposed by his royal brother, as it was said to promote growth. "The king insists," Louis remarked, watching as Philippe reluctantly poured several spoonfuls of jam into the milk before managing to drink it. Amused yet exasperated, Louis had previously instructed the cook to add almonds to the milk to mask its unpalatable taste to children. Yet this approach quickly met with the Queen Mother's disapproval. For most poisons bore an almond flavor. When food carried such a taste, it was difficult to ascertain whether it might suddenly turn lethal. This was no jest. It had been mentioned that the unfortunate firstborn of Philip III had perished due to a sauce containing crushed cherry pits. Both Philippe and Louis drank their milk. They were at a crucial stage of development, requiring a solid foundation. This was no trivial matter, for both the king and the duke would need to take the field in due course, not to mention the lurking threats from another world, with unseen foes eyeing them without the slightest reverence, much like the citizens of Paris. Inform today's chef that the braised pigeon was excellently prepared. Reward him with a small cu, Louis instructed. And please prepare an additional portion for my aunt and cousin. It is far too cold. And the soup should have extra pepper. Bontom immediately took his leave to fulfill the orders. Philippe, lazily nibbling on a pickled olive, could not suppress a pout. Louis shot him a stern look. "Do not act like this, Philippe. They are our kin, and we ought to care for them." "But they say it is because you have fallen for Henrietta," Philippe retorted. "What nonsense is this?" Louis replied angrily. "I should give a thorough warning to those around you. Henrietta is merely 6 years old. What sort of person could fall in love with a 6-year-old child?" Philippe fell silent for a moment. "Well then," he said, "Mother is quite concerned about this. They are not preparing to let Henrietta become your wife. He fiddled with the silver cutlery before him, which had been brought to the French court by Marie de Medici after her marriage, during a time when the court preferred to eat with their fingers. At that time, clerics had criticized the Medici girl for her excessive luxury, and from the reign of Louis XIII onward, the court gradually returned to previous customs. By the time Louis XIV could decide for himself how to dine, knives and forks were reinstated on the table. What have you learned? Louis, not often mingling with the Queen Mother, might not possess as much insight as Philippe. Due to your earlier insistence, Philippe said, your leniency towards the Duke of Cornwall, Charles, has raised some suspicions among certain individuals. They may be unable to accept an English princess as Queen of France, though Queen Mary of England and Princess Henrietta appear quite eager for this union. They are correct, Louis replied. I will not choose Henrietta as my wife. Why? Do you not love her? Philippe probed. Though I find her disagreeable, from the perspectives of status, beauty, and refinement, Henrietta is indeed a commendable choice. Louis smiled faintly. Ever since he realized his identity as Louis XIV, he had understood that his future marriage would not merely hinge upon the considerations of love and status. I will not marry Henrietta. He reiterated that England and France were akin to two swords, destined to be adversarial and incapable of coexisting. His assistance to the Duke of Cornwall stemmed from the necessity, as a king, to firmly oppose the rebels. His future bride must undoubtedly hail from a nation that could foster mutual benefits with France. Thus Henrietta was ruled out from the outset. Philippe apparently wished to convey more. Yet a sudden, crisp click emanated from outside the door. The king immediately sprang from his chair and rushed out, only to find the hallway empty. As he noted the dereliction of duty of his attendant, he bent down to retrieve a small pouch that struck him as familiar. Bringing it to his nose, he detected a pungent scent of sulfur, instantly discerning the identity of its owner. It's nothing, he reassured Philippe, who wore a similarly anxious expression. I know who that was. He paused briefly, not an enemy. Chapter 23 The Little Witch's Fantasy. He declared that he would not take Princess Henrietta as his wife. Yet, she was a witch, and her family did not wish for her to exist merely as a witch within the palace. They placed their hopes not on her understanding and mastery of magic, but rather on her beauty and voice. For Mary, this was a profound disgrace. She was unwilling to relinquish her identity as a witch. She longed for her husband to believe in her, to comprehend her, to support her, and even to appreciate the exquisite nature of magic. The dilemma, however, was that even as a child, she understood this was nearly impossible. In the underworld, there were indeed male and female witches who, having fallen in love with mortals from the upper world, inadvertently revealed their identities, leading to tragic outcomes. Either the witch killed their beloved, or the lover betrayed them, resulting in the witch's execution. Thus, even stemming from a girl's wistful dreams, this image remained vague, elusive, and difficult to envision. It was not until she stood shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty the King against a horde of werewolves on that dreadful night that everything changed. Upon their first encounter, he recognized her as a witch. Mary had worried that the king might react like the mortals described by witches, succumbing to fear upon witnessing their spells and then descending into madness. Clearly, this was not the case. His Majesty accepted her existence without trepidation, nor did he seek to flatter her. His demeanor could only be described as that of a musician, a cleric, or a scholar, treating the once dreaded incantations merely as skills akin to cooking or baking. He calmly embraced both her and her magic. When she animatedly recounted tales of the underworld, he listened intently, devoid of discomfort or anger, approaching her with genuine interest and enthusiasm. It was unclear when the once blurred image sharpened into clarity. So vivid it seemed poised to manifest before her at any moment. Until today, when she overheard those words outside the door, Louis suddenly merged with that image. Realizing this, Mary panicked, uncertain of how to respond, and inadvertently snapped the string of her small pouch. When she noticed Louis approaching her, she turned and fled without hesitation. She could not face him, not today, nor perhaps for several days to come. Just as she was at a loss, Louis arrived. The king could refuse audiences, but within the Richelieu residence, no one could deny the king's visit. Mary, her face flushed, approached the king, who mistook her for having overindulged in drink. "This is your pouch," he said, handing it back to her. "Be cautious, Miss Mancini," he added kindly. "Paris is rife with Inquisition agents, and there may be those with ulterior motives who might engage in inappropriate actions." Mary expressed her heartfelt gratitude, fully aware of her misstep. Yet she respectfully curtsied and thanked the king. This took Louis by surprise. Miss Mancini was perhaps the most audacious of those around him. She seldom regarded him as a king, often calling him by his name, Louis, and would walk ahead of him or insist on sharing a carriage ride. For this reason, among the many ladies in waiting, Mary Mancini left the most profound impression on him. Louis was never angered by her lack of decorum. Her vivacity transported him back to the past. And perhaps it was for this reason that he enjoyed her company. Louis waited patiently as Mary appeared somewhat dazed, which concerned him. He reached out and gently touched her forehead. The coolness of his fingers roused her to awareness. She knew she should kneel and properly bid farewell to His Majesty. But she had previously wished to avoid him, and now she was reluctant to let him depart. "What is the matter, Mary?" Louis inquired. "Rest assured, I found this pouch and no one else has seen it. Keep it safe, and ensure there is no next time." "Yes," Mary replied, her gaze lowered, scarcely daring to meet Louis's eyes. "I will be careful." He was about to turn away when she tugged him back. "What are you doing, Mary?" the king asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. "This is somewhat impolite." He almost reproached her, but the little girl raised her head, her bright eyes capable of calming even a furious lion. "Very well," she said softly. "Your Majesty, I am willing to accompany you anywhere." Louis, with a resigned gesture, brushed his hand through her curly hair. "Then you must rest well," he advised. "Don't cause others to worry." In truth, visiting the marketplace was Louis's idea. He sought a deeper understanding of Paris and its people. With the Inquisition's black-robed judges and ascetics occasionally appearing on the streets, Paris's security had improved significantly. The marketplace had reopened 3 months ago, and in this era devoid of entertainment, the bustling market attracted not only commoners and merchants, but also the nobility and officials. Queen Anne had previously suggested a visit to the market, and so too had the Duchess of Montpensier, who had been lamenting her desire to escape the confines of the Richelieu residence. "What is this?" the king asked. 1,000 gold Louis from mother, and 5,000 gold Louis from me," Philip replied. "For you, your Majesty. Although we do not comprehend your insistence, should you wish to proceed, do not hesitate to inform us." "I did not intend for you to spend your money," Louis responded. "But we are far wealthier than you," Philip bluntly remarked. "Louis, this is not for the king, it is for the son and brother." Chapter 24. The Red Child Market having reached a consensus. The itinerary for the following day was swiftly submitted to Cardinal Mazarin. He meticulously examined the royal missive, not merely to ascertain its authenticity, but rather to gauge the young king's proficiency and familiarity with such correspondence. Upon completing his review, he inscribed beneath the letter, "With utmost obedience," followed by his signature. He then appended a note to his mercenary leader, instructing him to dispatch 100 strong and handsome young men to ensure the safety of the Queen Mother, the king, and the younger brother during their outing the next day, with each man to receive a stipend of 1 gold Louis. Before dispatching the letter, he also summoned a trusted cleric to invite the presiding judge of the Inquisition to his presence. In exchange for 1,000 gold Louis, he secured the judge's promise that no werewolves or vampires would roam the streets of Paris on the morrow. This particular gentleman, Alario, was notably young, with slender brown eyes that sparkled like a fox's when he smiled. As he inspected the tightly packed gold coins in the small chest, he nonchalantly mentioned receiving a letter from Mr. Maidalcini the previous day. In the letter, Mr. Maidalcini, now a proxy for divine authority, expressed his strong disapproval of the Inquisition's ambiguous stance towards the French monarchy, urging their swift withdrawal from Paris until Cardinal Mazarin consented to their demands, ceasing to shelter the Barberini family of Urban VIII and expelling them from the city. However, out of gratitude for the elevation bestowed by Urban VIII, Cardinal Mazarin had no intention of complying. Furthermore, he had received considerable gifts from the Barberini family, and France was not intimidated by Innocent X. The only miscalculation was that the Church had seized upon the civil unrest in Paris to urgently summon the Inquisition's presiding judge, leading to an ambush by a pack of Serbian werewolves against the royal entourage. Fortunately, Mazarin had a trump card in Alario. It must be stated unequivocally that while Alario and Cardinal Mazarin shared a common stance, matters of state were to be conducted with due formality. The denizens of the inner world had also advised Alario not to lean too heavily towards the public sphere, a sentiment neither the Holy Father nor Cardinal Mazarin endorsed. For Alario, any matter resolvable with gold Louis was not a matter at all, and it also served to convey goodwill to the people of the inner world. "Do you still have enough wheat?" "Quite enough," Alario replied. "Perhaps you could provide us with some grease as well." If not for the king's adamant objection, he might have succeeded. Gazing at that unsightly visage, Cardinal Mazarin had several times been tempted to open his drawer and throw the letter from Vice Cardinal Res upon the face of Prince Condaminium and Duke Gaston of Orleans. However, he ultimately restrained his anger and politely sent him away. He also reminded Vice Cardinal Res that the king was keen on restoring the chapel of the Tuileries, a matter of piety that the Vice Cardinal could not afford to overlook. Thus, unexpectedly, the king received 2 remittances, one from Cardinal Mazarin, amounting to 1,000 gold Louis, and another from Vice Cardinal Res, totaling 1,500 gold Louis. This simplified his tasks considerably. Naturally, these remittances would not all be exchanged for bread, as that would merely satiate the avaricious grain merchants. The king entrusted this matter to Mr. Fouquet, the intendant, who was presented with yet another opportunity to prove himself. He would convert the funds into the maximum quantity of oats, rye, peas, and other coarse grains, ensuring that anyone willing to work at the chapel would receive provisions directly. Regrettably, even though the king relied heavily on him, he inadvertently provided Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the merchant who supplied the king with horses, an opportunity as well. His task, however, was far more perilous and challenging than Fouquet's, as he was to journey to Italy to procure as much corn as possible, a crop that was cultivated in France, yet remained unfamiliar to the citizens of Paris. Thus its price had not yet been inflated by unscrupulous merchants. The king stood at the window, watching Colbert ride away from the Richelieu residence. Initially, he cautiously walked alongside his horse, but upon reaching the corner, he could no longer contain his excitement and leapt onto the saddle, galloping away. Indeed, such merchants, accompanying the royal entourage, were fortunate to catch a glimpse of the nobility only when the gates were guarded. Yet, he had already entered the inner sanctum, serving the king alongside those esteemed lords. "Best not to let me down," Louis murmured, for both the cardinal and the queen mother disapproved of the king's appointment of Colbert, as he was even less distinguished than Nicolas Fouquet. Fouquet's grandfather, father, and himself were all intendants to the king, which afforded him a status that could be considered a semblance of nobility, albeit one attained through the annual payment of the poll tax rather than through noble blood or merit. Nevertheless, such a position was undoubtedly superior to that of an ordinary merchant. Convincing them would not be an easy feat, and one could imagine that if Colbert failed in this endeavor, it would become exceedingly difficult for Louis to elevate anyone else in the future. Consequently, Mr. Colbert not only risked losing his chance to rise, but potentially faced a noose awaiting him. This night, the king retired later than usual, yet still earlier than most in the court. As the bells of Notre Dame chimed 5, the citizens had already settled into slumber, while the court's evening was only just commencing. If there were no ball, the queen mother and the noble women would undoubtedly be engaged in gambling. Entertainment was scant in this era, and Louis contemplated whether he could devise some games to replace gambling. Yet, thinking of the tasks he might soon undertake, he gently set the thought aside. "Prince Philippe sends his regards and inquires after your well-being. Princess Henrietta sends her regards and inquires after your well-being. Miss Marie Mancini." After waiting a considerable time for the next words, Louis donned his linen nightgown. "What is it?" Bontemps glanced around. Confirming that only the king and he were present, "Miss Mancini hopes I might deliver this to you. She said placing it beneath your pillow would ensure a restful and invigorating sleep." Bontemps hesitated for good reason, for what Miss Mancini had given him resembled some sort of cursed tool. It was an acorn, dyed a vivid green, its lower half carved into the shape of a closed eye, with eyelids and iris distinctly recognizable, inscribed with peculiar script, affixed to a silver base shaped like a raven's wing. The king sighed softly, dismissing it as mere folly of a young girl. "Bontemps, give it to me." He took the acorn from the still reluctant Bontemps and placed it beneath his pillow amidst the chamberlain's unspoken concerns. Indeed, he slept remarkably well that night, scarcely believing he had turned over in his dreams. Bontemps opened the window, allowing the crisp, cool air to flood the room, accompanied by the transparent, radiant golden morning light. At this moment, there remained at least 2 tolls of the bell before the queen mother would awaken. Farmers, townsfolk, and itinerant merchants had already appeared on the streets. The king had partaken of a simple breakfast before embarking on his 2 lessons in fencing and dance. During the dance class, Prince Philippe was his partner, while he donned his new attire during the fencing session. After the lessons concluded, he indulged in a portion of cheese in the bathtub, awaiting Prince Philippe in the small reception room outside the Queen Mother's chamber. Approximately an hour and a half later, the Queen Mother had completed her dressing and grooming. And by this time, the bell had chimed thrice, marking noon. Yet for the Queen Mother, it was still a day specially designated for rising early to visit the market. After attending the Mass, their luncheon was naturally held at the Richelieu residence. Although centuries hence, people would be more inclined to savor gourmet delights while strolling. The Parisian market of this era was predominantly filled with chalk and sawdust, devoid of leavened bread, tainted wine mixed with murky river water, clay-roasted ducks, and cheese teeming with maggots, its surface gleaming only due to a layer of grease. When a throng finally departed from the Richelieu residence, the sunlight had begun to slant. Fortunately, the market selected by Monsieur the Bishop, known as the Red Children's Market, was not far from the residence. Established during the reign of Louis XIII, it was spacious and orderly, with the street's excrement not yet piled too high. The thoroughfare boasted 3 or 4 noteworthy jewelers and silk shops, alongside coppersmiths, bakeries, and workshops for ceramics and toys. In the square, one could find stalls selling fruits and vegetables, as well as livestock vendors. Further along, near the Seine River, lay the fish market, notorious for the considerable amount of water required to process fish, along with heaps of fish skins, scales, and entrails needing disposal. Monsieur the Bishop advised the king against venturing there, for the stench could be suffocating. Then, do you simply discard this noxious refuse into the Seine and continue to draw water from it? The king and the distinguished nobles, of course, could not walk. They traveled in an open carriage, escorted by musketeers and mercenaries towards the Red Children's Market. As they approached the market, a group of children clad in red cloaks emerged from a somber gray building, bowing to the king under the direction of a clergyman, chanting "Long live the king." These were the children from the St. Mary's orphanage. Observing the king, Fouquet noticed a look of confusion upon his face and promptly leaned forward, saying, "They always wear red cloaks, which is why this market is called the Red Children's Market." The oldest among them appeared scarcely older than Prince Philippe. The king extended his hand to Fouquet, who immediately understood the cue and produced his purse. The king retrieved a large sou from within and handed it to a musketeer standing by the carriage. "Take this to the clergyman and have him prepare a bowl of cabbage soup for the children, with cheese and butter included." The musketeer promptly complied, and the king returned the purse to Fouquet. Fouquet seemed eager to commend the king's generosity, yet by this time, the market had arrived, and the king was drawn away by a loud vendor's cry, leaving the nobleman to begrudgingly close his mouth as he gazed at the king's pale golden crown of hair. Chapter 25. The overzealous officer of the marketplace had evidently undergone some sprucing up, as the cries of vendors reached his ears, emanating from a rosy-cheeked woman, her chest held high. Her stall was replete with an assortment of vegetables that were likely rare in this locale: chicory, white asparagus, artichokes, angelica, a type of root, cabbage, ginger, and beetroot. Except for the angelica, cabbage, and beetroot, these vegetables were beyond the means of the common folk. Not to mention that even some of the more financially constrained merchants or nobles in Paris might find them unaffordable. Queen Anne, with utmost seriousness, purchased a selection of white chicory, cabbage, and beetroot, entrusting them to Miss Marie Mancini, who carried the delicately crafted basket wrapped in silk to spare her tender hands from injury. Queen Mary of England and Princess Henrietta each chose some pristine vegetables, handing them to their attendant, Louise. The king's gaze fell upon her before swiftly averting. No one knew how anxious Louise felt under the king's scrutiny as it lingered on her gloved hands. Her father, Sieur Lawn, was a werewolf, and she was too. Yet, a mere glance at her petite fingers would reveal no signs of her lycanthropic heritage. Upon her arrival in Paris to serve the princess, her father had resolutely severed a portion of her ring finger with pliers, ensuring that even in her werewolf form, she would have one less claw. Moreover, that finger bore no nail, allowing her to keep her gloves on while dining or assisting the princess, thus concealing her secret. Louis observed her without ulterior motives, merely curious about how many had chosen the white chicory he favored. He then selected the artichokes preferred by his brother, Philippe, who was less fond of eating them than he was of the amusement derived from peeling away the layers, savoring only the tender tip. As he shared the common aversion to vegetables that most children did, partaking in them solely due to the king's insistence. Ultimately, the king lingered for a moment over the chicory leaves. Indeed, they were favored by Marie. His fingers hesitated slightly, an action somewhat unbecoming, but under Marie's earnest gaze. He finally placed a handful of chicory into the basket she held. People could question whether she was still the original Princess Henrietta. After all, a child evolves daily. They could also challenge her legitimacy as a scion of Charles I. It was well known that Queen Mary had not enjoyed amicable relations with the English Protestants due to her religious beliefs. Did Henrietta harbor affection for Louis? Certainly, though still a child. In this era, children matured faster than the fruit upon trees. Henrietta's mother had wed Charles I at the tender age of 15, a late marriage among princesses, as many were wed by 12. Generally, suitors began to be sought for a princess by the age of 8 or 9. Born in 1644, Henrietta was now 7 years old, having never enjoyed the privileges befitting a princess, living in Paris under the roofs of others. With the hardships of Saint-Germain-en-Laye leaving a profound impression. Not to mention, without Louis's intervention, she might have succumbed to a relentless fever. Her feelings for Louis, bordering on affection, were entirely natural. Yet, even this faint hope was ruthlessly extinguished by the Queen Mother and Cardinal Mazarin. Philippe's animosity toward her seemed almost baseless. Yet he allowed Miss Marie Mancini to approach the king with a certain indulgence, for her humble status would ensure that, should the king truly fall for her, she could at most assume the title of an official royal mistress. Since the late 15th century, every court had such arrangements, where they could gain titles, satisfactory marriages, engage in corruption, and even partake in governance, but they would never influence the king's matrimonial bonds or usurp the queen's position. Princess Henrietta gazed into Mancini's eyes, unsure which of them was more pitiable, herself or Mancini. Louis, oblivious to the girl's glances, was far more preoccupied with the polished and tidied streets. While facades could be adorned, the essence of the buildings remained immutable. Most structures here were no taller than 4 stories. The houses at the children's market appeared orderly and charming. As per tradition, the ground floor contained shops and taverns, with the owners' quarters above. Their windows displaying the Bourbon fleur-de-lis, albeit poorly crafted, yet vibrantly colored. The 3rd and 4th floors housed either rented rooms or accommodations for servants, with several small windows ajar, revealing curious eyes. A young man leaned out, fervently waving his hat. His companion looked on in disbelief. "Sebastian," he whispered, "that's the king." "What of it?" His companion retorted. "We owe our loyalty to Prince Conde. And Prince Condominium is loyal to the king," Sebastian immediately countered. His companion hesitated. Indeed, many knew that Prince Condominium held little respect for the royal family. From Queen and to King Louis, and from Cardinal Mazarin to Philippe, all were subjects of his grievances. His soldiers, of course, served more for the promise of pay and rewards from Prince Condominium than for any loyalty to the crown. Some among them might never even glimpse the king, remaining entirely oblivious to the royal lineage. From Saint-Germain-en-Laye to Paris, tales circulated that either Prince Condominium or Duke Gaston of Orleans would supplant Louis as king. Yet such thoughts were clearly unsuitable for conversation with his friend. He had previously assumed Sebastian's fervor for the king was mere pretense, but it now appeared he had gravely misjudged. A headache began to brew, accompanied by deep concern for the impending audience with Prince Conde. Chapter 26. The bustling market unbeknownst to the king. A devoted admirer lingered nearby as they advanced through the market. Beyond the exquisite stalls of fruits and vegetables, there lay vendors of cheese and spices, overseen by gentle and attractive merchants who greeted the Queen Mother and the king with deep bows, clearly exhibiting their training. The goods they offered were remarkably clean and refined. Behind this appetizing display were the shops from the erstwhile Red Children's Market, where shopkeepers stood at the entrances, bowing deeply. The first was a merchant from Burgundy, engaged in the trade of wine, with their finest selections already poured into glasses on an oak table, awaiting the Queen Mother's palate. She particularly favored a rose and requested that some be sent to the Richelieu residence, to which the merchant readily complied. The second shop belonged to wool merchants from Leicester, renowned for their fine and soft wool, particularly the prized Cheviot variety. They presented beautiful crimson woolen cloth, French green hats, and sapphire blue leather gloves. Upon seeing these offerings, Queen Anne smiled at Queen Mary of England, remarking that she had thought only the English would display such rich colors like crimson, gray, and black, colors favored by the Protestant populace, while such vibrant hues would be deemed excessive in England. Although Queen Mary's expression darkened at the comment, she could not dispute it. Observing the situation, the two merchants quickly produced exquisite tapestries woven with soft wool and fine silk threads. one of which captured the Queen Mother's attention as the angel depicted bore a striking resemblance to young Louis. Delighted, she set aside her previous thoughts. Louis noticed the merchants visibly relax as the tapestries proved far more captivating than the wool and gloves they had previously showcased. Adorned with elegant shapes and vivid colors of scrolls, peacock flowers, and sacred symbols. The intricate designs depicted swans with folded wings, cats disturbing caged birds, and young lovers frolicking amidst the flowers. Not only did Queen Anne find herself enchanted, but even the financially constrained Queen Mary could not resist selecting a small tapestry embellished with the letter L, its significance unmistakable. Fortunately, Queen Anne refrained from further comments. The third shop, much anticipated by the ladies, was a jewelry store, a place where the Queen Mother and noble women prepared to splurge. Yet, upon their arrival, the reception was peculiar, and Louis soon discerned the presence of the Duchess of Montpensier, who had claimed to be unwell. She appeared anything but ill, radiating vitality alongside Prince Conde, who had laid out an exquisite set of emerald and diamond jewelry on a small table, suitable for adorning shoulders, worn as a necklace, or fashioned into a tiara, and of considerable value. The scene spoke volumes. It was evident that the Duchess and Prince Condominium were clandestinely meeting, and one could only wonder at the audacity of the Duchess, fully aware that Queen Anne and the King were to visit the market. Perhaps it was Prince Conde's intention, for his eyes sparkled with mischief and his lips curled in satisfaction at his audacity. Upon encountering the Queen Mother, Prince Condominium bowed respectfully, yet rudely excused himself, kissing the Duchess's hand as he presented her with the emerald and diamond adornment, which she accepted, disregarding the Queen Mother's displeasure. This spectacle amused Queen Mary of England, for it was well known that both men and women had their respective lovers, with even Queen Anne previously rumored to have been involved with the Duke of Buckingham. However, all were wed and had heirs, fulfilling the divine duties bestowed upon them. For an unmarried young woman to engage in such behavior was scandalous, potentially jeopardizing her future prospects. Much to the Queen Mother's ire. In her anger, Queen Anne did not linger in the jewelry store, exiting swiftly. The subsequent shops, whether showcasing fine porcelain, luxurious furs, exquisite metalwork, or crystal glassware, could not quell her fury. Louis noticed the growing tension among the attendants and, as they departed the glassware shop, casually inquired about the amount given to Bishop Mazarin. With Queen Anne's interest waning, the local overseer wisely altered their plans. While they were in the jewelry store, a troupe of entertainers, jugglers, animal trainers, archers, and actors had prepared in the square. Though not all were nobles or gentlemen, such activities deemed beneath them, Queen Anne found herself laughing heartily at the antics of a jester, a dancing bear, and a dwarf tossing bottles. Yet, upon witnessing a comedic performance by a group of dark-skinned individuals, she laughed but ultimately refused to watch further, deeming the content lacking in refinement. In this context, a sacred play awaited its esteemed audience in the theater of the square. While the artistic merit of this drama was rather uninspiring, its adherence to tradition had its virtues. The devout Queen Mother continuously traced the sign of the cross upon her chest, murmuring prayers as if participating in a mass rather than merely observing a performance. Estimating the time, Louis discreetly slipped away with his brother Philippe, finding the archery area adorned with bows, crossbows, and vibrantly painted targets. Chapter 27. The Position of the Chamber Pot. The king had become adept in the use of both the longbow and crossbow. Although his younger brother, Philip, was somewhat unpracticed, it was evident that he took great joy in hitting target after target under his elder brother's tutelage. In this era, the individuals responsible for setting up the targets did not reward victors with dolls. Rather, this pastime could easily be described as a form of gambling. A small CU could be exchanged for 10 long arrows with broad heads, and hitting the bullseye 10 times would yield a gold Louis. However, these targets were smaller than those used for knights' training, and even a seasoned archer might struggle to strike them. Moreover, the last 3 targets, made of parchment, were not affixed to a wall, but rather suspended on fine strings, swaying with even the slightest breeze, making it exceedingly difficult to hit the mark. Initially, the king and his brother reveled in their game, but soon Princess Henrietta arrived. Rather than being dispatched by Queen Marie, it seemed she sought this opportunity to escape the tedium of a lengthy Latin monologue. She produced a small CU to exchange for arrows. Yet in comparison to the impeccably trained Louis and the wild-spirited Marie Mancini, the princess's performance was rather disheartening. Specifically, the target owner lamented incessantly, for the arrows had gone awry, and his losses were considerable. The princess's demeanor grew increasingly despondent, prompting her maid, Louise, to approach her and whisper something. In response, the princess produced another small seep, exchanged it for 10 arrows, and entrusted them to Louise. Louise was not the sort of girl who made a lasting impression. Her features bore a masculine firmness, and her harsh facial contours did not conform to contemporary beauty standards. Even her hands and feet lacked delicacy. Yet, it was precisely these sturdy fingers and hands that could reliably support the longbow and crossbow, ensuring that the arrows maintained their power and accuracy in flight. Without pause, she loosed 10 arrows, each striking the target dead center, including those 3 that hung from fine strings. Now, it was the target owner's turn to feel disheartened. His prior complaints were merely an attempt to extract more rewards from the nobility, but now he faced a loss. He cast a pleading glance at the king, who understood his intentions and fairly decreed that the target owner must provide Princess Henrietta with a gold louis as per their verbal agreement, to which he reluctantly complied. However, when the king's first attendant, Bontang, whispered something to him, his spirits lifted once more. "What did you say to him?" Princess Henrietta could not help but inquire, aware that her curiosity bordered on rudeness, but genuinely eager to know if His Majesty might grant her additional favors. "I informed him that he could display a banner, announcing that the king, the prince, and the princess had all partaken in his game here," Louis replied gently. "Many would be eager to try it." "You are exceedingly gracious," Henrietta remarked. "It is but a trifling matter," Louis responded. "For these individuals, what we consider insignificant may be a calamity in their lives." Henrietta's complexion paled slightly at this, and Louis felt a pang of sympathy. A noblewoman like Princess Henrietta would never truly accept such an education. She might empathize with the destitute, yet her compassion was aloof. She could never understand what it meant to walk in another's shoes or to see from their perspective. Born a princess, she was destined to become a queen or at least a duchess, and even if she had faced dire economic circumstances, she would only remember her own humiliation, never lowering herself to share the same level of existence as those of a humble station. "My apologies," Louis quickly interjected. "Dear Henrietta, I swear I harbor no blame towards anyone, neither you nor your maid. I simply wish to avoid disappointment, though he may indeed be a greedy man. Our duty is to forgive." "Yes," Princess Henrietta responded somewhat reluctantly. "That is precisely what the saints instruct us to do." The king perceived her insincerity but chose not to press her unduly. Such coercion was unnecessary. Towards Henrietta, the king felt only pity and respect. Love was entirely absent. Perhaps for the people of the 17th century, it was a time for courtship and marriage, but for Louis, such notions bordered on transgression. When Romeo and Juliet fell in love, Juliet was at least 14. In this regard, he staunchly supported Queen and in Cardinal Mazarin, hoping their scrutiny would only intensify, as he could wait until the age of 22 to wed. Observing this, Prince Philip promptly interjected himself between Henrietta and his elder brother. According to custom, Henrietta was to walk behind him, thereby distancing herself from the king. However, Marie Mancini was obliged to walk behind the princess's maid, which displeased her. Yet, this was an unchangeable arrangement until Henrietta accepted a title or married a nobleman. The king instructed Bontang to convey a message to her, and she promptly departed with renewed cheer. While the king and queen mother were present, the streets were devoid of any casual littering of refuse. Yet a faint, indescribable odor lingered in the air, intensifying as they passed through the small square, mingling with the stench of fish. Even the bishop's prohibition against selling fish today could not eradicate the persistent odors accumulated over time. The mayor of Paris, their guide for the day, found himself in a predicament. Fortunately, the mass dedicated to Queen Anne had finally concluded, and her maids gathered around her. Had it been a few months prior, Louis might have been perplexed by their actions, but during his travels from Versailles to Saint-Germain-en-Laye, he had witnessed such scenes numerous times. In simple terms, this was an improvised outdoor toilet. The maids spread their cloaks around the queen mother while a designated maid brought forth the chamber pot for her personal needs. Interestingly, the role of chamber pot attendant had originally been a royal privilege, but ever since the Medici daughter became queen, she had secured this power from her husband. Queen Anne was undoubtedly a beneficiary of this arrangement. However, the mayor of Paris did not share this sentiment. He eagerly introduced his nephew, who held the chamber pot, claiming the young man possessed the warmest and gentlest hands, ensuring that the king's delicate skin would remain unscathed. "The Prince of Condominium has been assassinated," she exclaimed. Chapter 28. The reluctant rescue yet. These words remained unspoken. She cast a glance at the Duchess of Montpensier, poised to articulate her thoughts, only to be met with the Duchess's perceptive gaze. "Ah, dear Duchess," she exclaimed, rising to her feet. "Alas, God bear witness, you are unwilling to rescue him, despite the fact that he once saved you. Or perhaps, Your Majesty, it is his life you desire?" She raised her hand, brushing her fingers against the emerald necklace bestowed upon her by Prince Conde, its vivid hue a stark reminder. "I should not have come to plead for your aid. He is your benefactor, yet you stand as his adversary. It is I who have erred, Your Majesty. Now you find yourself in a favorable position while his servant lies sprawled at the theater's threshold, my gown stained with his blood. Soon, my lips too shall bear the mark of the prince's blood." Her fierce gaze swept over everyone present, the implicit threat in her words unmistakable. In ancient Rome, if a beloved kin suffered an unjust punishment, their relatives would smear their lips with the blood, vowing vengeance. Such a scene should have been steeped in solemnity. Regrettably, a loud scoff rendered the atmosphere rather farcical, as though the preceding farce had merely transitioned into the company of these esteemed individuals. The derisive sound emanated from His Highness Prince Philippe. "My dear cousin," he quipped, "Clara Colomans, the little Mrs. Conde, still breathes." The Duchess of Montpensier's complexion turned ashen, appearing on the verge of collapse. Yet she stood resolutely in the center of the street, unwilling to retreat. "If you refuse to intervene, then provide me with soldiers," she stated with unvarnished clarity. "Otherwise, I shall inform every soul I encounter that Prince Condominium was assaulted at your behest." "Wait," interjected the king. Queen Mother Anne, without a moment's hesitation, dismissed Louis's plea. He sighed inwardly. The Queen Mother was no political creature, a fact that was both his fortune and misfortune. "I must go," Louis insisted. "Only if the king risks his own safety to save Prince Conde's life can we avert a scandal of abhorrent proportions." "What of the Bishop Mazarin's men?" inquired the captain of the musketeers. "Grant each of them a gold louis, provided that the Queen Mother and others remain unharmed," Louis replied. "Your lads may each receive 2, while those who accompany me will earn 5. The mayor of Paris was called upon to lead the way. It is worth noting the location of the Red Children's Market. It is well known that the Louvre stands by the Seine, with the market situated at its upper left. The king and Queen Mother temporarily resided at the Richelieu mansion, directly opposite the Louvre, separated by a mere street. Below and to the right of the Louvre lies the town hall, a frequent gathering place for the rabble. Thus, neither the Queen Mother nor Prince Condominium would choose this route, but rather the Turbigo Street, which was traversed at the time of the prince's assault. Mere steps from the Red Children's Market. The king had no intention of striding boldly through. There should be several narrow alleys connecting Turbigo Street to the market. The issue lay in the mayor's ignorance, as well as his son's. Although Louis discerned their cowardice, a tinge of disappointment flickered within him. At that moment, 2 respectable gentlemen hurriedly approached, breathless. One was Sebastian, who had previously waved his hat at the king, accompanied by a friend. Upon learning of the king's intention to venture forth to rescue Prince Conde, they rushed to join the valiant effort. Chapter 29. The ugly yet authentic streets of Paris. By a stroke of fate, Sebastian's friend was entangled with a lover on Turbigo Street, whose father was a stubborn and irascible man. Thus, Sebastian's friend had to clandestinely navigate the alleyways to rendezvous with her. Upon hearing the words of the prince's servant, he immediately discerned the prince's location, yet the narrow lanes were unsuitable for horseback riding. He lamented, "Even walking poses a challenge." "Then we shall not ride," the king declared, brandishing his short sword to tear his horse's cloth, wrapping it around his elegant, soft-soled shoes. They were bound for battle, and it was inconceivable to tread in wooden clogs. Observing the already cleared marketplace, they realized how dreadful the streets hidden from the king's gaze truly were. The musketeers followed suit, leaving their horses in the mayor's care, while Sebastian and his companions, clad in riding boots, were spared this inconvenience. The king's gaze lingered for a moment on their light chestnut shoulder straps. "Are you officers of the Condé regiment?" "Not entirely, Your Majesty," Sebastian Wobon replied with pride. "I am still a cadet officer. I have come to Paris to receive commendation and a rank from the prince." His friend cast a nervous glance at the king. Louis smiled. "I swear the Prince of Condé would be most willing to grant you that position. You and your friend shall not only be rewarded for your valor by the prince, but also by me. As I previously stated, I shall bestow 5 gold louis to each young man, and you are included." Sebastian's friend moved his lips as if to speak, yet time was of the essence. and he could only lower his head, disheartened, as they ventured into the nearest alley with the esteemed dignitary and the musketeers. Everything unfolded as Louis had anticipated, in the obscured realm beyond the king's sight. Filth and degradation reigned. The marketplace's surface, while merely flattened earth, was replaced here by mire and potholes, filled with stagnant black water. The refuse, akin to mounds in a swamp, was a grotesque celebration for maggots and flies, while an array of foul odors assaulted their nostrils, chiefly the stench of fermented excrement. Alongside the mustiness of dried meat, the sourness of cheese, and the putrid scent of decaying pelts. The chilling odor emanating from deceased cats and dogs lingered uncomfortably in the air. As they passed an open courtyard, they beheld a rotund woman squatting atop a pile of coal ashes, numbly gazing at each man who passed, unashamedly continuing her labor. An infant tumbled from her skirts, sending a cloud of dust into the air. She glanced down, lifted her skirts, and callously discarded the child onto the ash heap. Returning to wash clothes in the urine-soaked water, Sebastian nearly rushed forward, but his friend restrained him, shaking his head in silent admonition. They had more pressing matters at hand. Louis, too, could only commit this scene to memory. He could have offered the woman some coins, yet he understood that those darkened windows seemed to whisper of emptiness within. The hunger-driven mob lurked nearby, held at bay solely by the royal entourage's splendid attire and their muskets and swords. Should he produce gold coins, it would ignite a spark of wickedness. He was acutely aware of the mob's terrifying nature in times of frenzy, often unaware of their own actions, wholly governed by impulse. Fortunately, this alley was familiar to Sebastian's friend, despite its filth, foulness, and narrowness. The broadest section barely allowed for two slender women to pass in front of one another, while the narrowest compelled the musketeers to raise their arms and sidle through. Each dwelling had extensions, with upper floors jutting several feet over the lower walls, casting shadows that veiled nearly all light. Through the sparse gaps in the wooden slats, glimpses of the interiors revealed charred and water-damaged surfaces, alongside deliberately excavated holes where age-old excrement had accumulated, suggesting someone had claimed this space as their personal lavatory. These extensions varied in height. The lowest required even Louis to bow his head, while the highest permitted them merely to raise their gazes. The marks left by bullets were concentrated on the left side of the carriage, indicating that the prince must be sheltering on the right side, where a tavern, an antique shop, and a haberdashery resided. Without hesitation, he opted for the antique shop. But how do you know the prince is in the antique shop? The king inquired. That is certain, Sebastian replied. Were I in his position, I too would select the antique shop, your majesty. The prince is a gallant warrior, and the antique shop offers not only jewels favored by ladies, but also swords and armor adored by gentlemen. He could arm himself post-haste. Sebastian's deduction proved accurate. Upon bursting into the shop, they found Prince Condé brandishing a small shield and a dagger, confronting three assailants. The infatuation of the Duchess of Montpensier with this prince was not without cause. He was in the prime of manhood, having fought for France for 12 years. His prolonged military life endowed him with robust health and unyielding courage. With a broad forehead, cascading black curls, and eyes aglow with fury, his pristine white teeth were clenched tightly, and each swing of his sword echoed with the roar of a lion. Due to their proximity, the king refrained from commanding the musketeers to fire, instead drawing their swords to engage in dialogue with the assailants. The musketeers were strong and valiant young men, while two volunteers stood their ground without hesitation. However, the cramped disarray of the shop impeded their efficacy. At the king's behest, Sebastian and his friends lent their aid to the prince, while others assisted the remaining two. Upon witnessing the arrival of multiple allies, the assailants' faces reflected immediate trepidation. Prince Condé exhibited a courage far beyond that of one accustomed to luxury. Even as his enemies fled, he pursued them, personally plunging his sword into one's back before turning to fight alongside the two officers evidently belonging to the Condé regiment. The shelves in the antique shop were nearly overturned. Initially, the prince sought to delay his pursuers, and later, the assailants attempted to escape the musketeers' grasp. They leaped about the shop, employing anything as armor or weaponry, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Only two musketeers remained vigilantly beside the king, keenly observing their surroundings. Though they lamented the inability to showcase their exceptional skills and strength before the king, they deemed it an immense honor to protect him. When they spied Prince Condé advancing towards the king, sword in hand, they instinctively grasped their weapons, ready to defend against any threat. It was then that Prince Condé seemed to realize the peril, discarding his weapon and kneeling before the king. The king extended his hand, and the prince promptly kissed it. Chapter 30. The extraordinary trio. The hands of Prince Condé were notably coarse. Indeed, the hands of a warrior could hardly be delicate or soft. His palms radiated warmth, almost palpable with the pulse of his veins, and he was still gasping for breath, rendering him momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, Louis discerned a fleeting shadow of doubt in his eyes, which was entirely understandable, for he had recently mocked Queen and the entire royal family in the nearby Red Children's Market. "Please rise, my cousin," Louis spoke gently. "Your safety brings me great comfort." Prince Condé hesitated before standing, the unusual hue in his eyes gradually dissipating. This was not so much an indication of his newfound trust in Louis's intentions, but rather a realization that the king had no need to go to such lengths. Furthermore, given the king's esteemed status, even in his absence, Prince Condé felt it incumbent upon himself to express gratitude for the king's benevolence. He even experienced a modicum of relief. It was already disconcerting enough for him to kneel before Louis, and had the visitor been Cardinal Mazarin's man, the situation would have been far more distasteful. At this juncture, the assassins had either been slain or captured. The two men who had fought alongside Prince Condé approached, paying their respects to the king. One of them was recognized by the king as the brother-in-law of Prince Conde, the Duke of Longueville. He bore multiple injuries, though none were severe, which was quite commendable for a man nearing 60. This circumstance also attested to his valor, and politically, he was not without merit. It was he who had led the French delegation to the recent Peace of Westphalia Treaty, which concluded the protracted 30 Years' War. Though figures such as Richelieu, Louis XIII, and Mazarin had played roles in this endeavor, it would be sheer folly to claim that France's acquisition of the bishoprics of Lorraine, Nevers, Tours, and Verdun, along with the entirety of Alsace, minus Strasbourg, bore no relation to him whatsoever. Here, we must also mention another individual, Fronde de la Rochefoucauld. This gentleman, aged 39, was distinguished, poised, and an heir to one of France's most ancient lineages. His father had been highly regarded by Cardinal Richelieu, leading to the elevation of the Count of La Rochefoucauld's territory to that of a duchy in 1622, thus making Fronde the Duke's heir. 6 years later, he arrived in Paris, becoming the lover of the Duchess of Chevreuse, even involving himself in conspiracies against Richelieu, for which he had been imprisoned and exiled. Now, he found himself once more beside Prince Condé's sister, the Duchess of Longueville, professing his love for her. To win her favor and delight her, he promptly aligned himself with Prince Conde, serving him as a high-ranking official from Poitou, a position inherited from his father. At court, opinions about him were polarized. Women generally viewed him as a romantic, believing him to be genuinely affectionate, although they suspected that his lovers were more interested in power and status than in him, rendering him all the more pitiable and endearing. Conversely, the men regarded him as an ambitious upstart, an exemplar of one who leverages women and clergy to ascend the social ladder. Observing the Duchess of Chevreuse past, it was evident that, as a newcomer to court, La Rochefoucauld had limited avenues to ingratiate himself with the powerful. The Duchess had first married Louis XIII chief minister, Luynes, then became the lady-in-waiting to Queen Anne, and upon Luynes's death, with the influential Duke of Chevreuse, Claude. Thus, during those years, she was a figure of considerable allure, and being significantly older than La Rochefoucauld, the notion of any true love between them was hardly credible. Yet, it was this very woman who had introduced him to the king and prince, securing him a respectable position at court. Louis observed that this duke had managed to enchant two formidable women, all the while avoiding the jealousy of their husbands or rivals, which spoke to his considerable charm. He was undoubtedly one of the most handsome men Louis had ever encountered, possessing lush, chestnut curls that framed his face, a forehead adorned with a much-desired delicate peak, and deep blue eyes reminiscent of a tranquil autumn lake. His lips were full, exuding a rich rose hue that invited a kiss. In addition to his impeccable appearance, his composed demeanor was another striking attribute. Furthermore, as the king had just witnessed, he had dispatched 2 assassins and captured one, a remarkable feat that left little room for criticism regarding his valor. What astonished the king further was that although La Rochefoucauld was 38, he appeared younger than Prince Conde. It would not be accurate to argue that Prince Condé had endured harsher treatment, as he had been enlisted in the military at 16, while Prince Condé had become an officer at 18. La Rochefoucauld was one of those who had accompanied Prince Condaminium during the assassination attempt. It remained uncertain whether he had been summoned alongside the Duke of Longueville or if their paths had crossed by chance. Should it be the former, Louis would commend Prince Condaminium for his audacity, but he soon dismissed this line of thought as the Duchess of Longueville arrived. As the carriage came to a halt, she promptly alighted, lifting her skirts with little grace. After a rather perfunctory salute to the king, she embraced her brother with tears in her eyes and cast a tender glance at La Rochefoucauld before attending to the Duke of Longueville's injuries. They temporarily rested at a tavern adjacent to an antique shop, where the Duke's head was gently cradled in the Duchess's lap. Though her gaze remained largely fixed on La Rochefoucauld, her hand firmly held by her husband. Louis had heard an absurd rumor that the Duke's eldest son by his second wife might be the child of La Rochefoucauld and this lady. Frankly, he did not believe it. While such scandals were not unheard of, husbands rarely acknowledged such offspring. At most, that child could expect a life as a monk or a country gentleman. Yet, under the glaring dynamics of the Duke, Duchess, and La Rochefoucauld, he found himself almost convinced. It was rumored that the child was already 5 years old. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Cardinal Mazarin arrived with soldiers to greet the king. The light had dimmed considerably, and the king noted the disapproving expression on the cardinal's face, yet he feigned ignorance. Unbelievably, in a mere few years, the thoughts of the Duchess of Montpensier had been entirely swayed by her father, Gaston. It was difficult to ascertain whether her infatuation with Prince Condaminium was genuine or merely a ploy to spite Louis and his mother. She seemed willing to undertake any action that would cause them discomfort. Chapter 31. The hesitant Prince Condaminium and his instigators. Prince Condaminium soon learned of the news regarding the Duchess of Montpensier being confined to her chambers. He regarded it with indifference, as their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. It could be said that, due to the inherent frailty of her nature, the Duchess may have indeed developed genuine feelings for him. However, for any man of stature and ethical standards, engaging in any form of intimacy with a lady yet to enter the bonds of matrimony is a reprehensible act. If he were unmarried, he might have cloaked his indiscretions under the guise of marriage, but Prince Condaminium had wed long ago, despite his profound disdain for his wife, Clara Colemans, the niece of Cardinal Richelieu. This unfortunate woman, who married him at the tender age of 13, had borne him a son, now 7 years old, who, regrettably, had inherited her diminutive stature and hunchback. This unfortunate resemblance had transformed the prince's indifference into outright loathing, while her affections for him only deepened. The wealth and connections she had inherited from Cardinal Richelieu were devoted entirely to the prince, alongside another legacy of his, her sharp wit and caustic disposition. Today, a pall of gloom enveloped Prince Cond's visage. Both his mother, affectionately referred to as the old lady, and his brother-in-law, the Duke of Longueville, attributed his melancholy to the recent assassination attempt. Although the prince and the two dukes had emerged unscathed, his most favored and loyal servant had met his demise while hastening to seek the king's aid. Several other trusted servants, who had accompanied him since the battles against the Spaniards, had also perished. Your Highness, Lady Clara addressed her husband at times, or simply referred to him as Sir, for he had always refrained from any overt displays of affection in either public or private settings. Are you troubled by the families left behind by those loyal men? I am not concerned about that, Prince Condaminium replied. If it is not for the deceased, Lady Clara remarked, then it must be for the living. Allow me to inform you that I have made arrangements for the 2 officers you brought with you. They are comfortably lodged at the nearest inn. My servant delivers a generous allowance to them daily to ensure their meals, and each has received a reward of 20 gold louis in your name, for which they are profoundly grateful. A hint of clarity broke through the clouds of despair on Prince Cond's face. Ah, he said, my lady, this exceeds what the king promised them. He granted but 5 gold louis each. That is only just, Lady Clara responded, for they are not the king's officers, but yours. I decided to bestow such generosity upon them upon noticing their light chestnut shoulder straps. Otherwise, I would have preferred they seek the king's favor. That cannot be, madam, Prince Condaminium countered. Regardless of their shoulder straps, they are valiant men who saved my life. 20 gold louis is hardly excessive. I believe loyalty surpasses bravery, Lady Clara asserted. You may select one courageous man from 100, but among 10,000, finding a loyal one is a rarity. Observing her husband's shifting expression, she noted, you appear weary. Your Highness, yet I trust that the minor skirmish on Turbigo Street shall not shake your resolve. Speak freely. If you harbor any distress, confide in me. I may not possess the means to assist you, but you may unburden your heart to me, even concerning the most dreadful matters. I swear by the cross to remain silent. Alas, the prince sighed. Is it not about those two officers? Are they not your officers? Are they not loyal to you? That is precisely the issue, the prince lamented. You see, my lady, one of them was summoned to Paris by my command due to his excellent fortifications during the Lorraine campaign and his commendable conduct in the Champagne conflict. I intended to personally reward him and bestow upon him the title of commissioned officer. That would have been a commendable act. Yet, when the king called, he rushed to his side, obeying his orders instead. Prince Condominium expressed his anguish. Although he willingly did so, perhaps it is partly my fault. He and his companions guided the king and his musketeers along a path known only to them, arriving at our side and helping to fell 3 assassins. Indeed, Lady Clara noted calmly, to the prince's surprise, he remains loyal to you. True, he conceded, but in his heart, the king holds greater weight than I. Clearly, Lady Clara stated, that is the crux of the matter, your highness. Do you believe your power could rival that of the king at this moment? How could it be otherwise? What of his battlefield exploits? Can he compare to you? No, he is but a child, the prince replied. Then can he surpass you in the study or council chamber? Certainly not, Prince Condominium affirmed. He is yet barred from state affairs. He glanced at his wife. What are you suggesting, madam? You fail to grasp my meaning, Lady Clara smiled. Your only deficiency compared to the king is a mere title. This statement caused Prince Condominium to leap from his chair, staring at his wife as though she had shed her skin to reveal a devilish visage. What are you saying? He exclaimed. Pray tell, you cannot be aware of the implications of your words. On the contrary, Lady Clara replied, I am fully aware of what I speak. And so are you, your highness. You are merely blinded by the so-called loyalty, much like that young officer. Have you not perceived that the people of Paris, indeed the entire realm of France, would rather yield to your command than submit to the whims of a cleric's robe or the skirts of a foreign woman? I discerned this upon your entry into Paris. Otherwise, would you have commanded our king to lead 800 soldiers, nay, even 8,000, against 100,000 rioters? Could he have triumphed as effortlessly as you did? Your highness, if he could, he would not have been driven from Paris by the populace. Good heavens! Prince Condominium cried. You are inciting me to commit a grievous sin. Like Lady Macbeth, you are manipulating your husband to seize that which does not belong to him. Quite the opposite. Lady Clara countered, standing before the hearth, the crimson flames illuminating her figure while shadows enveloped her visage. Macbeth was merely a minister, while your ancestors were deemed rightful heirs to the throne since 1601. Your grandfather, your father. And you have always been the foremost princes of the royal blood, ever just a step away from the throne, a step that is eternally unbridgeable. I shall never become a base traitor, Prince Condominium declared. Then such a fate shall recur thrice over. Lady Clara's voice emerged from the darkness. He will strip you of everything, your highness, for he is the king. She stepped forward, while the prince retreated, tumbling into his chair. Although you may currently defy the bishop, mock the queen mother, and disregard the king, it is only because this lion is still in its youth. One day, it will grow into a formidable beast, and when that time comes, it will be you who must plead for a modicum of mercy. Chapter 32. The secret of the debonair Duke. The Duchess of Longueville encountered the Princess of Condominium in the dimly lit corridor as she exited her chamber. The two women, once bitter adversaries, exchanged glances that spoke volumes. During the reign of Cardinal Richelieu, the Princess of Condominium had been a woman admired by many, including the Duchess, who viewed her as a potential sister-in-law. Clara Coleman's unexpected intrusion had not been intended by the Duchess, yet it served as a profound humiliation for the entire Condominium family. The Duchess, burdened by her unfortunate marriage, harbored not only disdain but also deep-seated jealousy towards Clara, while the Prince of Condominium treated his wife with indifference and cruelty. The Duchess chose not to offer solace, instead fanning the flames of discord. Yet, in that moment, these two noble women shared a common purpose. Perhaps the Prince of Condominium would be astonished to witness their uncharacteristic behavior. They refrained from their typical verbal skirmishes, opting instead to avert their gazes and pass each other with an air of tranquility. The princess had sown the seeds of discord, and the Duchess was determined to nurture their growth. The happenings within that room remained shrouded in secrecy, yet discerning minds could glean fragments of truth. Following Queen and South Command to place the Duchess of Montpensier under house arrest, She conferred with Cardinal Mazarin for an entire afternoon. "Are they plotting to arrest the Prince of Conde?" Louis inquired. "Indeed," replied Marie Mancini, her brow furrowed with concern as she observed Louis' grim demeanor. "They also seek to apprehend Prince Conti and the Duke of Longueville. Have they discussed what will occur post-arrest?" Louis pressed. Marie shook her head, her expression troubled. "I shall inquire further." "No," Louis interrupted. "Even if I were to learn more, it would be of little consequence. Can I alert the prince to flee? I swear, the moment he departs Paris, he will raise the banner against the crown." Marie, like many young women, was somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of politics. Yet she could sense the king's despondency. "Is there anything else I may do to assist you?" she ventured cautiously. "Nothing more. It seems we must simply await our fate. However, if you feel compelled to act," Louis suggested, "you might organize your small bag and essential belongings." "Why? Do you wish to leave Paris?" "I do not wish to," the king replied with a bitter smile. "But evidently, this is not a decision within my power." He gazed at his hands, feeling for the first time the sluggish passage of time. Yet, perhaps there was a distinction to be made. He still retained a semblance of reputation, but such clandestine machinations posed a challenge for the Duc de la Rochefoucauld. He had been troubled in recent days, and even the Duchess of Longueville, who had forsaken her recuperating husband to offer him comfort, could not alleviate his distress. One evening, a stranger delivered a letter to him, and his brows furrowed further, seemingly unable to relax. Reluctantly, he prepared for his appointment, attending to his appearance and donning a black outfit with a cloak. Departing his residence alone, a most uncharacteristic act for a gentleman of his stature. Not even a servant accompanied him, a breach of decorum. Yet, should anyone observe his departure, they would likely smile knowingly, for the Duke was bound for the Bois de Boulogne. The Bois de Boulogne, located on the left bank of Paris, belonged to the crown, where the king often led noblemen on hunting excursions. Over time, establishments catering to the gentry had emerged around this verdant paradise, akin to Versailles and Fontainebleau, some serving the needs of the elite, while others catered to more sordid desires. Intriguingly, due to its proximity to Paris, the latter, transactions not meant for public knowledge, had burgeoned unexpectedly, far removed from its original intent. Nevertheless, the immense profits garnered had silenced successive prime ministers, Richelieu and Mazarin, who continued to collect substantial taxes. The entire city of Paris, indeed half of France, was aware of the esteemed courtesans of the Bois de Boulogne, known for their exceptional quality and genuine service. Though costly, their fees were considered fair. Men flocked to this locale, including ordinary citizens and merchants. Some even misappropriated their wives' dowries or compelled them into the same distasteful trade to sustain the livelihoods of these women. The nights here thrived with liveliness, rivaling the days, with carriages and horses in constant motion. Even amidst the chaos of civil unrest in Paris, soldiers, butchers, and judges were frequently seen in this area. Perhaps it was precisely because of the turbulent times that people sought distraction and solace, feeling a compulsion to indulge. For in such an era, even the king could scarcely predict the dawn of a new day. Thus, neither the Duchess de la Rochefoucauld nor the Duchess of Longueville, with whom he had an illegitimate child, held any authority to interfere in his affairs, nor did anyone express curiosity about his whereabouts. What else could men do in the Bois de Boulogne? As the Duke entered, a grand feast was just commencing. Attendants relieved him of his cloak, collected his hat and gloves, and presented a brass basin filled with rose water for him to wash his hands. Upon entering the room, he was enveloped by warm air and the rich scent of wine. "Who presides over this gathering?" the Duc de la Rochefoucauld inquired, adopting the customary attire. He donned Roman-style sandals, a loose linen robe, and a crown entwined with ivy and grapevines. A bare-armed youth poured him wine, and he downed the goblet in a single gulp, a clear indication of his intent. Following the young man deeper into the courtyard, he passed through rooms alive with youthful revelry, where wine was spilled upon luxurious silks. At the corridor's end, the youth pushed open a heavy bronze door with surprising strength, revealing interconnected chambers separated only by drapes, where young men and women indulged in merriment, allowing crimson wine to cascade onto the opulent carpets. The final curtain was a dense, deep purple velvet, adorned with long-forgotten patterns. The youth paused, and the Duke, adopting an attitude of reverence more profound than that shown to the king or the Prince of Conde, held his breath, awaiting his summons before stepping forward with a lowered gaze. Chapter 33. The mad vampire prince among a man, appearing to be in his 30s, sat poised in a high-backed chair, awaiting the duke. This chair, completed in the 13th century, epitomized the archetypal papal seat, characterized by an exceptionally broad back composed of 3 pointed arches. Each of the 3 surfaces formed by the chair's legs bore 3 additional spires, culminating in a total of 12 arches and numerous slender columns. The armrests were adorned with graceful, curling designs, and the seat was cushioned with richly embroidered fabric, each corner draped with golden tassels. Aside from this imposing chair, the room was devoid of any other furnishings, save for draperies and tapestries. The walls, clad in deep black wood, bore the weight of brass sconces, from which candles exuding a fragrant aroma flickered softly. The Duc de la Rochefoucauld dared to approach only when he noticed the outstretched hand before him. He kissed the ring upon it, a chill emanating from that hand causing him to shudder involuntarily. Suddenly, his knees weakened, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. "Your Highness, alas, Your Highness," he pleaded. "I swear, I can attest to this before God." It was only upon hearing subdued laughter that he realized he had misspoken. "Well," the prince remarked, "did you truly do something worthy of such an oath? I trust you, Duke, though it is not your loyalty that I question, but your courage." This statement, a profound humiliation for most men, served for the Duc de la Rochefoucauld as a strange form of absolution. Gratefully, he raised his gaze, only to lower it once more upon meeting those mesmerizing crimson eyes. "Look up," commanded the prince, and the Duke complied, meeting those eyes again. He saw his own reflection within them, as if he were submerged in blood, a sight that filled him with terror, yet drew him inexorably closer. "Come nearer, Duke." The voice beckoned, and he obeyed, inching forward until his knees nearly brushed against the footstool of the chair. He could discern the intricate carvings upon the panel, depicting oak leaves, doves, and lilies, symbols representing the 4 Gospels, the Holy Spirit, and purity, respectively. How ironic that such a solemn and sacred seat was occupied by a vampire. Amon, the patriarch of the Zmych clan within the infernal factions, was, by the traditions of his bloodline, a prince and the progenitor of all vampires in the Zmych family. It was through his fealty that the Duke retained his youth, beauty, strength, agility, and allure, both to women and some men. Thus, Amon held no doubt of the Duke's loyalty. For the treasures he offered the Duke were far more significant and precious than mere wealth, honor, or faith. "You have not betrayed us," Amon stated, "therefore. I can only conclude that your delay in meeting me stems from your inability to fulfill my requests." "Indeed," the Duke murmured softly. "You need not be so apprehensive," Amon replied with a smile. Although dark beings, including the factions of the bloodline and neutral clans, regarded the Zmych family as madmen, one would not suspect this affable gentleman, perpetually graced with a smile, of being a brutal and merciless monster, were it not for those blood-red eyes. In truth, many vampires of the Zmych family had met their demise at Amon's hands. The Duke may not have been fully aware, but he occasionally felt the insatiable thirst for power that made him unable to refuse Amon's offerings, even as the tasks grew ever more perilous. "You know I have always been lenient with you," Amon said, "and at times, I find myself missing you dearly. Although you are not yet my child, I possess few companions with whom I can discuss literature." He paused. "Some are too pedantic, while others too frivolous." "I am deeply honored, Your Highness," the Duke replied. "I know you to be cautious," Amon continued. "Perhaps you simply do not wish to come to me empty-handed. But fret not, Duke. Even sharing some amusing rumors would delight me." "What sort of rumors would you like to hear?" "What of your king, Louis XIV? I can only say he is still but a child, in spirit or in body." "In body," the Duke responded. "He is still young, yet already a lion." "How astonishing that sounds," Amon remarked. "There are rumors that he has yet to receive a proper education. Some seem to be born rulers, needing no instruction," the Duke observed. Chapter 34. The King of Amon. This statement elicited a chuckle from Amon. It evoked memories of Richard of the Plantagenets, although at the time I encountered him, he had yet to ascend to the throne and was merely the Duke of Aquitaine. He was of the same age as your king, La Rochefoucauld, just 11 years old, having recently become engaged to Princess Alice of France. As the 3rd son of the king, many believed he would never become king. Yet, upon laying my eyes on him, I recognized that this red-haired child, as you aptly put it, would indeed be a lion. Amon continued, recounting the unfolding history as you have witnessed. He killed his father, his brother, and his younger sibling, seizing the bloodied crown and placing it upon his head. He ravaged Messina and Sicily, captured Cyprus, besieged Acre, and delivered a devastating blow to Saladin's forces at Ascalon, reclaiming Jaffa, Ashkelon, and Darum, with troops stationed merely 12 miles from Jerusalem. He triumphed over King Philip of France twice, once at Versailles and again at Fronde, capturing his royal choir and seizing countless horses, tents, jewels, and documents. He erected the Château de Gaillon along the Seine, a structure still visible today. My heavens, the Duke murmured, you speak as if you witnessed all this firsthand. Alas, if only you could visit the castle of Aquitaine, where you would find me depicted in tapestries, illustrated in books, and chronicled in texts. I stood beside him when he coerced the king of Sicily, Tancred, into paying a ransom of 20,000 pounds for Messina. It was I who bore witness when he decided to make the beautiful Beatrice his queen in Cyprus. Ultimately, when he was struck by an arrow at the Château de Toulouse, on the brink of death, I inquired if he would forsake his faith and embrace darkness. He steadfastly refused. Even so, dear Duke, I remained deeply fond of that child. The vampire suddenly leaned forward, producing a relic box no larger than a child's palm, revealing it to the Duke. Although the light was ample, the Duke could only discern a dark, constricted mass within, its nature difficult to ascertain. The potent scents of musk and myrrh wafted from it, odors reminiscent of something he could not quite recall. After his death, 3 knights, following his instructions, buried his heart, head, and body in 3 separate locations. The body beneath his father Henry II's feet as an act of penance, the head remained in Aquitaine, and the heart was sent to his queen, Beatrice. However, I retained his heart, as you can see, having extracted all the blood through arcane methods, filling and preserving it with spices, reducing its size, and keeping it with me. The Duke's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly rendering him speechless. But that is a violation of the sacred laws, he exclaimed in disarray. He was a king, a great king. You cannot allow a king, or even one who might become a king, to be transformed into a vampire. Zmisic was never bound by any antiquated rules. The Prince of Zmisic waved the relic box in his hand. La Rochefoucauld, you disappoint me. I had anticipated a magnificent performance from you upon this grand stage. Yet you have offered nothing, my Duke, nothing at all. The stench emanating from you and Prince Condominium is more putrid than that of Naufel. Look, Amon began. I once had a king, but ultimately, I lost that child. I still yearn for a king, one destined to rule an entire nation from the cradle. You know, to this day, I have yet to find a suitable heir. I desire an heir who might align more closely with Richard. At this juncture, Amon appeared almost invigorated. Perhaps initially, his threats were merely a reaction to the Duke's ineptitude, but now, a fresh idea ignited his excitement. In stark contrast to the vampire's calm demeanor, Duke La Rochefoucauld was thoroughly frightened. When he arrived, his worst fear was merely losing Amon's favor. He had not considered that to Amon. He was merely a human, an object of utility and sustenance in the eyes of a vampire. It was no wonder the Duke harbored such thoughts. People of this era invariably believed that a nobleman deserved preferential treatment, regardless of his dire circumstances or the heinous crimes he had committed. Even after a king had been sent to the guillotine, they stubbornly clung to the notion that lineage and birthright trumped merit and wisdom. Now he truly felt fear, as what he relied upon had suddenly lost its significance. Had it not been for the last vestiges of rationality preserving the Duke's composure, he might have perished there that night, akin to those lowly beings he had always scorned. But if you do this, the Duke whispered, he will come to hate you. Amon cast him a sidelong glance. The Duke's premonition proved accurate. As a new thought seized this deranged vampire prince, La Rochefoucauld, the man he had once admired became utterly mundane. You would think so, Amon replied in a teasing tone, but that is because you remain human, Duke. I do not care if my child despises me. What I need is an heir, not a beloved. Of course, the vampire extended his hand, resting it on the Duke's shoulder. Not now. Your fear has come too soon, my friend. As you mentioned, his soul may already be revealing its exquisite radiance. But his body is still quite youthful. We must wait. Time will refine him, just as it did my Richard. That said, Duke, your task has become more urgent. Tell me, have you encountered difficulties? Perhaps I should assign another to complete this task. No, Your Highness, the Duke replied eagerly. I have a plan. The fear of death suddenly invigorated his sluggish thoughts. In truth, he had contemplated this on the way here, but quickly dismissed it as too perilous. Yet now, standing on the precipice, he could no longer afford such hesitations. What sort of plan? I will seek the favor of Cardinal Mazarin, the Duke stated. I will persuade him to arrest Prince Condaminium and his associates swiftly. Once he is imprisoned, with his reputation, status, and life in the hands of others, he will not be as obstinate as he is now. That does not seem like a bad idea, Amon remarked. But should this leak, you may be executed as a traitor, or Mazarin may refuse to shelter you, and you would still meet your end. Thus, it was never my original intention. The Duke mused bitterly. Then go, Amon urged. Do not forget, what I desire is an extraordinary performance. Wait, Duke La Rochefoucauld halted. Do not forget your reward. Amon clapped his hands, and a young lad entered, holding a silver cup filled with a black potion. Amon cut his wrist with a fingernail, allowing 3 drops of his blood to fall into the potion. Upon contact, the liquid transformed into a deep crimson hue, though the Duke still trembled from fear. He couldn't suppress the greedy gleam that appeared in his eyes at the sight of the potion. He shakily took the cup and drank deeply, once more bowing in reverence to Amon. Chapter 35. The king longed to speak. It was well known that His Highness Prince Amon of Simic favored noble, beautiful, and intelligent youths. His children often presented him with such gifts. Among them was a boy who had once been the youngest son of an earl. Although destined to never receive the same regard as his elder brother, he lived a carefree life beneath his mother's skirts, akin to a sweet little kitten. Even when taken to Paris, far from his parents, and serving a perilous vampire in the darkness, he remained the most extraordinary among his peers, which granted him an unusual boldness. Your Highness, he exclaimed excitedly, were you speaking of our king? Indeed, Amon replied with a smile, our king, Louis de Bourbon. You've heard of him? The boy boldly continued, encouraged by Amon's lack of anger. When I was 5, my father held a grand celebration for his birth. Had I not come here, Your Highness, I might have inherited my uncle's position as Your Majesty's wardrobe officer. Oh dear, Amon mused, I had never heard you mention that. His fingers gently tidied the boy's tousled hair. You do not wish to remain by my side, then? I would prefer to serve you, the boy cleverly replied. But if you wish to know about His Majesty, I would gladly gather information for you. Ah, you would be my Mercury. Mercury, the Roman god of commerce, was also the protector of thieves and tricksters, though he was most celebrated for delivering messages for Jupiter, fulfilling various small, yet significant tasks. Amon's words made the boy's heart race even more, though cherished by Amon, whose blood had bestowed upon him a beauty surpassing that of a robust butcher and strength to match. He could not be content merely as the son of an earl. The mere mention of the king ignited his ambition, compelling him to beseech Amon. No one could fathom the significance of a position close to the king. His uncle, having served merely a few years as Louis XIII wardrobe officer, had amassed an income equivalent to 200,000 livres and secured a wealthy and distinguished wife. His uncle was also the youngest son, and unfortunately had only daughters. Should he gain the recommendation of Madame de Longueville, the sister of the Duc de la Rochefoucauld and Prince Conde, attaining proximity to the king would not be a daunting task. This was far superior to merely serving a vampire, being trapped in the Bois de Boulogne, or remaining a docile child under his mother's skirts, waiting for his elder brother to bestow upon him scraps. A whirlwind of thoughts and fantasies raced through his young mind. When Amon's hand pressed gently against the nape of his neck, the boy unhesitatingly offered his throat. The familiar slight sting accompanied by the dizziness of blood loss enveloped him, as dazzling lights flickered and spun before his eyes. He floated higher and higher, soaring above the chandelier, flying over the rooftops, ascending towards the radiant silver moon. He reached out his arms to embrace it, though it was cold and hard. Amon caressed the boy's face one last time. The boy's complexion had turned pale and ashen. Amon had nearly drained him of all his blood, leaving his once plump skin marred by wrinkles. The blood prince, with a hint of disgust, grasped his jawbone and severed his head. This is yours, Amon declared. He tossed the boy's head behind the drapes, where the sound of crunching bones echoed in the darkness, followed by the body. These small creatures, nourished in the shadows by Amon, were products of magic and vampiric talent, having disposed of much detritus and refuse for Amon, as well as the Simic family and their ally, Les Enfants. To Amon, they were far more endearing than most humans. One small monster peered out, perhaps out of a sense of kinship or excessive greed. Amon shifted his foot and crushed it effortlessly, his mood a complex mix of elation and sorrow. He longed to rush to the Richelieu residence to see if the young king was as he imagined or if he would face disappointment once more. He was uncertain. The warm blood of the living coursed through the cold veins, imparting an unusual blush to the vampire's pale visage. He closed his eyes, as laughter and shouts from nearby resonated. This was Boulogne, a fallen place, a locale that could become hell at any moment. The prince rose and extended his arms. Shadows behind the drapes flowed towards him like water, his tall, slender form swelling and then quickly shrinking, culminating in a soft pop as a wisp of black mist surged through an unseen crevice. There was another way, and Amant believed he would have to wait. Yet, he soon beheld the youthful king, for it was midnight, and all was silent. Nevertheless, the Queen Mother accompanied the king and his brother on foot to the chapel at Richelieu, urging them to kneel before God alongside her. "What shall we pray for?" Louis inquired. "Pray for the success of Bishop Mazarin's actions tonight," the Queen Mother responded. "What is he doing?" the king asked. "Capturing traitors. Give me their names," the king insisted. The Queen Mother hesitated but ultimately complied. The 3 names she provided caused the king to involuntarily close his eyes in despair, although he had anticipated this. The reality of it brought forth a profound sense of disheartenment. He sighed deeply. "And then what?" he asked. "Do you intend to execute them?" The Queen Mother flinched as if burned by hot coals. "How could that be possible?" she exclaimed. Immediately, the light in Louis's eyes dimmed. Chapter 36. The uninvited guest with the gift of witchcraft and her position as a close attendant to the Queen Mother. Marie possesses the ability to uncover many secrets that remain hidden from others. Intriguingly, the information she gathers is urgently sought after by her father, her uncle, and perhaps even Bishop Rez, along with several ministers. This power has inadvertently become a weapon for the king, although he cannot act upon it just yet. He meticulously commits to memory every relevant name, from the high-ranking Councillor Rin to the lowly attendant Gerville of the Duc de la Rochefoucauld. Each plays their part in this grand performance, while Cardinal Mazarin and Queen Mother assume the roles of protagonists, blissfully unaware that they are merely jesters. The king can foresee their fate, but is relegated to the role of a mere spectator. To describe it succinctly, Cardinal Mazarin's scheme is rather straightforward. He first inserts a warrant for the arrest of the slingers into the official documents for Prince Conde. Since the assassination attempt on the prince was conclusively attributed to the slingers, who aimed to instigate a rift between him and the royal family, Prince Condominium signs the document without hesitation. However, the names of the criminals are inscribed in a special ink that vanishes when subjected to heat, leaving a blank canvas for new names. Using this arrest warrant, the cardinal apprehends the 2 most loyal captains of the prince's guard and subsequently orchestrates a transfer order, replacing the guards at the Louvre with his own troops. Thus, Prince Condominium effectively ensnares himself in heavy shackles. As he exits the Louvre's office, fatigued and accompanied by Conti and Longueville, the cardinal's guards descend upon them, hooding them and ushering them into a carriage. As Queen Mother rightly notes, even Cardinal Mazarin, who harbors deep-seated resentment towards Prince Conde, lacks the audacity to execute him directly. The same goes for Conti and Longueville. The 3 are swiftly dispatched to the Château de Vincennes, located in the depths of the forest of Vincennes in the southeast of Paris. The quickest route there is via the Seine River. This royal military fortress, established approximately 3 centuries ago, boasts the tallest keep at around 156 feet, a height only birds could hope to converse with the prisoners. The officers here proclaim that Prince Condominium and his companions are incarcerated, while both Mazarin and the Queen Mother feel a profound sense of security. Perhaps the only figure in the palace unable to find peace is Louis. If he possessed even a modicum of genuine royal authority, he might have ordered the immediate execution of Prince Conde. Yet, he finds himself waiting for the inevitable, gazing into the profound darkness, knowing that by dawn, news of the prince's arrest will echo through every street and alley of Paris. While Prince Condominium may be perceived as a rude brigand by the royal family, he is regarded as a hero by the people of Paris. As long as those with ulterior motives, such as Prince Gaston of Orleans, continue to stir the pot, the royal family and Cardinal Mazarin will face a second crisis. "The room is rather chilly, Your Majesty," Bontemps states, kneeling before the king, offering to don him a pair of soft, flat slippers made from sheepskin, favored by ministers for their comfort, which the king reserves for his chambers. Occasionally, he even wears them like the pagans of Monaco. Louis gazes at the familiar head, slowly drawing out a delicate short sword from the Bible. The candlelight in the room flickers suddenly and extinguishes. Moonlight filters through the uncurtained window, illuminating the room as Bontemps grips the short sword tightly, black blood seeping through his fingers and staining the silver blade, sizzling like red-hot coals meeting ice. A murky mist rises and dissipates almost instantaneously. Bontemps raises his head with a grin, one that is foreign to the king's memory of him. "How did you discover me, your majesty?" Bontemps inquires with curiosity, seemingly unfazed by his injury, as immense strength radiates from the short sword. The king loosens his grip, and Bontemps clenches his fist. With an ominous crackling sound, the black blood corrodes the sword into two pieces, which fall onto the carpet. Louis glances down. The silver sword, purportedly forged from a saint's cross, appears less reliable than the cleric had described. The areas tainted by black blood are pitted, as though ravaged by potent chemicals. Yet, it would be inaccurate to say so, for Louis has personally tested it. Neither sulfuric nor hydrochloric acid could inflict such damage. It can only be said that this individual, no, this monster, is exceptionally perilous. "I have always changed my own undergarments," the king asserts. Modern nobles might have their personal attendants perform this last task for them, akin to someone always wishing to hold a chamber pot for him. But Louis, valuing his privacy, finds such servility intolerable. Even as an infant, it was acceptable. But once he could express himself, his first act was to refuse the overzealous attentions of the maidservants. Although the initial refusal was met with resistance, Bontemps only joined him after his coming-of-age ceremony. Perhaps among the attendants, Bontemps is not the finest, but Louis values him precisely because he is willing to obey his commands, unhindered by tradition or the edicts of Queen Mazarin. "I bear you no ill will," the visitor says amiably, and to demonstrate this, he gently blows on the candle nearby. The flame flares up with a whoosh, dark red like coagulated blood, but soon brightens, illuminating the faces of the king and Bontemps. The visitor sees his reflection in the king's eyes and softly clicks his tongue. Bontemps' face ripples like a disturbed pond, and once it settles, the king beholds a completely unfamiliar visage. He had only recently encountered the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, whose face could make many a woman swoon. Yet this new face pales in comparison. Those crimson eyes, when fixed on humanity, render escape nearly impossible, but Louis is among the rare few who can resist. "So, uninvited guest," the young king inquires, "what can I do for you?" The visitor smiles, a brazen and wicked grin. "No, your majesty," he replies. "You should rather ask what I can do for you." "What are you?" the king gently probes. Had this question been posed by anyone else, Amon would have erupted in fury, yet before Louis, he remains composed. "I am the head of the Tsimic family, your majesty." He bows gracefully, a rare display of elegance. "I am. Well, you may call us vampires, though we prefer the term bloodkin, though I find the distinction rather trivial." Louis remains uncertain of the implications. "As far as I know, you have 13 clans. You are." "The sorcerers," Amon replies. "You may call me Amon." He takes a step closer. "I am aware that you are troubled by various minor issues." The vampire continues. "I can resolve them effortlessly. And all you need to offer in return is a small token. Your blood, your majesty." Amon nearly loses control of his thirst, his sharp fangs barely protruding from his lips. "Just 3 ounces, your majesty, only 3 ounces." Chapter 37. The struggle among vampires. It was indeed rather astonishing, as Amon, suspended from the ceiling, remarked, "You too can display such a lack of decorum." Amon noticed this as well. He abruptly ceased all movement, allowing the staff to pierce his shoulder while he stood upright, regretfully gazing at Louis. "It seems we must await our next encounter, your majesty," he stated, stepping back and raising his hands. Suddenly, the heavy black iron-framed window swung open with a crash, and a cold evening breeze surged into the room, accompanied by a mist. Instinctively, Louis glanced outside, and in that fleeting moment, Amon transformed into countless bats, fluttering away. The unfamiliar gentleman did not intervene. Only after Amon had completely vanished did he approach, closing the window with human-like care. He lit a candle, and as its light illuminated the room, Louis discovered that it resembled a battleground where 2 elephants had wrestled. The walls were dented in multiple places, the wallpaper torn, furniture askew, glass shattered, and the belongings scattered about. The bedposts, along with the drapery, lay despondently on the mattress, covered in dust and debris like a carpet. This scene left Louis speechless. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that only a circle of approximately 3 feet in diameter around him remained pristine. He pondered whether he ought to commend the non-human beings for their steady hands and keen eyesight. "I believe I should thank you, sir," the king said, "though I am yet to learn your name." "I would say my name is inconsequential," the gentleman replied, "but I do not wish to mislead you, as that would be disrespectful." I am Theodoric, your majesty, and the patriarch of the Vantor. Theodoric? That is an uncommon name, Louis slowly remarked. It once belonged to a king. If you inquire whether I ever wore a crown, Theodoric, the patriarch of the Vantor, replied, then yes, I indeed was a king. But I have heard that the underworld and the upper world are separate, Louis said. Am I being deceived, or is there another reason? Theodoric took 2 steps forward. Dressed in a somber black coat, his handsome features tinged with a hint of gloom. He was once the king of the Merovingian dynasty, the first royal lineage of the Frankish kingdom, and for this reason, he maintained a tenuous connection with the French royal family. Louis could not shake the feeling that there was a measure of calculation in his gaze. Your Majesty, first and foremost, this law, he explained, even if merely unwritten, can only be traced back to around the 10th century. Yet, even if inscribed on parchment, printed on wood, or etched in copper, there are always rebels in the underworld who disregard the law. You may be aware that King John of England was transformed into a werewolf in 1216 due to the unstable relationship between the underworld and the upper world. I mean, it is evident that the underworld and upper world mirror each other. When the royal power in the upper world is robust, the underworld remains dormant, adhering to the so-called laws. However, if the royal power weakens, then the non-humans of the underworld will reveal their ambitions. Yet, considering that King Charles I of England was executed by a mob, Louis was not entirely surprised. Then what brings you here? Louis inquired, skeptical that the patriarch of the Vantor was merely passing through and suddenly inclined to do good. The Vantor differ from the Tzimishi, Theodoric stated. They crave chaos, whereas the Vantor require order. Louis's prophecy swiftly materialized. Following the arrests of Prince Conde, Count Conti, and Duke Longueville, Queen and issued an expulsion order against the mother, wife, and sister of Prince Conde, banishing them from Paris. However, the prince's mother, the old lady, not only defiantly refused to leave Paris, but also submitted a petition to the highest court, flanked by a group of soldiers. The contents need not be elaborated. Meanwhile, the wife and sister of Prince Condaminium swiftly fled to Bordeaux, where Dukes Louisiana Rochefoucauld and Brian welcomed them, and it is said that upon seeing the 2 noble ladies, they immediately began to chant anti-royalist slogans, inviting the prince's wife to join their cries. In the streets of Paris, the throngs of rioters once again filled the thoroughfares and alleys, the citizens clamoring for the immediate release of Prince Conde, Count Conti, and Duke Longueville. Chapter 38. The king's second departure from Paris. In contrast to his initial exit, Louis and the Queen Mother appeared far more composed during their second departure from Paris. Although the noble courtiers could not help but vociferously denounce the detestable rioters, they maintained a notable tranquility compared to before. While playing cards, the king inquired slightly, only to bemusedly realize that the instigator of the Second Fronde, Prince Conde, was himself of noble lineage and bore royal blood, despite the greater threat he posed. They would not perceive their dignity as tarnished, even if Condaminium were to seize the throne. This leniency, however, was exclusive to the nobility. After all, even if Condaminium ascended to kingship, they would only face indifference and disdain, with their estates and titles remaining untouched. Who could predict that in a few years, the king might alter his course or that a new monarch might emerge? Just look at the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, who was once exiled due to court intrigues, yet now finds himself a favored guest of Prince Conde, openly consorting with the Duchess of Longueville in Bordeaux, despite her arduous journey to rescue her husband and brother. Yet, the change of throne was not a favorable prospect for Louis. A poignant reminder lay in the recent fate of England's Edward V, the unfortunate boy king who, at the same age as Louis now, faced a usurpation by his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, later known as Richard III. The Duke declared the marriage of Edward IV to their mother, Elizabeth Woodville, invalid, with a bishop asserting that he had wed Edward IV to another woman who was still alive at the time of Edward's marriage to Elizabeth. Consequently, Edward V and his brother, the Duke of York, were rendered illegitimate and imprisoned in the Tower of London, where they mysteriously vanished months later. Louis had even sought the whereabouts of these children, learning that Henry VII of the Tudor dynasty had tortured one of Richard III's supporters, James Tyrrell, who confessed to murdering the 2 princes on Richard's orders. Their bodies were said to remain in the tower, encased in a small casket, sealed within a niche. This revelation sent a chill down Louis's spine. He harbored no doubt that should events escalate to Condaminium or Gaston of Orleans claiming the throne, he and Philippe could meet a similar fate. The solitary comfort was that within France, While enemies of the king existed, many remained loyal and supportive, including a young general from the Holy Roman Empire who led approximately 300 infantrymen to fight for the king. Louis had previously inquired with Cardinal Mazarin about the feasibility of removing Prince Conti, and the Duke of Longueville, suggesting that at the very least, condominium should be taken away. The cardinal, having gained some understanding of the king's intentions, found himself in a quandary. As a churchman, he was more adept at intrigue and negotiation than at open conflict. He informed Louis that even if they were to remove Prince Conti, they would have to treat him with the respect due to a prince, as he had committed no tangible offense. Such treatment might sway some individuals, or even facilitate Conti's escape. It would be wiser to keep the three imprisoned in the formidable fortress of Vincennes, where the guards were among the cardinal's most trusted subordinates. Louis chose not to press the matter further, knowing that soon enough, reality would deliver a lesson to the sometimes obstinate cardinal. On the 7th night after the king's entourage wound its way from Paris, they arrived at Vincennes in the depths of night. The forest enveloped them like an impenetrable cloak, devouring all light, with the occasional sound of an owl's wings breaking the silence. The clatter of the carriage wheels echoed harshly in the stillness, awakening the gatekeeper who sprang into action, ringing a small bell. The guards, deprived of rest for several nights, were well aware of the presence of Prince Condominium and his brother, along with the Duke of Longueville, within Vincennes. They knew that the Parisian mob and loyal troops to Conde, as well as ambitious figures like Gaston, could potentially storm the gates to rescue him. However, upon reaching the battlements, they felt a sense of reassurance. The thick walls could only be breached by cannon fire, and the smooth surfaces offered no footholds for climbing. Even if someone could scale the walls with a ladder, the narrow windows would pose insurmountable challenges. As they held up lamps to peer down, the newcomers raised torches, and in the flickering light, the guards first discerned the wide-brimmed hats commonly worn by cardinals. When the leader removed his hat and handed it to an attendant, the guards exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens, it is you, your eminence." Indeed, the visitor was Cardinal Jules Mazarin, unchanged since his departure. As he awaited the guards to remove the obstacles piled against the gate, his brow furrowed in impatience, revealing the weight of his burdens. The thin lips, which had once determined the fates of many, were pressed tightly together. The guards, perhaps wishing to offer compliments, wisely fell silent, instead escorting the cardinal to the quarters of the three noble prisoners. As the most significant guests of Vincennes, Prince Conti, and the Duke of Longueville were naturally confined in the highest tower of the fortress, from where they could survey nearly all of Paris. As the guards had noted, only birds could converse with His Highness from such heights. The tower's stone walls were seamless, with scant narrow windows, after Conti's arrival. The guards had even sealed some of the openings below 30 feet. Upon seeing Cardinal Mazarin, Condominium expressed surprise, but aside from that, the proud prince showed little emotion, perhaps viewing Mazarin as a mere low-born cleric regardless of his elevated status. In stark contrast, Conti's reaction was far less composed. Upon seeing the cardinal, he feared that Mazarin had come to execute them. When Mazarin requested their departure, Conti shouted defiantly, brandishing a candlestick, vowing not to perish quietly like a coward. Wax dripped onto the carpet, nearly igniting a small fire, but fortunately, the Duke of Longueville intervened with a bottle of wine to avert disaster. Using the empty vessel to calm Conti, at least a semblance of decorum, Cardinal Mazarin led them away from the main tower and out of the fortress. As they boarded the carriage, Prince Condominium surveyed the surroundings, noting that Mazarin had brought only a handful of followers. He glanced at the Duke of Longueville. Although he did not erupt in the same disgraceful manner as Conti, it was clear that they were not resigned to a fate of passive submission. As the carriage gradually decelerated and finally came to a halt in a clearing within the vast Vincennes forest, Prince Condominium was summoned to alight from the vehicle. He leapt down, and within the castle, he continued to receive the treatment befitting a prince: silk shirts, fine wine, succulent meat, golden bread, sumptuous carpets, and a soft bed. He was free from trivial concerns, assassination plots, and treachery. Indeed, he had even gained a little weight, now enjoying robust health and vitality. Cardinal Mazarin stood directly opposite him, less than 6 feet away, within reach of the prince. The Duke of Longueville shared this sentiment, shifting his stance to obstruct the cardinal's path. The cardinal appeared blissfully unaware, offering a slight smile to Prince Condominium as he lifted his wide-brimmed hat and casually tossed it to the ground. He then unfastened his buttons, shedding his scarlet robes and allowing them to fall beneath his feet. At this moment, even the most naive of princes sensed something amiss. No cleric, however foolish, would dare to do such a thing, for the robes were their finest adornment, their armor and weaponry. Ultimately, Mazarin, or whatever he truly was, raised a hand to his face, gently peeling away what seemed to be an invisible mask. Before the eyes of Prince Condaminium and his companions appeared an entirely unfamiliar visage, with hair cascading to his shoulders in a near-gray hue, and eyes resembling the darkest of rubies. Upon realizing he stood before an entity beyond the realm of humanity, Prince Condaminium instinctively took a step back. "Fear not, Your Highness," the vampire intoned. "It is an honor to serve you." With that, he emitted a sharp, elongated shriek, and in response, his attendants unfurled their cloaks, transforming alongside him into a multitude of bats that took flight into the night. Chapter 39. The potion master Prince Kant stood in place for a while, profoundly astonished. Although he was aware of the existence of the underworld, had personally hunted werewolves, and befriended sorcerers, he remained quite unfamiliar with the vampire race. He did not believe that those around him had any connection to vampires. His thoughts drifted to Bishop Mazarin, pondering whether the appearance of vampires was linked to the tumult between the underworld and the mortal realm. Just then, an ominous rustling sound emerged from the forest, and the three men tensed immediately. Prince Kant swiftly picked up a branch, directing it toward the source of the noise. However, they soon found themselves grinning with delight at the sight before them. It was none other than Prince Kant's sister, the Duchess of Longueville, clad in travel attire, yet still radiantly beautiful. Upon seeing her brother, she lunged forward, and Prince Kant barely had time to drop the branch. He felt the warmth of her tears cascading onto his shoulder, softening even the bravest of hearts. The Duchess embraced her long-lost brother tightly for a moment before turning to her husband. Perhaps due to the genuine threat they faced, the Duchess, who usually regarded her husband, twice her age, with disdain, now appeared amiable and affectionate. She kissed her husband tenderly and graciously embraced her somewhat disliked brother-in-law, Prince Kant, who remained jovial and carefree, showing no concern. Indeed, since he had awakened to the realization that he would no longer be imprisoned or executed, his former frivolity had returned. Following closely behind the Duchess was Prince Kant's wife, the niece of Cardinal Richelieu, once an adversary of Prince Kant and his companions. She had aligned herself with him after Richelieu's death, due to their common enemy, Mazarin. The day's unexpected events caused Prince Kant to abandon his usual indifference. Extending his hand to his wife, she eagerly rushed to him, and he gently kissed her, a gesture more akin to a reward than a display of love. Yet it was enough to bring her to tears. "I do not wish to intrude upon you, Your Highness," came the voice of Duke de la Rochefoucauld, who stepped out from the dense shadows of the foliage, smiling amiably. Of course, men of this era would never allow women and children to travel alone unless they were unaware of the circumstances. The two ladies must have had their protectors, and the Duke was likely the most suitable among them. Furthermore, the vampires, those beings of the underworld, were suspected to have an inexplicable connection to the Duke. Prince Kant had overheard clerics grumbling about the Duke's possible associations with dark entities. As a man, he could understand such proclivities. Yet, even if he was indifferent to the affairs of the underworld, he recognized that the individuals they had encountered were no ordinary characters, prompting him to reassess the Duke's significance in his mind. The Duke glanced at the carriage left behind by the vampires. The carriage was spacious and the horses robust. Accommodating for men was no issue. However, with the presence of the Duke of Longueville, he could not sit beside the Duchess as he had previously. "I brought two drivers," he announced. "Your Majesty, please sit with your wife, and the Duke of Longueville with his." "I shall ride with Prince Kant very well," Prince Kant replied, feeling a twinge of fatigue. "Let it be as you say, Fronde. But do tell me first, where are we headed?" "To Bordeaux," the Duke replied, leaping onto the carriage, temporarily assuming the role of driver. "Duke Anglin, your loyal subjects and soldiers await you there." "Wait," Prince Kant interjected suddenly. "What of our mother?" Based on his understanding of the old princess, she should have been present, for her two sons were here. "The old lady is in Paris," the Duke de la Rochefoucauld replied. "Why is she still there? In a Paris devoid of a king, a queen mother, or a bishop, overrun by brigands and conspirators?" Prince Kant pushed his wife aside, casting her an angry glance. "Why is she not with you?" Because she has little time left," unexpectedly. It was the Duchess of Longueville who broke the impasse, her eyes brimming with tears that glimmered like a lake under moonlight. Mother insisted on remaining in Paris. How could you allow this? It is for you, your highness, the Duke replied. The king left Paris only a few days ago, and the Duke of Orleans, Gaston, has appeared, reportedly striving to claim the title of regent king from the high court. As he spoke, the Duke wore a disdainful smile, which soon shifted to seriousness. While you fight valiantly, she will not allow others to easily usurp your accomplishments. She must stay in Paris. Prince Comte fell silent, aware that their mother, Charlotte de Montpensier, had once been the infamous mistress of Henry IV. This connection had forced the previous Prince Comte into exile to evade persecution by jealous rivals. At the height of her favor, Charlotte had confronted Queen Marie de Medici, receiving endless wealth, connections, and power from Henry IV. Even Prince Comte could not ascertain whether she loved or hated him. What was certain was that this old lady deeply cherished her children, particularly Prince Comte. Though doctors and clerics had foretold her imminent departure from this tainted world, she did not embark on her final journey peacefully. Instead, like a candle burning to its last flicker, she fervently employed her remaining strength to thwart the Duke of Orleans and the royalists in Paris. Let us depart, the Duchess urged. Do not squander our mother's efforts in vain. Prince Comte hesitated for a moment, ultimately surrendering to the inevitability of the situation as he boarded the carriage. He had not anticipated how easily matters would unfold. Amon, his master in another world, had readily acquiesced to his request, showing no concern for the drama he had missed. This capricious temperament caused the Duc de la Rochefoucauld to worry. Should the guards of Castle Vaucenard become aware of their scheme and pursue them, his remaining attendants might not be able to ensure the prince's safety. The Duke did not consider himself fortunate enough to receive Amon's promise once more. The carriage bearing Prince Comte departed the forest, entering the dawn's mist and heading towards Bordeaux. On the same night, the Queen Mother and King of France had also arrived at a remote town, as Saint-Germain-en-Laye had been besieged by several rebellious towns. They had no choice but to take an alternative route. Fortunately, this departure was not rushed, and they managed to carry away as many jewels and promissory notes as possible. The townsfolk should have felt a sense of curiosity towards such nobility. However, due to the recent influx of high-ranking officials fleeing from Paris, their numbers were considerable. Consequently, the townspeople were more inclined to seek financial gain from these visitors. After receiving some rewards, they contentedly departed. In this town, the only establishment capable of accommodating the king and his entourage was a dilapidated inn that also served as a tavern. After inspecting the rooms, the attendants deemed it best for the Queen Mother and the king to rest in their carriage. As for the food provided, Banton, who had previously found himself fortuitously tossed into a storage room, suffered only minor injuries from blood loss and a few bites from mice. Following the king's orders, an inspection revealed that only raw eggs could be cleaned and cooked for the noble guests' plates. The king bestowed upon him a sum of money, instructing him to procure more eggs from the town, and requested that his marksmen and attendants refrain from consuming the coarse sawdust bread, milk tainted with straw and dung, or the time-worn jerky. His available guard was limited, and he could not afford unnecessary losses. As soon as Marie spotted the approaching king, she rushed towards him, disregarding the disapproving gaze of the lady-in-waiting, and embraced the king's waist. Louis gently stroked her tousled hair. "What is it, my lady?" he inquired, nodding to the Queen Mother's attendant. "Has Marie committed some offense?" The attendant first curtsied to the king before reluctantly explaining. She conversed and made contact with a commoner. The king immediately comprehended the situation. For those in the court, it was considered quite impolite for someone of lower status to engage freely with someone of higher rank. And a noble should never speak directly to a commoner. She ought to have her servant relay her words or gesture on her behalf. Marie's current status was nearly equivalent to that of a countess or even a princess. Only individuals of such standing were permitted to serve the Queen Mother at all times. This was precisely the aspiration of her father and uncle, as a girl of humble origin like Marie could potentially become the wife of a duke or a prince. Therefore, such frivolous behavior was bound to draw criticism. "She is still but a child," Louis remarked. "She will come to understand in due time." With the king's assurance, the lady-in-waiting could pursue the matter no further and merely knelt again before the king before stepping aside. Marie giggled softly in the king's ear, then tugged at him, leading him to the commoner before them, a middle-aged man with a sorrowful countenance, yet possessing delicate, pale hands reminiscent of nobility. The king cast an inquiring glance, and Marie whispered softly, "Your Majesty, he is an apothecary." Chapter 40. The famine caused by war. This revelation left the king astounded. He could not ascertain whether the individual before him was indeed the alchemist he had envisioned, given the current state of medical knowledge. If there truly existed a potion capable of instantly curing those afflicted with dysentery or regenerating lost limbs, it was likely that the sorcerer would have been revered as an incarnation of an angel long ago. Thus, after a brief moment of excitement, he quickly regained his composure. "How did you come to be here?" he inquired softly, noticing a flicker of derision in the man's eyes. "He was once my mentor," merrily interjected. "Some circumstances arose, and thus—" "Allow me to speak," merrily, the man interrupted. "There is nothing to conceal, Your Majesty. This is indeed a fortuitous encounter. I did not intend to find myself here. I have grown weary of serving the powerful, which is precisely why I was exiled from the inner world. It no longer welcomes me or my family, and we are regarded as vagrants in the outer world. We have been expelled, beaten, and imprisoned. Tragically, the outer world is deteriorating further. The remedies I create are met with skepticism, and even when there are buyers, the materials I brought from the inner world are scarce. My wife is gravely ill, and my daughter is on the brink of starvation. Thus, when I encountered Merrily, I cast aside my foolish pride and knelt before her, pleading for a morsel of bread. My intentions are not purely altruistic, Your Majesty, but neither are they greedy. I merely wish for my family to survive." Upon finishing, he bowed deeply to the king, nearly stumbling as he rose. Louis regarded him with pity and handed him a piece of chocolate. "Consume this," he instructed, "and then tell me what you can offer." Later, at dusk, he returned to the inn where the king was residing. This time, having received prior instructions from the king, he faced no hindrance. In a chamber, he laid out the various concoctions he had prepared on a rickety table, as the king had anticipated. Most of them were of little utility, or perhaps only beneficial to those from the inner world. For instance, there were potions meant to substitute for blood in rituals, powders inducing hallucinations, love potions crafted by fairies, dandelions that rendered one more likable, and toxic agents such as foxglove and belladonna. Only 2 elixirs piqued the king's interest, the flying potion and the invisibility potion. Both could be applied to sorcerers and mortals alike. However, the former primarily consisted of belladonna, while the latter relied on oleander, both of which required application over the entire body to be effective. Not to mention, under urgent circumstances, there may be no time for such an endeavor. The toxic components of belladonna and oleander could be absorbed through the mucous membranes. The unique physiology of sorcerers ensured they would not suffer ill effects, but for mere mortals, the risks were dire, and the duration of effect was significantly shorter and less potent. Nevertheless, the king purchased both potions and those Merrily deemed necessary. However, it was impractical to have this alchemist accompany them. Firstly, their group was not secure, and secondly, the bishop's spies were ever watchful. Merrily, being his niece, could expect some leniency, but a sorcerer exiled from the inner world would not be afforded the same grace. Although Merrily repeatedly insisted that her mentor was exceptionally talented, both the king and the man understood that a truly unparalleled master would not be so easily cast aside by the inner world. He might possess talent, yet he was not indispensable. Before the king's departure, the sorcerer, accompanied by his wife and daughters, came to express his gratitude, along with a bag of gold louis. They received a set of identification papers signed by the king's officials, enabling them to settle in a location unknown to others. Upon meeting his wife, the king discerned that the sorcerer's expulsion from the inner world was intricately linked to her. The moment Louis laid eyes upon her, he understood. Since arriving here, he had encountered many beauties, both male and female, but the sorcerer's wife was not merely beautiful. She was strikingly close to the allure of a wilting flower. Even in her current state, heavily pregnant and gaunt, her haunting beauty remained undeniable. If Louis were to describe her, he would liken her to a deep crimson rose with petals dried and wilting. Despite having lost much of her vitality, her color was still unparalleled. Yet, her devotion to her husband was evident, as was his to her. They stood together as if oblivious to the presence of any third party. They had 2 daughters, with a third on the way. The eldest, 5 years old, already bore the striking features inherited from her mother, while her younger sister, still unsteady on her feet, was yet a mere child. The eldest, Athenais, was bold, her gaze rarely leaving the king. When her father instructed her to curtsy before Louis, she complied and then stepped forward, tugging at the king's garment. "My lord," she said, "when I grow up, may I marry you?" Athenais appeared unconcerned. "It's all right," she added, "I could be your lover instead." No, Merrily quickly interjected, his lover can only be me. But you are not beautiful, the girl stated earnestly. Nobles should always have the best, and you are not. Merrily nearly puffed up in indignation, while Louis stifled a laugh, giving the girl a gold Louis. You should cherish your time with your parents. When you grow up, he said, you will meet a young man who loves you, and then you will marry, have children, and live a splendid life. He paid no heed to Athanasius' words. After all, who would take seriously the musings of a 5-year-old? Yet Merrily's comment prompted him to note a reminder to discuss it with her later. However, subsequent events caused Louis to forget this minor episode entirely. At that moment, the king's forces were likely outnumbered by those of his father, Louis XIII, and wherever he traveled, he could soon hear the cries of rebellion and the sounds of gunfire. The bishop's emissaries would swiftly relocate them to another area, and their journey grew increasingly desolate. Louis had once believed the plight of the Parisian poor to be tragic, but now he realized that those outside endured even harsher conditions. Though bread in Paris was expensive, it was still available. The small towns they had passed at least had charcoal for baking. Here, however, there was neither bread nor charcoal, and the people struggled to survive on prayers and a meager mixture of white clay and the last remnants of flour and bran. The streets were littered with the stiff corpses of the dead, while a cart and 2 laborers were tasked with collecting and disposing of them. The laborers, equally emaciated, lifted the bones with ease, as if they were mere playthings. The caravan dared not linger in such a town. They traversed the square and streets like fugitives, pausing only in deserted woods or by streams. Yet, even there, numerous starving individuals awaited, and in their desperation, they cast aside all notions of law and order. They began by slaughtering their draft animals, cows, horses, and donkeys, consuming the seeds they had once intended to sow. The elderly and children were the first to be abandoned, while those with strength ventured into the Lord's woods. Once the game was exhausted, they resorted to foraging for fruits and leaves, and when those were depleted, they were left to subsist on tree bark and nuts. Louis was unable to dispatch his servants to seek intelligence. Fortunately, he had Marie, the young witch, who would venture out on her broom at night to survey the surroundings. This phenomenon was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. The first Fronde rebellion had placed the king and queen mother in a precarious position, yet the towns and provinces affected were relatively few. However, the second Fronde uprising was spearheaded by Prince Conde, Duke of Enghien, and Duke of Longueville, with significant regions like Bordeaux, Guyenne, Poitou, and Angoulême among the first to respond. Beyond these areas, provinces, cities, and villages either supported Louis XIV royalists or included devout individuals willing to pledge allegiance to Cardinal Mazarin, as well as those who preferred to heed the commands of a mere woman, the prince's wife and the Duchess of Longueville, or the despicable men bribed by the Duke of Orleans, Gaston. They shared little in common, save for their fervent yet misguided efforts to muster troops and amass funds, all while failing to recognize that their already meager reserves had been completely depleted within mere months. This movement began in January 1650 and continued until July of the same year. The previously gathered wheat and dried meat, along with the farmers laboring in the fields, seemed to vanish as if they had been erased in a single day. Astute observers may have foreseen the impending famine, yet the majority could only watch in bewilderment as the apocalypse unfolded before their eyes. Louis found himself with limited options. He could only ensure the supplies for himself and the royalist army, although the prices proposed by the merchants accompanying him were nearly suffocating. At this juncture, mere bread outweighed all else. This necessity not only prevented the army from dispersing, but also attracted more followers. Queen Mother had once urged the king to disperse some individuals, but Louis, despite her fervent pleas, was resolute in his refusal. Even as the pressure they exerted caused him sleepless nights, he felt akin to a mischievous child grasping the blade of a sword, with the empty bellies of thousands hanging like a heavy stone from the hilt. Chapter 41. The Devil's Apple. As the king awaited anxiously, messengers from both Foucault and Colbert unexpectedly appeared before him on the same day, each bearing joyous tidings. Foucault had not only procured approximately 1,000 mardos, where 1 mardo is about 500 liters, of wheat, but had also managed to smuggle cannons and firearms from the Sicilians. The king promptly summoned Friedrich Schomberg, a general who had been called upon by Bishop Mazarin to lead around 1,000 infantrymen to protect him. Born in Heidelberg and a Protestant, Schomberg had never received kindness from the Queen Mother, and, though fortunately, he had little interaction with her, and he adhered to the king's directives. Although the bishop had indicated that Schomberg could follow the king's orders beyond mere military campaigns, the general found himself somewhat perplexed, for the king was still a minor, merely a child. It was said that he had lived in exile during his formative years, lacking a proper and coherent education. Schomberg prepared himself to meet a tempestuous and naive young monarch, yet the reality was far less daunting than he had anticipated. This king was remarkably tolerant, seldom intervening in Schomberg's military decisions, even regarding the refugees trailing behind the royal entourage, although the king had his own opinions. He consulted Schomberg first. On the king's decision, Schomberg stated that it was not about driving them away, but rather about sheltering them. From the general's perspective, he was in favor of this, with no other motive. It is worth mentioning the peculiar conscription system in Europe. It is widely acknowledged that the size of a standing army should correspond with a nation's strength to ensure the sustenance, salaries, and equipment, as well as the inevitable costs of horses and encampments. However, it is equally evident that contemporary France represents a microcosm of all Europe. With nations embroiled in conflicts with one another, sometimes for prestige, often for status, wealth, and territory, but more frequently to defend themselves and their families. The chaotic inheritance laws further exacerbated the situation, prompting even the smallest nations to maintain disproportionately large armies. To accommodate the needs of soldiers and officers, and to alleviate their own burdens, a long-standing tradition of mercenary exchanges between nations emerged, wherein one nation would lease its troops and equipment to another. Italy was particularly renowned for this, yet the Holy Roman Empire, England, and even the former France were no exceptions. Thus, should one find themselves on the battlefields of this era, they would be astonished to see a general from the Holy Roman Empire commanding artillery from Italy, infantry from Denmark or other Germanic nations, and perhaps cavalry from pagan territories. Schomberg's army was no exception. As time dragged on, some soldiers had fallen behind or deserted, and he urgently needed to replenish his forces. In his view, those refugees who had been compelled to abandon their homes due to famine were the most suitable candidates. First, they were predominantly young men. Hunger is the most ruthless yet effective filter, as children and the elderly are the first to succumb, while women are often reluctant to leave their villages or towns, acutely aware of the perils that await them. Second, these individuals could be recruited into the army with nothing more than a loaf of bread, devoid of monetary allure or coercion, and they would not easily flee. Although remaining in camp posed a risk of death on the battlefield, departing would certainly lead to starvation. Third, compared to the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire, these French peasants were far more inclined to trust their king. Otherwise, they would not have dragged their weary legs in pursuit of the royal caravan. Yet Schomberg was fully aware that, as Queen Mother and vehemently opposed, even quarreling with the king over it, sheltering these individuals implied that they must be provided with sustenance. However, France was currently rife with famine, and although they possessed ample gold Louis, it did not guarantee a plentiful supply of food. At that juncture, these thousands could potentially become a threat. Especially infuriating was the fact that the nobles they encountered had not adhered to laws and traditions by providing food for the king and his entourage, but instead had instructed merchants to inflate food prices to exorbitant levels. Schomberg could only laugh at this predicament. Even the bishop or the queen mother likely did not foresee that his initial battles would not be against the armies of rebels, but rather against those greedy and scrupulous merchants. While some merchants did hire guards, these guards were no match for soldiers seasoned by 30 years of warfare when faced with defenseless, destitute souls. This was the task the king had assigned to Schomberg. Initially hesitant, Schomberg soon discovered that this endeavor was both amusing and gratifying, particularly when some foolish nobles dared to plead with the king for intervention. The king's first attendant, Bontang, widened his eyes in curiosity, questioning them about their previous lamentations regarding the castle's dire food shortages and the sudden emergence of wheat. If they sought assistance from merchants, France had laws and courts. They could very well journey to Paris and appeal to the esteemed judges of the high courts, who would surely provide them with justice. Yet how could these nobles and merchants dare to do so? It was common knowledge that, in Paris, both the judges of the high courts and Duke Gaston of Orleans were greedily amassing wealth, and entering Paris meant being skinned alive. Regrettably, such behavior could repeat ad infinitum, yet could not last indefinitely. Ultimately, the nobles and merchants became compliant. While they could not entirely support the massive army or provide for all its needs, they at least made a show of doing their part. The problem, however, was that the mountains of wheat began to flow out like a never-ending river. Once Schomberg entered the room and beheld the king's cheerful countenance, he realized that the two individuals upon whom they had placed great hope had not disappointed. He promptly removed his hat and bowed deeply before the king. Upon receiving permission, he stepped forward to retrieve the already opened letters. He first perused Foucault's correspondence, a smile never leaving his face, inhaling deeply as if he could scent the fragrance of the wheat wafting from the words. Cannons and firearms? I have already conceived a plan, Schomberg exclaimed with excitement. And this, from Colbert, the king indicated for Bontemps to hand over the second letter. Schomberg opened it to find that Colbert's acquisitions were even more substantial than Foucault's. Though there was one shipment, approximately 10 mardos worth, that left him bewildered. Forgive me, your majesty, but what is this, Poems? It is the potato. However, Louis could not convey this so straightforwardly, for the Spanish were the first to discover the potato upon their arrival in the Americas, and they had consumed it raw, which was not only unpalatable, but also toxic. The Scots had outright rejected it, citing the absence of any mention of potatoes in the Bible, and their growth underground resembled that of the devil's apple. As for the French, they took a different approach, sampling the berries borne by the potato plant. But as one might imagine, the sour taste was utterly intolerable. Moreover, the green potatoes directly led to fatalities, and cut potatoes that turned black were mistakenly associated with leprosy, establishing potatoes as one of the most reviled plants in Europe. Only a few nobles, drawn by the beauty of the flowers, dared to cultivate a modest number in their gardens. The potatoes introduced by Colbert were indeed sourced from the Americas. He was a man of vision and determination. In his correspondence to the king, he remarked that he had roasted and boiled some potatoes using indigenous methods without any mishaps. He noted that they were equally invigorating and mentally stimulating, and that a mere small piece of this fruit could satiate hunger. The cooking methods were simpler than those for wheat. Even without washing, they could be tossed directly into the fire to cook to perfection. It was a novel food, he mused, but if prepared properly, it could be exceptionally delectable. He smiled at the somewhat perplexed general, already resolute in his decision. Once the potatoes arrived, the royal family would set an example, and given the people's curiosity, they would likely be inclined to sample this tuber that could save them from hunger both now and in the future. They were currently in Tel, a prominent military stronghold since the 10th century, situated on a highland on the right bank of the Ain River, with formidable walls and sharp artillery. Fortunately, the local lord was a staunch royalist. Upon seeing the king's envoy, he gallantly rode alongside to present himself to the king and queen mother, attending to the royal family and their retinue with great care. Ensuring a kitchen that would satisfy the king's expectations was no daunting task. The potato, versatile enough to serve as a staple, a snack, or a dish, was highly regarded. The king's first servant, Bontemps, reverently produced a finely bound cookbook, causing a hush to fall over the kitchen staff, who dared not utter a word. Following Bontemps' loud proclamations, they meticulously washed the seemingly muddy tubers, peeled away their knobless skin, and sliced them into pieces, strips, and shreds. They prepared them alongside chicken, simmered them with pork, stuffed them into geese, or baked them with cheese. Indulgently, they heated a large pot of oil, frying the potato strips that had been soaked in brine. The golden, crispy fries were the first to be served, naturally presented to the king. All eyes were upon him as he pinched a small handful of salt, sprinkling it judiciously over the fries. After a gentle toss with his fork, he eagerly scooped them up with his fingers and devoured them with delight. The rich aroma tantalized the senses, and when their portions were finally placed on the table, each guest emulated the king, salting and tossing their fries, while some, too impatient, resorted to grabbing them with their hands, only to burn their fingers. Fortunately, the majority were enthralled by the contrast of the fries' crisp exterior and soft interior, as well as the sweetness imparted by the starch, with few noticing their minor blunders. Subsequent dishes included chicken with potatoes, pork stew with potatoes, and baked potatoes with cheese. The emergence of these new delicacies sparked speculation among the attendees. Some even drew parallels to sweet potatoes, which bore a striking resemblance to potatoes. Interestingly, sweet potatoes had been introduced to the European aristocracy decades earlier and had gained popularity, while the potato faced a more tumultuous fate. When the king eventually revealed the mystery, the guests were taken aback but did not succumb to panic. After all, they had already consumed potatoes numerous times during the banquet without any ill effects. And with esteemed figures like the Queen Mother and the King partaking, what further concerns could they have? Chapter 42. The most valuable capture of the Battle of Teller. As night descended, Louis made a special visit to the Queen Mother's chamber, not only to express his gratitude for the potatoes, but also to apologize for the hurtful words exchanged during their earlier quarrel. Nevertheless, like the eternal bond between a mother and her child, the Queen Mother, and could never truly harbor hatred for her son. Her disputes with the king stemmed merely from a desire to protect him from danger, devoid of any ulterior motives for power. As Louis knelt beside her, resting his head against her bosom, her heart melted like ice touched by fire. It had been years since he had sought such comfort. For within him resided the spirit of an adult, while the world around them offered little understanding of childhood, relying instead on the perceptions of mother and child alike. Mr. Bishop has sent me a letter and remarked, "Fortuitously, we have found a refuge here, Louis. You are soon to come of age, my dear, and I shall host a grand ceremony and banquet in your honor." Louis lifted his gaze from her knee, suddenly recalling that he was indeed approaching his 14th birthday. However, the present circumstances held little significance, for according to the bishop's arrangements, he would need to wait until he was at least 20, sufficiently mature to engage in state affairs. He himself was not in a hurry to wield power, having yet to establish his own court, and the individuals surrounding him were hardly trustworthy. The lurking shadows of non-human entities roamed the palace as if it were a realm uninhabited. As king, he had no invulnerability, and the focus of all eyes rested upon the Queen Mother and Cardinal Mazarin, which, in a way, was beneficial for him. "I would rather earn a victory," Louis murmured, "to celebrate my coming of age. What could be simpler?" The Queen Mother replied generously, "I shall command General Schomberg to march forth and confront the enemy. Fear not, for they may have already encountered us." The king interjected, "On my way to you, I met a messenger who informed me that an army led by the Viscount of Tyrrena is drawing near." This revelation caused the Queen Mother's eyes to widen in alarm, which was precisely why the king had refrained from sharing this news upon entering. Trembling, she retrieved a vial of smelling salts, inhaling deeply as the pungent scent of ammonia mingled with spices filled the air, prompting even Marie, standing beside her, to grimace. The king gently grasped the Queen Mother's hand. "I told you not to rely on that too much," he chided affectionately. "Such substances are detrimental to your health." "I have not heard of him," Louis inquired. "What manner of man is he?" "He is the second son of the Duke of Esdan. Traditionally, his elder brother inherits the title and estate, while he serves in the army for the king. Then he ought to be loyal to us." Louis did not dispute this. It was emblematic of the mindset of those in power. However, in France, particularly regarding the Viscount of Tyrrena, such pretenses had not proven effective. A thought occurred to him. What was his relationship with Prince Conde? The Queen Mother appeared somewhat reluctant, but eventually replied, "He has served alongside Prince Condaminium in the army." This statement elicited a smile from the Queen Mother, for Louis remained but a child, oblivious to the intricacies of politics. If she could, she would promise him the encounter with the Viscount, as one might offer a cherished toy. After kissing Louis on the cheek, she sent him from her chamber. Once he departed, she summoned General Schomberg, who initially found it odd that the king's attendant, Bontang, would deliver a message to him. Upon meeting the Queen Mother, he understood the situation and respectfully accepted her orders, though he soon set them aside, for the king's will took precedence. As a general, he did not believe it wise to blindly obey the Queen Mother's commands. He would not lead his troops into battle against the Viscount of Tyrrena. Interestingly, before hostilities commenced, an envoy from the Viscount of Tyrrena approached the Queen Mother and the king, delivering a letter in which the Viscount earnestly requested their surrender to avoid unforeseen calamities. The Viscount promised to ensure their safety and to treat them with the dignity befitting a king and Queen Mother. Naturally, the Queen Mother reduced this letter to ashes, while the king, with a cordial demeanor, assured the envoy that should the Viscount choose to surrender, he would likewise receive the treatment befitting a Viscount. This perhaps was not a wholly insincere veiling of intentions, but the true nature of battle would soon rend that fa asunder at dawn the following day. The ancient city of Teller was a formidable military stronghold, now equipped with 6 cannons alongside its walls. In contrast, the Viscount commanded 12. He ordered the engineers to construct high earthworks, positioning the artillery atop the mounds to engage with the city's cannons. The roar of cannon fire filled the air, smoke billowing as Schomberg leveraged the thick walls to his advantage. The Viscount, possessing numerical superiority in both soldiers and artillery, relentlessly bombarded the ancient fortifications, which had stood since the year 940, long before the advent of cannonry. Over time, the layers of the crumbling walls finally gave way, exposing a breach. The soldiers of the Viscount erupted in cheers, yet the commanders on both sides understood that this was merely the commencement of true combat. Schomberg directed his soldiers to erect fortifications behind the walls, a suggestion inspired by the king's youthful heart. Craftsmen fashioned a contraption reminiscent of a wooden horse, equipped with wheels for mobility. Schomberg likened it to an ancient battering ram, as it too bore a triangular shape, with bags of earth piled beneath. Such rudimentary defenses would prove effective even against the far superior firepower of machine guns in the centuries to come, let alone the current rudimentary flintlock muskets. The king's forces took cover behind these fortifications, returning fire against the rebels, who retaliated, though to little effect. The rebels suffered devastating losses, further diminishing their already waning morale. For they understood they were directing their weapons at their king. The Viscount realized this as well, but there was no turning back. He could only command his soldiers to advance, sacrificing their very flesh to breach the enemy lines. At that moment, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, 2 three-masted ships descended from upstream on the Ain River. While this may have seemed ordinary, those familiar with naval vessels would have raised alarm. For both ships bore cannon ports. They were warships, each equipped with 12 cannons. Their ports now opened and aimed at the rebel forces outside H-Teller. Before anyone could react, the dark mouths of the cannons erupted in a conflagration of flames reminiscent of hellfire, indeed transporting men to the depths of despair. The Viscount's troops found themselves trapped, with carnage unfolding behind them. Soldiers wailed and scattered, desperately seeking escape from the searing net of death. Officers struggled to maintain order, but soon found their efforts futile. Just as despair enveloped the rebels, the cannon fire abruptly ceased. Then, the Viscount beheld an officer emerging from the fortifications a mere 100 feet away. He raised his hand, preventing his soldiers from inadvertently discharging their weapons in their anxiety. The man was unfamiliar to him, but appeared somewhat younger. Even in the face of hundreds of muskets, he displayed no trace of fear. He approached the Viscount, who in turn moved towards him. Though strangers, they instinctively recognized each other as adversaries. "Fortune favors us." The younger of the two, Schomberg, exclaimed loudly as he removed his hat and waved it, bowing before the Viscount de Tierna. "What a pleasure," remarked the Viscount, though his army had suffered devastating blows due to this man. Nevertheless, he maintained the composure and dignity befitting a son of a duke, with fury kindling in his eyes. Yet it did not manifest in his words or actions. Frederick Schomberg, the newcomer, introduced himself. "That is not a French name," the Viscount observed. "You are a foreigner." "Indeed. A foreigner is guarding the King of France, while a Frenchman assaults the King's army," Schomberg replied. "That is because the King has erred," the Viscount countered. "And I am here to implore him to rectify this mistake. With cannon and musket, perhaps?" The Viscount spoke rigidly. "If the King would consider other avenues of counsel," Schomberg retorted. Such words undoubtedly incensed General Schomberg, for although his acquaintance with Louis was brief, he would assert that the youthful monarch had endeavored to do all he could at this juncture. "Do you know who ordered me to cease the bombardment?" "His Majesty, the King of France," Schomberg replied, bowing respectfully. "He sent me to inquire whether you would be inclined to surrender. I have not yet reached the point of desperation," the Viscount stated. "Yet the King desires not to witness the demise of another Frenchman," Schomberg continued. "Whichever side it may be," he said, "they are his subjects, and God has appointed him to govern them. Thus, he cherishes their lives as he would his own children." Only the Viscount de Tierna was acutely aware that he had been utterly defeated. After the retreat of his forces, they camped by the river bank, seemingly indifferent to the 2 three-masted ships moored just half a river's breadth away. The Viscount sat upon a large stone, gazing vacantly at the inky waters, while a trusted officer brought him a cup of hot tea. He held it in his hands, but did not drink. "What are the soldiers discussing?" The Viscount had already discerned the answer from the silence. The following morning, the Viscount of Tyrrena arrived at the city gates to surrender to the king. Chapter 43. How the King Persuaded the Viscount of Tyrrena, Part 1. Initially, the Viscount of Tyrrena harbored doubts about the king's promises. It was not that he doubted the king himself. Rather, in his eyes, the king remained merely a child. And a child, no matter how noble, cannot be taken at his word. The Queen Mother and Cardinal Mazarin harbored a profound disdain for anyone associated with Prince Conde. The Viscount was already resigned to his possible fate and accepted it with equanimity. Even when asked to disarm, he exhibited hardly a flicker of hesitation as he removed his stiletto, unloaded his musket, and placed both his dagger and short sword upon the table. To his relief, The officer overseeing him did not rudely demand a search. Today, he wore his favorite outfit, for he surmised that once incarcerated or sentenced to the gallows, he might not have the opportunity to change his attire. Thus, he wished to present himself with dignity in his coffin. The Viscount stepped forward, gracefully doffing his hat and bowing deeply to the king. "May I hazard a guess?" The youthful king asked with a smile. "Were you contemplating escape?" "If it were possible." The Viscount replied candidly, "I would indeed prefer it." "Then why do you not remain outside the city and fight my generals, instead of standing here contemplating how to flee?" "Because Monsieur Schomberg uttered such words," the Viscount explained. "He has swayed the hearts of my soldiers. If I insisted on fighting, some might, in their drunken folly, turn their weapons against their commander rather than their foes. My reluctance to depart from outside the city stems from this. They have entrusted themselves to me. Now, to hand them over to another would be beyond my capacity, so I had no choice but to come here, albeit with considerable reluctance." "You refer to General Schomberg's words as bribery." "I must respectfully disagree, for, sir, that is precisely what I wished him to say. And it is the truth of my heart." "Your heart's truth?" the king queried. "Is it not so, General, that the Frenchman strikes against his own?" "I knew you would lay blame upon me," the Viscount retorted. "It seems you believe you have committed no wrongdoing," the king observed. "It appears I must engage you in a serious discussion to persuade you." "I suggest you spare your efforts," the Viscount huffed. "You cannot sway me. God has chosen you, while I have chosen my friend, Prince Conde. If you are sufficiently cruel, hang me in the courtyard, yes, in a place where you can see with the slightest turn of your head. This is the fate that every traitor must face. If you are merciful, what then? You ought to release me, just as any merciful and magnanimous monarch would. Provide me with a horse, a cloak, and a purse filled with gold Louis or silver cu. Return my weapons and servants to me, and allow me the freedom to go where I please." "That is assuredly so. He is not only my friend, but my master as well." This declaration briefly graced the Viscount's stern visage with a hint of pride, though it was swiftly overshadowed by shame. "I truly do not know how to respond to your compliment," he confessed. "In truth, I have been defeated. Out there beyond the city." "I do not share that sentiment," the king countered. "I have heard of your past exploits. You are a valiant man. You joined the army at the tender age of 12, 10 years before my birth. You assisted Duke Bernhard in capturing the fortress of Breisach in 8 months. And the following year, in the Battle of Piedmont, you seized Turin. In 1643, you advanced down the Rhine, capturing the strategic strongholds of Philippsburg and Mainz. By 1646, during the Second Battle of Einrudlingen, you compelled Bavaria to withdraw from the 30 Years' War. In 1648, you conquered all of Bavaria, finally pressing on to the Rhine, threatening Vienna, and forcing a king to submit to you. These accomplishments, dear Viscount, do they not render you a formidable adversary?" The Viscount swelled with pride at the king's knowledge of his achievements, yet simultaneously, a surge of indignation arose within him. "You must not overlook another individual," he declared loudly. "Are you referring to Prince Conde?" "Indeed," the Viscount affirmed. "His accomplishments surpass my own, yet you seem entirely unconcerned. Has he not received the rewards he deserves?" the king inquired. "To some extent," the king answered candidly. "What do you mean by to some extent?" "It means," Louis explained, "that he neither acknowledges nor denies, neither facilitates nor obstructs, yet when called upon, he will surely comply." "But what if he is indeed deserving?" the Viscount retorted. "If you believe so," the king replied, "then I would be genuinely disappointed." "How so?" "You feel that Prince Condominium would be more suited to occupy this position due to his prime age, sound reasoning, and illustrious achievements, rather than a mere child." The Viscount hesitated but ultimately conceded. "You are a good man," he said. "Yet France currently requires a king with a firm hand, unwavering will, and impervious to influence." "I understand your perspective," Louis remarked. "It is evident that the royal power does not reside with the king, but rather with the Queen Mother and Cardinal Mazarin. However, dear Viscount, even if Prince Condominium were a saint reincarnated, he would still possess an indelible weakness." The Viscount bowed, eager to hear further, though his countenance betrayed skepticism. Louis pondered for a moment before abruptly shifting the conversation to what appeared to be an unrelated topic. "You know we have journeyed from Paris," he stated. The Viscount nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I have been pursuing you." This quip elicited a smile from Louis. "Then you must have seen it." "Saw what?" "Those who were hanged." "Oh, if you are referring to that, I did see it, Your Majesty, and I hope it did not frighten you." "It did not, Viscount," Louis replied. For those individuals were subjects of my own interrogation, my own judgment, and I witnessed their hanging firsthand. This revelation genuinely startled the Viscount. He struggled to comprehend the king's implication. Did he mean to convey that he was a cruel man, rather than the gentle ruler people believed him to be? Had you said this a few moments ago, he remarked, I would have thought you were attempting to intimidate me. That is precisely why I mention it now, Louis continued. Additionally, even if you refuse to obey me, I will not hang you. I shall merely confine you most securely. Should I express that I am truly honored? The Viscount said resignedly, but I imagine you are not that sort of person. That cruel person? No, that foolish person, the Viscount replied. There is nothing more absurd than threatening a man indifferent to life and death with death itself. Thus, I shall employ other means to threaten you, Louis declared. In your haste to pursue us, dear Viscount, you neglected to inquire into the crimes of these individuals. They must be utterly wicked, more dreadful than you might imagine. Louis remarked, even if cast into hell, 1,000 years of flames would not cleanse them. Pray tell me, Your Majesty, I am prepared. The first two were robbers. Indeed, they were despicable, yet the true horror lies beyond. Before the war even commenced, they plundered gold and silken garments, and when I passed by, they were seizing human lives. What do they want with people? To consume them, my dear Viscount, roasting them like pigs and sheep. By heavens, exclaimed Viscount Tyrrena, may the heavens unleash their wrath to smite them down. And there is more. A father devoured his child, a wife feasted upon her husband. Is it not the devil's mischief? I would like to believe so, Louis replied. Subsequently, we encountered a church, such a sacred place. Indeed, the Queen Mother insisted on entering to pray, and inside we discovered a throng of peasants. It is no wonder, for the Lord protects all, regardless of wealth or poverty. However, their panic aroused my suspicion, and ultimately my marksman unearthed a considerable number of bones in the storeroom, sanctuary, and confessional. God above, do not say such things. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you, my dear Viscount. They concealed themselves in the chapel, waiting for weary travelers to enter for rest or prayer. Then they would pounce and capture them, subsequently boiling them for soup. It is utterly unbelievable. There is nothing unbelievable about it. The king asserted with conviction, hunger can transform a man into a demon. Viscount Tyrrena stood there, pale. Are you implying Prince Condaminium is to blame? I have stated that perhaps he did nothing, but the discord indeed arises from him. Then cannot you resolve this discord? Viscount Tyrrena boldly inquired. Aware that the king maintained his original stance, shared by many who supported Prince Conde, that an adult with independent thought is always preferable to a child manipulated by others. This is what I wish to reveal to you, the greatest weakness of those for whom you are willing to pledge your loyalty. I am listening, Your Majesty. I am listening. There was a king once, Louis said. Before ascending the throne, he bore striking similarities to Prince Conde. Who? You should find it familiar. Louis continued, for he is not far from us. He was the last king of the York dynasty in England, Richard III. Chapter 44 How the King Persuaded the Viscount of Tyrrena, Part 2. As the Viscount of Tyrrena eagerly awaited to lend an ear, the king cast a glance at Bontang, his most trusted first servant, who promptly poured a glass of low-alcohol wine from Pernay. This particular wine, enriched with peaches, spices, and an abundance of sugar by monks, was chosen by the king solely for its lower alcohol content compared to typical wines, as he was acutely aware of the detrimental effects of alcohol on the human body. After taking but a small sip, he passed the cup to the Viscount, who hastily rose from his seat, accepting it with both hands. Perhaps sensing the weight of previously unnoticed truths, he absent-mindedly drained the glass in one go, a gesture that bordered on rudeness, prompting him to stand again in embarrassment to offer his apologies. Yet, the king merely waved his hand dismissively. The Viscount, of course, had perused accounts of this monarch. Had Louis directly accused Richard III of being a vile usurper, he could have defended him by citing the king's past merits. However, Louis first enumerated Richard III's benevolent deeds, merely inquiring about his fate and the reasons behind it, which rendered the Viscount uncomfortable. For, as Louis articulated, prior to deposing his nephew Edward V, Richard III had indeed behaved like a saint. His virtues were beyond reproach, and his accomplishments were undeniable, bearing striking similarities to the current Prince of Conde. Yet, compelling the Viscount to candidly articulate why Richard III met such a tragic end was akin to forcing him to directly criticize the Prince of Conde. When Richard's elder brother Edward IV passed away, He was appointed as the Lord Protector, standing above all others save the king, possessing vast lands in northern England, unmatched in power, status, and wealth. Nevertheless, the then Duke of Gloucester, Richard, succumbed to insatiable greed. As previously mentioned, he bribed a bishop to declare that Edward IV's marriage to the current queen was illegitimate, thereby stripping his two nephews of their inheritance, deposing Edward V, and seizing the throne as Richard III. However, this throne was not securely attained. His erstwhile supporters, the Duke of Buckingham, Henry Stafford, and the Earl of Richmond, Henry Tudor, rose in opposition. In the first rebellion, Buckingham was defeated and executed by Richard III, while Tudor escaped and instigated a second rebellion alongside his uncle. During the conflict with Henry Tudor, Richard III's three most loyal ministers, Thomas Stanley, the first Earl of Derby, Sir William Stanley, and Henry Percy, the fourth Earl of Northumberland, betrayed him, aligning themselves with Tudor. Despite Tudor's inferior claim to the throne, they did so, leading to Richard III's downfall in a battle where he had once held the advantage. Ultimately, he perished on the battlefield, valiantly fighting until the last moment. Yet history would mockingly recall his final cries of treason. Treason! Treason! They are different, Your Majesty, the Viscount could only utter in response. In what way are they different? The prince is not a cruel man, nor was Richard III, Louis replied. You are not a foolish man, thus I shall refrain from employing grandiloquent rhetoric. I can only state that you underestimate me merely because I am still but a child. However, Viscount, it is not only children who can be manipulated. Do you believe Richard III did not aspire to be a man of honor? Was he born a villain, or was he perhaps lured by a devil from hell? No, certainly not. He may have once accepted the authority bestowed upon him by his brother with both sorrow and joy, wishing to raise his nephew with utmost care. But what altered his path? I had not considered it until I beheld the Prince of Conde. It dawned upon me, sir, that it was you and the many around him who incessantly urged him down that dishonorable path. You saw only his glory as king, yet failed to perceive the inevitable dangers he would encounter. I dare say, once he assumed that position, all who laid eyes upon him would not cry Your Majesty, but rather inwardly shout, Look at that traitor. Every ambitious soul would revel in the knowledge that he was not the king's son, and his claim did not precede mine. My father, Louis XIII, entrusted me to him, to assist me, not to replace me. Alas, Your Majesty, alas, Your Majesty. The Viscount of Tyrrena lamented, clutching the silver cup tightly, at a loss for words, for the king's arguments left no room for rebuttal. As for myself and my brother Philippe, we could easily become his new sins, Viscount. It is not that he lacks nobility, rather, it is the insidious plots lurking in the shadows that are ever present. We cannot yet ascertain whether Edward V and his brother perished at Richard III's behest. Yet when people mention Edward V, they exclaim, Ah, that child king slain by his own uncle. If you, along with your master and friend, continue to pursue this path, I swear one day they shall refer to condominium in the same manner. Shaking his head, Louis continued, Therefore, I cannot comprehend your motivations. What drives you? Power? Clearly not. Honor? No. Wealth? That is laughable. If it were out of honor and loyalty, you ought to counsel him rather than incite him down a misguided path. If it were for France, God, Viscount, as you once told me, please turn your gaze to the window and behold those struggling citizens in famine. The Viscount, unable to restrain himself, gazed out the window. Although the view revealed only an empty square and towering walls, memories of the starving populace and gallows encountered along the way flooded his mind. Viscount, Louis inquired for the first time with a tone of interrogation, how many more wars do you think they can endure? 1, 2, or 3, or perhaps even more? Oh, Your Majesty, please, do not speak further, the Viscount pleaded, now truly perplexed. The Viscount found himself compelled to concede the king's wisdom while grappling with his commitments to friends and benefactors, rendering him unable to make an immediate decision. Very well. The king proposed, Do you gamble? Would you care to make a wager with me? Speak, Your Majesty, yet I fear I have little to offer you at present. You are mistaken. You possess ample stakes, Louis remarked. I wish to convey to you, Viscount, that you have been troubled by the notion of my being manipulated by Bishop Mazarin, but the truth is not entirely so. Although many believe he cares for me as a father would. If I must speak frankly, I can only say that I trust him. For he is the one entrusted to me by my father. And how can that be? Why is it not possible? Louis replied, He is neither Gaston nor Conde. He will honor my requests. He extended his hand. Will you join me in this wager? If the bishop consents to my command and retreats to Liege, you shall stand by my side in battle, even if it means opposing your friends. If he does not, then I shall provide you with a horse, a servant, a purse brimming with coins, and your weapons and cloak, allowing you to depart as a merciful and generous king would. I can scarcely believe it. That is the king's promise, Louis affirmed. Viscount Tyrrena rose to his feet, and the tumultuous expressions that flickered across his face revealed the fierce internal struggle he was enduring. However, the words of the king and the events he had witnessed on his journey compelled him to make a decision. He placed his hands atop the king's and knelt, proclaiming, "I am willing to wager with you." Thus, Bishop Mazarin had resolved to withdraw to Liege, a matter known only to Queen Mother and until now. And Louis had only just learned of it this morning. Yet, this did not deter him from astutely taking advantage of this temporal discrepancy. Chapter 45. The King's Conversation with Friedrich Schomberg. 3 days later, the inhabitants of the old town of Herteler received news from Paris. The outcome left Viscount Tyrrena both astonished and resigned, tinged with an ineffable sense of luck and joy. He donned the regal garments bestowed upon him by the king. For the people of the time, such an opulent coat was a rare privilege. The Viscount had amassed considerable wealth through his martial prowess. Yet in comparison to the royal attire, his finest garments inevitably paled in significance. Moreover, the king's splendid attire incorporated numerous elements from Dutch fashion, resembling a knight's regalia from the Netherlands. Viscount Tyrrena felt an undeniable kinship with this attire, recalling his entry into the military at the tender age of 12, where he served under his uncle, Prince Maurice, within the Dutch army, surrounded by comrades clad in similar garb. He maintained this style until he chose to serve in the French military at the age of 24. Dutch attire, while distinct from French, bore a certain frivolity to the eyes of Queen Anne. However, the king appreciated its lightness and simplicity. The shirt featured long, broad white collars that draped softly over his shoulders like swan wings, adorned with exquisite lace trim. The coat, crafted from heavy, lustrous satin, boasted elongated cuts at the chest and arms, surpassing hip length, cinched with a delicate leather belt. Attached to the belt were a purse, a short-handled musket, and a stiletto, while the edges of the coat were embroidered with lavish patterns, and the waist bore fasteners to secure the trousers. The trousers, loosely fitted, were tied below the knee with ribbon fashioned into bows, complemented by open-toed ankle boots. This ensemble rejuvenated Viscount Tyrrena, yet he hesitated at the final step, for a light chestnut shoulder strap lay upon the tray, an emblem of Prince Conde. To show his support for his friend, the Viscount had always worn it cheerfully, even when summoned to meet the king. Louis awaited him in the original chamber, and upon seeing the Viscount, his gaze fell upon the empty shoulder, prompting him to beckon Tyrrena to his side. The Viscount, filled with trepidation, felt a mix of shame regarding Prince Condominium and anticipation for the king. The absence of the expected red shoulder strap weighed heavily on him, as the king had unexpectedly altered his previous decision. This was neither the first nor the last time. While the Viscount remained in a state of bewilderment, the king removed his own red shoulder strap and draped it over Tyrrena's shoulders, securing it with a grand diamond brooch. Such an honor left the Viscount in disbelief, his shock rendering him speechless, or perhaps he struggled to express his gratitude, but his words were lost on the king. Amused, Louis urged him to sit beside him and offered him a drink. It took the Viscount some time to compose himself, gently caressing the smooth silk of the shoulder strap and the glimmering diamond brooch, nearly at a loss for words. "Dear Viscount," Louis said kindly, with a hint of reproach, "I had thought you understood the nature of my character. Your actions, while unforgivable for a king, merely reflect a misguided path for France. I might consider punishing your actions, yet your intentions are beyond reproach. I seek not repayment for any debts, but rather wish to be your friend, just as I am with Prince Conde, which would suffice to bring me joy." Louis spoke sincerely, aside from Bontemps and Marie. His company consisted entirely of Mazarin's allies and Queen Anne's supporters, perhaps with the exception of the slippery Monsieur de la Riviere, whom one could engage but not rely upon. Viscount Tyrrena felt the authenticity of the king's words and earnestly apologized once more. The king graciously accepted his apologies and compliments, then broached another matter. Upon mentioning it, the Viscount transformed from a clumsy courtier into a sagacious general. As previously noted, General Friedrich Schomberg from the Holy Roman Empire had brought 1,000 infantry, later losing about 300, only to replenish with 500 more, resulting in a total of 1,200 soldiers. In contrast, Viscount Tyrrena had brought approximately 3,000 soldiers to besiege the old town of Hertler, along with 12 cannons, which explained his initial belief that victory was within reach. Naturally, these soldiers now belonged to the king, totaling 4,000, though some had been injured or perished in earlier skirmishes. A pressing concern loomed before the king: the payment and provisions for these men. It was imperative for Tyrrena to avoid disappointing them, yet meeting their needs would prove challenging, even for Prince Conde. The king inquired how Tyrrena intended to manage matters while still in Conde's service after seizing Hertler. The Viscount suggested that dispersing the soldiers would be far less costly than providing salaries and supplies, yet Louis was reluctant to take this route. Regrettably, the current French, British, or Spanish troops exhibited no moral or regulatory constraints. Soldiers were little more than brigands, pillaging both towns and fields. According to Tyrrena's calculations, dismissing half the soldiers, 2,000 men, might leave Hertler relatively unscathed, but would plunge the surrounding farmers into dire straits. However, 4,000 was excessive, Tyrrena declared. He contemplated advising the king to first disperse Schomberg's troops, but ultimately dismissed the notion. This left him with an odd expression when he encountered General Schomberg in the corridor upon leaving the king's chamber. The king had not summoned Schomberg, yet he would not refuse the general's request for an audience. He reasoned that Schomberg was perhaps even more trustworthy than Tyrrena, despite their initial transactional relationship. Not every hired soldier exemplified the steadfast loyalty and determination he displayed. In fact, General Schomberg was younger than Tyrrena. Born in 1636 and now 36, an age ripe for a commander. Upon catching sight of the Viscount's red shoulder strap and the diamond brooch worth at least 1,000 livres, he felt a pang of envy mixed with a tinge of melancholy. "You come to see me," the king said with his customary amiability, though his expression bore a hint of concern. "Have you encountered an insurmountable issue?" "Yes, your majesty," Schomberg replied. "I have indeed encountered a dilemma that only you can resolve." "Speak freely." "Your majesty, I have come to tender my resignation." "Yes, I wish to depart." "No, your majesty, no." "Then is it the case that you and your loyal soldiers are lacking in wages?" "That is not the case, your majesty." "Then surely someone has withheld your rations of wine, bread, and jerky?" "Not at all, your majesty. We even have cheese to eat." At this moment, the king found himself bewildered. "Pray tell me," he inquired, "what compels you to leave?" General Schomberg hesitated for a moment, clearly reluctant to divulge the reason. "You now have General Tyrrena." "Good heavens!" Louis exclaimed. "Would you sever a man's left hand simply because he possesses a right one? What if that left hand is persistently unwilling to dip into holy water for the sign of the cross?" Schomberg replied, illuminating Louis's oversight as a man devoid of genuine faith. He was being reminded of a crucial distinction. Schomberg, a Protestant, contrasted sharply with the Catholic lineage of the French royal family, from Queen and to Cardinal Mazarin, and including himself. The specter of the St. Bartholomew's massacre loomed ominously, and even with Schomberg's lion-hearted courage, he had to ponder his prospects in France. "I understand your apprehensions," the youthful king stated, "but I must assert that I am not prepared to let you go." "But you are a Protestant," Louis remarked. "Your concerns likely revolve around your honor, your life, and perhaps the salaries of your soldiers." He approached the desk, where Bontemps immediately poured him some ink and provided a quill and parchment. Louis inscribed a few lines and then handed the document to Schomberg. Upon examining it, Schomberg found it stated, "From the day I enter Paris, General Friedrich Schomberg shall be granted French nationality and the marshal's baton, with immediate payment of property worth 50,000 livres." It was followed by the king's signature. Schomberg's face flushed crimson. He had indeed come to seek a promise from the king, yet he felt a wave of shame wash over him at the king's earnestness. "You need not concern yourself with this," Louis replied, "for this was my intention all along, and there is more." He opened a drawer and presented Schomberg with a long, flat box, urging him to open it at once. Upon doing so, Schomberg beheld a vivid red sash accompanied by a diamond brooch, equivalent in value to that worn by the Viscount Tyrrena. Without hesitation, Schomberg draped the sash over his shoulder, and the king personally affixed the brooch. "Now you are surely bound to stay," Louis declared, gently brushing against Schomberg's shoulder, which trembled with excitement. Unbeknownst to Schomberg, as he walked with a sense of fulfillment into the courtyard, the king, observing him from the study window, murmured to himself, "Whether they be Catholics, Protestants, Orthodox, or so-called followers of the papacy, as long as they possess talent and pledge loyalty to me, I would gladly employ them, even if they were devils." Of course, Such sentiments were not to be shared with others. Neither Schomberg, nor the Viscount Tyrrena, nor Cardinal Mazarin, nor the Queen Mother could ever know. Even Bontemps was excluded from this confidant circle. The only possible recipient of such thoughts might be Maria Mancini, a sorceress. Chapter 46. The King's conversation with Nicolas Foucault. Nicolas Foucault was the third individual whom the king received in this chamber. Unlike the previous two gentlemen, Foucault was still merely a regent, a noble of robes scorned by the sword-bearing aristocrats. Yet, he felt no shame in this distinction. Their divergence lay merely in serving the king with sword or intellect. In truth, he believed his capabilities surpassed those of the brutes, though he would not dare to voice such a claim. Upon meeting Foucault, the king adopted an even more casual demeanor, clad in a loose nightgown, draped with a sumptuous fox-fur robe that accentuated the youthful king's slender frame. He gestured with a quill towards a prepared seat, and Foucault bowed, adjusting his outer robe before seating himself properly. The king finished writing a letter before setting down his pen, inquiring, "Would you care for something to drink? If it pleases you, a bit of hot chocolate would be delightful, for the weather is exceedingly cold," Foucault replied. During his first hasty escape from Paris, the royal household could scarcely carry away sufficient funds, leading to financial strain even in Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. Thus, in their second departure, Louis urged his mother and the bishop to make ample preparations, securing all portable wealth, even sacred vessels. Consequently, although famine prevailed, the king's situation was not dire. However, the expenses of a single individual, even a royal, could not compare to that of an army. Moreover, the king had been supporting General Schomberg in rallying and training the refugees to bolster the military. Just recently, Viscount Tyrrena had surrendered his 3,000 soldiers to the king, who showed no inclination to disperse them. The king summoned General Schomberg or Viscount Tyrrena, possibly for political or military matters, yet he called upon Foucault solely for financial reasons. Foucault's current endeavor to procure wheat for the king could be deemed a losing venture, especially given the muskets, cannons, and 2 three-masted ships converted into war vessels. Despite their unexpected efficacy in the Battle of Hettler, the expenses for the ships, gunpowder, and sailors' wages were drawn from Foucault's private purse, compelling him to sell his ancestral home and relocate his family to the countryside, an act of utter desperation. Consequently, the king's continued requests for financial support left him with no option but compliance. He had discerned the king's remarkable memory and feared that should he abandon his efforts, the king would remember him, perhaps even the name Foucault, with unwavering clarity. Such thoughts filled Foucault with anxiety and distress. He desperately wished the king would grant him either more time, additional manpower, or greater authority. He had already deceived every merchant within reach and several foolish locals, evading them to the extent that he had not dared to leave the castle in days. The funds, alongside the taxes he owed to the king, had all been funneled into the inexhaustible abyss of military expenses with no end in sight. "My dear Foucault," Louis said affectionately, observing him tense up as if ready to flee, "I have summoned you to commend you. Considering your prior contributions, you have executed your tasks with such perfection, even surpassing my expectations, which brings me immense joy. Please, come closer." Foucault rose and approached, his intense emotions becoming palpable with each step. His dark pupils contracted noticeably. His lips cracked, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. When the king opened a drawer, Foucault held his breath in anticipation. The king retrieved a rose and pinned it to Foucault's collar. The normally self-assured gentleman stood stunned. He glanced from his collar to the king's smiling visage, feelings of grievance washing over him. "Oh God," he lamented, "I no longer expect a grand diamond brooch, but even a simple shoulder clasp is beyond your generosity, your majesty. Though roses are available only in the warm greenhouse, what significance do they hold for me compared to Miss Marie Mancini or Princess Henrietta?" "Ah," Louis replied, "you saw those diamond brooches, did you not?" "Indeed," Foucault remarked, "in such frigid weather, both generals rose at 5 in the morning and did not retire until midnight, merely to ensure more eyes beheld their diamond brooches. They shone as brightly as the sun, blindingly so. I dare say even the blind would notice them." "That is correct," Louis said, "for not long ago, they adorned my mother's shoulders. Since my mother bore me, my father, the king, bestowed upon her a set of diamond jewelry, of which these are the 2 most precious pieces." "Good heavens!" Foucault exclaimed, genuinely astonished. "Did those generals know of this?" "Certainly not," the youthful king replied, making a face befitting his age. just as they are unaware that I offered them brooches only because I could not provide them with a reward. Has it reached such a point? Foucault inquired. Indeed, Louis opened another drawer. Every one of my chests is as empty as you see. Even St. Francis, who converses with birds, would not know poverty as I do. He then noticed Foucault lowering his head, seemingly in calculation. What are you planning? He asked curiously. One fears it may be quite difficult, Foucault responded. Difficult, indeed, Your Majesty, Louis acknowledged. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. I am listening. Borrow some money from others. I was just contemplating that. But you would never guess from whom. Whom? Bishop Mazarin. This suggestion took Nicolas Foucault by surprise, his heart sinking like a stone, as he feared being entangled in the conflict between the young king and the bishop. I have already penned a letter, Louis said. I require a reliable person to deliver it to the bishop in Liege, requesting 500,000 livres. That is a significant sum, Foucault remarked. Trust me. To the bishop, this is but a trifling amount, merely 1/5 of what he has embezzled from the naval budget. Foucault felt a bitter taste on his tongue. He no longer needed to worry, for he had truly become a dagger in the king's hand. What are you hesitating about? Louis asked. Do you think the bishop will be displeased? Will he not feel any joy? Foucault took the letter, which burned like a red-hot iron against his heart. What you are doing is exceedingly perilous. The Queen Mother expressed to Louis. Why not disclose to him what we have already agreed upon? So he may joyfully and willingly execute this task. If he fears the bishop's wrath and destroys the letter or entrusts it to someone with ill intentions. What then? Then he shall never regain my trust, Louis replied. But not everyone can withstand such a trial, the Queen Mother cautioned. However, there exists a matter of great importance that I wish to entrust to a reliable individual adept at managing economic affairs, Louis remarked, gently kissing his mother's hand. If Fouquet proves unfit, shall I then seek out a second Marie? Marie was in her chamber. The Queen Mother stated that although Marie was ostensibly her maid, no one would truly allow such a young child to serve the Queen Mother. Moreover, Marie often spent time in the company of the king, leading to whispers among the court. Yet, as long as the bishop, the Queen Mother, and the king remained silent, Marie's status would only ascend in nobility rather than diminish. This was evident from the proximity of her room to that of the Queen Mother and the king, its opulence increasing, with food and water becoming ever more abundant. When the king pushed open the door, he found Marie leaping up from before a crystal ball, hastily attempting to cover it with a piece of black velvet. Upon seeing the king, she sighed in relief. You ought to have knocked. She retorted, I nearly shattered it. Acquiring such a crystal is no simple feat, and they are quite costly, even for a young witch like me. Louis turned and closed the door. It is my fault. He admitted. Have you located him? Indeed, Marie responded, pulling the king beside her and urging him to concentrate. Now focus. The king complied, and the first thing he perceived was a dense fog. I cannot see anything. Do not speak, Marie's voice echoed as if from a distance. Close your eyes and envision the face of the person you wish to see. Thus, the king shut his eyes, mentally sketching the image of Nicolas Fouquet. He was of the same age as General Chaumont, both born in the year 15, yet unlike the general, he appeared to be a handsome, gentle soul, devoid of a beard, with long, delicate fingers. The only flaw was a slight thinning of hair at the forehead, prompting him to meticulously style his bangs. He consistently favored wearing a black coat, with a translucent shirt collar peeking out, and his sleeves rolled up to reveal elegant folds. Chapter 47. The conversation between the bishop and Monsieur d'Artagnan. All right, said Marie, you may now open your eyes and gaze upon the crystal ball. As the king complied, he initially beheld a thick, white mist. However, mere seconds later, the fog began to dissipate, revealing a swirling interplay of black and white. Just as he was about to contemplate something discordant, the perspective shifted abruptly, and he recognized that what he had seen was the sleeve of Fouquet, whose hand was now crushing a morsel of bread and tossing it onto a wooden surface resembling a windowsill. The scene then swiftly oscillated, causing the king to feel a sense of vertigo. He turned to Marie, but before he could utter a word, she barked, What are you staring at? Focus on the crystal ball. The king paused, compelled to obey her command. Fortunately, the image had ceased its tumultuous movement, now positioned at a considerable distance, yet still fixed on Fouquet. The gentleman no longer wore the anxious demeanor he had previously displayed. Instead, he gazed solemnly into the distance, clutching the letter the king had entrusted to him, an epistle that could very well seal his fate or serve as the initial step towards a path of prosperity, depending on the choices he made. The king's gaze lingered on him for a moment before drifting away to scan for any figures who might appear to be engaged in conversation or interaction with him. As the scene transitioned, he glimpsed the interior of an inn, regrettably akin to countless others, characterized by a uniformity of filth and simplicity, devoid of any distinguishing features. Yet, it assured him that Fouquet was indeed on his journey. Fortunately, it is morning, the king mused. Mr. Fouquet has finished his meal, that piece of bread, and set forth. The golden sunlight graces his face rather than his back, indicating he is heading east, towards Liege, which lies at the confluence of Belgium and the French Ardennes. This means he is traveling east of Hainaut, while Paris, Orléans, and Bordeaux are situated to the west. Thus, Mr. Fouquet is not heading toward their adversaries. The king hesitated, uncertain how to articulate it. How far can one see? It depends on how long the fragrance of that rose lingers on him, replied Marie. My white magpie tracks its scent. Once it fades, it will be lost. That is splendid, the king exclaimed. It appears we may witness his arrival in Liege. How was I to know that the scent of the rose could endure for such a duration? Marie muttered in puzzlement. How do you know? Because it is I. I would ensure it. Anyone, including the king, would relish the notion that even the slightest act of grace could be etched in memory. Men, Marie sighed. Unbeknownst to Mr. Fouquet, he was under magical surveillance. Although he recognized he could not travel day and night without succumbing to fatigue, he was determined to cover 30 leagues daily. By the evening of the third day, he arrived at the secluded residence of Bishop Mazarin. The bishop had prudently chosen a monastery reminiscent of a fortress, a sight not uncommon in Europe, for armies often pillaged either castles or monasteries. Sometimes, monasteries were more vulnerable, harboring not only jewels, relics, and books, but also substantial stores of food and self-brewed wine. When Mr. Fouquet requested an audience with the bishop, the latter was engaged in discerning the quality of holy water at the invitation of the monastery's abbot, though not the kind laced with salt, but rather beer, a golden-hued beverage, frothy and rich, which had been brewed by monks since the 11th century but had never been publicly acknowledged. It was rumored that someone had suggested to the Holy Father in Rome to permit the monks to brew beer for consumption on fasting days to compensate for their lack of nutrition. Yet the Holy Father was perpetually occupied, unable to attend to such matters. Regardless, even during fasting, the clerics of Rome did not have to endure hunger. It was said that a Roman cleric was worth 3 in terms of girth, not due to their theological prowess, but rather their corpulence. Bishop Mazarin remained non-committal on the matter, showing little interest in whether the monks could partake of beer on fasting days. Although he professed to be in retirement, his heart remained with the king, and his eyes vigilantly observed the movements of Paris, Orléans, and Bordeaux, never relaxing his watchful gaze. Upon hearing that someone had arrived from Hainaut, he immediately set down his cup, while the abbot prudently excused himself. Upon meeting the bishop, Fouquet knelt to kiss his ring, which the bishop permitted. He held a vivid impression of Fouquet and recognized that he stood with the king. However, he did not immediately inquire about the intelligence Fouquet bore. Instead, he invited him to rise and accompany him for a stroll in the courtyard. Unlike the worldly realm, the monastery's courtyard was devoid of towering trees, making it difficult for eavesdroppers to conceal their presence and overhear their conversation. Fouquet complied with pleasure. Remaining in the courtyard offered a chance to escape should the bishop's ire be kindled, as he could guarantee that the bishop's chamber was flanked by guards. To his surprise, the bishop read the letter without erupting in fury. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before stating, I fail to comprehend why this young man appears so troubled in the face of such good fortune. What? He glanced at Fouquet. He recommended you, Mr. Fouquet. Henceforth, you are appointed as the Minister of Finance, tasked with overseeing the royal treasury. Why the gloomy countenance? Are you unwell? I apologize. Only Fouquet knew that his boots were waterlogged and his undergarments thoroughly soaked. To claim he harbored no ulterior thoughts would be a falsehood. Yet, possessing the nature of a gambler, he had won, yet was still overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. He understood this was the king's test. Whether he chose treachery, sought escape, or faltered due to carelessness on the road, only disaster awaited him. In the brief interval during which the bishop uttered these few words, Monsieur d'Artagnan hastily approached Fouquet. A young man with a ruddy complexion, perhaps merely from his rapid pace, he was tall and possessed bright brown eyes. Upon seeing the bishop, he bowed and kissed his ring before inquiring loudly whether the bishop had summoned him for an important task, assuring him he was ready to fulfill any request. Thus, The bishop conveyed the matter to him, instructing him to take trustworthy companions to safeguard Mr. Fouquet alongside a substantial sum of money, transporting them to the old city of Hainaut to deliver them to His Majesty the King. At this juncture, D'Artagnan expressed his agreement, recalling how he had leveraged the title of Count borrowed from his cousin Pierre to swiftly gain the attention of the bishop and Marshal de Gramont, thereby securing a recommendation. He had long held this matter in mind. Moreover, he stated, "I still owe him 700 gold Louis." "Then you must certainly go," the bishop replied. "There will be many battles to fight, and you shall need rewards from the king." "May I trust you, then?" Louis inquired. "Without a doubt," Fouquet affirmed. "Even if you were to ask me to dance with the devil, I would comply. Should I inquire whether you prefer the branle or the minuet, the two fashionable dances of the time in France?" "I do not require you to dance with the devil," Louis clarified. "But the individuals you shall encounter may be akin to the devil himself. You must exercise caution to ensure your safety. Whatever your command." The king nodded at Bontemps, who then exited, leaving Fouquet alone with the king in the chamber. "I require you to undertake another task elsewhere," Louis said. "I shall provide you with 100,000 rubles. You are to seek out a reputable printer to produce exquisite little slips of paper, each adorned with a sequence of 12 meticulously arranged numbers. The printing process must be of unparalleled finesse, rendering imitation exceedingly difficult. Once the printing is complete, the materials must be destroyed. Subsequently, you shall publish advertisements in the newspapers, informing the populace that these slips will be sold at a modest price. Once all the slips have been sold, you will erect a large, rolling barrel in the square, filled with small balls printed with numbers. The barrel will feature a small opening, allowing only one ball to drop at a time. You may appoint an individual renowned for their integrity or an innocent child to shake the barrel, ensuring that 12 balls are drawn in order. The rewards will then be determined based on the quantity of similar numbers drawn. Nicolas Foucault, being a shrewd individual with an unparalleled passion and talent for amassing wealth, instantly grasped the scheme proposed by Louis. He clenched his fists in excitement, eager to set the plan in motion. This method was far quicker, simpler, and indeed more perilous than his previous notion of accumulating riches through lending. Chapter 48. The king continues his dialogue with Monsieur Fouquet and the two D'Artagnans. The king's words instantly quelled Nicolas Fouquet's restlessness. "Delicious fruits are always guarded by fierce serpents," Fouquet remarked. "Only the courageous may obtain them." "Then I must ask you to venture further," Louis inquired. "As you command." "Not in Paris." "Not in Paris." Fouquet bowed to the king, fully grasping his intent. "Aside from the fact that Paris is ultimately the capital of France and the king's dominion, it is also sufficiently tumultuous. A mere spark could lead to an explosion. The king's prohibition against issuing lotteries there was for both Paris's sake and his own security. A lesson he took to heart. What about Orleans? Bordeaux?" "Neither," Louis replied. "The people there would inevitably remain on high alert against outsiders. I want you to go to Bourges, to Lyon, to Provence, to those places that, while not openly raising the banner of rebellion, have long been scheming and observing. You must not go as a royal official, but rather as a self-serving merchant. Wherever you find yourself, you must first pay a visit to the local lord, offering him gifts and sincerity, promising him a share of the profits and taxes. The extent of this shall be determined by you." Upon hearing this, Fouquet instinctively straightened his posture, for he understood that since the king indicated that the extent was for him to decide, it meant that he could also partake in the profits from the lotteries aside from his role as the financial director. It all depended on how he balanced the interests of the king, the lord, and himself. The thought of the immense wealth that could potentially accumulate made him tremble with anticipation. "What do you believe the prize amounts should be?" he asked. Lotteries have existed since the days of ancient Rome, yet until Louis, few had profited from them. They were more a means of garnering support from the common folk, akin to bread and circuses. Thus, rather than a mere lottery, it was more an intriguing form of reward. Yet now, Louis aimed to establish it as a lasting enterprise, necessitating meticulous calculations of expenses and revenues, as with any business. "This matter I entrust to you," Louis stated, "for otherwise, why would he have recommended Fouquet to Cardinal Mazarin in his correspondence? But I have a stipulation. I wish for modest prizes to be widely distributed, yet for there to be one substantial prize, perhaps 10,000 livres. "Good heavens!" Fouquet exclaimed, "that is far too much." "Indeed, it is considerable. You must remember that even General Chavigny was promised only 50,000 livres by Louis, and that was only payable in Paris. But if it is less than this amount," Louis replied coldly, "The people will not go mad for it." Fouquet inhaled deeply, envisioning how many would risk everything for such a stimulus. No one could withstand such temptation. Compared to a gamble yielding only 2 or 3 deniers or a few sous, the prospect of suddenly acquiring. Fouquet had previously heard that when Cardinal Richelieu was appointed as a cardinal, he received an annual pension of 5,000 livres. And that year Louis XIII gifted him 10,000 livres. This meant that a commoner, with merely a small sou to his name, could, should fortune smile upon him, comfortably serve as a cardinal for 2 years or as the king's most favored friend for a year, not to mention others. Even Fouquet felt the impulse to gather all his funds to purchase every lottery ticket he could grasp. The drawing of the lottery must be public, visible to all. Whoever wins the grand prize must have their gold louis displayed neatly in a box, the lid opened. Fouquet envisioned the scene, feeling parched with excitement. And Louis hesitated for a moment. "You shall decide. Please tell me, Your Majesty, should we limit the number of tickets each person may purchase, and offer certain protections for the winner?" Fouquet lowered his head, pondering for a moment, and realized that restricting ticket purchases would evidently be detrimental to them, though it would not yield catastrophic consequences. Even if someone were to pay a fortune to acquire tickets from others, oversight would be challenging. However, in the face of potential accusations from virtuous individuals, such regulations would certainly help temper public sentiment, allowing him to position himself advantageously. As for whether to provide protection for the winner, that was essential. Fouquet was even prepared to deliberately facilitate a humble individual winning the grand prize, for such a story would spread more rapidly and widely. After all, in the public's perception, nobles often enjoy good fortune. A nobleman receiving unexpected wealth would attract little attention. But a formerly lowly person rising to a status he could only previously aspire to due to a small sou would be the most captivating tale. Thus, to ensure this rumor circulates perpetually, the first individual to win the grand prize must not only remain unharmed, but also escape the clutches of lords and judges, robbers and soldiers, swiftly and smoothly becoming a gentleman or a cleric, or any position worthy of respect and admiration. "I will give this careful consideration, Your Majesty," Fouquet replied. "Excellent," Louis said. "Then submit a work plan tomorrow." "What?" The king remained unhurried, knowing that any clever person would understand that submitting this document would undoubtedly place a bridle around their own neck, a bridle of their own making. Yet could he refuse? Fouquet could not decline. "Please grant me a little more time," he murmured, his earlier bravado diminished. "Your Majesty, give me 3 days, no, 5 days. In 5 days, I shall provide you with what you seek." Louis was aware that he could not complete this document in a single night. It was merely a small intimidation tactic, for Fouquet was distinctly different from Chavigny or the Vicomte de Teetering. Bontemps observed Monsieur Fouquet emerge dejectedly before entering the room. The king glanced at the sky and ordered lunch for 3. "Will you dine with those 2 gentlemen?" "The 2 D'Artagnans," Louis replied. "They are now my musketeers. Monsieur Pierre de Montalies and Monsieur Charles de Bazin-Castelmore." Bontemps complied, and soon, the king's door was respectfully knocked upon, revealing 2 imposing young men before the king. "Oh," he exclaimed upon seeing a somewhat familiar face, "no wonder I detected a hint of a Welsh accent. It appears you both hail from Gascony." Gascony, a region in the southwest of France, was once ruled by the English King Edward I, later seized by the French King Philip IV. Subsequently, due to Philip IV's preoccupations with the conflict against the Roman Church, he negotiated with Edward I to return Gascony to the English. However, during the ensuing 100 Years' War, France and England engaged in a series of tug-of-war battles over Gascony. Ultimately, France regained Gascony, yet some foreigners remained, including a few Welshmen, known for their rebellious nature. Thus, Gascon individuals gradually garnered a reputation for being untrustworthy. Yet, for Louis, what he needed now were individuals eager to alter their circumstances, much like Nicolas Fouquet and these 2 cousins. When Pierre realized that the king had spoken to him first, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Compared to his cousin, Pierre de Montdésir possessed an unremarkable visage and lacked eloquence. Despite his earnest efforts to present himself well, he could not garner the same admiration from friends and ladies as his cousin Charles. Nevertheless, he held a deep affection for his cousin, even though the latter often reveled in boasting and self-aggrandizement. Otherwise, he would not have lent his noble title to him. Charles de Bazin-Castelmore was acutely aware of this and felt a profound gratitude, for without the Castelmore name, It was uncertain when he would capture the attention of the aristocracy. This young gentleman was indifferent to the concept of virtue. For him, whether receiving generous patronage from ladies, often drawn from their husbands' coffers, or leveraging flattery, boasting, or fictitious titles to ascend the social ladder, was a source of pride. If he stood alongside another, and the king addressed that individual first, Charles would undoubtedly feel vexed, perhaps seeking a duel afterward to prove who was more worthy of the king's trust through bloodshed. Yet, if that individual were his cousin, he would be genuinely pleased for him. "I have heard one of you is the Count of D'Artagnan," the king remarked, while the other temporarily borrows this title. "Indeed," Pierre replied, "I am the Count of D'Artagnan, but I have bestowed this title upon my cousin." "Then how shall I refer to the esteemed count among you?" "Please address my cousin as D'Artagnan," Pierre earnestly responded. "As for myself, my companions and friends call me Pierre, and I have become accustomed to it. You may refer to my cousin by the name D'Artagnan." "Very well," the king said. "Pierre, D'Artagnan, my dear sirs, please take a seat at the table and join me for lunch." The two musketeers immediately bowed to the king, expressing their willingness to comply. As soon as they sat down, a lavish array of dishes began to arrive, for the king was in his prime and the two musketeers were at their hungriest. Initially, they may have felt somewhat restrained, but soon they began to devour the feast voraciously, which included the king's dishes generously seasoned with spices and salt and richly buttered, rendering them exquisitely delicious. Chapter 49. The king's conversation with the two Messrs D'Artagnan regarding potatoes. The king waited patiently until the two musketeers had slowed their pace of eating before inquiring about their opinion of the meal. Upon hearing the king's question, Pierre and D'Artagnan lifted their heads, attentively listening, unwilling to miss a single word. "Have you both tasted this?" the king asked, lifting a piece of soft, round potato from the plate. "I have," replied D'Artagnan. "Is it beetroot or sweet potato?" "To my surprise," the king said, "you have tasted sweet potato. I thought it was rather uncommon." At this mention, a knowing smile appeared on D'Artagnan's face. "The kind that men share. A distinguished lady gifted me a small piece," he remarked while adjusting his little mustache. "Though it was but a morsel, it truly belonged to the plate of a king or queen." He paused, contemplating for a moment. "Yet, I feel it is more delicate than sweet potato." "I also believe it is not sweet potato," Pierre added. "Why do you think so?" the king inquired. "Because I have heard that you served a vegetable similar to sweet potato to the people of Htell," Pierre explained. "It is the potato, isn't it?" "Indeed," the king confirmed. "That seems somewhat unfair," D'Artagnan remarked, "for I was not in Htell at that time." "Then let us consider it a draw," the king suggested. "You have yet to tell us what you wish us to do," D'Artagnan pointed out. "Ah, that is excellent," D'Artagnan replied, "for it is so very soft. Yet, perhaps there might be some nefarious thieves." "Ah, I see," D'Artagnan exclaimed. "You require us to protect these potatoes." Though he found the task odd and somewhat disappointing, he rallied his spirits, attempting to appear eager to comply. "I shall guard them, as it is your command. You will leave no room for error." "None at all, Your Majesty. No one shall pilfer even an ounce of soil from beneath my sword." "But I do not require such vigilance from you," the king said. "I want you to spread the word as much as possible, and then, if someone attempts to bribe you, then they have misjudged their man. No, I want you to accept the bribe. What a significant blow to my reputation that would be." "Not worse than that of the bishop," the king retorted. "Once you have accepted the bribe, you will discreetly hide the potatoes in your clothing and deliver them to those who bribed you." "Ah, do you wish for these people to cultivate potatoes?" D'Artagnan asked. "I understand, but why not speak to them directly?" "Of course, it is because people's thoughts are often peculiar. They can be credulous at times and obstinately traditional at others. They cling to conventions, yet are eager for rebellion. If I were to say, 'Go plant potatoes,' a splendid food that serves as bread, vegetable, and snack, and can yield a great bounty in just 3 months, they would not believe me. Not only would they doubt, but they would suspect I intend to lead them to ruin." "Is it truly so remarkable?" Pierre queried. "Yet people claim it is the apple of the devil buried underground." "Then the devil must be a good fellow," the king replied, "for he has bestowed upon us such a splendid gift." D'Artagnan erupted into laughter, while his cousin Pierre shot him a disapproving glance. "We shall certainly obey your command," he said, "but I cannot say whether anyone would act upon it." "They will," the king assured them. "I shall first give you 10 gold louis to treat your friends at the tavern and spread the word, and for each town you visit, I will grant you another 10 gold louis. Then we shall dine sumptuously along the way," D'Artagnan remarked. "And what of the bribes?" "That is my reward to you," the king declared. "It seems I must truly exert myself," D'Artagnan said, before devouring the last piece of potato on the plate. Those fortunate enough to dine with the king immediately began to boast, claiming that this peculiar vegetable was sweeter than beetroot, more tender than sweet potato, though most had never tasted sweet potato, crisper than lettuce, and could be prepared in countless ways. As the king had told D'Artagnan, it could serve as a staple, a side dish, or a snack. And, as with any rumor, by the time the king prepared to depart tell, potatoes had transformed into the flesh and blood of saints, no longer the devil's apple. And consuming them would not only spare one from leprosy, but also cure hemorrhoids and coughs. Some even placed potato slices on their wounds, and the bleeding ceased. Such absurd claims astonished the king. Yet, the king's original intention was fulfilled. On the eve of their departure, someone approached D'Artagnan, believing the task to be simple. For accepting bribes was commonplace among bishops and soldiers alike. However, D'Artagnan shockingly refused. When questioned, he explained that while this vegetable was indeed delicious and bountiful, it demanded meticulous storage and handling. His words only intensified the urgency of those desiring potatoes. It had to be complicated, it had to be troublesome, otherwise, how could the proprietor's sincerity and status be demonstrated? They were all too willing, and thus the price escalated from 5 gold louis to 100 gold louis. Before D'Artagnan reluctantly concealed a potato in his horse's saddle and stealthily brought it out. D'Artagnan's actions could not be deemed insignificant, yet his understanding of the nobility far surpassed that of his cousin Pierre. This was evident in the multitude of individuals seeking D'Artagnan's attention. Before long, his purse was filled to the brim, while Pierre possessed a mere handful of gold louis. To this, Pierre sighed in relief, for he was not D'Artagnan and could not, or rather would not, so readily engage in such conduct. However, he could not reproach D'Artagnan for his actions, as it was the king's command. And D'Artagnan had promptly repaid the 700 gold louis he borrowed. Thus he too was now a man of means. As they journeyed, accepting bribes, the farmers had resorted to the most desperate measures, having boiled their own children due to famine, while the lords and merchants remained oppressively affluent. In the end, even the light-hearted D'Artagnan contributed a sum to the quartermaster to hire additional workers for tasks that were hardly necessary, providing them with wheat that they did not even mill into flour, consuming it directly instead. This was due to their inability to pay the taxes required for collecting firewood. Upon witnessing this, Pierre instructed the soldiers to boil the wheat before giving it to these individuals. All were men, and Pierre dared not contemplate the plight of the elderly, women, and children. The king engaged in similar acts, and on a larger scale. Each time he halted, he erected a cross for the Queen Mother, as a testament. Every individual who approached the cross to pray for the Queen Mother would receive a pound of oats. Yet, such actions were not without consequence. As the throngs following the king grew ever longer, it seemed that everywhere, people were struggling merely for a morsel of sustenance. Whoever provided them with food, they would follow without question. Queen Anne no longer sought to persuade the king, partly due to the king's growing authority and her own accustomed deference as a docile woman, and partly because of the avenues opened by Colbert and Fouquet, who relentlessly followed the king's entourage, continuously supplying wheat and other provisions. However, at times, she found herself troubled by how to manage these individuals. "Let us first relocate them to Versailles," said the king. "Versailles?" replied Louis, setting aside his book. "Father acquired 117 acres of land there, ample enough for their habitation. Mother, I envision constructing a palace anew there. For hunting, perhaps?" "No. If it were merely for that, the hunting lodge father left me would suffice," Louis responded. "Yet it is premature to discuss such matters. The land is desolate. Upon their arrival at Versailles, I shall instruct them to level the ground, drain the marshes, and clear portions of the forest, enabling them to cultivate wheat or potatoes for sustenance." This concern pertained to the lives of thousands, yet for the queen and the king, it was merely a trifling conversation before bedtime. As the king's potato supply dwindled to a quarter of a martel, they arrived at Romilly, not far from Paris, where they settled. Just as the queen's cross was erected, Dean Lariviere sought an audience with the king. Recognizing his tact, the king seldom denied his requests, and this occasion was no exception. He promptly arrived and introduced a clergyman to the king. This clergyman, evidently of the same ilk as Dean Lariviere, presented the king with sacred texts, a reliquary adorned with pure gold and jewels, as well as strands of the Virgin's hair and the Holy Child's milk teeth. Before respectfully articulating his desire to apply for the position of abbot at a royal monastery, which was not particularly large, The king acquiesced, but lingered, as if he had more weighty matters to convey. If you have anything further to discuss, the king kindly prompted, please do speak. I have always said that my subjects may speak freely before me. Forgive my audacity, your majesty. The clergyman hesitated for a considerable time before continuing. I have encountered a most absurd situation. Pray tell, I am listening. Not long ago, we apprehended a sorcerer. Terrifying. And then? He spoke. Perhaps it was the devil speaking through him. Initially, I ought not to have believed him, but your majesty, it concerns your honor. O God, your majesty. He claimed to be acquainted with you. Chapter 50. The king's conversation with the alchemist. Beside the king stood a witch, Marie Mancini, yet when it came to male sorcerers, aside from a few the king had never encountered, the only one he recalled was an alchemist they had occasionally met while passing through another town. Louis distinctly remembered that man, primarily due to the remarkable impression left by his wife. I do not recall having met a sorcerer, the king remarked, and as a clergyman, your assertion lacks virtue. The Roman Church, though it had established the Inquisition and acknowledged the existence of dark creatures, still firmly maintained that only a minuscule portion of such beings existed, under the divine protection of God and the saints, ensuring a world bathed in light. This was precisely why the existence of the underworld was known only to the highest echelons of the pyramid. In 1525, the secular court of Navarre ignited a tempest by executing 30 accused witches after a trial. The following year, the Inquisition convened a special meeting of 10 members, where documents explicitly stated that most members agreed these condemned souls were not witches, as their confessed crimes were implausible and could have been mere imagination or a cover for true offenses. Henceforth, all cases of capital punishment for witchcraft were to be reviewed by the Supreme Council of the Inquisition rather than being arbitrarily adjudicated and executed. Regarding this matter, Louis speculated it might represent a painful reconciliation between the world above and the one below. If half of those 30 witches were indeed genuine, it could serve as a stern warning to the underworld, while the powers ultimately conferred upon the Supreme Council assured their control over it and affirmed their authority over the surface world. Such accusations flushed the clergyman's face. He had to concede the king's point. But may God forgive me, he protested, for I genuinely witnessed that man practicing sorcery and using poison to kill. That is the crux of the matter. I intended to turn him over to the secular court, yet he cried out that he had an audience with the king, which left me in a quandary, for I too must consider the king's reputation. Originally, he wished to postpone the matter, claiming the man had previously been injured and nearly died, allowing him to wait until he passed away. Yet today, he found himself before the king again. I truly do not remember having met a sorcerer, the king replied benevolently, but I never refuse anyone's request, provided they are French. It is possible he has seen me without my recollection. Bring him to me, and perhaps I shall remember. However, you must handle this discreetly. I do not intend to interfere with the law. If he truly has killed, whether by poison or dagger, he ought to be hanged. But if he is wronged, I am willing to hear him out. With the king's consent, the clergyman found no grounds for objection. A few hours later, he arrived at the king's palace with the man. Interestingly, he did not shroud him in darkness, but instead draped a monk's robe over him, presenting him openly to the king. Upon seeing him, the king recognized him as the alchemist they had previously transacted with. The man, already gaunt, appeared even more emaciated, requiring the support of 2 monks to stand upright. It was no wonder the clergyman had hastened to bring him before the king, even if he were indeed a sorcerer. In such a feeble state, barely able to lift a finger, his condition evoked pity rather than fear. Marie sprang up at the sight of him. After the clergyman exited, confident the king indeed recognized the man, Marie administered a potion, and he awoke. Upon seeing Marie, he offered a bitter smile, then turned his gaze to the king. "Oh," he said, "I should have known only you could deliver me from prison." After a moment of silence, he added, "I can only assert that I have harmed no innocent soul." Marie gently tugged at the king's sleeve. "Pray tell, when I last saw you, you were accompanied by your wife and daughter. Where have they gone? Why are you here? I assumed you would settle in a town, having obtained identification and at least 2,000 livres." "Indeed, that was my intent," the man replied. "I carried the wealth and identification you bestowed upon me to a town. However, at the inn, an influential figure encountered my wife and immediately fell for her. Yet my wife, fiercely loyal, firmly rejected him. The following day, we hastily departed, believing the matter resolved. But lo and behold, I unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance to whom I had once sold a cough remedy. He seized me, claiming my potion had poisoned his son. His son had indeed perished, but I swear it was not due to my remedy. I assure you, each bottle is as safe and effective as the one you received. Yet others do not believe me. The authorities imprisoned me and confiscated all my possessions. How did they come to know you were a sorcerer? I informed them. Your Majesty, the man gasped. After Marie handed him another vial, he drank it eagerly. Shortly after my imprisonment, a guard told me my wife had been taken away in an opulent carriage, accompanied by our 2 daughters. I immediately thought of that influential man. Your Majesty, it is the only possibility. Although my wife is faithful, she is as fragile as a flower. Without me, she would be adrift. If someone were to tell her they could exonerate me, she would surely believe them without hesitation. Alas, it is not her fault. It is merely a woman's inherent weakness. I do not blame her, but I know that man will not save me. He will only hasten my demise. Do you possess any evidence to prove your potion did not kill that child? Certainly, Your Majesty. Should you wish to investigate, the alchemist replied. I sold that potion 6 months ago, while the child died 2 months prior. Who would delay administering a cough remedy to a sick child for 4 months? If you desire, allow me to examine the child's corpse. I can ascertain the true cause of death. At this point, Louis truly regarded the man. To be honest, after learning the extent of the alchemist's capabilities, his interest waned. Yet if he could determine the cause of death from a body buried for 2 months, his skill would surpass that of any so-called elixir of youth, prompting the king to extend his sometimes generous, yet often frugal, hand. Subsequently, as the alchemist had assured, he discovered traces of diphtheria on the child. His potion could cure coughs, but bore no effect on genuine ailments. Thus, it could be said he was not a competent physician, or perhaps a negligent apothecary, yet to claim he poisoned the child was absurd. Consequently, the man who had falsely accused him was hanged, just as he had wished for others, while the alchemist was brought before the king by his chief attendant, Bontom. You are now exonerated, Louis declared. Thanks to your grace, the alchemist replied. I fear I shall never be able to repay the favor you have bestowed upon me. You wish to seek your wife, the king stated. And my daughters, the man added. Yet I do not advise you to do so. Why? For your wife has now become the Duchess of Mortemart, sir. This is inconceivable. Quite the contrary. The Duke of Mortemart is utterly captivated by your lady, who has been taken from you, and your daughter while you languished in prison. You have acknowledged that women are often frail and with 3 children to consider. She must act in their best interests. Not only has she ascended to the rank of Duchess, but all 3 children have also been acknowledged by the Duke. Indeed, your youngest child was born just days ago, and she is a girl as well. The potion master stood motionless, a stark silhouette, now restored to freedom and health, yet appearing more ghastly and feeble than during his confinement. I beg your pardon, but I must still seek her out. Then first, peruse this letter, the king insisted. This is not a missive from your wife, but rather dictated by your daughter, Ath and pinned by my envoy. It contains her sentiments for you. Read this letter, and then decide whether to journey to Bordeaux. The following is the letter, dictated by a 5-year-old girl and transcribed by the king's envoy. To Monsieur Velat Vissari, my father, by the time you read this letter, my mother, your wife, has married Monsieur the Duke of Mortemart. My youngest sister was born 2 days after their wedding, and just like us, she too has been acknowledged by the Duke. Thus, from this moment forth, your wife has become the Duchess, and my sister and I are now the daughters of the Duke. I must say, you are a good husband and a loving father. When with you, my mother is joyous, and my sister and I can feel your affection for me. Yet, you have erred. Your mistake was in becoming a husband to my mother. I may be young, father, as you often remind me, but even in my tender years, I comprehend that it is challenging to safeguard a treasure one cannot protect, much like the tales you tell, wherein even dragons are preyed upon for their hoards, and you are merely an ordinary potion master. She shall not be roused at midnight by dripping roofs, nor will mice fall upon her. She need not fear eviction or insult. Yes, when you are unseen, she enjoys regular meals, along with supper and snacks, attended by maids who massage her weary limbs. Her children are well fed and clothed, and she need no longer fret over the few liards in her pocket. Her greatest concern now is whether to adorn her vase with daffodils or roses. Sarah and I lead a tranquil life, though we seldom see our mother. We are permitted to reside in the estate, receiving 50 livres monthly for our allowances, and we attend lessons in Latin, flute, singing, dancing, and other subjects reserved for our later years. Thus, I believe, father, if you deem that the nomadic life of yours is preferable to our current existence, you may come here, Face our mother, and take us away. Merlin entrusted us to you, and so we await your decision. Kiss you. Francois ADH na est de Roquecourt de Mortemart. Chapter 51. The king continues his conversation with the alchemist. The name Athena seemed rather inappropriate for a duke's daughter. The king remarked that the duke had nevertheless allowed her to retain her former name as a middle name. Francoise was the name of the duke's mother, and the Roquecourt family was the principal branch of the Montmorency family. Have you met the Duke of Montmorency? Louis inquired. I have not, but my envoy has, replied D'Artagnan. Please summon Count D'Artagnan to me. The king's decision to send D'Artagnan on this errand stemmed entirely from the gentleman's remarkable audacity and a certain charming elegance, characterized by a fashionable appearance and a handsome visage. Such a man would undoubtedly find common ground with a duke willing to marry a witch, even going so far as to acknowledge 3 girls with no blood relation to him simply to win her favor. Indeed, as the king had anticipated, D'Artagnan, who had effortlessly won the affections of at least 4 or 5 mistresses who had emptied their husbands' coffers, quickly became a favored guest of the duke. Even if the duke harbored some reservations, he was nonetheless introduced to the new duchess, who captivated D'Artagnan with her beauty and endearing demeanor. When D'Artagnan arrived in Bordeaux, he initially harbored doubts about whether the duke had fallen under the witch's spell. Yet, upon meeting the duchess, he began to wonder if the duke himself had orchestrated some scheme, especially after the duke's eldest adopted daughter requested him to compose a letter. This led him to suspect that the Duke of Montmorency had likely engaged in morally dubious actions. However, if one were to critique the duke's behavior, D'Artagnan conceded that he would have acted similarly. To allow such a beauty to fade into mediocrity amidst poverty would indeed be a sacrilege against Venus. It was previously noted that D'Artagnan was a man of remarkable adaptability, adept at discerning the nuances of conversation and feigning a brusque demeanor to win the favor of the bishop. Now, in the presence of the king, he maintained his keen perception. When the king posed a question and glanced at the gentleman standing nearby, D'Artagnan instinctively knew what to say. He feigned a look of difficulty, stating, I am unsure where to begin, Your Majesty, for there is much to discuss regarding this gentleman. Then please feel free, Louis replied, shifting to a more comfortable posture. Forgive my curiosity. It is the first time I have encountered a duke willing to marry a woman without title or dowry, who has only 3 daughters. That is indeed his most reproachable quality, D'Artagnan said, bowing to the king. In my opinion, a duke of his standing, with a respectable income and vast estates, should pursue a more dignified 4th marriage. 4th? The alchemist could not help but exclaim. 4th, D'Artagnan confirmed. And indeed the last, for when I visited, I saw the depth of their love. Should the duchess depart, the duke would surely perish from heartbreak. How can you be certain that no one loves her more than the duke? The alchemist inquired. I find it unlikely, D'Artagnan replied with a naïve tone. He could have taken her as his mistress, yet he chose to make her his wife, allowing her to sit openly by his side, sharing his meals and cups. On the day of their wedding, he presented her with jewelry worth 10,000 livres and a estate for her to retreat to during the summer heat, as well as annual pensions for her daughters, granting them the right to use his surname, thus enabling them to marry as daughters of a duke. His words caused the alchemist to clench his jaw in agitation. You say this is the duke's 4th marriage, he questioned bitterly, which implies he must be quite advanced in years. Quite the contrary, D'Artagnan replied. He is not much older than you or I. His previous marriages were mere misfortunes. His first wife perished in childbirth, the second succumbed to smallpox, and the third met her end in a carriage accident. The duke mourned each wife for a year. Yet people say he spent less time with them than in mourning. It is indeed disheartening. He is yet to have a son, and one can only hope this marriage will bless him with a fitting heir. At this point, the alchemist's face turned as pale as snow. D'Artagnan, devoid of sympathy, continued loudly, I maintain that aside from the bride's poverty, they are a perfectly matched pair. The duchess is undeniably beautiful, and the duke is a handsome, passionate, and gallant man. Your Majesty, before I departed, the duke graciously provided me with 50 gold louis for my journey. Furthermore, he requests your blessing for himself and his wife, and is willing to offer you a gift valued at 100,000 livres. It seems the duke is indeed as generous as rumored, Louis remarked. You may take your leave now, Count D'Artagnan, and be sure to rest well, for many tasks await you. I shall await your command, D'Artagnan replied, bowing elegantly before taking his leave. You heard all that, did you not, sir? Louis asked the alchemist. I heard it all, the alchemist replied, his voice trembling. Each word pierced my heart like a dagger. Then will you still go? Where else can I go, Your Majesty? The matter is clear. If I appear before them, I would be the architect of their disrupted tranquility. It appears you have come to an understanding. Rather, I have awakened. The alchemist said, his chest heaving with each word. I should have realized this sooner. Now I present you with two choices, sir. You may depart, taking your identification with you, and I shall provide you with additional funds for you were once Mary's tutor. Pray, what is the second option? The second is to remain in Versailles and fulfill my requests. What sort of requests? To oversee the farmers who accompanied us to Versailles, to ensure they do not succumb to disease, and to continue your studies, not only in herbs and magic, but also in what you glean from the final resting places of the departed. Do you not feel fear? As long as the corpses are not of my making. And then, Your Majesty, what will I receive aside from a place to stay? Ah, Louis said, you have grown greedy. I wish to don mourning garments, for my wife is passed, yet I hope to see my daughter once more. Do you not harbor hatred toward her? Because she spoke the truth? The alchemist replied, I only resent that I did not realize it sooner. I consider it fortunate. Louis stated, otherwise, you would not be here. Valois is Andreas Vesalius, who published On the Fabric of the Human Body in 1543, related to you? He is indeed, Your Majesty. The alchemist responded, he is my ancestor. Was he also a sorcerer? No, Your Majesty, the alchemist replied. Our family only saw the first sorcerer emerge 35 years ago, and he was my father. Thus, it can be said that you were not initially rooted in this realm. Indeed. Consequently, you find yourselves. We lack foundation, unsteady and mistrusted. Well, I somewhat comprehend your plight, my lord, Louis remarked. Pray, conduct yourself well, for one day, perchance, you may reunite with your daughter in my court. The potion master uttered no further words. He bowed to the king and departed. This is another world, the king mused to himself. Yet, I perceive it bears no significant distinction from my own. Versailles was originally a noble domain, devoid of clean water sources, flat terrain. Only an unending expanse of thickets and marshes. No one favored this place, and its lord regarded it merely as a hunting ground, though he often invited esteemed guests, including the reigning king of France, Henry IV, along with his heir, Louis XIII, the father of Louis XIV. In contrast to the domain's proprietor, Louis XIII found solace in this desolate, yet peculiarly serene wilderness. He purchased the land from its owner and constructed a modest hunting lodge for himself and a few close friends. It is said that he faced inquiries regarding his inclinations for exclusively permitting men within Versailles, although some assert that he did invite his beloved to Versailles, only to be rebuffed. Nevertheless, for Louis, it was merely a refuge for the displaced. However, to ensure these wayfarers did not become targets of resentment from the local populace of Versailles, a common occurrence, and to prevent the emergence of bandits and beggars beyond the city of Paris due to neglect, Louis resolved to temporarily remain in Versailles rather than enter Paris, overseeing the placement of the displaced through a few young officials he had hastily appointed. His concern lay in the scarcity of individuals among the youth akin to Pierre de Montesquieu. While many resembled D'Artagnan, they were not inherently malevolent, yet assigning them the burdensome and menial tasks would undoubtedly lead to chaos. The king had to impose stringent regulations, demanding they adhere to detailed edicts to safeguard his vision from unraveling overnight. In this endeavor, only the Queen Mother felt anxious, along with Duke Gaston of Orleans, who acted as the regent. He devised numerous traps for the king, yet each necessitated the king's presence in Paris for fruition. Thus, he dispatched a messenger to inquire when the king would enter Paris. Of course, in the missive relayed by the envoy, the duke humbly implored the king to swiftly relieve him of his title and power, as he was already overwhelmed. Louis scoffed at this, for his uncle's words belied the fervent recruitment of soldiers he had previously undertaken. Now, he wielded the title of regent and commanded a force no less substantial than that of the king. He would enter Paris, but before doing so, he would assuredly confront his esteemed uncle in battle. Chapter 52. The king. In this chapter, no dialogues are presented. While the royal family remained distant from Paris, the Duke of Orleans seized the opportunity to usurp power, fervently demanding that the judges of the highest court bestow upon him the title of regent for the king. He endeavored to recruit approximately 5,000 soldiers, primarily composed of commoners from Paris and its vicinity. With the prices in the city soaring and a dreadful plague and famine afflicting the populace, many sought enlistment in the army as a means to secure at least the bare essentials of food and clothing. Consequently, numerous individuals became soldiers in the service of judges, bishops, or dukes, wielding muskets or spears. The musketeers were immensely grateful for this development. At this juncture, both the royal guards and the musketeers, along with the cavalry, were compelled to finance their steeds and equipment out of their own pockets. Thus, it was not uncommon for individuals like D'Artagnan to borrow money from their beloveds, often without the prospect of repayment. The esteemed ladies had grown accustomed to discreetly appropriating funds from their husbands' coffers, only to hand them over to their youthful paramours. Among these expenses, the most extravagant was that of a horse, for possessing a fine steed not only enhanced a warrior's allure, but also signified status and could, at a critical moment, be a lifesaver. The price of a good horse ranged from 300 to 500 livres, and for a vain young man or a lavish patron, the cost could soar beyond that. However, with horses gifted by the king, these gallant gentlemen could adorn themselves with more splendid saddles, powder pouches, superior swords, or even more loyal servants. Thus, their loyalty to the king was unwavering, and they were fervently eager to achieve greater accolades in the impending siege of Paris. As for the king, he exhibited no urgency. Residing in Versailles afforded him greater ease than in Paris. He exchanged letters with the bishop almost daily. Bishop Mazarin had established a meticulous and extensive network of intelligence, inherited from Richelieu, which he further expanded and refined. It was said that in France, even the bridge piers and walls served as the bishop's eyes and ears. While Louis did not rush to establish his own intelligence network, it was unnecessary, for the bishop was not his adversary. Their interests aligned. The continuous flow of intelligence, once filtered, reached him from the bishop's hands within a mere 2 to 3 days. Though some might express discontent, Louis needed only to ascertain the movements of the Duke of Orleans, Gaston, and Prince Condaminium to determine his course of action. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Duchess of Montpensier acquiesced to this impudent and cruel demand. God bless, she, accompanied by her maidens and guards, ventured to Orleans. But initially, the people of Orleans were reluctant to acknowledge her. They remained loyal and hopeful for her father, rather than a frail woman. And she was denied entry to the city. How did she manage it? Inquired the queen mother. You might find it hard to believe, replied the king. After being rebuffed by Orleans, the duchess did not easily surrender. While she was outside the city, she learned, possibly through various inquiries and bribes, that the city gate of Orleans, situated at the wharf of La Fère, the Loire River, was constructed of wood and thus quite fragile. However, this gate was positioned over 100 feet above the ground, with no means to ascend, making it seemingly insurmountable. Yet, a few fishermen claimed they could ferry the duchess to the base of the gate, connecting 2 fishing boats with planks to create a ladder. The duchess would then need only to wield an axe, climb the ladder, and smash the gate. Such a proposal was swiftly met with vehement disapproval from the duchess's maids, who not only rejected the idea, but also suggested that the duchess accuse the fishermen of plotting to murder royal nobles. For it was already absurd to ask a noble yet delicate woman to climb a ladder with an axe, particularly on a boat above the rushing waters of the Loire, where even the most valiant knight might falter. Otherwise, the gate would not have been made of wood, let alone a duchess. However, the Duchess of Montpensier astonished everyone. She not only consented to the plan, but acted decisively. She wrapped her skirts around her waist, secured the axe on her back, and, with the aid of the fishermen and attendants, climbed the ladder. Countless residents of Orleans witnessed this feat, and it deeply moved them. For this was a city once saved by the maid of Orleans. Before the duchess could even draw her axe, the gate was cleaved open from within, and she was welcomed with immense celebration, with cries of "Long live the princess," echoing as the people knelt to kiss her hand. The following day, she was hailed as the daughter of Orleans, a title once belonging to Joan of Arc. Upon hearing this, the queen mother's countenance darkened further, nearly betraying her disdain with a derisive laugh, while Louis comprehended his mother's sentiments. Despite the Duke of Orleans' repeated treachery, Louis XIII and his queen had harbored no ill will toward the Duchess of Montpensier. She had grown up in the Tuileries, where the typical retinue of a princess, maids, ladies-in-waiting, physicians, nurses, servants, and guards, numbered 200, yet hers was 300. Her governess, the esteemed Madame de Saint-Georges, was renowned for her gentleness and noble lineage. Even the Duchess herself acknowledged that she received maternal affection from this lady. Moreover, when her father, Duke Gaston, sought to contest her governance of Montpensier, both Louis XIII and the Queen steadfastly supported her. Regrettably, Their magnanimity did not elicit gratitude from the Duchess of Montpensier, but rather engendered resentment. Louis reviewed the letter once more. Within it, the bishop had transcribed a statement made by the Duchess prior to her assent. Silence. A pack of cowards. I tell you, today I shall climb this wall, breach this gate, and rule this city as they beseech me. The bishop had deliberately highlighted this remark, clearly intending to guide and caution Louis. He understood the implication. They had both erred in underestimating the Duchess of Montpensier, mistaking her for an ordinary woman, akin to many young women preoccupied with beauty and love. However, the truth was that she was not, or at least not entirely. She craved power as fiercely as any man. Where is she now? The Queen Mother inquired. Bah, she exclaimed, incensed. The daughter of a traitor. Yet she poses as a princess with such gravity. Does she not feel shame? The Queen Mother seethed with anger. Yet Louis considered that perhaps this was not entirely a negative development. That evening, he penned a letter to Bishop Mazarin. Chapter 53. 2 Rebellious Wars. Previously, we mentioned the Duke of Mortemart's infatuation with the wife of an apothecary, a witch who captivated him at first sight. Despite her having a husband and children, nothing could extinguish his yearning for love. He desired not only her body, but also her affection and loyalty. To this end, he formally wed her. However, such a union found it difficult to gain recognition from both the main and collateral branches of his family. Consequently, he sought to sway the king with a gift valued at 100,000 livres, hoping to use the king's endorsement to persuade those who harbored resentment. Yet for Louis, while the sum arrived timely, it was still far from sufficient for a duke. Moreover, D'Artagnan's mention of the duke's lack of an heir prompted further thoughts. He mused that if the duke's obsession with the witch persisted until she bore a son, then surely, to secure his offspring's inheritance of the title and lands, the duke would need to offer even more. Indeed, he ought to begin contemplating future matters. Auville, a quaint town nestled along the banks of the Oise River, lies approximately 9 leagues from Paris. 2 centuries later, an unfortunate and melancholic painter would spend his final 70 days here, creating a plethora of exquisite works before meeting his end, thus rendering this town renowned. However, at this juncture, it remained obscure, with Prince Condaminium merely making a brief stop. Unfortunately, the messenger set out too late and encountered bandits along the way. By the time he arrived at Auville, Prince Condaminium had already departed. After much effort, he learned from the prince's soldiers that Condaminium had gone to Angers, prompting him to hasten there. Upon reading the letter, the prince expressed his deep regret, stating that had he still been in Auville, he would have rushed to the king to accept this earnest proposal. However, now in Angers, surrounded by loyal supporters, he could only decline the king's offer with disappointment, indicating that a confrontation with the king was inevitable. For the Duke of Orleans, this was of little concern. He had long harbored discontent regarding his place in the line of succession, being positioned behind his elder sister, the Duchess of Montpensier. Should the Duchess succeed, it would benefit him, yet if she failed, it would not harm him either. After all, what he gleaned from Louis indicated that the Duchess of Montpensier's reputation had nearly eclipsed that of her father in Paris. When questioned about the reason, Louis, with a naivety befitting a child, declared that he preferred to believe the prince rather than her father. As he uttered these words, he fixed his gaze intently on the Duchess's face, uncertain whether her infatuation with Prince Condaminium was a facade or genuine. However, upon observing the absence of any unusual expression on her face, he felt increasingly convinced. At that moment, a maidservant of the Queen Mother appeared at the door, seemingly bearing a message, prompting the king to rush out. The Duchess noticed a drawer slightly ajar at the desk. Glancing around to ensure that the attendants were in the corridor, she boldly approached, opened the drawer, and began examining the letters within. She read with utmost seriousness, nearly imprinting every word upon her memory. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, she hastily folded the letter, concealed it in the drawer, and closed it. Thus, after the Queen Mother repeatedly demonstrated weakness, the indecisive Prince Condaminium finally reached a decision. However, his perceived lack of progress in his endeavors contributed to this conclusion. He was welcomed in only a few locations, while the majority of the French populace continued to recognize the king. Despite his remarkable military prowess, his subordinates were not necessarily of the same caliber. They had encountered numerous setbacks under Thur-Igny and Chaumont, resulting in significant discord, which led to Condaminium feeling weary and disillusioned with the prospect of kingship. Consequently, despite the strong objections from his sister, the Duchess of Longueville, and his wife, he acquiesced to the king's proposal. albeit with the stipulation that he would enter Paris with his contingent of 8,000 soldiers. The king agreed. The Duke of Orleans, of course, could not be oblivious to the prince's animosity. During a banquet at the Duke of Orleans' estate, the prince struck a slap across the face of a supporter of the duke, the young and arrogant son of the duke. This incited a brawl between the two noblemen, ultimately leading to the duke imprisoning this audacious youth for several days. However, to suggest that the matter concluded there would be presumptuous. While Prince Condaminium was temporarily away from Paris, a quarrel erupted between two of his distinguished subordinates, resulting in a duel that culminated in one duke's death. Whether the Duke of Orleans had a hand in this incident remains a mystery to all. One night, the king was roused from sleep by the thunderous roar of cannon fire and the cries of soldiers, an occurrence he found unsurprising. "It is perilous, my lord," remarked the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, "for if the Duchess of Longueville were here, she would surely feel envious." His concern bore no semblance of pretense. Rather, it was imbued with sincerity. As night approached, apart from the crimson glow cast by torches, only the faint red twilight illuminated the somber woods and structures. The vampire Amant stood before an open window, inspecting his hand for a moment before suddenly extending it outside. The remaining sunlight seared his skin, causing the Duke of La Rochefoucauld to feel a surge of anxiety, yet he dared not utter a word. But what was Amant's intention? He observed the smoke rising from his hand's surface, and in the midst of the pain, he felt a sense of ennui. A bat flitted by, chattering at him, further deepening the pallor of his expression. "So," he murmured. The Duke of La Rochefoucauld, startled by this utterance, sprang from his chair, exclaiming, "I must take my leave at once." "Forgive me, your highness, I." Amant waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unperturbed. "A word of advice," the vampire said, a hint of cruel amusement dancing in his smile. "Perceive the situation clearly, Duke. Perceive the situation, and then make your decision." Chapter 54. The Inquisitor. The words of the vampire Amant caused Duke La Rochefoucauld to hesitate for a moment. He had donned his coat, draped his cloak, and adjusted his hat, presenting himself as a dashing and handsome knight. Yet, this appearance was marred by the troubled expression and unease that clouded his face. He was not a coward. Rather, the young men of his time, particularly the nobility, were generally combative and well acquainted with the ravages of war. Even kings and dukes were not immune to death on the battlefield, often perishing over mere words or a fleeting glance. As was the case just days prior when two subordinates of Prince Condaminium engaged in a duel incited by the Duke of Orleans, Gaston, resulting in one man's death. What could cause such hesitation? Perhaps only God or the devil, or their own ambitions. When Duke La Rochefoucauld first met the Duchess of Chevreuse, he was but a boy, and their interactions were likely devoid of sincere affection on her part. However, the Duke certainly harbored genuine feelings. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in the courtly conspiracies against Richelieu. Yet, the subsequent experience of exile imparted a significant lesson. It was during this period that he encountered Amant. Initially unaware of Amant's true nature, the young Duke found in him a somewhat somber yet knowledgeable mentor. Amant unveiled the enchanting facade of the Duchess of Chevreuse, revealing the ugly truth beneath, and liberated him from the bonds of love, guiding him towards new pursuits that ignited his excitement and satisfaction. Amant's elixir, though the Duke was unaware it was Amant's blood, enabled him to appear before the Duchess of Longueville as a youthful, elegant man brimming with vitality. It also endowed him with a calm mind, sharp intellect, and remarkable prowess in the presence of Prince Conde. Without these attributes, merely being the lover of the Duchess of Longueville would not have elevated him to the esteemed position of the prince's right-hand man. Perhaps it was Amant's consistent role as a gentle elder and guide that led Duke La Rochefoucauld to harbor unrealistic fantasies. Even when Amant ceased to conceal his identity, the Duke continued to believe that Amant was no different from those around him, a misconception that would prove erroneous. The essence of a vampire is that they no longer belong to humanity. It is futile to impose human laws, morals, or emotional shackles upon them. After departing Paris with Prince Conde, they received Amant's counsels several times. The Duke would willingly place his faith in Amant, and events would later validate Amant's foresight. However, in contrast to the indifferent La Rochefoucauld, Prince Condaminium was somewhat restrained in this regard. He believed that while they could perhaps utilize vampires in certain contexts, it was entirely implausible to interact with them as friends or to regard them as mentors or trustworthy allies. Additionally, the prince harbored a certain trepidation regarding the vampires, doubting his ability to maintain control over them. Duke La Rochefoucauld did not concur with the prince's stance towards Amon. Beyond their transactional relationship, Amon revealed to him the power of an alternate world, which instilled both fear and desire within him. Regrettably, he found himself dependent on the prince, rather than the other way around. Prince Condominium had sternly warned him against deepening his ties with Amon, leaving the duke in a position of subterfuge, unable to amplify Amon's influence in the prince's eyes. Now, Amon urged the duke to discern the situation. What situation? The duke could not articulate his question, for in the next moment, the vampire transformed into a wisp of dark mist under the moonlight and slipped through the window's crevice. Startled, the duke waited several minutes until his attendants and the prince's officers urged him from without. Reluctantly, he picked up his fallen glove and hastily exited, mounting his horse and racing towards Paris. Amon reveled in the freedom of the night air, gliding through the skies as mist. As he transformed, he could traverse swiftly like clouds, aided by the wind, which now blew powerfully from the Bois de Boulogne towards the Louvre. A gray owl, typically instinctively cautious, swooped down from above. Yet, this particular owl, perhaps due to hunger or overconfidence, plunged directly into the dark mist, believing it to be a plump mole. The swirling black vapor concealed the owl's lifeless body. Amon had little taste for animal blood, though a vampire could subsist on it when necessary. His mood tonight was not one of discontent. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The progenitor of the bloodline dismissed Prince Condominium without remorse, although Amon had made certain attempts. The man, despite his formidable physique, possessed a timid heart, ensnared by myriad concerns. Even with the throne within his grasp, he hesitated and faltered. Amon could foresee Khan's future with greater clarity than any renowned beauty of the Bois de Boulogne. He was destined forever to be dominated by others. Amon sighed. Perhaps this was fate, a web from which even he could not escape. His king. He soared towards the heart of Paris, surveying the city once more engulfed in chaos. Flames illuminated the night as yet unrepaired homes were set ablaze. Soldiers clad in light chestnut and dark blue sashes clashed, their blood painting the darkened streets in vivid hues. In the deeper alleys, every individual suffered from robbery, humiliation, and murder. Every war inevitably birthed a multitude of despicable brigands, emerging from their lairs like moles, seizing the opportunity presented by the scent of gunpowder, as there were no judges, no police, and no adults to seek justice for the people. Even the most destitute could scarcely ensure their safety, for slaughter brought these beasts a perverse joy. Among them lurked the dark denizens of the city, the nocturnes. Unlike other vampires who mingled with the elite or blended into the vibrant life of theaters and balls, the nocturnes were a cursed breed, their features grotesquely contorted, resembling battered wild boars, small and hunched. Their mere appearance elicited screams, forcing them to dwell in tombs and sewers, emerging only under the cloak of the deepest night, subsisting on the most wretched of society and the intoxicated. In times of urban upheaval or war, opportunities abounded for the nocturnes. Amon observed several lurking by the Seine, poised to ambush solitary soldiers or fleeing civilians. Simultaneously, he noted a regiment of musketeers escorting a carriage hastily departing from the Louvre. The vampire inhaled the scents carried by the evening breeze, the stench of the river, the nocturne's decay, the acrid tang of gunpowder, and the king, who could nearly be described as having a penchant for cleanliness, insisted on bathing at least once daily from a young age, rarely indulging in heavily scented perfumes, rendering his scent both bland and distinctly unique. As Amon sought to alleviate the minor concerns of the king, a throng of enormous black bats suddenly swooped towards the gray mist, emitting a piercing shriek inaudible to human ears. Their wings and fangs tore the mist into countless fragments. Yet, instead of dissipating, the wisps coalesced into a denser form, morphing into innumerable erratic tendrils that ensnared each bat tightly. The chaotic shadows became entangled, plummeting from the sky onto a towering rooftop, only to tumble down the slanted surface until halted by a platypus. Amon chuckled, raising his hands in mirth. Hilperik cast him a cold glance before gracefully leaping away, positioning himself beneath the platypus, anxiously observing the king's procession. Amon stood nearby, and within mere moments, the platypus had already torn through two members of the no-filer clan, pivoting toward its next prey. The remaining no-filer, witnessing this grisly scene, promptly fled, however, fatefully. Their escape led them directly into the path of the king's entourage. Amon instantly transformed into a myriad of tiny bats, feeling far more endearing than Hilperic's formidable black bat. He then dove into a mass of ominous clouds. This served as a universally recognized warning among vampires, signaling grave peril, typically associated with the Inquisition's clerics and paladins. Peering downward, Amon observed that the no-filer had yet to approach within 100 feet of the procession when two knights galloped forth. A flash of brilliant silver illuminating the darkness, accompanied by unearthly wails. The Inquisition? Amon feigned astonishment. Hilperic, with an indifferent glance, clearly did not believe Amon was truly oblivious. What you can discern, Ilario would certainly perceive. Of course, Amon replied. After all, he is a creature of the night. Chapter 55. The monster Ilario the inquisitorial judge was a youthful individual, strikingly attractive in appearance, yet his character was undeniably monstrous, as aptly described by Amon. The chieftain of the Zamich tribe. With the king still in his youth, all power was wielded by Cardinal Mazarin and Queen Anne, rendering him indifferent to the monarch. For the boy could neither provide him with advantages nor facilitate his ascent. The relationship between him and Cardinal Mazarin resembled more of a transactional nature than that of a superior and subordinate. As long as the cardinal supplied him with funds, he would ensure peace in Paris for the day. Should he fail, the vampires would commit murder at his side, and he would remain unperturbed. Although such conduct would attract condemnation from the rigid clerics and paladins, Ilario remained undaunted. Did it matter to him who the King of France was? Did it concern the Inquisition? Did it relate to the underworld? No. From the outset, those absurd individuals opposing the dark denizens of the underworld placed themselves in an exceedingly awkward position. Were they true angels and saints, it might be acceptable. But they too could feel cold, hunger, and the yearning for love, necessitating procreation. As beings of flesh, they had relegated themselves to the status of mere stone sculptures, and it was no wonder they had failed to claim their rightful place. Ilario's sole regret was that he was born in 1625 rather than 625. The last desperate struggle of the ancestors of the underworld was the establishment of the Inquisition. Yet they not only failed to attain true freedom, but also incited the vigilance of the papacy. They relentlessly endeavored to possess that which was beyond mortal reach. Akin to his predecessor, the inquisitorial judge, little did the latter anticipate that even though he retreated to Rome, cowering beneath the Pope's robes, Ilario would still find a way to eliminate him. The mere thought of that incredulous visage brought a smile to Ilario's lips. His previous subservience was not born of fear, but rather a temporary inability to circumvent the stringent, archaic decrees. However, once he accepted the Pope's commission, ascending from judge to archbishop, his betrayal of the underworld warranted a ruthless judgment from the powers that be. Yet, if such temptations were placed before Ilario, would he remain unmoved? An archbishop, or even a cardinal? It was hard to fathom anyone not being swayed, for the remuneration of judges and inquisitors was meager. The clerics and paladins fared no better. But once one attained even the rank of bishop, one would immediately possess a realm akin to that of a king, capable of levying taxes, trading ecclesiastical positions and relics, collecting pensions, reconciliation fees, and various other charges, not to mention the ownership of chapels and monasteries. Their offspring, though lacking formal recognition, could directly enter the papacy as clerics, subsequently climbing the hierarchy, while daughters could marry influential nobles, even dukes or members of the royal family. Unlike them, who, despite possessing extraordinary powers, were forced to wag their tails like dogs, merely hoping their master would toss them a bone with a morsel of meat. However, Ilario could empathize with the denizens of the underworld. Their plight was indeed tragic. Life in the underworld was fraught with peril and hardship. They could not escape its confines, yet required the support of the surface world to endure. Thus, they could never allow the papacy or other forces to sever their tenuous connection to the surface, for that would extinguish all hope. Ilario's predecessor was said to have been a man of unwavering resolve, yet after 2 decades, he too faltered, providing Ilario with the opportunity he sought. He could never have imagined that the individual who recommended him to the Pope was none other than Cardinal Richelieu, followed by Cardinal Mazarin. Both Richelieu and Mazarin undoubtedly desired to maintain control of the Paris Inquisition through their own appointees. While the elders of the underworld's cult could not foresee that a young man, deemed insignificant by them, possessed such audacity and cunning, Ilario did not seek excessive recognition. He did not wish to draw attention to himself. Instead, he relied on the influence of the 2 formidable bishops, gradually and steadily climbing the ranks until he finally attained the position of judge. But was he satisfied? Certainly not. As moonlight streamed through the carriage window, Louis observed the face of the inquisitorial judge seated opposite him, a contemptible little man who made no attempt to disguise his disdain. He had committed but one grave error. He regarded Louis as an ignorant child. Perhaps to him, it seemed that even if he appeared before the king in 2 years, it would not be too late. Expending energy and time now seemed futile, for the king held neither power nor wealth. There was little tangible benefit to gain from him. Yet, once he discovered that the king was not the naive fool he presumed, he would reveal himself, not merely as a judge of the Inquisition, but as himself. Louis recalled that before Cardinal Mazarin introduced Alario to him, he had mentioned that Alario was not his true name. Every cleric from the underworld adopted a saintly moniker. Thus, Alario, from his name to his demeanor, and from his demeanor to his thoughts, was entirely fictitious. Yet, he embodied the very type of individual any ruler would require. Due to the threats from the underworld, he could not align himself with the papacy. Nonetheless, he covertly leaned towards the 2 bishops, whether Richelieu or Mazarin. Neither regarded him with much regard, entrusting him to the Inquisition or the papacy. His fate was sealed. At that time, he had been away from the underworld for but 12 days. He was a bold and audacious man. Rest assured, Alario noted, catching the king's gaze. They are merely a few no-filer, rats scuttling in the sewers. Louis yearned to inquire where Alario was when the vampires invaded his chamber. Alario considered this, his smile widening. We must also be mindful of His Highness's sentiments towards the royal family. Louis pressed his temples. Do not tell me. Alario, of course, would not remain silent. Order, Your Majesty, order is of utmost importance. We are not madmen, nor is Prince Hilperic of Ventrue, and we share common foes and allies. Louis lifted his head. What sort of enemies? What sort of allies? That is difficult to articulate, Alario replied, for the affairs of the world are ever-changing. Chapter 56. Versailles and Paris, Part 1. Unbeknownst to the king, 2 vampire princes were watching them depart from Paris. Their carriage initially traveled along the banks of the Seine, but as they approached the boundaries of the Louvre, it veered southwest towards Versailles. Thus, they were compelled to pass by the City Hall, Notre Dame, and the Place de la Bastille. Near the waterway by the Bastille, a concealed carriage drew back its curtain. A mob, noticing the glint of glass in the window, rushed over, hoping to gain some advantage. However, the swords and spears wielded by the Alariates were not only effective against dark creatures, but also a formidable deterrent against fallen humanity. Compared to the king's musketeers, they might impose a greater terror. These silent, rock-like holy knights did not utter a single word of reproach. Naturally, no one would speak to a throng of the dead. Alariate observed the king's expression closely. To his knowledge, the young monarch appeared to be a deeply compassionate individual. While still in Paris, he had clashed with Cardinal Mazarin, unable to bear the sight of the impoverished citizens suffering from soaring prices and hunger. Seizing the opportunity during the chapel's restoration, he endeavored to alleviate their plight as much as possible, even amidst his own peril during their flight. He could not bear to witness his subjects perish in the famine wrought by war. The cross of the Queen Mother had undoubtedly saved countless lives, and Alariate was not surprised. Perhaps, in time, they would become a sanctuary of the most sacred kind. Furthermore, the throng of refugees who followed the king to Versailles were fortunate indeed, had they been under Louis XIII or Henry IV. Simply escaping persecution or execution would have been a stroke of luck. Yet this king not only provided them with food and water, but also bestowed upon them land to cultivate, allowing them to reclaim their dignity and live as true human beings. Would he then empathize with these people? Why do you think so? Louis asked, and Alariate was taken aback. Then he heard the king say, I issued a pardon over 100 days ago, hoping my subjects would come to Versailles. To those who remain here, I can only say they have not recognized me as their king. I love my subjects, but on the condition that they acknowledge me as their sovereign, rather than as soldiers of the Duke of Gaston or the Prince of Conde, or as conspirators. At this point, the king turned slightly, smiling faintly. You see, I have not denied them opportunities. Louis admitted that his benevolence was not entirely altruistic. The chapel's restoration was merely a means to quell the murmurs of unrest in Paris. Erecting crosses and sheltering the refugees was driven by his need for tenants and soldiers. The decree he issued over 100 days prior invited the impoverished of Paris to Versailles, promising them land, tools, and seeds, all in pursuit of establishing a city of his own. He would not abandon Paris, yet he would never trust it. There were many reasons why some chose not to leave. Yet the king understood that many were swayed by the enticing offers of the Duke of Gaston and the Prince of Conde, who promised handsome salaries, fine garments, and weapons to wield. Or, as he posited, they were plotting to exploit the chaos for personal gain. Alternatively, they simply refused to believe in their king. In such a case, Louis would not compel them to heed his will, just as he viewed the city cloaked in flames, feeling no sorrow. It did not belong to him. Alariot chuckled softly, his slender fingers deftly dancing at the carriage window, resembling a white spider navigating the darkness. The carriage resumed its journey, only to halt shortly thereafter. A monk approached the carriage and exchanged a few words with Alariot. "It seems," Alariot remarked, "we must adopt a different approach to proceed." The forces of the Prince of Condaminium and the Duke of Gaston unexpectedly clashed at the Place de la Bastille, with Condaminium personally leading his soldiers while the Duke of Gaston was commanded by Duc de Guise. Though the military prowess and strength of the Prince of Condaminium surpassed that of Gaston, he was caught unprepared for battle. Perhaps, for him, King Louis XIV was the common adversary between him and Gaston. The relationship between Condaminium and Gaston had grown tense due to a series of maneuvers orchestrated by Mazarin and Louis in their quest for power. However, until the sounds of conflict erupted, Gaston maintained a respectful demeanor towards Conde. It was only when Condaminium leapt from his bed to summon his officers that he discovered several key allies had gone missing. Beside him were originally the Duke of Longueville and the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, but Longueville had been assassinated at the onset of battle and was now unaccounted for. Meanwhile, La Rochefoucauld sustained injuries while protecting Condaminium from Gaston's trap and was left blind, forced to fight alone. In contrast to Conde's predicament, the forces commanded by Duc de Guise were far more composed. Although their numbers might not rival those of Conde's army, they held an advantage in this region. Moreover, Gaston's earlier provocations had already cost Condaminium 2 capable subordinates. Even if Guise were to face defeat, Gaston would still have a chance. However, if Condaminium were to perish or be captured, who would then command his troops? Initially, the king was somewhat perplexed by Alariot's mention of an alternative method, but he soon comprehended. As the knights of the judiciary bore him and Alariot aloft, they traversed the rooftops and waterways, even carrying a person, rendering them capable of movement despite the carriage's inability to proceed. This peculiar experience felt surreal. Visually, these towering knights appeared as solid as rock or steel. Yet with eyes closed, relying solely on the sensation of wind against their skin, one could imagine being cradled by a magnificent eagle, gliding through the deep, cold night. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, the carriage seemed to lag behind. The king turned his head suddenly. Was that the Duchess of Montpensier? Alariot raised his hand, signaling for them to halt. Indeed, it was the Duchess of Montpensier, clearly visible from their elevated position amidst the ranks of soldiers. Possibly due to Gaston's intent to exploit the title of the so-called Daughter of Orleans, she was adorned in resplendent armor. Her helmet adorned with white plumes cascading to her shoulders. Her lips glowed a deep crimson, akin to congealed blood, illuminated by the flames, her expression anxious. "Alas," Alariot murmured. "Is the rumor true?" "Alariot," Louis replied, "might I request your assistance in borrowing someone?" "Speak, your majesty," Alariot said, with utmost humility. "I am eager to serve you." Louis paused before saying, "Can you see the man clad in dark green velvet?" "I see him. He stands beside the Prince of Conde." "I have instructed him to approach the prince," Louis explained. "Could you send your man to his side and bring him to the Duchess of Montpensier?" "What do you wish him to do?" "To convey words that the Duchess would wish to hear." It was evident to all that the Prince of Condaminium was at a disadvantage. The most formidable concern lay in the fact that Duc de Guise had already orchestrated his soldiers to separate Condaminium and his forces, encircling him and a small contingent of troops before the Bastille fortress, an edifice built in the style of the renowned military castles of the 14th century, standing as a stronghold adjacent to the Louvre. Before the outbreak of war, the fortress had already been seized by Duke Gaston. Perhaps considering that the entire square had become a battlefield, Duke Guise allowed the Duchess of Montpensier to enter the Bastille. If it were only Duke Mortemart, he would have been unable to approach the Duchess, but with the presence of the Inquisitors, he could appear almost unnoticed behind her. "How is His Highness?" "Very poorly," Duke Mortemart replied. He described the prince as haggard and bruised, a sight more convincing than his words, for he himself was a handsome man. Upon seeing him, the Duchess of Montpensier felt as though she were gazing upon Prince Conde. "How dire is his condition? Is escape impossible?" "Read on," Mortemart urged. "You shall see for yourself." Thus, The Duchess approached the parapet and looked down. Prince Condominium and his soldiers were being herded into a small area before the fortress, where they had constructed makeshift defenses from the corpses of men and horses. Yet it would take but a moment for those defenses to be breached. Perhaps because Duke Guise did not wish to kill a prince, he demanded Conde's surrender, resulting in a stalemate. "Only you can save him now," Duke Mortemart said. "You have come to my side," the Duchess replied. "Why can't I take him away?" "Because His Highness refuses to abandon his soldiers," Mortemart said. "Just as he will not surrender in humiliation." "He should surrender," the Duchess murmured. "That would mean his death," Mortemart stated. "If he were facing a king, he could. But against another usurper, your father, he cannot counter my words. You know your father would act thus." "I cannot defy my father." "I suggest you do," Mortemart insisted. "For if Duke Gaston prevails, it will bring you no benefit." "What foolishness!" the Duchess exclaimed. "He is my father, and I am his daughter." Stepping closer, he asked, "What will you do then?" "You could gain far more than you have now." The events of that night have long been a topic of intrigue among the people of Paris. In their retelling, Prince Conde, forced back to the walls of the Bastille and the trenches, caught a glimpse of the Duchess of Montpensier standing on the ramparts. Out of trust and love for his beloved, he called out to her without hesitation, "My lady, save me." Consequently, the Duchess commanded the garrison of the Bastille to direct their cannons at Duke Guise's forces, her father, and fire. The artillery tore a breach in the dense encirclement, allowing Prince Condominium to escape and reunite with his forces. Much of this tale is indeed factual. The soldiers of the Bastille acted on a mistaken order. For at that moment, no one held more authority than the Duchess of Montpensier. They truly fired upon their allies and allowed Condominium to flee. However, it is nearly impossible to believe that Condominium saw the Duchess and called for her aid, for the walls of the Bastille towered approximately 80 feet, with the towers reaching 100 feet, equivalent to 10 modern stories. It was night, and illuminated only by torches and candles. Prince Condominium, standing below, could not have discerned who stood upon the walls. Without someone to point her out, the Duchess might not have located him amidst the chaos of battle. Yet to the people, such minutiae are trifling. Imagine a delicate and noble beauty defying her father to save her beloved, who indeed was rescued as a result. What an unforgettable romance! Though Duke Gaston would not share this sentiment, his capability and courage brought comfort to Louis, for morally speaking, Duke Mortemart was hardly a virtuous man. Louis could have compelled him to surrender the potion maker's wife and daughter, yet to utter a cruel truth. What did the potion maker's suffering matter to him? Had the potion maker pleaded to serve the king upon their first meeting, perhaps Louis might have considered it. Yet evidently, like Marie's father and uncle, the potion maker maintained a haughty attitude towards ordinary men, even kings, despite their covetousness for worldly power or reliance on mortal protection. Thus, the king would extend no extra assistance. One must first earn his favor through merit. In contrast, Duke Mortemart's attitude was remarkably respectful. Not only sufficiently so, but also sincerely. The gifts he presented to the king were lavish, and when summoned to serve, he hesitated not. Perhaps he genuinely loved his witch wife, but it is equally plausible that he sought to express his position. Before arriving in Paris, Mortemart had some reservations, yet once there, he made his decision. Prince Condominium and Duke Gaston may surpass the youthful king in many respects, yet they lacked one crucial element, an understanding of the human heart. They rarely treated anyone with genuine sincerity, a common shortcoming of those in power, especially for figures like Condominium and Gaston, who held dominion over their territories like kings. However, like a king, there was indeed a true king present. Upon encountering Mortemart, the king extended his hand, inviting him to share the same carriage. The carriage was somewhat shabby, and noticing Mortemart's discomfort, Louis remarked, "My carriage was left at the Bastille Square. Did you see me then?" "I also saw the Duchess of Montpensier and Prince Conde." "So, did that immediately inspire your idea?" Mortemart thought, though he masked it well. A glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. "So, this is your nature." Such a mix of relief and irony prompted a cheerful laugh from the Inquisitor. Louis sighed silently. Indeed, within this carriage, there was not a single virtuous soul. Chapter 57. An unpleasant victory. The king and his entourage traversed another square under the cloak of night, where a minor skirmish had recently transpired. The soldiers had dispersed, leaving the wounded to groan upon the ground, while some shameless marauders stealthily emerged from the shadows, scavenging the corpses for valuables, straps, coats, belts, or boots. Some of the unfortunate souls were not yet fully deceased, But after such turmoil, their demise was all but certain. They continued their journey until they reached the Church of St. Pierre, where they finally discovered a bridge across the Seine that remained unblocked or unburned. After crossing the river, they headed southwest. It was perhaps only 1,000 or 1,500 feet when their carriage was once again forced to halt. Emerging from the night's fog was an orderly and formidable legion. The Duke of Mortemart noted the absence of the familiar clamor in this age. Enforcing strict discipline among soldiers was virtually impossible. The recruits gathered by General Schomberg could barely guarantee that they would not harm their comrades during combat or stray from ranks while marching, even with divine intervention. It was not uncommon for officers to falter, engaging in duels over personal grievances or disobeying orders, driven by a reckless fervor. Thus, the gathering of hundreds or thousands resulted in a cacophony of shouts and whispers. The legion they encountered, however, was entirely different. Clad in black coats, white shirts, and gray trousers, the officers sported crimson epaulets. The Duke averted his gaze to the king's shoulder, where he too bore a crimson strap. The leading officer dismounted a mere 20 feet from the carriage, and he did not appear to be French. As the Duke listened, he confirmed his suspicions. They conversed in Low German, a language the Duke had studied but not mastered, allowing him to comprehend only a few words. Yet, confronted with such a scene and recalling prior events, he understood all too well. General Schomberg had arrived, and it was likely that Viscount Tyrrena was also mustering his forces somewhere nearby, while Prince Condaminium remained oblivious, ready to confront his perceived enemy, Duke Gaston. The Duke of Mortemart pondered the task assigned to him by the king. Indeed, the king would not desire one faction to utterly overwhelm the other. For a hunter, the ideal outcome is for the prey to engage in a fierce struggle until the last drop of blood is shed. Has Tyrrena reached Saint-Germain? Yes, your majesty, Schomberg replied. His messenger just departed from my side. Now, the king inquired. Schomberg promptly produced a pocket watch. It is 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock, the king stated. And you may commence the assault on the rebels in Paris. He smiled enigmatically, adding, we just passed the Bastille Square, where Prince Condaminium and Duke Guises were engaged in battle. General Schomberg's expression shifted to one of concern. I hope you were not in danger. The danger was not mine. The king retorted. Prince Condaminium should not have ventured too far, you may. He paused. I would prefer not to hear news of his departure from Paris. His brow furrowed as he adjusted his strap. I have heard that the Spanish envoy has been in close communication with him. General Schomberg bowed his head in acquiescence. Yet, if possible, Louis reluctantly added, please ensure his safety. The general readily agreed. In these times, it would have been strange for Louis to act otherwise. However, he did not anticipate that as Louis placed one foot upon the carriage step, he would add, but, General, please also inform Viscount Tyrrena that if there is any possibility of harm to you during this endeavor, it is acceptable to withdraw. He stated plainly, whether Condaminium lives or dies is of no consequence to me, but your fate is entirely different. Simultaneously, the Duke of Mortemart cast a glance at the general's face. The general may have momentarily failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, but as the carriage began to move, the Duke observed him bow deeply until he was no longer visible. Your Majesty, the Duke of Mortemart finally spoke after a prolonged silence. You shall undoubtedly inspire much envy in the future. Louis replied, lifting his gaze from a stack of letters handed to him by General Schomberg. That is to be expected, for I am the King of France. The presiding judge, still permitted to ride alongside the king and duke, chuckled softly. Paris was now behind them, and even without looking back, the three men understood who the ultimate victor would be. While it was true that this youthful king may have been guided and controlled by the cunning Cardinal Mazarin, the duke and the judge perceived an enviable talent within him, a quality they had not observed in Prince Condaminium or Duke Gaston. Yet, each, consumed by their own thoughts, maintained a peculiar silence during their journey. As dawn broke, they entered Versailles. Although only a few months had passed, Versailles had transformed dramatically. The modest hunting lodge built by Louis XIII had been expanded with wings resembling outstretched wings, offering greater comfort to the royal occupants. Though the king had not summoned the musketeers to announce his arrival, as soon as his carriage entered the courtyard, he spotted Queen and hastily descending the steps. However, she was no match for his brother Philippe, who rushed forward and embraced Louis tightly, resting his forehead upon his shoulder. Only 2 years separated them, and the 12-year-old boy already exhibited the early signs of adulthood, though he still wore a nightgown instead of sleepwear. I have been so worried about you, Philippe confessed, his eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight, a reflection that suggested more than mere brightness. It is nothing, Louis replied. I mentioned I would leave Paris as well. It had not been an easy decision to send the queen and Philippe away first, as Philippe believed he should remain rather than the king. The queen had persuaded him, easing Louis's concerns. For he had no desire to explain to Philippe that General Schomberg and Viscount Tyrrena would not accept another person, even if that person were the young prince. If that were the case, Louis might have been compelled to make an unwelcome decision. I do not despise it so much, Philippe declared, but I wish to be like you, brother. I want to become a general and fight for you. You shall, the king assured him as they approached their mother. Louis stepped forward, grasping her hand and kissing it gently. Next was the English queen and the Grand Princess Henrietta, still under the protection of the King of France, followed by Marie Mancini, who leaped onto him without waiting for a greeting, burying her face in his still slender chest. So, I have been spied upon by you all. Thus, both were subjected to punishment. As Philippe and the young sorceress Marie sat glumly, pondering a substantial tome and biting their quills, the long-awaited news finally arrived. Duke Gaston and his daughter, the Duchess of Montpensier, had been captured. Duke Guises surrendered, yet Prince Condaminium had escaped. Chapter 58, Versailles and Paris, Part 2. Duke Montemart found himself a stranger in Versailles. Despite his illustrious title, his name held little weight in the annals of history alongside Henry IV and Louis XIII. He had never received an invitation to this grand estate. Yet he had heard whispers about Versailles, which piqued his curiosity, though he was not overtly astonished, as he had never witnessed its former glory. In contrast, the sentiments of La Rieuse were far more intricate. This ambitious young man was certainly familiar with Versailles, as it was one of Louis XIII's favored hunting grounds. The king's patronage necessitated regular maintenance to ensure that the nobility would not be disturbed. At that time, Versailles consisted merely of a modest building encircled by scattered inns and farmhouses, where the inhabitants relied on the nobility who came to hunt with the king. There was no enduring employment to be found. Rather, Versailles resembled a theater where the king's grand entrances were met with splendid performances, only to vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving behind a desolate stage of decayed planks and crumbling bricks, rendering the contrast with the persistent desolation of other locales almost absurdly tragic. Now, the road from the hunting avenue, the path from Paris to the town of Versailles, had been newly renovated, wide enough for 4 knights to ride side by side. This roadway was constructed from a novel material derived from ancient Roman cement, its surface adorned with tiny pebbles that rendered it impervious to the damage of 4-wheeled carriages. Even the horses' hooves left only faint white marks, prompting La Rieuse to reach down and confirm its hardness akin to stone. The expense of such a road was considerable, and the labor required was not to be underestimated. Yet, La Rieuse quickly thought of the destitute who had followed the king to Versailles. Though the king had provided them with wheat and seed potatoes, even the latter would take 4 months to yield a harvest, leaving them to suffer the pangs of hunger for 120 days. The king had previously constructed a chapel in Paris. Thus it was entirely feasible for him to repair the roads here. What are you doing? La Rieuse inquired. Isn't this the path to the thorny thickets? Oh dear, La Rieuse exclaimed, by the grace of God, have you begun to cultivate the land? Indeed, replied a worker, possibly a farmer, with pride. We have already harvested potatoes once, and now the king's officials have informed us that we may proceed to plant peanuts. Peanuts? La Rieuse mused, a rather novel crop. The man continued, I swear on the Virgin Mary, had it not been for the king's fondness for this delicacy, I would never have planted it. They say this produce was bestowed upon St. Francis by angels, a fine fruit that can be eaten or pressed for oil, much like the olive, which grows beneath the earth. Moreover, the seeds he claimed would not germinate were likely a fabrication, for upon opening these fruits, the seeds within appeared remarkably fresh and vibrant. La Rieuse took a bite, earning several disapproving glances. Do not be so hasty, he remarked. Have you not heard that this is favored by the king? Indeed, the king has quite an array of preferences. One monk could not help but retort. That only holds true if the people are willing to believe him, La Rieuse replied. They had investigated the matter of potatoes, after all, as this fruit had once been associated with the devil. Yet it had proven to be not only harmless, but quite delicious. When paired with sufficient fats or meats, it could entirely replace bread. Of course, if nothing else was available, a touch of salt would suffice, for this soft and filling sustenance was not lacking in flavor, and its harvest time was indeed shorter than that of wheat or beans. As for peanuts, The king no longer shrouded his intentions in mystery. In Versailles, nearly all were loyal subjects, and with his decree, everyone would comply with his wishes. As La Rieuse continued along the newly paved road, he noted that the unpaved paths were not entirely deplorable. In fact, the former roads of Versailles had been predominantly of this nature. To put it simply, they were trails formed by the repeated footsteps of people treading upon wild grasses and barren earth, still flanked by rampant weeds and thorns. After traversing a low hill, the landscape opened up to reveal an artificial plain, scorched earth indicating it had once been burned. At the edge of the cultivated land, adjacent to dense forest, stood a row of small, rough-surfaced houses, their gray-white exteriors resembling crude wooden boards stitched together, with diminutive windows and makeshift wooden doors. As they approached, they discerned that these structures were indeed boards, though not timber, but rather cement panels. Truth be told, these houses were exceedingly unattractive, diminutive, dim, and box-like, reminiscent of mere containers. Yet, within these abodes lay the warmth La Rieuse had longed for, impervious to the elements, resistant to rain, and sturdy enough to ward off wild beasts, offering peace of mind that one would not awaken to find themselves engulfed in flames. He smiled upon observing figures emerging from the dwellings, some of the most humble and destitute, who bowed their heads in fear, lacking even the courage to address him as your reverence, in stark contrast to the farmers they had previously encountered. Yet, La Rieuse heard the cry of a baby. That alone sufficed. He turned to leave, and along the way, he encountered more individuals, intriguingly distinct in their demeanor. The king had not carelessly mixed the previous vagrants with the impoverished he had recruited from Paris. Their settlements and labor were distinctly separate. The vagrants were primarily tasked with clearing land and planting potatoes, while the majority of the Parisian poor were engaged in the construction of roads, the palace, and their own homes. Upon reaching the palace, La Rieuse noticed a throng of elegantly dressed gentlemen, though their apprehension was palpable, gathered in the courtyard. He inquired of a musketeer, who informed him that these were merchants in attendance to meet the king. To be granted an audience with the king was undoubtedly an honor and a source of trepidation for these ordinary merchants, who had adorned themselves in their finest attire and bribed attendants and ministers for counsel on how to avoid any egregious faux pas during the encounter. Though Louis cared little for such trivialities, the merchants were summoned one by one. Some, perhaps due to nerves or fear, struggled to utter even the simplest greeting. The king could only smile as attendants escorted them away. Among them, the most distinguished appeared visibly shaken, his voice trembling and face flushed, his knees quaking, prompting the king to worry for his health. Louis recalled Colbert, the young merchant who had first met the king while standing guard at the door. By the time the king summoned him, Colbert displayed an extraordinary calmness, adeptly analyzing and anticipating Louis's intentions. As soon as Louis finished speaking, Colbert swiftly offered his proposal, demonstrating a perceptiveness that surpassed that of these merchants. Reflecting on this, the king felt an urge to dance with joy. For Colbert was among the first he had personally elevated, and he had not disappointed Louis's expectations. At last, when the final merchant had exited, Louis stretched lazily. In the exasperated gaze of Bontemps, his loyal first valet, he winked. "There will be no more," he declared. "You know, Bontemps, I am in need of funds. You may borrow from the bishop or the queen mother, your majesty," Bontemps suggested. "I am already indebted to them for hundreds of thousands of livres," Louis remarked. "And they may not be able to bear the subsequent costs," Bontemps. "But what will you do?" Bontemps inquired, perplexed. "If you intend to resettle these refugees, are they not already in Versailles?" The king chuckled softly. "Not enough, not nearly enough, Bontemps. How many people are there?" The king gazed out of the window, contemplating whether there were thousands or even tens of thousands. But how many people does France possess? He was a man of insatiable greed, desiring to see his subjects both in the visible realm and in the shadows, those who would genuinely pledge their lives in honor and loyalty to him. He was the king of Paris, the king of France, or perhaps the king of this world. Chapter 59. The healing touch ceremony and Woburn Louis had already reached the age of 14 in 1652, the age widely recognized as adulthood. However, during the reign of Tell, the Queen Mother was reluctant to conduct the king's coming-of-age ceremony in an obscure little town. Upon their arrival in Paris, with the domineering Prince Condaminium and the scheming Duke of Gaston vying for influence, the Queen Mother lost all interest in the matter. To her, the Parisians were half rebels and half rioters, unworthy of witnessing such a significant event. Furthermore, at the time, Bishop Mazarin had retreated to Brou, and although the Queen Mother had little fondness for him, she had to acknowledge that without the bishop, the royal presence in Paris was akin to a body without an arm. As for the healing ceremony, it posed a certain risk for Louis, as the so-called healing touch required close contact with patients suffering from lymphatic tuberculosis. This ritual was initiated by Clovis I, the founder of the Frankish kingdom, whose subject had fallen ill with the disease, then known simply as the White Plague. The afflicted would develop grotesque swellings, some as large as an egg, others as small as a pea, on their necks. When the pus accumulated sufficiently, it would ooze from the rotting sores, a sight both repulsive and terrifying. It was said that neither doctors nor sorcerers could cure him. Yet one fateful evening, Clovis I dreamt of an angel who told him that if he touched the sick man with his holy hand, the patient would be healed. Heeding the angel's words, Clovis did just that, and within days, the nobleman remarkably recovered. Clovis proclaimed to his subjects that he would regularly perform such healing ceremonies, exercising divine power so that his people might bask in sacred grace. His successors not only inherited his scepter but also his divine abilities. By the 11th century, English kings claimed to possess this skill as well, ostentatiously healing patients afflicted with various ailments, including lymphatic tuberculosis. Even Charles II, whose father had been executed by a mob and who himself was exiled and rootless, conducted several such ceremonies, leading to tragic stampedes among those vying for a place in line. Nevertheless, Louis was not entirely unprepared. His physician, Versailles, concocted a paralyzing elixir to suppress coughing and distilled high-proof alcohol. Each patient seeking healing was required to consume the potion and cleanse their face and hands with the alcohol, thus minimizing the risk of contagion. Provided one was in good health, lymphatic tuberculosis was not easily transmissible. On the day of the ceremony, nearly 700 to 800 strangers gathered at Versailles, arriving from various directions, filled with fervent hope. The king awaited them beneath a cross standing amidst the wilderness. While some insisted that such a sacred event should occur in a church, the small chapel at Versailles could not accommodate so many. Others suggested moving the ceremony to Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, but the king declined, choosing this location for its winds and fresh air, which could carry away most germs. During the ceremony, patients approached the king one by one, kneeling before him. Louis gently touched their foreheads and cheeks with his fingers, then took a white ribbon adorned with a golden louis from Dean de la Riviere and placed it around the neck of each patient, signaling the end of the healing process. Louis had once harbored curiosity regarding the efficacy of this healing touch. Indeed, according to records and the words of the clergy, the king appeared to possess such abilities. However, he repeatedly requested Marie and Versailles to conduct tests. He was no sorcerer, nor could any king be one. While there had been sorcerers in the royal family, such as Versailles' father, such individuals were swiftly extinguished or met with misfortune. The church, the underworld, and the world above all recognized that a king who was also a sorcerer posed a distinct threat to royal authority. Much like the secretive alliance of vampires, they avoided close proximity to the royal family to maintain the fragile balance that persisted. Both sorcerers and vampires harbored their own ambitions, yet neither desired to witness a shattered, chaotic hell. To take a step back, those whose conditions worsened or who met their maker, could they, along with their kin, truly complain against God or the king? I come to express my gratitude, Your Majesty, Philip stated. I have long awaited this day. I know, Louis replied gently. I must say I do as well. Understanding the intentions of the Queen Mother and Bishop Mazarin, Philip reflected on how, at 5 or 6 years old, he could have accepted such gratitude. Now, at 11 or 12, he appreciated Louis's thoughtful nurturing and the insistence on including fencing, throwing, and horseback riding in Philip's lessons. Philip had grown to 5 feet, equivalent to 1.5 meters, and his facial features were no longer as cherubic as before. In short, the 12-year-old Philip was no longer suited to wear skirts. And in 2 years, he would enter the phase of voice change. If he were still in skirts by then, it would be a torment for many. Philip adjusted his lace nightcap, confessing that, as he mentioned, he did not despise feminine attire. However, he was acutely aware that he was the Duke of Anjou, not the Duchess. Despite the teachers seldom offering him kind feedback in equestrian and martial disciplines, Philip believed his talents in these areas were not inferior to those in needlework and transcription. He was no fool. He recognized that Louis had few trustworthy or usable allies, especially among marshals and generals. Otherwise, his elder brother would not have so easily pardoned their former enemy, the Viscount of Tyrrena. Many had entered the military at 12, 14, or 16, including General Schomberg, the Viscount of Tyrrena, and Prince Conde. Thus, the Duke of Anjou should follow suit. Yet Philip understood he must await the right moment, or rather the trust of his brother. The young prince reminded himself to refrain from haste. Louis had already shown considerable leniency, especially towards a brother, and even more so towards a king. "What are you contemplating, Golden Louis?" the king inquired. "Loyalty," Philip replied without hesitation. "And love, that is sufficient. You shall see," Philip declared, handing his coat to the wardrobe steward. "I shall excavate my heart and lay it before you on a platter." "Keep your heart safe within your chest, Philip," Louis replied more gently. "Just ensure you do not break mine." Mr. S. Bastien Le Pretre de Woburn requests an audience. This was an unfamiliar name, but Philip quickly informed the king that he was weary and requested to be excused from his duties that day. Upon receiving permission, the duke swiftly exited the king's chamber. To my surprise, the king nodded, and Bontang assisted him in donning the coat he had just removed. "Bring him to me in my inner chamber," the king instructed. Bontang bowed and departed, allowing the king to proceed calmly, guided by his attendants towards the inner chamber, part of the king's private suite located just outside the bedroom. However, at Louis's request and preference, the walls here were lined with bookshelves brimming with various tomes, and a concealed door hid crude prints that would astonish any cleric who laid eyes upon them. In front of a window framed with black lead, a dark walnut writing desk stood, accompanied by a chair behind it and two additional chairs in front, all upholstered in luxurious brocade velvet and filled with horsehair or silk cotton, as per the king's specifications. The moonlight gently streamed through the window, yet as the servants kindled the candles, the delicate silver veil dissipated in the more luminous glow. However, with the rise of the sun, the candlelight would once again pale into insignificance. This was the thought that crossed Sebastian's mind. The young man who had bravely volunteered to guide the king and his soldiers at the Festival of the Red Children, as he stepped into the room. Chapter 60, The King's Marriage Proposal. Sebastian's audience was remarkably brief, not due to the king's reluctance to engage in dialogue with the esteemed young man, but rather because the Prince of Condominium was burdened by grievous wounds. Upon departing from the prince's side, they stirred the Spanish delegation awaiting their arrival. One count, resolute in his stance, insisted on executing the traitor, while another advocated for clemency. The young man displayed remarkable courage, sternly rebuking the Prince of Conde, for at that moment, the Spanish and the French were sworn enemies. Ultimately, it was the prince who rendered the final verdict. He spared Sebastian's life, expressing his unwillingness to witness such a fine young man perish. Acknowledging the loyalty of many within his ranks who leaned towards the king, he resolved to exercise mercy, provided they remained faithful. However, before Sebastian could depart, the count who had insisted on his execution challenged him to a duel. In the ensuing clash, Sebastian was grievously wounded, a sword piercing his shoulder and nearly claiming his life. "How did you traverse 50 leagues to reach Versailles?" the king inquired. "This is owed to that esteemed gentleman," Sebastian replied, his voice resounding with vitality despite his injuries, more spirited than that of a healthy individual. "He served as my aide, after I fell. He valiantly confronted 2 fierce adversaries and emerged victorious. Subsequently, he summoned a physician to tend to my wounds and provided me with a horse. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude for the crosses erected by the Queen Mother along my journey. As long as I rested beneath them, none dared to steal or plunder my horse, and some even offered me provisions. Indeed, their condition seems quite favorable," the king observed astutely. "Yes," Sebastian affirmed. "Towns and villages are bustling with life, and many areas are cultivating potatoes, Your Majesty, even the hills and marshes." "Alas, you can distinguish potatoes?" "Forgive my presumption," Sebastian replied. "Your Majesty, my heart yearns for home. Though that count bestowed upon me a bag filled with coins, I scarcely touched the money within." "It is no fault of yours," the king remarked. "Your judgment is sound, sir. Your return brings me greater joy than an entire legion. Do tell me, are you willing to serve me?" "Certainly, Your Majesty." "Without a doubt. Then you shall be my—" Last we spoke, you mentioned your arrival in Paris was to assume the position of cavalry officer from the Prince of Conde. Should I then address you as—" "The prince bestowed upon me the title of standard-bearer," Sebastian replied, sensing that this was not the original intention of the Prince of Conde, who perhaps had begun to harbor less fondness for the once esteemed young man. For in Sebastian's heart, the king's significance overshadowed that of the prince. "Then we shall refer to you as lieutenant," the the king affectionately called out. Sebastian, yet I believe such a title does not befit you. I feel you are capable of bearing a heavier responsibility. Louis paused, for he was preoccupied with precisely this matter. I have a vacancy for the position of acting captain of the guard, should you be willing. Such an honor, Sebastian exclaimed, springing from his seat, bowing deeply to the king, his eyes gleaming, cheeks flushed, a stark contrast to the feeble state he had displayed upon arriving at Versailles. And judging by the king's demeanor, as long as Sebastian did not commit any foolish errors, a noble title was merely a matter of time. By the way, just as Sebastian was about to exit the room, the king queried, "Who was it that insisted on your execution?" "The one who insisted on my death was Count Coligny." "Ah," the king replied, "I recognize that name. He has served 3 French kings, Francis I, Henry II, and Charles IX. So, he is the Count Coligny, a Huguenot." "Indeed," Sebastian confirmed. "And who was it that advocated for your pardon?" "That would be Count de Bouteville. I am familiar with him as well," the king noted. "He is the brother of the Prince of Conde, having been adopted by the prince's mother, and also a friend of the prince. A good man, your majesty. Even had he not rescued me, I would still say so." "I shall remember that," Louis remarked. After Sebastian and the Prince of Condaminium left, he opened a small parchment book, flipping to a blank page to record the 2 names. As the king had indicated, they departed 5 days later, proceeding to the Louvre for the royal brothers' ceremonial donning of trousers. Philip was finally permitted to wear long pants, and during the king's coming-of-age ceremony, he was allowed to hold the train of the king's robe, later serving wine to the king at dinner. Thus, it became evident to all that the position of the king's closest companion, both ceremonially and in terms of the king's personal affections, belonged to the royal brother. This state of affairs was likely to persist until the king wed, a matter of utmost concern to Cardinal Mazarin and Queen Anne. The king was prepared, yet the initial choice took him aback. "The Queen of Sweden?" Louis exclaimed. "Is that so surprising?" Cardinal Mazarin replied. "Moreover, you should refer to her as the king, for she ascended the throne under that title, not as queen. Surely, this is not a matter for us to concern ourselves with. Is it, your eminence? If memory serves, she was born in 26. "Indeed, your majesty, indeed, you possess a remarkable memory. I was born in 38, your eminence. She is 12 years my senior. What a mature beauty," Cardinal Mazarin remarked with finesse, like a ripe, crimson apple, brimming with juice and fragrance. "But a king cannot marry her," Louis said, simultaneously amused and vexed. "Do not fret over this. In fact, much of Sweden wishes for her cousin Karl to inherit the throne. As for her, she seeks to nobly and gracefully relinquish this heavy burden before God claims her rights and responsibilities to the kingdom. I recall she is a Protestant. She is indeed intending to convert to Catholicism. Jesuit priests have confirmed her sincere intentions." "I still find it improbable," Louis replied. "No matter," Cardinal Mazarin said. "We have many other candidates." Setting aside this rather amusing choice for a queen, Louis resumed his bustling activities upon arriving in Paris, completing his coming-of-age ceremony and the royal brothers' ceremonial donning of trousers. He was temporarily unable to engage in significant state affairs, yet certain matters required his direct involvement, judgments and punishments concerning the judges of the High Court, the Prince of Conde, Duc de Longueville, and Duc Gaston, among others. The first course of action for the king was to amalgamate the superior courts of Ponticlex and Paris. He had grown weary of the 2 opposing symbols of law and authority, engaging in a childish contest of casting mud at one another, each declaring the other guilty during the tumult of war. Subsequently, he dealt with a group of judges who had defied the crown, rebelling against the king, and even placed a bounty on Cardinal Mazarin's head. Indeed, during the conflict, the judges of the Superior Court had taken it upon themselves to issue a bounty notice totaling 150,000 livres, plastered throughout Paris, offering 10,000 livres for the severance of the cardinal's nose, 5,000 livres for an ear, 30,000 livres for an eye, and 50,000 livres for male attributes. Frankly, such proclamations not only failed to intimidate the enemy, but rendered them a source of ridicule among the common folk. The king believed he could tolerate brutality and show leniency towards madness, but he could not abide folly. As for the 14 judges who relocated to Ponticlex at the king's behest, each received an annual pension of 10,000 livres and a residence near the Superior Court, which deepened their gratitude towards the king, especially in comparison to their former colleagues who had been imprisoned, likely facing grim fates. The Duke of Orleans, Gaston, was exiled to Blois, and his daughter, the Duchess of Montpensier, received similar treatment as the Duchess of Longueville, being banished from court. Despite her repeated requests for an audience, the cold-hearted Queen Mother remained unwavering, and the king showed no concern. Later, he learned that the Duchess of Montpensier had gone to Blois, seeking her father's forgiveness. However, in the face of the conflict with Prince Conde, her betrayal only solidified the Duke Gaston's disdain for her, leading him to mercilessly reject her overtures. Ultimately, Louis received word that the Duchess had traveled to Saint-Fargeau in Burgundy, where a castle belonging to the Montpensier family awaited restoration. The Duchess expended nearly 200,000 livres on the renovations, a sum that was indeed staggering. Even Cardinal Mazarin remarked that had she not occasionally exhibited such alarming foolishness, he might have facilitated a union between the king and her. Louis often found himself curious about the cardinal's true limits. Were they to be found in hell? Chapter 61. The King's Marriage revisited. The matter of the king's marriage cannot be delayed. It is amusing to recount that, as Bishop Mazarin's quill hesitated above the parchment, some ministers, those imbeciles who may have accepted bribes, suggested that the king should ally himself with the Lord Protector of the English Republic. Perhaps some are unaware of the English Republic. In simpler terms, it is a foul creation by a group of lunatics who disregard both royal and divine authority. After executing their king, Charles I, they resolved to abolish the monarchy and the House of Lords, elevating the House of Commons as the supreme legislative body, while the executive power was entrusted to members of Parliament elected by the Commons. The most notorious traitor, Oliver Cromwell, naturally became the first chairman of the Council of State. Ironically, within a mere 3 years, Cromwell orchestrated his own election as Lord Protector, a title steeped in irony. According to the drafted government fundamentals, Cromwell could serve as Lord Protector for life, commanding both the English army and navy, overseeing taxation, policing, and judicial matters, managing foreign affairs, and even designating his own successor, sharing legislative and executive powers with Parliament while holding military authority. It is no wonder that some claim he wielded greater power than a king himself. Initially, Cromwell presented himself as a humble, benevolent figure devoted to the public good. Although he never openly declared his beliefs, his lifestyle closely mirrored that of a Puritan. He abhorred indulgence, eschewed luxury, and led a frugal life, at least until 1650. However, upon assuming the title of Lord Protector, he relocated to the royal palace. This assertion may be somewhat unfair to Cromwell, as he merely resided in a house behind Whitehall Palace, the principal residence of English monarchs since 1530. This location, once a vast cockfighting arena, was transformed by James I into a theater and concert hall, and subsequently became the residence of the palace's custodian, having also housed princes and princesses. Cromwell's choice of abode may have been merely for the convenience of conducting state affairs. Yet his political adversaries were indifferent to such nuances. Perhaps Cromwell himself did not mind, even if he did not truly reside in the royal palace. The ceremony marking his assumption of the Lord Protectorate rivaled that of a grand coronation. His generals addressed him as Your Highness, while his advisors referred to him as Your Majesty. According to his agreement with Parliament, he was to face inquiries every 2 years, and he was expected to deliberate rather than dictate how Parliament should function. Yet, when circumstances inevitably dictated otherwise, Cromwell would rebuke the members of Parliament like a tyrant, claiming to speak on behalf of God. Those who refused to comply with his wishes were deemed blasphemers, betraying their faith. Bishop Mazarin made a wager with Louis. He believed Cromwell would dissolve Parliament within 5 years, while the king asserted it would occur in just 3, when Cromwell could no longer endure the scrutiny of others. The bishop was intrigued, and, given the current situation in France, he could not help but contemplate the challenges he and the youthful king would inevitably face. "You are aware that Oliver Cromwell plans to redivide England, aren't you?" Louis remarked. 11 districts, each governed by a general of his choosing, with an army to surveil every citizen. The king sighed. "Look, Bishop, how extravagant. 11 generals and an army capable of encompassing the entire nation. How could a man of such power and might yield to those who wield nothing but quills and parchment, adept only at verbal sparring rather than the wielding of weapons?" Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. The bishop inquired, "But why 3 years rather than 5? "Because of the biennial inquiries," the king replied, crossing his arms. "Parliament has executed one king and exiled another. They would not wish to witness the rise of yet another king, or one more powerful than a king. They will undoubtedly seek to curtail Cromwell's authority from expanding further. Thus, the biennial inquiry presents the optimal opportunity to undermine Oliver Cromwell. The last inquiry ended in discord. The next will surely be even more treacherous. Should Cromwell remain inactive, it will fall to Parliament to take action. Yet, this man, the king shook his head, is not one to exhibit patience. Even if he once was, the years of absolute power would have sufficed to erode any semblance of common decency within Oliver Cromwell. Alas, the bishop lamented, I wish those ministers could hear this. What? Those scoundrels are deliberately proposing that you marry Oliver Cromwell's granddaughter? The king raised a hand. Wait, I recall Cromwell is still in his prime. Indeed, but his only son, Richard Cromwell, is already 26, Your Majesty, and he has a 2-year-old daughter. Am I to marry a girl barely past her 12th year? Louis interjected. Not the elder 12, but the younger one. He cast a glance at the bishop. And a daughter of a Protestant, no less. It matters not, Bishop Mazarin replied nonchalantly. It is quite common for kings to alter their faith for the sake of inheritance or other motives. I could send a cleric to facilitate her conversion to Catholicism. Louis found it difficult to discern whether the bishop was jesting or sincere. I will not allow Cromwell's granddaughter to become my wife, he stated earnestly. As I have said before, Bishop, I shall never acknowledge Oliver Cromwell's legitimacy, whether as Lord Protector or King. To me, and to any monarch, he remains a traitor. Bishop Mazarin chuckled. That is precisely my point, he said. Alas, there are always those who fail to see clearly. Quite normal, Louis replied. For he stands at the pinnacle of power. You seem to have little faith in him. From any angle, he offers me no cause for optimism, Louis asserted. I believed you would understand best. His crown is bestowed by the people and will surely be reclaimed by them. I had thought you valued the populace. I do value them, yet do not admire them, Louis replied. For I know what they truly are. Nothing is more wise than they, yet nothing is more foolish. They are immensely powerful, yet as loose as sand. They elevated the son of a carpenter to the highest throne, proclaiming, This is our God, only to betray him for 30 pieces of silver, witnessing his crucifixion. I may cherish and instruct them, but I will never place my faith in them. What a lamentable yet accurate sentiment, Bishop Mazarin murmured. It seems I should refuse them. Let us disabuse them of this notion. Louis replied, If we cannot, then let us delay. We shall soon see the outcome. Chapter 62. The king's pamphlet. Louis's assertion was not without foundation. It was indeed possible that he might ascend to the throne. The bishop remarked on how close he was to royalty, noting that even if Louis were to forge all the insignia of kingship, from crowns to scepters, from the orb to the coronation ring, he could craft anew at any moment, much like he had with the current New England. Yet therein lies the crux, Bishop, Louis lamented, as I perceive and comprehend. Cromwell is a man who regards himself, or perhaps genuinely is, a proponent of simplicity, wholly dedicated to his country. However, his obstinacy reflects a common flaw among many. They perceive the populace as mere clay, to be sculpted at will. They believe they can discard what they deem undesirable and mold the masses into their desired forms. Yet this is utterly unattainable. Should Oliver Cromwell indulge in extravagance, even behaving as Solomon did in his decadence, dear Bishop, he need not fear 1,000 clerics condemning him. As you have suggested, he might very well become a king. This piqued my curiosity, remarked Cardinal Mazarin. Why do you say this? Although Cromwell humbly insists that his origins are neither humble nor illustrious, we are aware that his lineage is indeed of noble stock, albeit he and his father lacked the right to inherit titles. We might reasonably assume he makes such claims to gain the trust of the common people. Indeed, as a Protestant, he holds himself to rigorous standards. I hesitate to admit it, but his conduct is indeed difficult to criticize morally. Thus, he expects others to exhibit the same piety and resolve. The king crossed his legs, observing how he meticulously scrutinized every Catholic, even ordering soldiers to demolish churches deemed excessively Roman. They rejected the crosses on the walls, the relics, and their cases, even the stained glass windows. As these two depicted the Holy Spirit and saints, they shattered the glass and melted the lead into bullets. Yet such actions are not exceedingly rare among Protestants, replied Cardinal Mazarin. What of restricting people's pursuits of beauty and pleasure? Louis inquired. Rigid fasting, prohibitions on games, cards, dice, and hunting. He even forbade attending plays. The theaters in England have shuttered, let alone the salons of renowned courtesans. Listening to music, singing, dancing have all been outlawed. Festive gatherings have dissipated. and the exchange of gifts among friends has become a luxury. Now, the sole entertainment left for the English is the singing of hymns. God bless them. I cannot say whether God would wish to bless Cromwell, but his measures will only serve to alienate those who initially supported him. Louis remarked, I hear he also intends to impose restrictions on attire and adornments. I recall someone else attempting that. Savonarola, Cardinal Mazarin noted, he is not far from us. Thus I must assert, Louis shook his head, Cromwell is not far from ruin. The English are not Florentines, Cardinal Mazarin countered. Yet, Louis sharply pointed out, all humans are inclined towards indulgence. None dislike savory food, singing, dancing, or wearing splendid garments. Such is human nature, immutable. The king continued, he may indeed choose to be a saint, but first, he remains but a mortal in the face of power. He desires not for nothing. Secondly, while he may willingly renounce worldly pleasures, he cannot demand that others endure suffering alongside him. So you say Cardinal Mazarin lifted his cup and drained it swiftly. You might be correct, he said, but it is rather irreverent, to be strict, even somewhat frivolous. I would only say this in your presence. The king, unfazed, raised another cup, but merely sampled it, unlike the bishop or many others who indulged recklessly. What would you say in the presence of others? The bishop inquired again. God shall pass judgment in place of mortals, Louis replied. Of course, most of the time. Louis preferred to render judgments himself. However, this evening he had been specially invited by Queen into her drawing room, as she sought to plead for a certain individual. Upon hearing the name, the king was somewhat taken aback, telling the Queen that he had no intention of meting out severe punishment to Fronde Louis XIV. Duke of Beaufort, what led you to believe I would be a cruel man? The king asked, although no verdict had been rendered. I have neither executed nor exiled condominium for his complicity, thus I shall not treat my other kin, the Duke of Beaufort, harshly. The Duke being the grandson of Henry IV, the nephew of Louis XIII, and Louis's cousin. Yet they all say the Queen pointed to the king's coat. You have prepared a pamphlet listing those you intend to hang. The king then understood the gravity of courtly gossip, and he had no choice but to reveal the pamphlet to the Queen. It indeed contained many names, yet curiously, some she believed should be present were absent, and some that should not be were included. If this is indeed an ominous list, the Queen remarked, it must at least contain Gaston. The king chuckled, and so did the Queen. If they were to speak of whom they most loathed, it was likely no one but Duke Gaston of Orleans, who would remain forever in Blois, the king stated calmly, harboring his ambitions until death. That is precisely what I hope for, the Queen replied. Then please tell me, the king inquired, why do you plead for the Duke of Beaufort? Regarding the Duke of Beaufort, he had not played a significant role in prior battles. The king had hardly noticed him until Cardinal Mazarin brought him to his attention, prompting his inclusion in the pamphlet. Because he once offered some assistance, the Queen explained. At that time, she was merely of Austria, suffocated by the machinations of Queen Marie de Medici and Cardinal Richelieu, with only a handful of loyal supporters, among whom was the Duke of Beaufort. However, after the death of Louis XIII, she began to ally with Cardinal Mazarin. For whatever reason, the Duke of Beaufort refused to trust the odious cleric, and they became irreconcilable foes. Ultimately, Queen Anne had no choice but to allow Mazarin to imprison the Duke of Beaufort in Vincennes, the very place where Prince Condaminium and Duke Longueville would later be held. Once Prince Condaminium gained control of Paris, the Duke of Beaufort was released and promptly allied himself with Conde. Thus, he could only be described as a reckless, unfortunate soul. Yet it is evident that Queen Mother and still harbors some fondness for their past connections. The king, for his part, does not hesitate to indulge his mother's minor requests. After all, he has not noted these individuals' names with the intent of condemning them to death. Quite the opposite, these are seasoned commanders, endowed with remarkable military prowess. Louis records their names not to inadvertently hang or behead anyone, but rather to ensure he navigates his choices wisely. His envy of Oliver Cromwell stems from this very reason. If only he possessed 11 such generals. Bishop Mazarin shares similar sentiments. Although his rapport with the Duke of Boufflers is rather strained, he informs the king that the Duke possesses considerable acumen in naval warfare. Consequently, the king promptly inscribes him in his ledger. Within this booklet, there lie several names previously obscure to many, such as Fouquet, Colbert, and Chaumont, alongside the Duke of Mortemart. The Duke's emergence is a delightful surprise for Louis. He had not anticipated that such a figure could flawlessly fulfill his requirements. He needs someone of noble stature to undertake espionage, and moreover, to gain the trust of Prince Conde, instigating discord and persuading him to obediently adhere to the king's directives. However, today the Duke of Mortemart has come to bid farewell to the king, a gesture he fully understands. After all, he had dispatched the Duke to serve Prince Condemnium shortly after his own wedding, bestowing upon him a generous reward. Yet, such tangible rewards pale in comparison to the intangible ones reserved for Mortemart, a significant position, a chamber in Versailles, and a parcel of land set aside for his future heir. As they traverse the corridor, they encounter Valois Vasari. Chapter 63. The Past of Wizard Vasari and a Corner of the Wizarding World. Part 1. This was not a deliberate arrangement by the king. For Vasari had been in his chamber, perhaps with matters of significance to discuss with the monarch. The wizard instantly recognized Duke Mortemart. His visage turned ashen before taking on a sickly hue of crimson. However, when Louis turned around, he found that Duke Mortemart merely wore a faint, perplexed smile. The Duke glanced towards the king and then at Vasari, his gaze indifferent yet tranquil, particularly as it swept over Vasari's black robe. It was said that the king surrounded himself with numerous scholars and physicians. Perhaps this man was one of them. Such individuals, in the Duke's estimation, often exhibited a certain madness, rendering him somewhat indifferent to Vasari's rudeness. The king proceeded forward, with Duke Mortemart closely following, leaving Vasari alone in the corridor. Vasari had envisioned this moment countless times, to the extent that he had lost count himself. He imagined that after gaining immense honor and a lofty position at court, he would confront his adversary, humiliating and tormenting him as he had once been, stripping him of all hope. Yet, it was only today that he grasped the folly of his thoughts. The Duke had seen him, and he had seen the Duke. But while Vasari's memory of the Duke was etched in his mind like a sharp blade, the Duke, on the other hand, bore no recollection of him. To the esteemed Duke, he was akin to a simple wooden box adorned with precious gems. It was commonplace to shatter and discard the box to procure its treasures. What merit had he to be remembered? And his earlier fantasies would ultimately remain mere fantasies. Vasari stood in the corridor, enduring the curious gazes of passing servants. He remained silent for quite some time before emitting a low, despairing laugh. "Is there something urgent that brings you here, Vasari?" the king inquired. "Allow him to enter." Bontemps bowed and obeyed, leading Vasari before the king. Vasari appeared composed, yet the king, after a mere glance, discerned that he had endured considerable torment. "Do you have something to convey to me?" "I have come to inform you that the potion you previously ordered me to prepare is complete," Vasari replied. "What is the cost?" "2 cu per liter," he continued without awaiting further inquiry. "It can purify 50 bushels of water." "That is not an insignificant amount." The king nodded gently. For the refugees, the native inhabitants of Versailles, and the immigrants of Paris, water, alongside food, was of utmost importance. Versailles lacked a proper water source. Louis was planning to redirect the flow from the Loire River while excavating swamps into ponds and reservoirs. Yet, the common folk of Versailles were left to draw water from the marshes, rife with parasites and pathogens, a dire situation they had no choice but to endure. Thus, purifying the water source had become an urgent necessity before an outbreak of disease. The swift resolution of this matter pleased Louis, and he instructed Bontemps to present 100 gold louis to Vasari as a reward. Vasari bowed in gratitude but did not depart immediately. "Do you have any further inquiries for me?" Louis asked. "Was it Duke Mortemart who was with you before?" "Indeed. He has entirely forgotten me," the wizard murmured. "For individuals of your stature, am I but a negligible existence?" The king pondered, then replied, "To be precise, one might say that any individual possessing no value to us is often overlooked." Upon hearing these words, Vasari could not help but lift his gaze to the youthful sovereign. And he comprehended that perhaps he held some value in the king's eyes, yet it was insufficient to warrant the kind of empty consolation a king might offer. His significance paled in comparison to that of Duke Mortemart. He inhaled deeply, ready to take his leave to escape the shameful truth of this realization, when the king raised his hand, signaling him to remain. "Mr. Vasari," Louis stated, "I am aware of what you wish to reproach me for. Yet are you not also guilty of the same?" "What?" "When we first crossed paths," Louis smiled, "you were unable to procure even a morsel of bread for your wife and children. Fortunately, you encountered Marie, your former student, and endured the humiliation of seeking her assistance. You knew who I was, yet you had no intention of serving me." "That was because you were dissatisfied with my capabilities," Vasari countered. "Then why did I hire you?" Louis sharply pointed out. "Is there any distinction between the you of then and the you of now?" Do not tell me the skills you displayed were learned in the shadows of a prison. You simply refused to serve a non-wizard, Louis continued rapidly, not allowing Vasari an opportunity to interject. I am not devoid of wizards at my side, he remarked. I am aware of both the inner world and the outer century. I understand you well, and what I first grasped was your arrogance. Indeed, the king scoffed lightly. Yes, you believe yourself superior to mortals. Even though I am your king, in your heart, I remain beneath you, for you possess extraordinary powers that I do not. Thus, you would rather grovel before a young witch than bow to a mortal who wields the power of life and death, even though you are but a pitiful wretch, exiled from the inner world, homeless and starving. I am not. We chose to leave, Vasari exclaimed, unable to contain his voice. The king remained silent. Yet sometimes silence speaks volumes. The wizard stood there, his expression gradually becoming vacant. The king had pierced his heart, yes, as Louis had asserted. He harbored a trace of arrogance, one that he had not even recognized in himself, for he was a wizard while the duke or the king were not. Yet this was futile. His talents and gifts could not procure him wealth, respect, or status. The inner world could not, nor could the outer world. He had once been filled with ambition, yet both realms had subjected him to relentless torment. He needed to confront reality. Why did you leave the inner world? The king inquired. Vasari bit his lip in anguish. He understood that, as the king had stated, they could only perceive what held value for them. And his worth to the king lay solely in his knowledge of sorcery and medicine. The people of the inner world, although they required the outer world, remained wary and defensive of it. After all, the outer world was vast, prosperous, and perilous, while wizards, sprites, and dark creatures possessed powers that allowed them to transcend mortals. The sheer number of mortals compensated for this shortcoming. Furthermore, as time progressed, the machines and gunpowder invented by mortals further tilted the balance of fate inexorably in their favor. Now, even the most arrogant fool in the inner world would not believe that, once the barrier between the inner and outer worlds was breached, it would be the outer world that would be consumed rather than the inner world. This was evident in the continual pursuit of power and wealth from the outer world by the nobility of the inner world. The ignorance of the outer world towards the inner world was their greatest asset. Some may find it perplexing that Vasari remained obstinately committed to the secrets of the inner world, yet Louis could surmise a hint of understanding, for it was perhaps the only thing he could rely upon. However, he must provide the king with an answer, for the sorcerer king has a more trusted little witch, Mary, and as his authority grows, more wizards will be inclined to serve him, just like his enemies. As for medicine, the king has thousands of scholars at his disposal, and with the king's support, they may well achieve what Versailles has accomplished. The king does not even attempt to disguise his favoritism towards Duke Mortimer. The reasons for this are somewhat known to Versailles. The duke's wit and valor have earned the king's admiration, praising him as possessing the worth of a legion. But what of Versailles? When will his worth surpass that of the duke? It seems nearly impossible, yet he understands that should he fall into the king's disfavor, he would truly descend into an abyss from which no one would come to his rescue again. "Aye," he said. "We left the realm precisely to evade the pursuit of the Mancini family, Your Majesty." Chapter 64. The Past of Wizard Vasari and a Corner of the Wizarding World, Part 2, Mancini. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Vasari responded. "I was once the potion instructor for Mari Mancini, as my father also served the Mancini family. To my knowledge, the Vasari lineage hails from Brussels, the Habsburg Netherlands. Your Majesty, the Vasari family is esteemed in medicine. Jan Vasari obtained a degree in medicine from Parva University and subsequently secured a professorship at Leuven University. His son, Everard Vasari, was the royal physician to Emperor Maximilian I of the Holy Roman Empire. His son, Andreas, inherited his great-grandfather's position and later became a close attendant to Charles V. My great-grandfather is the Andreas Vasari you mentioned. He fathered 3 sons, the youngest of whom was his posthumous child, my grandfather. My father was also the youngest son, and he was discovered to be a wizard at the age of 6. Fortunately, we were in Italy at the time, where a wizard willingly took him as his apprentice, introducing him to the inner world. Once he entered the inner world, he became a dead man to the outer world, Your Majesty. There is a small spot in the Vasari family tomb where a stillborn child lies buried." "I understand." The king interjected. "Please continue, Vasari." "The wizard was a potion master. My father became his apprentice, and due to his inherent talent inherited from our bloodline, he surpassed his teacher. Thus, his mentor recommended him to the Mancini family." "What sort of family is the Mancini family?" In the inner world, the Mancini family is an ancient lineage, tracing back to the Roman era. However, there are records of them in the outer world prior to the 5th century, albeit obscure ones. At this point, Versailles allowed a peculiar smile to escape. Certainly, they were once quite illustrious. To my knowledge, the daughters and sons of the Mancini family have repeatedly served as priests or the wives of magistrates, or as intimate friends to the powerful. For this family has been renowned for its beauty through the generations. However, since Merlin's schemes ultimately crumbled and kings and emperors ceased to acknowledge wizards, turning instead to the faith, the chasm between the inner world and the outer world became irreparable. The Mancini patriarch ultimately decided to relocate the family to the inner world, forsaking the outer world. Consequently, they must ensure their standing in the inner world remains unshaken by absurd legends, which is why they seldom mention their past in the outer world. Do the people of the inner world despise the outer world? Certainly, Your Majesty, Versailles almost instinctively replied, only to realize his misstep and quickly amend. In the beginning, the inner world was predominantly populated by wretched souls incapable of finding a place in the outer world. They were either misshapen in form or unable to control their powers. One could say they were exiled to the inner world, thus harboring some rather malevolent thoughts. So, the Mancini family also migrated to the inner world later on. Since the 5th century, Your Majesty, Merlin represented the last and greatest gamble cast by wizards and non-human entities. Regrettably, he failed, and the repercussions are evident, as the church began to expel and eradicate us. Because you were vying for power against the church. Indeed, Versailles acknowledged. The court is quite constricted. One could say they share a common ancestor with wizards. Initially, the church was not harsh towards wizards. No, they were not yet referred to as wizards. They were priests, shamans, or healers. Then, some who wished to convert to the church became ascetics or paladins, while others who refused to bow to their former enemies became wizards. Louis recalled that Bishop Mazarin had mentioned that part of the Inquisition still resided in the inner world. It seemed, as Versailles said, they were branches extending from a great tree, their roots still deeply embedded in another realm. What is the inner world? Versailles revealed a bitter smile. It was once a splendid place. A splendid place, the king echoed. Originally, Versailles reiterated, but then, as you know, too many wizards and non-human entities arrived, far too many. Resources such as water, food, and even living space became strained, leading to several wars between the indigenous people and the immigrants. However, those colossal families maintained absolute dominance in every aspect, so he glossed over some details. But the king could surmise with his toes that wars over resources have always been the most brutal and vile. Eventually, the inner world barely achieved a semblance of balance. But 1,000 years have passed, Your Majesty, and the ever-expanding population has exerted immense pressure on the inner world. Since my father's time, there have been voices advocating for restrictions on the entry of foreign wizards or non-human entities into the inner world. Where is the inner world? Is it an unreachable realm for mortals, another world, or simply invisible to mortal eyes? Versailles hesitated noticeably. It truly exists. In other words, it still belongs to this world. The king mused aloud. I know there are wizards in many places. They are not all in the same location, are they? Because Mari would say she is Italian. Yes. Indeed. Have there been no kings or emperors who questioned this? The king pondered for a moment and then spoke. Versailles sensed he had grasped the king's thoughts. But that is their territory, he replied cautiously. Your Majesty, much like your princes and dukes. The king smiled at Versailles, a smile that inexplicably sent shivers down Versailles' spine. Yet my princes and dukes serve me, fight for me, he murmured. What can wizards do for me? He lightly clapped his hands. By the way, I have not even encountered a French wizard. Have they all perished? Of course not, Versailles thought to himself. He had encountered French wizards, yet their arrogance surpassed that of their Italian counterparts. The king should be aware of this, as his great-grandmother was Catherine de' Medici, who once summoned the renowned wizard Nostradamus to inquire about the futures of her 7 children. At that time, Nostradamus indeed foresaw their fates. But to avoid offending the esteemed lady, he could only imply that your 3 sons could all become kings. This was true, yet regrettably, none of them left any heirs and perished. Ultimately, the French throne fell to King Henry of Navarre, Henry IV, Louis's grandfather, who married a daughter of Catherine. It is said that during an excursion with Queen Catherine de' Medici, Nostradamus spotted a youth among the queen's entourage and boldly approached. requesting to see a mole on the boy's body. Although the latter refused with displeasure, Nostradamus bribed the youth's attendant for a glimpse of the mole. He then declared, "This is the future king of France," while at that time, Queen Marie de Medici's 2 sons were still alive. Such a statement could be viewed as a grave disrespect and threat to the queen and the subsequent 2 kings, yet he proceeded regardless, revealing that even his respect for the king and queen was, at best, scant. Versailles encountered the French sorcerers, who were indecisive, disdainful of serving the youthful king under the cardinal's sleeve. A few, however, seemed intrigued by Prince Condaminium or Duke Gaston. It is difficult to ascertain whether Versailles's impression of the king was influenced by their sentiments. He could not help but sigh, genuinely concerned that the sorcerers of France might perish if they continued in their hubris. The more he interacted with this young monarch, the more he sensed his formidable nature. History is replete with tyrants and valiant kings, yet his master possessed qualities that many rulers lacked, namely, a belief that there was nearly nothing in this world that could restrain him. On the contrary, he felt that everything should exist within his dominion, rather than outside his control. "Please, continue," Louis urged. "Are there kings in the underworld?" "No," came the reply, "but there are councils and courts. A republic, perhaps, like Rome? Political giants or electors. Several prominent families take turns governing, each undermining the other. Do all depend on them for their existence?" "Most do, save for the clergy and monks." "Are you speaking of the roots of the Inquisition?" the king inquired. "How do they endure amidst a sea of foes?" "Not all are foes," Versailles replied. "In truth, the Inquisition executes very few sorcerers. They primarily contend with vampires and werewolves. In the underworld, werewolves and vampires are also enemies of the sorcerers." The king lifted his head, mentally constructing a pyramid chart. It became evident that at the apex were the lords of the underworld, followed by officials. This he could surmise without needing to ask Versailles. Then the common folk, beneath whom lay ordinary werewolves and vampires. He doubted the sorcerers regarded those formidable beings with equality, followed by the indigenous peoples, who, as Versailles suggested, might indeed be the monsters and fairies of legend. He was uncertain where the lineage of the sorcerers originated. To them, they were the progeny of gods and men, whereas the churches regarded them as the spawn of devils and humans. Like Merlin, who was said to have multiple ancestries, this distinction was of little consequence. The king could generally outline the state of the sorceress realm as being even more dire than that of the surface world, fraught with infighting, mutual hatred, fortified enclaves littering their confined territories, while the commoners lived in precariousness, and their rulers, too, could not rest easy each night. Chapter 65. The Past of Wizard Vizar and a Corner of the Wizarding World, Part 2. As for the inquisitorial monks, they can be seen as both adversaries and instruments of wizards in the inner world. From Vizar's perspective, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary wizard to confront werewolves, vampires, and clerics. The reason they endure the oppression of these powerful families is likely that only under their protection can they navigate their arduous yet tranquil daily lives. Much like the common folk in the outer world bear heavy taxes, yet receive the safeguarding of their lord's armies. This notion received Vizar's affirmation. "Every wizard," he stated, "along with their families, has a lord to serve, just as my father's mentors served the Mancini family. Once my father ceased to be an apprentice. He became Mancini's potion master, and I inherited my father's position. You are nurtured by them." "Indeed," Vizar remarked with a tone akin to resignation. "To become a potion master, the initial investment is substantial. We require numerous herbs, precious metals, and materials obtainable solely through magic. An ordinary wizard cannot rely solely on their strength to become a potion master, which is why many claim my father was a fortunate man, and many envied him. Naturally, I was among them." "You previously mentioned that it was his mentor who recommended your father to the Mancini family," Louis inquired. "In the inner world, is it only potion masters who continue the tradition of mentor and apprentice, or do we have institutions akin to universities in the outer world?" "Both exist, Your Majesty. But they are not universities. They are merely basic schools, attended by some rootless foreign wizards or those too impoverished to afford proper education. The teachers there, if I may be candid, are mediocre individuals devoid of responsibility. Rather than educating students, they merely go through the motions to support their families. Thus, families of modest means often hire trustworthy tutors for their children, especially the larger families. This situation bears resemblance to the outer world." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Vizar replied, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. "For the weak, Anywhere is the same. If you are willing, tell me what events transpired in the inner world. I once believed my life would unfold like an open book, orderly and compliant, much like the majority of individuals in the inner world, or rather, a small fraction thereof. Employed by the Mancini family, with my wife being their distant relative, we lived in a modest home without want. We would have many children, noisy and lively. Some might possess exceptional talents, while others might merely be average. Nevertheless, our lives should have been peaceful and stable. But who can know, Your Majesty? Fate is often cruel. What caused your wife to become as she is now? Louis gently inquired. A sudden transformation, Vizar replied. It seemed as if overnight, my beloved became a stranger. The Mancini family informed me that such occurrences among wizards are rare, yet not entirely absent. It is as if the blood hidden within the descendants surged violently, bestowing greater power, beauty, or intellect, depending on what they inherited from their ancestors. My wife inherited the blood of nightmares. This, in fact, is not a blessing for her, as the blood torments her body, rendering her exceedingly weak. However, for the Mancini, weakness is not a matter of concern. As he spoke, the potion master raised a hand to his face, as if striving to suppress something, or perhaps to tear down the barriers and release a beast. In any case, Your Majesty, they intend to take my wife and daughter. They assure me I will receive compensation, a generous compensation. Clearly, you did not accept, you fled with them. Indeed, Your Majesty, I escaped with them, perhaps entirely unexpected by the Mancini family. Vizar offered the king a twisted smile. They likely never anticipated that a humble potion master would defy their will. I tried, Vizar continued, but my ancestor, Andrea Vizar, perished bearing the sin of sacrilege. His enemies still linger in Spain and Rome, and my family refuses to acknowledge me. I am left to wander aimlessly. The king could almost envision how arduous life must have been for Valo Vizar, whose father departed for the inner world when he was merely 6. His mentor was a scholar beholden to the Mancini family, implying they were not the suave politicians or eloquent merchants, but rather individuals who seldom interacted with others. After Valo Vizar left the inner world with his wife and children, he found himself unable to directly exchange inner world currency for food and lodging, as the coins of the inner world differ in design and weight from those of the outer world. Even if merchants were willing to accept them, they would undoubtedly impose exorbitant exchange fees. How long had you been away from the inner world before encountering Duke Mortimer? For years, Vizar replied. A lengthy 4 years. No wonder, the king mused. From another perspective, Valo Vizar must have been utterly exhausted. Mortimer was not the first. If he could escape with his wife and children, he likely would not be the last. His wife's beauty was not of the mundane realm, as the clerics claimed, but a legacy of the devil's sin. Though it is difficult to ascertain how much of D'Artagnan's charm colored their daughter's beauty, it starkly revealed Valo Vizar's impotence. He was unable to safeguard such immense and conspicuous wealth unless he was willing to mar his wife's appearance. But what about their daughter? Athena's was still a child, yet her future shone as bright as a summer rose. The words she spoke upon first meeting the king were not those one would expect from a 5-year-old. Who, then, taught her such things? Louis was reluctant to envision what experiences this child might have encountered beyond the sight of her husband and father. Your Majesty, what is it? I wish to know. Your Majesty, Vizar inquired wearily yet politely. If the Mancini family were to discover my wife and daughter in Mortimer, what would they demand of you? Duke Mortimer is my vassal, my general, and a dear friend, the king responded coldly. What is the Mancini family to me? Vizar emitted a pained yet relieved laugh. Bowing deeply to the king. If you have no further matters to discuss. None. Vizar answered succinctly. I can no longer find a passage to Italy, nor can I find one to France without an introducer. He raised his head. But I know of one who should be able to locate a passage, whether to Italy or France. Marie Mancini, the king stated. Precisely, Vizar affirmed. But Your Majesty, it is unlikely you will witness the inner world firsthand, as entry for mortals is strictly forbidden. Each law book of the inner world states this decree on its first page. How severe. Mortals brought into the inner world by a wizard are certain to meet a grim fate. Vizar continued, trembling slightly as he spoke. To rend the flesh and bind the soul, forever to be a cornerstone. I can comprehend the previous statement, but what does the next one signify? This is the most severe punishment in the underworld. Vizar stated that a sorcerer condemned to this fate would first be dismembered by 5 horses, and then their soul would be torn asunder, bound to the shattered limbs. Ultimately, These dismembered parts would be interred beneath the towering walls of the underworld, the magical barrier that eternally separates the underworld from the surface world, never to find peace. Doomed to witness and scent every being that crosses this magical threshold. Should a mortal dare to touch them, they would wail in anguish. This serves as a punishment for transgressors and a dire warning for those who come after. Ah, the king remarked, I understand. Following Versailles' departure, Bontemps informed the king that Marie Mancini awaited outside. Louis paused momentarily, his hand clutching the quill, then responded, No, not today. Tell her, Bontemps, that I have pressing matters to attend to. She may seek out Philip or Henrietta for amusement. Bontemps complied, and Louis could almost envision Marie's vexed expression. Yet, at this moment, he had no desire to meet her, not because of the Mancini family's past actions towards Versailles, for such occurrences are merely commonplace even in the surface world. However, Versailles may not have erred. At the very least, he liberated his wife and daughter from the fate of becoming playthings or sacrifices. Duke Mortemar may be despicable, but as a mortal, he is forever ensnared by the grip of his nightmarish lineage. Coupled with the king's generous assurances, his wife and children would bask in the comfort and splendor under the formidable wings of the surface world's rulers. Only Versailles' life is destined to be fraught with suffering and anguish. Louis held profound respect for this man, who could be likened to a father figure. He promptly rose from behind his desk and retook his seat alongside the bishop. The bishop's late visit to the king undoubtedly concerned a matter of considerable importance. In the Peace of Westphalia, signed by Cardinal Mazarin, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire sold Alsace, a Habsburg territory, to France for 3 million livres. This treaty was ratified in 1648, yet the funds have yet to be fully arranged. The bishop had come to discuss this issue with the king. Chapter 66. The King's revenues and expenditures. In this chapter, we must first mention the Peace of Westphalia, which was predicated upon the decisive victories of the Franco-Swedish alliance over the armies of the Holy Roman Empire during the battles of Smolenhausen and Reims. Although France emerged victorious, and Alsace and Lorraine virtually became territories under French control, the internal turmoil and rampant rebellion within France following the death of Louis XIII did indeed impact Cardinal Mazarin, the true power broker among kings. Consequently, after several negotiations, Philip IV of the Holy Roman Empire resolved to sell Alsace to the French for the sum of 3 million livres, influenced by his own deteriorating health and impending mortality. Furthermore, it is unfortunate that, as the cardinal remarked, Philip IV's eldest son, Balthasar, had departed from this sinful world 8 years prior, leaving him with only 2 daughters. It remains uncertain whether his queen, your Aunt Elizabeth, is capable of bearing a son. Should he succeed in fathering an heir, an immense fortune would be requisite to ensure the child's election as the Holy Roman Emperor, for the electors are notoriously insatiable. A mere few 100,000 livres would hardly suffice to satisfy their appetites. And what if there were no heir? Even in such a scenario, he would still require funds. Your Majesty, you are aware that, although the princes within the Holy Roman Empire are embroiled in conflict under the banners of Protestantism and Catholicism, their true aspirations mirror yours, namely, the acquisition of more territories and power. This is something Philip IV could not possibly overlook, thus necessitating additional soldiers, equipment, and provisions to confront those treacherous members of the alliance. The Protestant and Catholic leagues are at odds, Louis remarked, noting that the emperor stands with the Catholics. Yet it seems his adversaries are not solely those of differing faiths. What do you mean by that? The cardinal queried. Well, Your Excellency, we now face a dilemma. We have delayed for 6 years, and it may no longer be feasible to prolong this stalemate. Our deficit is approximately 2 million livres. Aside from the 100,000 livres already accounted for, the king fears that no further extraordinary revenues will materialize. However, relinquishing Alsace is simply out of the question. Setting aside the considerable military expenditures and lives lost by the French in Alsace and Lorraine, the region occupies a unique strategic position, bridging France and the Holy Roman Empire. Should the empire undertake any action against France, Alsace serves as the premier outpost. Conversely, if France seeks to act against the Holy Roman Empire, it is an indispensable stronghold. Presently, Philip IV is perturbed by the subtle fractures within his empire, leading him to contemplate the abandonment of Alsace. Though it remains uncertain what consequences may arise should they fail to uphold the treaty's stipulations. How much revenue do I currently possess? Logically, Louis's income should be substantial. For since the inception of the Capetian dynasty, The crown has held 14 palaces, 35 castles, and 1,450 estates, with the king as their lord, entitled to collect taxes and tributes. Additionally, he possesses the appointment rights over 26 regional bishops and 67 abbots of royal monasteries, a privilege seized from the Roman Church by the handsome Philip. Hence, if a noble wishes for his child to become a bishop, he must pay considerable sums to the king rather than to the pope. To safeguard their positions, bishops must also bestow precious gifts and a tithe of 1/3 or 1/4. It is well known that when it comes to wine and agricultural products, nothing rivals the excellence of monastic outputs, of which the king receives a share. Moreover, the king wields the authority to mint currency. If adeptly managed, the interplay between gold Louis, silver Seau, and copper liard can yield abundant riches. Additionally, akin to ecclesiastical positions, official appointments are also commodifiable. Apart from the costs associated with purchasing office, officials are required to pay an annual tribute to the king, such as the previously mentioned sum owed by each intendant. The court over which the king presides often operates on the principle of monetary influence, with bribes securing favorable outcomes. It is said that nearly 100,000 livres are generated annually from such dealings. Originally, the French king, much like the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, was regarded as the supreme sovereign, but he was merely one of the stronger princes. To levy taxes, he required the consent of the Estates General, the clergy, nobility, and commoners. However, during the 100 Years' War, France frequently found itself in perilous situations, leading its people to assert the necessity of a formidable leader. Yet such a leader cannot be summoned merely through rhetoric. War consumes not only human lives, but also the wealth created by humanity, representing the greatest drain. Consequently, the Estates General were compelled to concede to the king on matters of taxation, and by the time of Charles VII, these concessions had evolved into outright compromises, enabling the king to collect taxes during peacetime to ensure a stable and reliable standing army for France. The issue is that even in the most optimistic circumstances, such prospects were rare during Louis XIII's reign. The crown was nominally expected to receive an annual revenue of 50 million livres, yet in reality, securing even 10 million livres was commendable. Moreover, as royal authority waned and conflicts persisted, this figure continued to dwindle. Furthermore, this 10 million livres does not solely belong to the king. The operation of the domains, soldiers' salaries, and officials' wages are all drawn from this pool. Such opportunities are scarce, particularly for members of the royal family, like the once rebellious Prince of Conde, who remains a prince, and as far as Louis knows, Cardinal Mazarin is still pursuing a marriage between him and his niece. The Prince of Condominium has fled to Spain, where Philip IV, who is also the King of Spain, has appointed him as a general and conferred Luxembourg upon him. However, his lands and assets in France still belong to him, and should he die, they will be inherited by his son, the current Duke of Angoulême. The king would receive at most an inheritance tax. I can raise 500,000 livres, the cardinal volunteered. Louis recognized that the cardinal's personal wealth far exceeded this amount. Yet he could comprehend that should the cardinal propose an astonishing figure or directly compensate for the deficit, in which he would also have a share of the credit, he might receive not gratitude, but rather deeper suspicion. I will also ask my mother to procure a portion, Louis stated. Of course, the funds from you and the Queen Mother will be recorded as a loan, and when the treasury is replenished, I shall repay you along with reasonable interest. I believe the Queen Mother could indeed reach that figure, the cardinal replied. Thus, we are still short of 1 million livres. Louis recalled a certain individual. What of the Duchess of Montpensier? The Duchess of Montpensier had expended 200,000 livres on the restoration of a castle, and her annual income hovers around 500,000 livres. Requesting a year's income from her should pose no difficulty. If it is merely this demand, I harbor no concerns. Though the Queen Mother harbors a deep-seated hatred for this young woman whom she raised, yet who has cruelly betrayed both the king and her. Within the realm of political machinations, the court can hardly exclude a Duchess of Montpensier. I suspect she will demand that we grant clemency to her father. She indeed holds her father in great esteem. Regrettably, this sentiment pales in comparison to that for Conde. This acerbic remark elicited a chuckle from the cardinal. What do you intend to do? I plan to send someone to the Duchess of Montpensier. No, wait, perhaps not just one but 2 individuals. You have piqued my curiosity. One will be a man adept at charming women, and the other, a shrewd businessman. The king glanced at the sky outside and said, Bontang, summon D'Artagnan and Colbert for me. Chapter 67. Monsieur d'Artagnan at Saint Fargeau in the annals of history. Our illustrious musketeer, Monsieur d'Artagnan, renowned both domestically and internationally due to the pen of a gifted author, has, by the grace of the Bishop Mazarin, ascended to the position of acting captain of the guard. However, at this moment, as the king's talents have begun to manifest and Bishop Mazarin has graciously stepped aside, this position has been entrusted to the young Sebastian Vauban. Despite his youth, Vauban has already partaken in numerous battles, earning commendations sufficient for the Prince of Condaminium to summon him from Flanders to Paris for rewards, though it could be said that the prince, due to Vauban's loyalty to the king, ultimately dressed another in finery. Vauban's humility has garnered him some envy, yet not to the extent that accompanied Monsieur d'Artagnan's initial appointment. D'Artagnan is acutely aware of his humble origins as a Gascon, setting him apart from most musketeers. As previously mentioned, Gascons have historically been regarded as rebellious provincial folk. Thus, while he may lament his exclusion from this position, he is not consumed by resentment. Perhaps it is this innate optimism that, despite his numerous private vices, endears him to the king, who remains fond of him. As is his custom, Monsieur d'Artagnan accepted the task with unabashed joy, devoid of any reluctance. The king offered him a few encouraging words and presented him with a purse. "This is for your outfitting." Louis remarked, "There are 100 gold Louis here." Then paused enigmatically. "If possible, I believe you may require additional support from others." D'Artagnan, with a flourish of his finely trimmed mustache, acknowledged that there were indeed 1 or 2, perhaps even 3 or 5, ladies who often graced him with their company, each leaving a purse upon his saddle after their meetings, a common and proud occurrence, though not for the unfortunate husbands. He would not be foolish enough to dispute the king's words. This overly gallant Gascon bowed to the king, reminding himself that he could only bid farewell to and console his beloveds with a brief note before departing, as rejecting their tender gifts is an arduous task for both a lover and a warrior. 100 gold Louis is equivalent to 2,000 livres. As a king's musketeer, D'Artagnan was entitled to a steed, a magnificent white horse adorned with a diamond-shaped black mark upon its forehead, its limbs strong and well-proportioned, with eyes resembling dark almonds, more expressive than any woman he had ever encountered. Thus, his expenses were significantly reduced. He acquired a new saddle of sleek black calfskin studded with silver nails, selected a velvet coat embroidered with silver thread along the cuffs and collar, a pristine linen shirt, brown boots, and a wide-brimmed hat adorned with ostrich feathers. In summation, he adorned himself in the most fashionable style of Paris, spending nearly 700 or 800 livres in one fell swoop. Colbert understood the king's rationale for denying Fouquet. The reasoning was straightforward. Leaving France could bring Fouquet terrible peril, particularly after amassing such wealth in a matter of months, not including taxes and rewards owed to his lord. It is said that even without departing France, he narrowly escaped being hanged by a count who had placed thousands of bets without a single win. The king even requested that Fouquet refrain from leaving Paris for the time being, as the lottery business must also be temporarily halted, though the royal treasury was empty. As the king articulated, such actions are akin to drawing blood from a milk cow rather than milking it. A few instances might be overlooked, but excessive occurrences would only lead to greater chaos and degradation within the state. Fouquet felt disappointment, but remained undeterred, for he was still promised the position of financial director by the king. This caused considerable distress for Colbert, not out of covetousness for the role, as he recognized he was not yet worthy of being the king's minister. Compared to Fouquet, who was already a noble in robes, he remained merely a lowly merchant in the king's entourage. However, the king's regard for him incited a profound envy within Fouquet. Colbert had some understanding of the king's character. As long as he proved useful, the king would offer him boundless protection, even against the likes of Bishop Mazarin. Yet, should he disappoint the king, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the two men set forth, each with their own agendas, to fulfill the king's commission. Meanwhile, the Duchess of Montpensier, still far away in Burgundy, remained blissfully unaware that two individuals were en route to irrevocably disrupt her relationship with her father, Duke Gaston, tenuous as it already was. Since settling at Saint Fargeau, she had diligently cultivated her small domain, though she had fallen out of favor with her father and been banished from court. The dilapidation of the Saint Fargeau castle, however, prevented her from lingering too long in self-pity. The Duchess may have erred in the most critical matters, yet her wealth was undeniable. and gold can resolve many issues, regardless of time or place. By the time D'Artagnan arrived at Saint-Fargeau, this remote and barren locale had undergone numerous, predominantly positive changes. The roads were smooth, the wheat fields lush, and the villages exuded wisps of smoke from their chimneys. Along the way, there were several modest yet adequately equipped inns providing food and lodging. Inquiring at one such inn, D'Artagnan learned that noble lords and ladies frequently passed this way, guests of the Saint-Fargeau castle, hence the establishment of inns along the route for their respite. This information piqued D'Artagnan's wariness, for the duchess's father was Duke Gaston, and her lover was Prince Conde, both of whom were the king's and the bishop's greatest adversaries. Riding alongside Colbert, they soon beheld the Saint-Fargeau castle, embraced by the forest. The recently renovated castle stood like a white peak amidst the undulating green landscape. Before it lay a neatly arranged semi-oval plaza, divided into distinct yet symmetrical sections by 6 pathways. Approximately 2/3 were composed of rough stone bricks, while the remainder was carpeted with lush ground cover. Numerous four-wheeled carriages and horses were neatly arranged along one side of the plaza. At the imposing entrance, each guest presented their invitation, subsequently being ushered inside. Those who had forgotten their letters or believed themselves deserving of entry due to hearsay could also gain access, provided they had a reliable servant of the Duchess or an intimate acquaintance to vouch for them. D'Artagnan rode straight up, his attire reflecting the worth of the king's 100 gold louis, appearing as regal as a prince. A well-dressed servant promptly approached him, inquiring whether he had received an invitation. Naturally, the servant was met with an entirely unexpected response and hastened inside to relay the news to the Duchess's maid. At that moment, the Duchess, clad in an opulent deep red velvet gown, sat in a small parlor with her 2 closest friends, the exceptionally talented Madame de Chevreuse and Madame de Lafayette, all 3 smiling as they listened to a young gentleman perform on the violin. As the piece concluded, the 3 ladies applauded with delight. "Where did you find such an angel?" Madame de Lafayette inquired. "His hands possess a certain magic. I have never heard such exquisite music." At the mention of this, a fleeting shadow of gloom passed across the face of the Duchess. For the musician in question was indeed the pageboy bestowed upon her by Bishop Mazarin. This occurred in the year 1646, when she was still the darling of the court. Madame de Lafayette was unaware of this, but Madame de Chavigny was well informed. She was on the verge of uttering something to shift the topic when a gentle knock at the door interrupted her. They watched as the Duchess's most cherished maid approached her and whispered something. Instantly, the Duchess's grip on her fan tightened, and she rose to her feet. "Where are they?" "In the hallway." The Duchess scarcely had time to offer an explanation to the 2 ladies before she swiftly exited, leaving Madame de Lafayette to follow her only to witness the grand lady's gown vanish at the end of the corridor. Chapter 68. Monsieur d'Artagnan encounters the Duchess of Montpensier. D'Artagnan was adorned in the height of Parisian fashion, a stark contrast to the provincial simplicity of the Burgundians. And he was acutely aware of this distinction, which filled him with pride and self-importance. Accompanied by Colbert and 12 attendants, they had dispatched their retinue to the grand kitchen. The Duchess's servants took charge of their steeds, ensuring they were tended to with the same meticulous care as their masters. The stables were alight, warm and dry, while grooms brushed the horses until they gleamed and wiped them down with dried straw. D'Artagnan had specifically instructed them that his beloved mount was a reward from the king for his talents and loyalty, necessitating a diet of oats. He even declined to wait in the anteroom, choosing instead to leisurely admire the scenery and the murals in the entrance hall. As a maid was about to depart, D'Artagnan insisted on kissing her hand in gratitude, which she reluctantly accepted. She swiftly rose on her toes and whispered something in his ear. Although Colbert was but a step away, he could not discern what secret had been divulged to D'Artagnan, yet the latter's smile deepened significantly. The room was sparsely furnished with a small round table, 3 chairs, and a low couch. The chairs, mismatched in size and style, bore floral damask covers that hinted at a hurried arrangement, while the couch, wall hangings, and window drapes shared a common hue and pattern, suggesting the room had originally served as a dressing or resting chamber. The sudden arrival of the king's envoy compelled the Duchess's servants to hastily prepare the space. The Duchess of Montpensier sat regally in the largest chair, a book resting on her lap, clad in a crimson gown and an exquisite lace cloak. She appeared to be engrossed in her reading, a familiar ruse employed by those of higher rank when receiving subordinates or supplicants, feigning engagement in tasks to avoid the appearance of impatience. She deliberately allowed them to wait a few moments before feigning surprise at their presence, raising her head as if just noticing them. Her eyes, familiar to D'Artagnan, bore a resemblance to those of the king, with a serene visage, curly hair, elegant brows, and slender fingers. Today, she adorned herself with an entire set of pearl jewelry. The necklace comprised of pearls as large as D'Artagnan's little finger, round and lustrous, and the teardrop pearls dangling from her ears were as long as his thumb. D'Artagnan surmised that this pearl ensemble alone was worth 1,000 livres. "Gentlemen," the Duchess began, "I have been informed that you come on the king's orders." "Indeed," D'Artagnan replied. "His Majesty has learned of your residence in Saint Fargeau and has sent us to inquire after your well-being." "Ah, Louis," the Duchess sighed intimately. "I suppose that is so. My royal brother is exceedingly gentle and kind-hearted. When I left Paris, he came to bid me farewell. Yet I have erred greatly and wounded his heart." "Not to that extent," D'Artagnan thought. "You have aided his Majesty significantly. However, if you were to know, you would wish to lament like the women of barbarous lands, tearing your hair and wounding your breast." "His Majesty has always been affectionate towards his kin," D'Artagnan stated. "Yet he has been preoccupied of late, hence he entrusted us to inquire on his behalf." "Thank God," the Duchess said. "I am well, as you see." She had invested 200,000 livres in the restoration of Saint Fargeau, inviting scholars, hiring orchestras, nurturing artists, and spending her days hunting, dancing, attending plays, and participating in mass. Yet only she knew that her heart was hollow, echoing when struck. Although she could reign as queen in Saint Fargeau, to the court of Paris, she remained merely a provincial fool. While she could once feign happiness, the arrival of the king's envoy had torn away that thin veneer of pretense. He stood there as a tangible manifestation of the court and the king's favor, striding past the Burgundians, indifferent to their glances and whispers. He was both dignified and resplendent, filled with pride, while those who once could not even touch the hem of her gown would now find her bowing to them. D'Artagnan bowed respectfully, stating, "This is excellent news. The king will surely be pleased." "Please, may I have this letter?" "I would be pleased to oblige," the Duchess replied, "but I have yet to finish writing it. Might you remain here a few days longer while I complete it?" D'Artagnan's expression reflected his discomfort, yet the Duchess extended her arm, revealing a captivatingly plump and fair limb. "Please, remove this bracelet," she said. "It is a token of my gratitude. Should the king reprimand you for this brief delay, show him this, and on account of our past friendship, he will surely forgive you." Thus, D'Artagnan boldly approached, removing the bracelet of mingled pearls and diamonds before kissing her hand under her benevolent gaze, leaving Colbert in stunned silence. D'Artagnan and Colbert were assigned 2 splendid rooms in the Château de Saint Fargeau, with their personal servants provided small couches that could be drawn from beneath their beds. The Duchess's guests treated them with utmost courtesy, allowing them to dine with her once, after which they had no further private encounters. Colbert suspected this was to prevent D'Artagnan from pressing the Duchess regarding the slow progress of her letter. However, their stay in the Château was rather delightful. Yet as a week passed, Colbert grew anxious, for they were on a mission. "Patience, patience," D'Artagnan reassured, drawing a note he had just penned. Colbert, observant, quickly identified it as a note intended for the maid. Although no name was inscribed, he recognized it was addressed to her. They had met many times. Yet even Colbert could not fathom how D'Artagnan would broach the subject concerning her mistress's fortune. Before their departure, the king had declared that D'Artagnan was to be the principal agent of their task. Colbert, though skeptical of D'Artagnan, chose to trust his Majesty. Yet he reiterated that should D'Artagnan continue to delay, he would write to the king, as there might be alternative means to fulfill the royal commission. "If all proceeds smoothly, you shall see the outcome tonight," D'Artagnan finally declared. Colbert remained dubious. He believed D'Artagnan would undertake some action, yet they merely sat together with the Duchess, enjoying a new play, which proved to be delightful, eliciting laughter from all, even allowing Colbert to momentarily forget his worries. However, as the curtain fell, he promptly sought out D'Artagnan. "There are still a few hours left this evening," D'Artagnan replied. Chapter 69. The king obtains his desires, and the 2 missing individuals in the corridor. Cardinal Mazarin was greeted by the resounding laughter of the king. The jovial sound, coupled with the evidence provided by the spy's recorded correspondence, allowed the cardinal to ascertain the veracity of the intelligence he had previously received, and he could not help but exhibit a semblance of relief. Of course, as a perceptive and considerate cousin, the Duchess of Montpensier had enclosed a promissory note worth 500,000 livres, which instantly alleviated the tension in the king's heart. Although there remained a deficit, with proper arrangements, the ensuing matters would be merely routine affairs. "I know you tasked the two young men with this endeavor," the cardinal complimented appropriately. "I must admit, I have been quite concerned about it, yet it seems my worries were unfounded. Your Majesty, your keen insight is capable of penetrating 1,000 feet of rock to unearth gleaming jewels. However, to say that the first to point them out to me was you." "Monsieur le Cardinal," the king humbly replied, "is that not true?" They were indeed D'Artagnan and Colbert. D'Artagnan had been explicitly recommended to the king by Cardinal Mazarin, while Colbert, though intentionally favored by the king, had also undergone the cardinal's scrutiny and approval. "Ah, is it truly they?" the cardinal exclaimed, half in astonishment. "I thought I was presenting you with a Lucullus, and instead, it appears he is a Cicero." Louis understood that he was referring to D'Artagnan, but upon mentioning this, the king's countenance shifted to one of peculiar expression. He retrieved another letter from his drawer, which was less a letter and more akin to a notebook. The cardinal briefly perused it, and soon comprehended the reason behind the king's demeanor, for the actions of Monsieur D'Artagnan were entirely at odds with moral and ceremonial propriety. Monsieur Colbert believed that D'Artagnan had done nothing aside from indulging in his romance with the Duchess, enjoying her horses, wine, and roast. This was indeed a gross mischaracterization. Even a valiant general on the battlefield would find it no simple task to earn the obedience of a duchess's maid. Aside from the monetary aid bestowed by the king, D'Artagnan had also borrowed 300 louis from Monsieur Colbert, and had nearly spent 10,000 livres to secure an audience with the king, ultimately winning the maid's heart. Given this, subsequent matters became straightforward. After all, what D'Artagnan sought to uncover was not a secret. With sufficient time spent in Saint-Fargeau, he would naturally come to know it. However, what D'Artagnan lacked was time. If he could purchase this time with money, it would be the most advantageous transaction imaginable. Yet, even the maid, who was not particularly astute in mathematics, understood that the duchess's estate should yield an annual income of at least 500,000 livres. After the Duke of Gaston had sent 30,000 livres, there had been no further communication. As another year drew to a close, let alone the preceding years, the duchess had remained ensconced in her castle, with hardly any significant expenses, but her savings still amounted to less than 1,000,000 livres, a truly alarming figure. D'Artagnan inquired if no one was willing to remind the duchess of this situation. Perhaps there were some, but as long as the Duchess of Montpensier was unwilling to listen, no amount of reminders would suffice. Or perhaps she was deliberately blinding herself to continue basking in her illusory dreams. D'Artagnan refrained from pursuing the matter further. He was keenly aware that if he rashly broached the subject with the duchess, not only would he jeopardize the king's orders, but he might also find it impossible to remain a guest at the Saint-Fargeau castle. The duchess might very well greet him with a whip and branding iron instead. Thus, he promptly sought out another individual favored by the duchess and bribed him with 1,000 livres. This individual was Jean-Baptiste Poquelin, more commonly known by his nom de scène, Moly, which in French signifies ivy. This choice reflects his aspirations for himself and his talents. Unfortunately, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Since he relinquished his hereditary title in 1643, along with his de facto position as a royal supplier of domestic furnishings, the theater troupe he formed with friends had not garnered the acclaim he had envisioned. Most performances at that time were solemn religious dramas or base comedic acts, and his scripts were often deemed frivolous or even malicious, failing to win the favor of the nobility. It was only upon the arrival of the Duchess of Montpensier at Saint-Fargeau that he found a fortuitous opportunity to pique her interest, thus earning the privilege to perform amusing little skits for her. This situation brought Moly both relief and distress. Yet, had D'Artagnan not presented himself as the king's envoy, even 1,000 livres would not have swayed Monsieur Moly. The mere thought of performing for the king, however, stirred his heart. Nonetheless, prior to this, the king resolved to bestow upon D'Artagnan and Colbert their rightful rewards. D'Artagnan's request was relatively simple. He desired the current position of Vauban, who expressed a preference for serving the king on the battlefield. As for Colbert, Cardinal Mazarin suggested that he could be brought into his circle, ostensibly to manage finances for the cardinal while allowing the king to observe this young man of humble origins. Chapter 70. The slight price D'Artagnan pays for his flirtations. The icy waters surged around him, and all Colbert could perceive was an abyss of darkness. He was capable of swimming, yet the tumultuous current left him no opportunity to move his limbs. It swept him along its course, and occasionally, the waning moon would pierce through the thick clouds, granting him a fleeting glimpse of his surroundings, which spun wildly. He found himself spiraling in the river's embrace, his sole aim being to remain afloat and avoid being dragged beneath the surface. Water filled his ears, drowning out all sounds save for a deafening hum, but at present, he had no time to ponder this. Whenever he managed to break the surface, he gasped for air with fervor. The previous night, they had taken refuge in a quaint little inn that appeared relatively clean and charming. In truth, they were not far from Saumur, but D'Artagnan's immediate decision to lodge there stemmed from the presence of a rather striking innkeeper. Though her beauty struck Colbert as somewhat vulgar, she possessed a figure capable of effortlessly supporting 2 hefty mugs of ale, capturing D'Artagnan's attention. Colbert, though he preferred to stay within the city, found it hard to resist the sumptuous feast D'Artagnan treated him to. Who could have imagined such a remote location would offer such delectable goose, rich beef, and fried quail? They indulged heartily, consuming several bottles of wine, with Colbert partaking even more than D'Artagnan, as he surmised his room would remain unoccupied. A monstrous figure burst through his door, or perhaps the window, intent on tearing him apart. Yet it met with resistance, shredding the fabric imbued with his scent in its fury. Moments later, the creature let out a feral shriek and lunged at Colbert. He slammed the door shut just in time. It slammed against the wooden barrier, and sharp claws punctured the flimsy door. It was evidently a fool, for the door opened inward. Colbert felt no inclination to match the strength of those powerful arms that hung down to its knees, but it continued to pound relentlessly. In that moment, Colbert shouted and dashed down the stairs, only to witness D'Artagnan tumble from an upper platform, appearing even more wretched than Colbert himself, clad in nothing but a linen shirt, devoid of anything else. His cries echoed louder than Colbert's. Colbert feared he had perished, but this dashing gentleman quickly sprang to his feet, seizing Colbert and bolting for the exit. They scarcely had time to retrieve their horses from the stable. Pursued by no fewer than 7 or 8 shadowy figures that resembled massive monkeys or hairy reptiles, they fled to the edge of a precipice, where D'Artagnan urged Colbert to leap into the turbulent waters below. At that moment, Colbert caught sight of the innkeeper, peering down with eyes glimmering with malevolence. Her pale skin marred by unsightly veins, surrounded by deformed creatures that clung to her like children to a mother or dogs to their master. Colbert was acutely aware that they were still in pursuit, for each time he surfaced from the dark waters, he glimpsed a multitude of glinting eyes. Not far from this unfortunate young man, D'Artagnan was grappling with the fierce currents, his arms and legs exhibiting far greater strength than Colbert's. D'Artagnan, too, perceived the same sights as Colbert. He had no desire to ascend the bank and prepare a midnight feast for his newfound love. Straining against the water, he swam towards Colbert, hoping to rescue his companion, who was, after all, a favored subject of the king. Just as he grasped Colbert's collar, he was met with a fierce glare. D'Artagnan felt somewhat aggrieved. How could he have anticipated such a horde of monsters lurking in this inconspicuous inn? Moreover, he was the one who had been most terrified. He doubted whether he would ever, well, such a tragedy would likely not befall another. Mere moments ago, he had been comfortably reclining on sheets of wool and cotton, anticipating a delightful rendezvous, or so it had seemed at first. His new love was both coarse and passionate until, in a moment of intimacy, the bracelet given to him by the Duchess of Montpensier, encrusted with pearls and diamonds, caught her attention. Its base was of pure silver, and due to its exorbitant value and exquisite craftsmanship, D'Artagnan feared its theft or loss. Thus wearing it tightly on his arm, never removing it even while bathing or sleeping, concealed beneath his loose linen shirt, it burned against the innkeeper's back as he attempted to embrace her. Her previously smiling visage contorted grotesquely, her long hair flaring as if it were a tormented rabbit, accompanied by inaudible shrieks. Her full lips stretched to their limit, resembling a serpent wounded at its core, wide enough to swallow D'Artagnan whole, with fangs protruding like the length of a man's middle finger. In contrast to the genteel Colbert, D'Artagnan reacted with alacrity, drawing the short sword that hung by the bedside and thrusting it into the innkeeper's chest with a swift motion. Yet, the weapon was immediately seized. D'Artagnan, proud of his strength, felt as though he were grappling with a mass of iron bars. He twisted the blade, blood seeping through the innkeeper's fingers. By the flickering candlelight, he glimpsed the dark liquid. He relinquished the sword, rolled beneath the bed, and sprang to his feet, rushing out the door. A creature hanging in the corridor leapt down, attempting to grab his hair. The valiant officer, utilizing his extraordinary agility, struck the face that might have been crafted by a drunken witch, if it could even be termed a face. Yet, in that brief moment of delay, more monsters crawled from the shadows of the floor, walls, and ceiling, nearly obstructing all his escape routes. The woman scorned by D'Artagnan appeared at the doorway, seething with rage. Her demeanor far from that of an injured party. This was why Colbert observed D'Artagnan not descending the stairs, but daringly leaping from the platform. "They!" Colbert exclaimed, before submerging once more. "Do not say." Colbert turned, gasping as he floated on his back. "Do not utter that word. We have seen enough already." Colbert nearly laughed at this exclamation, then watched as D'Artagnan collided with a mass of solid darkness. D'Artagnan immediately lost consciousness. "What the devil?" Colbert murmured. No one knew whence this darkness arose. It enveloped D'Artagnan and Colbert, drawing them ashore, where they were besieged by monsters. The sounds of their bat-like noses and wolfish maws echoing around them, while fetid, viscous slime dripped to the ground, creating pits in the soft sand. Lowering his gaze, Colbert beheld the dark crimson hem of a skirt. At that moment, he had once speculated with D'Artagnan whether this lavish fabric, deemed excessive for an innkeeper's wife, was derived from sacred vestments, often appropriated by priests from the devout offerings of their congregation, or if it was the fruit of the lady's own savings, amassed as a sought-after beauty. Now, however, he discerned a more chilling possibility, that the original owner of this long gown lay in a grave, or perhaps stood before him in the guise of a monster. "Look at me, human," she uttered. Colbert raised his eyes to behold a visage devoid of vitality, reminiscent of a waxen mask, yet imbued with expression, a smile laced with pride and ire. Her lips parted slightly, perhaps to utter further words. Many vampires indulged in such theatrics, as human fear served as an indispensable seasoning for them. Yet, Colbert beheld a hand emerging from the shadows, gently resting upon the vampire's neck, before, in a mockery of jest, it swiftly grasped her beautiful head, tilting it back until it reached an extreme angle, only to have it fall to the ground. Chapter 71. The fortunate D'Artagnan and the unfortunate Swedish queen. The exquisite head rolled across the ground until it came to a halt at D'Artagnan's feet, where it disintegrated into black ashes beside his boot. The monstrous entities surrounding them were similarly ensnared by darkness. They had once reveled in such shadow, for it symbolized a feast of rich blood, yet now it served as their shroud. These creatures, which had previously instilled fear in both D'Artagnan and Colbert, perished in utter agony without even a solitary howl, vanishing without a trace. D'Artagnan swore he heard an unfamiliar term, akin to the English words for coward or weakling. Yet it bore a subtle distinction, perhaps due to the elegance and gentleness in the pronunciation of the speaker, unlike the coarse Englishman. This conjecture was immediately corroborated as a figure emerged from the darkness. No, he was not merely a man, he was also a vampire, his crimson eyes serving as a calling card of his identity. He revealed no fangs nor displayed any menacing gestures. Yet the sense of oppression he exuded far surpassed that of the eager innkeeper. "Good evening, gentlemen," he remarked, casting a glance at the sky. "What splendid weather for a swim we have today." "You speak the truth, sir," D'Artagnan replied, feeling a sense of admiration for himself, while not our desire. "The weather indeed invites a refreshing dip in the river. Do you think we ought to take a swim, or perhaps, should we express our gratitude to you instead?" The vampire regarded D'Artagnan with an appraising eye, realizing that not only was the youthful king present, but also many remarkable individuals by his side. "Nay, my dear friend, I have no need to witness your swim, nor do I possess the desire you assume. However, I do hope you will express your gratitude on my behalf." "As long as I am able," D'Artagnan replied. "You shall," the vampire declared. "I wish for you to convey my apologies to your king." "What transgression requires the king's forgiveness?" D'Artagnan inquired. "A reckless visit," the vampire admitted. "I confess I was overly impulsive at that time. Fortunately, someone intervened." "I can only relay your message," D'Artagnan stated. "Only the king may decide whether to grant you forgiveness." "Bold lad," the vampire exclaimed, astonished and delighted. "I find myself quite taken with you." Just as D'Artagnan struggled to comprehend this remark, a pair of icy hands clasped around his neck, evoking memories of how effortlessly this hand had broken a neck as robust as thick cowhide. D'Artagnan recalled the immense effort he had exerted to plunge his dagger into his opponent's chest, and he immediately froze. "Inform your king that Amand sends his regards." The vampire's voice whispered in his ear. "Please allow me to convey my sincere apologies and tell him tell your majesty that Amon and the Zamich family are always at his service." Amon did not stray far. He even watched as D'Artagnan and Colbert slowly departed. The moon parted the clouds, casting its silvery light, only to be swiftly obscured by a flurry of small, dense shadows. Bats descended before Amon, transforming into 3 vampires who respectfully bowed to their prince. "Do you know which clan they belong to?" he inquired. "Laverno or Asami?" "Laverno," one of the vampires replied, adding, "What was once Laverno?" "So I surmised." "Asami would not deign to deal with a mortal," Amon remarked. "Moreover, even Laverno would not casually produce progeny. We are quite close to Paris. Inform Theodoric that vampires are creating wretches, as this falls within his jurisdiction, as a member of the bloodline's dark sect." Amon was indifferent to the mass production of wretches by vampires. However, Prince Theodoric, the leader of the dark sect, would undoubtedly be greatly concerned, for wretches often presented a particularly troublesome predicament. In the realm of the bloodline, wretches referred to vampires who did not belong to any clan. They were either cast out by their clan, created without a prince's consent, or newly created, with their progenitors having met untimely fates or deliberately abandoned them, a common occurrence among dark sect members. Sometimes, they were created in retaliation against those who had harmed the bloodline or its descendants, such as clerics and their kin or lovers. The bloodline would intentionally embrace them, watching as they succumbed to agonizing dilemmas. Regardless, they were untrained beasts, much like the assassin from this evening, a product of Laverno. She was even unaware of the proper way to embrace. It was highly likely she had directly allowed others to consume her blood, thus spawning these monsters. But Amon thought they were merely useless maggots. "Do you know who hired her?" "Prince Gaston of Orleans," one of Amon's servants replied. "So I suspected," Amon replied joyfully, clapping his hands. "How splendid. It was well worth my time to follow them. Now we shall begin to wait." "To Paris?" one servant boldly suggested. "Perhaps. For the moment, not to go," Amon lamented. "Once Theodoric learns of this matter, he will surely seek to cleanse the entire Paris basin. It will become exceedingly noisy, and I abhor clamor. Therefore His finger traced a circle in the air, pausing for a moment. "Oh no, wait, I believe we should indeed go to Paris," he exclaimed with a gleeful squeal. "Yes, Paris." His servants, having grown accustomed to Amon's neurotic whims and sudden changes of thought, were unperturbed by his swift decision-making, and they simply cheered, for they certainly preferred Paris. The clouds swept across the moon, perhaps only for a fleeting moment, but in that instant, the shadows transformed into thousands of bats, flapping their wings as they soared skyward, heading towards Paris. The people of Paris awaited as well. They anticipated the arrival of the Swedish queen, or rather, the former queen of Sweden, Christina Augusta. Yet she could still be referred to as Madam, for she retained possession of Norrköping, Gotland, and Celle, as well as Pomerania and other territories. Furthermore, the King of Sweden, her cousin, was still obliged to provide her with a certain allowance. Thus, despite no longer holding Sweden, she remained a wealthy and powerful woman. However, for some in Paris, Christina's arrival carried an additional profound significance, for the king and Cardinal Mazarin had seen their 3 greatest adversaries, Prince Conde, Duke Gaston, and the High Court, yield to their authority. The king had come of age, and the cardinal was in the prime of his years. Now the question arose, would the cardinal be willing to relinquish his power, and would the king desire to see his authority remain in another's hands? The arrival of the former Swedish queen became the ideal litmus test. If Christina were to first pay her respects to the king upon her arrival in Paris, it would signify the king's triumph in this struggle. Conversely, if she were to first seek an audience with the cardinal, it would indicate the cardinal's unwavering influence, necessitating a shift in their strategies. What troubled Christina Augusta, or Christina Alexandra, the surname she adopted after converting from Protestantism to Catholicism, was precisely this. According to etiquette and tradition, upon her arrival in Paris, she should have immediately sought an audience with the king. However, the letter from the protagonist indicated his intention to make her the Queen of Naples, which left Christina in a state of indecision. As a woman who admired Alexander the Great and even bore his surname, relinquishing her claim to the Swedish throne was not her desire. Rather, it was a concession forced upon her by the triple oppression of the Protestant church, bankers, merchants, and the nobility in her homeland. Yet, her ambition had not been extinguished. Instead, it burned with even greater intensity. Ultimately, it was the bishop who resolved this dilemma for her. An envoy arrived on horseback before she entered Paris. delivering a personal letter from the bishop. Cardinal Mazarin urged her to first seek an audience with the king. Chapter 72. Matters concerning the former Queen of Sweden. Christina, Part 1. Even Queen Mother and found herself at a loss for words, fully aware of Louis's persistent concerns regarding the empty royal treasury. During her visit to the Tuileries, she encountered the Duchess of Montpensier, who, upon seeing her, immediately knelt before her, kissing the hem of her gown and bathing the Queen Mother's feet with her tears. The Queen Mother graciously forgave her, inviting her to sit beside her. Then, before the Duchess, she dispatched an envoy to summon the King and the Duke of Anjou. This was merely a gesture, akin to the Duchess's earlier reception of the King's emissary. She could not afford to keep them waiting for her arrival. Louis understood that the exploitative lottery business would only serve to weaken France further. He would not engage in such practices unless directed at his adversaries. Amidst these complex emotions, the king strode confidently into the ladies' chamber. The Duchess of Montpensier had departed Paris mere months ago, yet she scarcely recognized Louis. In her memory, he had always been a gentle, somewhat timid youth. Now, he had transformed into a robust young man, standing approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, a fact the Duchess could ascertain, as she herself measured about 5 feet 5 inches. His once light curls, reminiscent of morning light, had deepened to a hue akin to aged gold, enhancing the pallor of his skin. He was clad in a deep purple satin coat adorned with diamond buttons, and his polished black boots gleamed impressively. Upon seeing the king, the Duchess bowed deeply. The Queen Mother instructed Louis to kiss her hand before bringing him before the Duchess. "Allow me to introduce you to a wayward princess," the Queen Mother declared. "She has recently committed a most lamentable act, yet she now recognizes her error and seeks your forgiveness, your Majesty. What do you think?" The Duchess endeavored to display a smile of understanding, though all present were aware that, despite the Duke of Anjou's belated performance of the customary bow under the king's insistence, the deep-seated habits instilled over years remained evident. He continued to adorn himself splendidly, his attire surpassing not only that of the king, but even the Queen Mother or the princess. It was said that the lace, frills, and ribbons worn by the Duke sustained half of Paris's seamstresses, a statement that might be exaggerated, yet not without basis. "I cannot abide this," the king remarked to the Duke of Anjou, noting that neither the Louvre, the Tuileries, nor the residences of Richelieu or Fontainebleau possessed adequate drainage systems. Thus, prepare more rooms to accommodate. The king gestured, and the royal brother could not help but cover his nose. These matters. Alas, he never anticipated that the first task he would undertake for his elder brother would involve such a predicament. Chapter 73. How to welcome the former Queen of Sweden. Christina, Part 2. At this juncture, the prevailing custom among women of not donning trousers, whether inner or outer, further perpetuated this trend. The king, for the time being, could not concern himself with the intimate personal matters of noblewomen, implying he could not interfere with their attire. As for the gentlemen, their task was slightly more arduous. However, they often managed to accomplish it while standing, which inevitably transformed the corners of the palace into unconventional meeting places. Those who were more reserved or of higher esteem would opt for the private chambers designated by the king. Before Louis could intervene, the means they employed to clean up after themselves were remarkably diverse. Some used ropes twisted from silk, others fresh salmon fillets, some woolen balls, and some, quite astonishingly, the necks of geese. Upon hearing of this material, even Louis was taken aback for an extended period, struggling to envision such a scene. Others suggested that the king utilized more antiquated materials, specifically sponges, which the Romans employed in public restrooms, using saltwater-soaked sponge sticks to cleanse private areas. Naturally, akin to the previously mentioned ropes, these were communal. Once one person used it, the next would follow suit. Louis promptly dismissed this notion. In a more extravagant vein, one could use silk handkerchiefs, which would be discarded after a single use. Yet, even for the sake of an empty treasury, Louis could not acquiesce to this. He temporarily resorted to woolen balls, while also commanding his artisans to swiftly produce soft paper. Since the 12th century, the art of paper-making had permeated from the east to the west, and by the 14th century, it had matured significantly. The issue remained that most of the time, people were still utilizing old garments for paper-making, occasionally employing linen and straw, which was not only inefficient but also compromised the quality of the paper. Nevertheless, now that Louis was present, he ordered the linen and straw to be pulped, thus commencing the next phase. Within a mere month or two, the new paper was created. Once left to dry in the room, it became soft. When Bishop Mazarin fortuitously witnessed this, his expression turned peculiarly strange. The king understood his thoughts, as he had garnered some insight into the church since his arrival. It was difficult to ascertain whether the inspiration for this chair stemmed from the special chair used by the Pope before his coronation to test for physical imperfections. Louis feigned ignorance, expressed gratitude to his brother, and urged him to install these chairs throughout the palace as quickly as possible. He also offered suggestions, such as placing dry wood shavings in barrels to mitigate any unpleasant odors. Philip happily accepted the king's advice and set off to fulfill his duties. Of course, this was merely the first project. An array of matters awaited, akin to stars in the night sky. The Queen Mother, Duchess of Montpensier, and even Queen Mary of England and Princess Henrietta took on portions of the work, with even Marie Mancini being enlisted to assist. This endeavor was not solely to welcome a deposed queen, but also to establish a favorable impression of the king among the people of Paris. Although the king's coming-of-age ceremony had also been held in Paris, his thoughts then were primarily focused on rebellion and the high court. While the ceremony was grand, the guests were restricted to select nobles and officials, failing to genuinely showcase the king's majesty. Louis specifically instructed that the streets through which Madame Christina would pass, as well as the vicinity of the Louvre, required renovation and embellishment. This entailed a considerable expenditure, yet it was necessary, as these areas would likewise be observed by the influx of provincials flocking to Paris. Fortunately, following 2 uprisings, certain streets had fallen into disrepair, with many houses lacking their original owners, thus saving Fouquet a fair amount of trouble. "Have you heard?" Philip remarked casually while adjusting his cuffs. "What?" "Fouquet is selling windows." "Selling windows?" The king raised his head, unfamiliar with the term. "These are the windows along the streets that Madame Christina will pass when she comes to meet you," his brother explained. "Many of these houses are abandoned or their owners have fled to the provinces. Fouquet is selling them, with prices ranging from 100 to 300 livres, depending on the location." "Is that so?" The king chuckled. "Are there many buyers for the windows?" "Quite a few," Philip replied. "It is said that the windows closest to the Tuileries Palace have already sold out." "And do you know?" The king continued. "Fouquet has already informed me of this matter. The proceeds from the sale of the windows will be entirely allocated for the street decorations. I need not contribute an additional livre." Philip appeared momentarily stunned. "There is one more matter," the king stated. "I suspect you are unaware, Philip. While he claims to use the funds from the window sales for the street embellishments, he has also accepted numerous gifts, which he has never mentioned." After contemplating for a few seconds, Philip quickly grasped the situation, his face flushed with anger, clearly realizing how Fouquet had cunningly enriched himself. While he sold the windows in the king's name, the number of windows was limited. To secure a prime viewing position, individuals had to bribe him. Yet, on the other hand, he indeed utilized the funds from the window sales directly for street decoration. Even if the king was aware of his corruption, he could not reproach him, for he had effectively executed the task. "But he has betrayed your trust," Philip exclaimed furiously. He was dressed in his favorite attire today. A silver-gray satin coat interwoven with golden threads, adorned with exquisite bows, the cuffs and collar trimmed with silver lace, outshining any noblewoman beside Louis. He also bore a finely crafted sword, its scabbard embedded with rubies and pearls, with a blade equally sharp. The king had no doubt that when Philip drew it and plunged it into Fouquet's chest, it would not bend or break. The king was compelled to set aside his work and soothe Philip for quite some time. After all, he was currently short-staffed and could not afford to disregard Philip. Naturally, he would not neglect Fouquet either, or rather, not in the future. The extent of Fouquet's illicit gains did not concern him, as long as Fouquet remained in Paris. These funds were merely temporary resources entrusted to him by Louis. Moreover, to speak candidly, Fouquet was but a minor player. The more significant player, Cardinal Mazarin, amassed even more wealth from various sources. The accusations from Prince Condaminium and Prince Gaston against him were not unfounded, yet similarly, the king still required the elders' guidance in these years. While autocracy was delightful, the chaotic state of the nation did not permit Louis such liberties. After considerable effort, Louis managed to calm Philip down, a feat that cost him 3 shared meals and 1 shared bedroom. The king had lost his motivation to continue working and approached the bookshelf, preparing to find a favored book to read, when Bontemps inquired whether he wished to receive an audience with someone. He merely mentioned the person's name. "Sire, it is Th. Odric. Do you wish to see him?" Outwardly, Th. Odric appeared even younger than Amon, possessing a pair of calm red eyes that appeared brown in the candlelight of the deep night. His deep chestnut curls cascaded over his shoulders, and he always bore an expression of worry, as if laden with an unbearable burden. Were Louis to judge, he would find that Amon resembled a vampire wandering in darkness, an absurd race devoid of concern, yet from the king's perspective, he undoubtedly favored Teetering. As the vampire, who may have surpassed a century in age, entered the room, the candlelight flickered ever so slightly, casting dazzling gray shadows upon the walls. When the king turned to him, he bowed, stating, "A simple enchantment, Your Majesty. This ensures our conversation remains undisturbed." "Please, have a seat, Mr. Theodoric," Louis replied, maintaining his composure. "I believe I should first express my gratitude for your past assistance." "No need for that," Theodoric replied. "It was merely my duty. If you are concerned for your descendants," Louis inquired curiously, "you must recognize that the current French royal family bears little resemblance to the Merovingian dynasty. We are separated by the Carolingians, Capetians, and Valois. What compels you to cling so stubbornly to your original views?" "It is quite simple, Your Majesty," Theodoric responded. "It's akin to having constructed a robust and magnificent fortress. Although you may have had to depart, would you willingly watch it decay and even collapse? As for whether its current lord is my descendant, that is even more laughable. I have immersed myself in darkness, and in attaining immortality, I have forsaken the mortal realm. I merely stand by the window, observing." "May I be so bold as to inquire," Louis asked, "which Theodoric you are?" There were 3 Theodorics in the Merovingian dynasty, each with distinct characteristics and methods. Although the present Theodoric was a vampire, his every action evidently signified a lingering affection for his dynasty and country. Thus, Louis felt compelled to discern his thoughts, or at least, to understand what he might be contemplating. Theodoric smiled knowingly. He evidently grasped the king's intention and preferred conversing with the astute. "I am the second Theodoric." Louis surmised that he was indeed the one, for during that era, internal strife plagued the Franks, and the matter of succession had become exceedingly convoluted. Theodoric too was regarded as the most likely ruler of all the Franks. He inherited Burgundy at birth, yet in subsequent wars, he vanquished his brother Theodobald too. In a further grim turn, his grandmother suggested annihilating him and his progeny to secure her position as the sole heir to Austrasia. Just as he sought to unify the Franks by consolidating 2 realms and eliminating Clotaire, he met a mysterious demise at the tender age of 26. Speculations regarding his death abound, yet it now appears that the underworld's intervention was unmistakable. It is no wonder that, later on, both the church and the great families migrating to the underworld established stringent laws to prohibit interactions between the 2 worlds. Louis could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should a king be suddenly transformed into a werewolf or vampire. As this thought crossed his mind, another name surfaced, Amon. "Did you come to see me personally for that gentleman's sake?" Louis inquired. "Indeed," Theodoric confirmed, appearing almost like a gentle, reclusive scholar, wholly unrecognizable as one who had once fratricidally slain and stood on the brink of glory. "Has he not relinquished his original intentions?" Amon, a prince of the Tsimic family, belonged to the sorceress faction, much like the Lessenbaugh family, and had exhibited extreme madness since his youth. While every Tsimic shared this trait, Amon harbored a peculiar notion. A peculiar notion? Indeed. The leader of the sorcerers is Lessenbaugh. The Tsimic kin are not overly enamored with power, yet Amon desires a descendant proficient in leadership. He has previously chosen many individuals, Your Majesty. Among them were notable kings and dukes, yet each ultimately disappointed him. Now he has chosen you. Should I express my honor? No, not at all. Theodoric displayed a curious smile, a blend of regret and envy. "You know I once nearly became the king of the Franks," he remarked. "I understand what it is like to be a secular ruler. No, Your Majesty, you may be youthful, but you already embody the essence of a wise monarch. I would gladly entrust my kingdom to you, hoping you would render it even stronger. Moreover, Amon shares this aspiration. He desires it so? Indeed. To him, you are an unopened treasure box, an unbloomed flower, an unhatched chick. He will wait, and then seize or plunder. So, I need not worry about him for the time being. Precisely why I have come here," Theodoric stated. "Your Majesty, I have endured experiences I do not wish for you to relive. Thus, I come to warn you. I am listening. I know 2 individuals have brought you Amon's message. I beseech you, do not believe them, nor allow yourself to be swayed. Do not recklessly wield powers you cannot yet control. They will backfire on anyone daring enough to exploit them. But you must also understand, Louis gazed intently at him. I have been driven from Paris by my subjects twice. If I continue in cowardice and negligence, there may well be a fourth time. More likely, they would treat me as they did Charles I. I require those who are willing to be loyal to me, or those who are willing to serve me, be they human, sorcerer, werewolf, or vampire. If you merely stand there, requesting I relinquish power within my grasp, it is simply untenable. Do you not value your soul? Between ascending to heaven now or descending to hell 50 years hence, you know I would always choose the latter. What promises did Amon make to you? As you might imagine, Louis replied. Then grant me a moment, Theodoric requested. I need to contemplate. That is acceptable, Louis responded. But do not take too long. Louis held little concern for Theodoric's thoughts. He had no intention of truly believing Amon, a mad vampire. Who could predict when Amon might deem Louis's fruit ripe for the picking? Yet, like every individual striving for survival, a king must confront the mountain of duties awaiting him each morning, regardless of the previous night's events. As he worked, he instructed Bontang to summon Fouquet. Although he relayed this to Philippe, he could not allow Fouquet to escape lightly. Who knows what this talented yet morally deficient man might do? Perhaps he would even sell the windows of the Louvre. Fouquet hurried to the Tuileries. Upon arriving before the king, he bore the heat of a swift run. His hair disheveled, the feather on his hat slightly askew, his coat speckled with mud, and his boots grimy. Yet, Louis recognized this display as a mere charade meant to curry favor and showcase his diligence. He would not be deceived, nor did he care to point it out. He didn't even allow Fouquet to sit before assigning him another task. This assignment instantly cast a shadow over Nicolas Fouquet's face, for while it promised considerable benefits, it was exceedingly tedious and had to be completed before the arrival of the former Queen of Sweden in Paris. The task was undeniably formidable. In truth, the king had initially intended to address it later, but since Fouquet seemed intent on profiting, his previous endeavors must have been executed with remarkable ease. Thus, he should be able to handle an additional job without difficulty. To articulate the connection between this task and the previous assignments bestowed upon Fouquet, it could even be described as an extension and expansion of responsibilities. The king has not forgotten the harrowing encounter with the assassin on the street adjacent to the Red Children's Market, where they traversed the civilian districts under the guidance of Bastien Vauban. It is hardly surprising that, at this moment, the city is poised to erupt into uncontrollable calamity with the mere presence of an infected individual. The rabble and assassins, akin to filth and excrement, are deeply entrenched within the crowded, shadowy alleys, perpetually resistant to eradication. This time, the king shall not wait for riots or warfare. He shall preemptively eliminate them. Thus, Fouquet has two primary tasks. The first is to commence from the Louvre, proceed to the Bastille, and then to the erstwhile Red Children's Market, redefining boundaries and renaming streets while registering the populace. Each individual must possess either land or property certificates or rental agreements. If they are in service to a noble, they must secure guarantees from that noble. Contemplating this, Fouquet felt a throbbing headache approaching. Meanwhile, the provincial newcomers entering Paris remain blissfully unaware of the most stringent inspections in history that await them. They are filled with exuberance, with one gentleman particularly conspicuous. Adorned in the guise of Julius Caesar, crowned with a gilded laurel and draped in a white toga, enveloped in a crimson cloak. Is this truly Paris? His female companion, dressed as a Roman matron, leaned out of the carriage, inhaling deeply. Baptiste, what sweet air! This is Paris. Oh God, I can feel it. This is the taste of freedom. The scent of excrement, you mean? Replied the individual addressed as Baptiste. Indeed, far richer than that of Saint Fargeau. And please, do not call me Baptiste, I have stated. I am now Molly. Chapter 74. What Molly observed. Molly, along with his illustrious troop, stumbled into Paris, albeit under rather unfortunate circumstances, as they could find no one willing to vouch for them, leaving them without shelter. Consequently, a faction among them suggested seeking the patronage of the Duchess of Montpensier, who had previously expressed great admiration for their theatrical endeavors. However, unbeknownst to them, the Duchess had suddenly departed Saint Fargeau, having received the king's pardon and promptly set off for Paris. Only Molly harbored differing sentiments. He alone understood his reluctance to encounter the Duchess of Montpensier. His hesitance stemmed from the fact that he had, at one time, accepted a sum of money from the king's envoy, Count d'Artagnan, to hastily pen and stage a play concerning a miserly father and his foolish daughter. During that time, The Duchess had been deeply touched, momentarily rendered speechless, and it was uncertain whether their next meeting would evoke any associations. Nevertheless, since the aforementioned D'Artagnan had promised to introduce him to the king, it seemed prudent for Molly to pursue that avenue. D'Artagnan was quite amenable to Molly's request. The king had indeed mentioned to him that he would appreciate recommendations of exceptional theatrical troupes or musicians. D'Artagnan readily agreed to act as a guarantor, assisting Molly in securing a modest two-story building near the Red Children's Market. This structure bore a lengthy history, having been reduced to a charred shell following 2 uprisings. Although its owner had made considerable efforts to restore it, upon closer inspection, the corners revealed pried-up floorboards, soot-blackened walls, a ceiling with a brown circular hole instead of a chandelier, windows devoid of glass, and doors stripped of handles. Yet, for the weary troop, having a place to rest was a blessing. They had previously endured nights in stables and cow sheds. They noisily occupied several rooms, leaving Molly to haggle with the landlord over a few CU coins. Rumor had it that the potatoes, which he had glimpsed in the kitchen, were delectable and plentiful, though they were not yet within the reach of a humble troop leader. Perhaps in Paris, however, they might be, considering it was one of the king's favored dishes. "Baptiste, come and have some soup." A loud call interrupted Molly's reverie. His companion, the only female vocalist in the troupe, was carefully pouring a spoonful of beans from a ceramic pot onto a dented tin plate. "What are they doing?" she inquired, peering curiously from under Molly's elbow. They posed 2 questions that sounded remarkably similar, yet held vastly different implications. Indeed, men were lamenting, women pleading, the elderly praying, and children wailing and sobbing, eliciting a measure of compassion from passers-by. Yet Molly, having departed from home and traversed countless places, could discern that these individuals were far from the innocent they claimed to be. Observing the assembled crowd, he noted groups of robust men congregating, while an aged figure was surrounded by a throng of youths and children. Young women were herded by older ladies, some mothers cradling infants. Yet their concern for the children seemed scant. Amidst quarrels and shoving, they would even cast their swaddled babies to the ground, allowing them to wail unrestrained. "That is a den of thieves," Molly remarked, gesturing towards the men. "Look, those strong men are either thieves or brigands, gathered together out of habit. See that individual?" He pointed out to his companion, indicating a figure encircled by a dozen children. No ordinary person would have such a multitude of children of similar ages. That is the teacher of thieves, their master, clad in layers upon layers of clothing, with a collar boasting a dozen folds, adorned with 3 coats and an array of superfluous trinkets, all of which are likely stolen goods. And those women, most of them are courtesans, though they hardly merit such a title. There seems to be little worth pursuing for good clientele here. I mean, compared to Boulogne, this place is likely to attract only thieves, sailors, laborers, or itinerant merchants. Thus, they often find themselves with children, unable to afford the exorbitant costs of contraceptives, those you see here. So, they hardly care. After all, when they grow up, they will either become thieves or, Molly shrugged. "Then are those the constables?" "Perhaps," Molly replied absently, quickly extracting a small notebook from his pocket and jotting down sketches and notes. Gathering material was his greatest asset in achieving success, and he meticulously recorded these scenes and characters for incorporation into his plays. Just as he was inscribing the final word, he heard his companion burst into laughter. "What is it? Has something amusing occurred?" he inquired, curious. "Look," his companion exclaimed, urging him to follow her gaze. Molly returned to see a gentleman clad in a black coat struggling to mount a carriage, followed closely by a cascade of dead rats, dead cats, and dead dogs, even half-rotting fish. "Ah, it appears that this is the individual in charge," Molly noted, flipping a page in his notebook to hastily add a few more remarks. Chapter 75. The former Queen of Sweden, Christina, upon hearing the dangers faced by Fouquet while forcibly expelling those unidentified and dubious individuals, the king merely smiled. Indeed, it was not just the dead rats and cats that were hurled at him. There were also stones and gunfire aimed in his direction. Fortunately, he was surrounded by guards, which meant he only suffered a slight shock and humiliation. This was precisely why Louis entrusted this task to Fouquet. During the cleansing of the area surrounding the Louvre, the superintendent reaped numerous benefits, and the work was not overly arduous. After all, in this vicinity, there were only nobles of reputable lineage and name, who would at most show Fouquet a disapproving glance. but would not dare to treat the newly elevated man with too much disdain. Furthermore, he hoped that they would bring Fouquet to his senses, reminding him not to underestimate the youthfulness of the king. Whether Fouquet was aware of this is uncertain, yet his capabilities were indeed commendable. On the eve of Madame Christina Alexandra's arrival in Paris, the road from the outskirts of the city to the Louvre and the buildings flanking it had been thoroughly repaired and cleaned. The wooden walls, previously exposed, were now coated with thick mud and whitewash. The windows facing the street gleamed with bright glass, and the doors had been repainted to the king's satisfaction. After obtaining the necessary permits, each door was painted a deep, solemn black, adorned with brass knockers, and royal blue silk banners cascaded from the terrace and windows. This blue, favored by French kings since the 12th century and officially recognized by Louis XIV as the royal color, often graced heraldry, royal robes, and draperies. It was a hue deeper than sky blue and more dignified than cobalt, taking on a purplish tone under certain lights. And against the backdrop of black doors and white walls, it resembled flowing gemstones, unforgettable in its beauty. The banners were adorned with white flowers, and as the lady's carriage passed through the streets, citizens scattered perfume and petals upon the ground, perhaps sensing the king's discontent. Monsieur Fouquet exerted considerable effort to ensure that the path traversed by the former Queen of Sweden was laid with cobblestones or gravel. While this guaranteed a smooth route that would not become muddy in the event of rain, it left the king in a perplexed state, as he had intended to first pave the roads of Paris with cement once it was developed. After Christina Alexandra departed, would they then need to lift these stones and gravel? This favor continued through the ceremony, welcoming the former Queen of Sweden. As she entered Paris in her carriage, the air was far more fragrant than when Molière's illustrious troupe had arrived. From the carriage, she beheld a sea of clean, joyful faces, accompanied by cheers and praises, while her companions were delighted, as they required the support of the French king. Only Christina displayed no sign of joy. She managed to smile only as the carriage approached the street in front of the Louvre, halting 300 feet from it. Concerned, her companions peered through the curtain's seam, for those awaiting them signified the French court's willingness to acknowledge them. A white steed galloped forward, and a knight, with an exceptionally graceful demeanor, dismounted and approached the carriage, opening the door for Christina and extending his hand to assist her alighting. Christina, reluctant to admit her slight sigh of relief upon seeing the visitor, none other than the Duke of Anjou, the king's brother, had seen his portrait prior to her arrival in Paris. His meticulously groomed golden-brown curls cascaded over his shoulders, and his white coat was embroidered with silver thread depicting the French royal emblem of the lily. The diamond brooch securing his cravat sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight. The red carpet had been unfurled in the square, and Christina stepped upon it, walking towards the Louvre alongside the Duke. This vast edifice, encircled by a square, had weathered centuries of storms. The stone bore the profound imprints of rain, sunlight, and wind, as well as the scars from swords and cannon fire, inevitably reminding Christina of the Three Crowns Palace in Stockholm, a legacy from her father, which she had lost. This thought brought tears to the eyes of the former queen. The king awaited Christina Alexandra on the grand steps of the courtyard, where nobles and officials were arranged in a formation akin to a flock of geese, divided according to their lineage, title, and office, with the king's preferences holding paramount importance. Notably, Nicolas Fouquet found himself fortunate to follow closely behind Cardinal Mazarin, while General Chaumont was positioned just after Viscount de Turenne, despite being a foreigner who had only recently acquired French nationality. Observing the flickering eyes of discontent, Cardinal Mazarin felt a tumult of emotions. He had instructed his subordinates to keep a vigilant eye on the matter when he learned the king had delegated it to the Duke of Anjou, as he did not believe that the 16-year-old could manage such a task. Yet the Duke succeeded, leaving the cardinal uncertain whether to feel pleased by the Duke's evident talents, nurtured even under the unique education of the Queen Mother, or to worry about their greatest fear, that Louis and Philippe might recreate the conflict between Louis XIII and Duke Gaston. After the king had already demonstrated exceptional talent, they were reluctant to see the emergence of another remarkable child. The Duke of Anjou, oblivious to Cardinal Mazarin's thoughts, was entirely focused on his elder brother and the eyes of everyone present upon him. With a charming smile, he courteously yet elegantly introduced the former Queen of Sweden to the king, bowing before retreating to the side. Christina Alexandra knelt before the king, who graciously helped her rise. "Welcome, madam," he said in a gentle, youthful voice. "I hope you feel at home." Indeed, Christina recognized the youthfulness. She was aware that Cardinal Mazarin had once orchestrated the union between Louis and herself. Although royal marriages were more often dictated by the needs of the state than by personal sentiment, she felt fortunate that this particular match had ultimately come to naught. Few knew that, in contrast to her own battered heart, filled with resentment, this king was like the morning light, bright and transparent. She could scarcely fathom how she might stand beside him. The position of a queen was inherently perilous and arduous, and the burdens borne by the king's wife would surely be even greater. The king, too, scrutinized the woman who had nearly become his wife. To say that Christina was unattractive would be a misrepresentation. Had she been a man, she might have been another Mars. She possessed prominent brow bones, long, dense eyebrows, large, bright eyes, and a high, straight nose without any indentations. Her lips were wider than conventionally accepted, dark in hue, and her shoulders were broad, standing almost at the same height as Louis. It is said that at the time of her birth, 2 elder sisters had already succumbed, and she emerged with a hoarse cry, her abundant hair enveloped in the caul known in Scandinavian lore as the victory veil, under which children are believed to be warriors. Consequently, she was mistakenly identified as a boy, prompting jubilation both within and beyond the court. One can only imagine the disappointment when the revelation of her true gender came to light. Her mother, in turn, harbored a sense of aversion towards her, whereas her father, Gustav II, expressed delight, exclaiming, "This is a child who has fooled us all from the moment of her birth." She was raised with the expectations of a boy, and it seemed she conformed to this upbringing. It was noted that she displayed little interest in traditionally feminine pursuits such as grooming, embroidery, or cosmetics, often donning male attire. Reluctant to be bound by the institution of marriage, she faced speculation regarding her identity, with some questioning whether she was an intersex individual, while others suggested she favored the company of women over men. However, Louis understood these allegations to be mere fabrications, emanating from Christina's adversaries. If Christina had indeed been enamored with women, she would not have faltered in that pivotal intrigue, relinquishing the throne so easily. While many speculated that her reluctance to continue ruling Sweden stemmed from her Catholic faith, any sovereign understands that such convictions can be mere masks, easily donned or discarded in the face of political necessity. When a nation is at stake, conversion or realignment is always a possibility. Christina's previous display in Rome was largely a strategic maneuver to garner support, for a Catholic monarch is undoubtedly preferable to a Protestant one in the eyes of the Vatican. However, it is evident that the power of the Roman Church has waned, leaving this lady profoundly disillusioned. Chapter 76. The city that never sleeps. In a display of respect and affection for the lady, the king took her hand and led the way into the grand hall, followed by the Queen Mother and Cardinal Mazarin. Behind them walked Queen Mary of England and Princess Henrietta, the latter holding hands with Duke Philip of Anjou. Following in an orderly and solemn procession were the noble lords and ministers, each pair linked hand in hand like a pack of hounds trailing their master. As the king entered the hall, the orchestra began to play a lively tune, a delightful adaptation of a Swedish folk song, which elicited a smile from Lady Christina. The hall was already adorned with seating and long tables, arranged according to the king's wishes. In addition to the pristine white linen tablecloths, an abundance of flowers was displayed, some scattered like cushions in the corners, others cascading like draperies from the ceiling. The tables were laden with silver and fine porcelain cutlery, and the fresh flowers were arranged in crystal vases. Though the hour was not yet late, the servants had already lit candles, their varied glimmers illuminating the guest's eyes. The plates, gleaming in white, silver, and gold, were piled high with candied fruits and pastries, while pots and pitchers brimmed with coffee, juices, and honey water, steaming with aromatic vapors. In front of the king, his brother, the Queen Mother, the Cardinal, Queen Mary of England, and Princess Henrietta, stood a stunning statue, which Lady Christina observed intently before realizing it was sculpted from pure white sugar. This was merely the beginning. The evening's feast had been in preparation since 4 o'clock that morning. By now, some guests could almost smell the rich aromas of the dishes, making the pre-dinner prayer seem interminable. Thankfully, before their stomachs protested, the first course was served, 3 hearty soups and 1 clear broth. The rich soups included a fish bisque, a partridge soup, and a dual-flavor concoction of quail and beef, simmered with eggs, vegetables, and salt, sprinkled with precious spices such as cinnamon, pepper, and cloves. The clear soup was a creamy mushroom blend, which, though flavorful, was deemed clear as it contained no meat. The king had directed the chef to crown it with a delicate pastry lid, a delicacy yet to be tasted by the French or others. Guests watched the king's movements closely, imitating him as he tore the pastry apart and added it to his soup. Following the soups came the main dishes: braised lamb leg, honey-glazed ham, roasted venison loin, and chestnut-stuffed game hen, each dish more exquisite than the last. Although conversation is customary at such banquets, few could manage to speak after the soups, their tongues nearly overwhelmed by the rare delights, even the figure-conscious noble women requesting second helpings. Next came the vegetables: Parisian artichokes, white asparagus, Jerusalem artichokes, cabbage, Cypriot cauliflower, and Italian leeks and artichokes, some fresh, some pickled, all crisp and refreshing, cleansing the palate of the rich main courses. Following the vegetables were fruits and boiled eggs, intended to satiate hearty appetites. On this night, even if a dragon had appeared, Louis was confident it would have been satisfied. Yet, the vibrant, dew-kissed fruits tempted some to play with them in their hands. The wine served at the banquet was from Champagne and Burgundy, with all Burgundy wines graciously provided by the Duchess of Montpensier for the occasion. The sumptuous dinner lasted 3 hours, and by the end, everyone was eager to take a stroll. Special servants guided them to hidden chambers, where they enjoyed a spectacle unparalleled elsewhere. Truly, Louis felt that after dinner, a solitary walk or a quiet session in the study would be most delightful. Alas, such was not the case. The scene he longed to witness unfolded after the banquet, when he invited Lady Christina to a terrace in the northeast corner of the Louvre. From there, they could see a shimmering waterway, with the Red Children's Market at its edge. To the right lay Notre Dame, adjacent to the Bastille Square, atop the Notre Dame bell tower. Vauban anxiously held a telescope, a half-eaten sandwich discarded beside him. The autumn chill gripped the tower, yet he dared not sip wine for warmth. Upon spotting the king on the terrace, surrounded by numerous courtiers, he rushed to brandish a torch, vigorously signaling to those below. Horses galloped down the streets, riders whistling sharply, the piercing sound cutting through the night like the wind, prompting those waiting by the oil lamps to light them and hang them high on the lamp posts. The lamp posts had long been visible, but were previously regarded merely as flagpoles or for other purposes. Now, beneath the deep black canopy of night, countless lights illuminated the streets of Paris, vividly outlining every thoroughfare. Residents emerged from their homes, joyfully gazing upon the light the king had brought. They were soon delighted to discover that, by the king's and the cardinal's orders, nearly all shops had begun evening operations. Candles within the glass windows cast a brilliant glow over the storefronts. Initially reluctant, shopkeepers soon realized that even the most inferior goods appeared transformed in the warm light, revealing colors and textures unseen in the daylight. Some customers, misled by their own perceptions, purchased items they had previously scorned in the bright light, their cries of "Long live the king!" ringing with newfound sincerity. This was merely the first day, and they heard the king proclaim that every subsequent day would be the same. He turned, proudly declaring, "This shall be a city that never sleeps." In orchestrating this soirée, the king had indeed exhausted himself. The palace was lavishly adorned with flowers as a result of insufficient velvet and gold leaf for wall decorations. Some tableware had even been borrowed from the bishopric and various merchants. The entirety of the Louvre and half of the Tuileries Palace's drapes, tablecloths, candles, and charcoal were concentrated in the Grand Hall and a select few rooms. While people rejoiced at the illumination of the streets, much of Paris remained shrouded in darkness. For the ministers and judges, at least at that moment, their allegiance to the king was unwavering. They could hardly contain their excitement, whispering amongst themselves before the king had departed, yet this was precisely the reaction Louis wished to see. As he exited the hall, all bowed respectfully until his figure vanished beyond the door. Only the king's trusted chamberlain, Bontemps, could perceive the king's fatigue. After a brief wash, Louis retired to bed, missing a visit from Prince Theodoric of Ventadour. Chapter 77. The renovation of the three palaces, Sanjing's recommendation for an addition. On the following day, the king visited the queen mother. This was not an act commonly undertaken by every son or king. However, driven by Louis's intrinsic nature, he made it a point to join his mother for morning prayers each day, unless urgent matters arose. This gesture undoubtedly fortified and elevated the queen mother's standing, especially considering the speculation surrounding whether the young king would harbor resentment towards her for her previous constraints on his reign, particularly as Cardinal Mazarin was gradually yielding ground. Yet, The king's actions conveyed profound respect for his mother, dissipating the court's intrigue and uncertainty. This was precisely what Louis required: stability. He needed time, a long-lasting. Tranquil Paris was the foundation upon which his reign would thrive, far more than mere room for grand ambitions. However, following their prayers today, the Queen Mother did not rise immediately. She gently placed her hand upon her eldest son's and gazed at him with warmth and kindness. Louis realized that he had inherited much more from his mother than from his father, Louis XIII. It was no surprise that doubts about his and Philippe's lineage persisted. Louis XIII was not unattractive. In fact, he could be described as refined. Both Louis and Philippe were handsome, yet Louis leaned more towards masculinity, while Philippe exhibited a more effeminate charm, perhaps a reflection of Cardinal Mazarin and the Queen Mother's influence. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that their beauty surpassed that of their uncles and sisters, both in youth and now. Mother Louis began, but the Queen Mother gently interjected, "Your Majesty. Starting tomorrow, I shall greet you myself." Louis looked momentarily surprised. "Has someone said something?" "No," she replied. "This is my decision, Your Majesty." She caressed her son's face, saying, "There cannot be two suns in the sky, my dear king, nor can there be two voices in the court. Your father's time has passed. Now it is you, Louis XIV. From this moment forth, all shall bow to heed your voice. You need not be anxious. Now is the time," the Queen Mother continued. "Last night as Paris was simply enchanting, Your Majesty. I adored it. In the court, even the slightest matter could escalate into a grand spectacle, let alone such a significant initiative." Louis's attendants and confidants soon discovered that while their previous orders were not entirely unfeasible, they paled in comparison to the current clarity and efficiency. Even the king's religious advisor, Dean La Riviere, informed him that he had been granted a superior chamber with views of the Seine and Notre Dame. The king merely smiled at this news. He was not yet prepared to displace the seasoned servants and stewards within the court, although their presence ensured the smooth operation of the palace. It was precisely their existence that hindered the eradication of certain archaic customs. When Duke Philippe of Anjou was arranging rooms for handling private matters, some individuals even sought to enrich themselves or obstruct others using the power they wielded. Fortunately, those individuals were currently confined in the Bastille, which would not transform into a prison for another century, but the king had no qualms about utilizing it ahead of time. Perhaps the Queen Mother sensed this and thus transferred the management of the court from herself to Louis. However, Louis swiftly delegated it to his brother Philippe, who still resided with the Queen Mother. Should he encounter matters he could not resolve, he could promptly seek his mother's assistance. This arrangement also prevented the Queen Mother from succumbing to melancholy due to sudden idleness. Women in the court often resorted to two pastimes to fill their time: gambling or attending mass, both of which could swiftly deplete the Queen Mother's finances. The king had no desire to covet his mother's wealth, but it was evident that those funds could be allocated elsewhere, such as renovating the Louvre, the Tuileries, or the Richelieu residence. Cardinal Mazarin had recommended an architect to Louis Louvois. Yes, yet another Louis. However, we shall refer to him as Monsieur Louvois henceforth. Monsieur Louvois appeared pale and slightly puffy, with black curls cascading from his head. To be frank, his bangs were rather sparse, but fortunately, he was neither an actor nor a singer, so the king had no stringent expectations regarding his appearance. Nevertheless, he hesitated at the king's requests. It was not unusual for the king to demand renovations to the palace accommodations. The issue lay in his insistence that each suite be equipped with a washroom. This was a euphemism for a series of sanitary facilities connecting from a bathroom to a lavatory, calculating merely in terms of space and layout. This was not an overly challenging task. At most, some nobles would need to vacate the Louvre, which was not a significant issue, especially given that the recent rebellions of Prince Condaminium and Duke Gaston had left many rooms unoccupied. Louvois heard that some were eager to submit their applications, yet the king had yet to respond, likely due to this very matter. The crux of the issue rested on the king's requirements for water supply and drainage. In 17th century Paris, there existed no extensive network of pipes or similar infrastructure. The populace had an exceedingly simplistic understanding of water resources. The nobility either quenched their thirst with various alcoholic beverages or purchased water from sources deemed naturally clean. As for the common folk, they primarily drew water from rivers and ditches. The Seine, encompassing all, served as a source for drinking, swimming, bathing, laundry, leather cleaning, fish slaughtering, and even the disposal of waste. The river's waters were murky, yet it remained the lifeblood of the impoverished. Each time Louis beheld it, he questioned how the city could be so blessed by God, given the filth that did not spawn frequent plagues. The king intended to construct a canal to divert water from the Teetering River, a tributary of the Oise, into Paris, but the endeavor lacked funding and time, and the projected 5-year timeline compelled the king to explore alternative solutions. He hoped that Louis XIV could construct a small reservoir where the Seine entered Paris, treating the water before channeling it into the palace for cleaning purposes. As for drainage, Louis could only temporarily direct it back into the Seine, while simultaneously searching for a more effective solution. At this time, the French still regarded excrement as a devilish and vile substance, making it no simple task to convince them to dispose of it properly in fields. Even with chamber pots and waste thrown onto the streets, everything eventually found its way back into the Seine. The king could only console himself that this was a temporary measure. In fact, prototypes of the lavatory had already been presented to the king. However, tests revealed that they were even more fragile than porcelain basins and jars, especially at the bends in the pipes, where they were prone to thinning and ultimately breaking under the force of rushing water. Eventually, a goldsmith managed to fashion a brass band that could barely suffice for use, but before employing it, a wooden seat frame needed to be constructed for aesthetics and user safety. Such contrivances, however, were likely beyond the means of all but the highest-ranking nobles. Louis only equipped a few significant suites with such ceramic fixtures. The rest had to make do with a shared room or chamber pots. Even so, the necessary drainage works were monumental. Fortunately, Louis could maneuver. He restored the corridor between the Tuileries and the Louvre and officially designated the Richelieu residence as the royal residence, integrating it into the Bourbons' collection of palaces. Thus, that evening, he unusually refrained from lingering in his study to pass the time before retiring and instead visited his mother. As the king approached the door, he heard cheerful, resounding shouts from within. Chapter 78. The Pursuit of Marie Mancini. The attendants announced the arrival of the king in resounding voices, prompting everyone in the room to rise and bow in deference. Louis cast a brief glance around, noting that the assembly was predominantly female. The spacious chamber housed approximately 3 round tables, yet all gathered closely around the table occupied by the Queen Mother, akin to sunflower petals encircling a seed head. Louis approached and kissed the hand of the Queen Mother, while Duke Philippe of Anjou promptly ceded the seat nearest to her. Subsequently, beginning with the royal brother, each individual shifted their position in an orderly manner. Upon noticing Madame Christine Alexandrina's presence, Louis recognized a significant change. Unlike the previous evening, she was now positioned alongside the Queen Mother of England, Mary, and Princess Henrietta. Meanwhile, the Duchess of Montpensier had the fortune of sitting at the Queen Mother's left, while Marie Mancini stood behind her, aligned with other ladies-in-waiting. Upon sighting the king, she could not suppress her longing, having spent several weeks apart from him, and playfully winked at Louis. The Queen Mother may have observed this, but chose to remain silent, turning away instead. The Duchess of Montpensier, however, appeared slightly displeased, despite her previous reckless actions leading to the forfeiture of her prospects as the Queen of France. Witnessing another woman of humble origins so openly express affection towards the king irked her. Mademoiselle Mancini, she commanded, fetch me a glass of Tokaji. By etiquette and status, such a task should not fall to the Queen Mother's maid, yet the Duchess's audacity stemmed from her considerable wealth, which had allowed her to regain favor at court and once again secure the Queen Mother's affection, as well as the king's attention. Marie, engrossed in her thoughts of the king, acted without hesitation. Had she refused or reacted with indignation, the Queen Mother and the king were prepared to mediate. But her response took them by surprise, leaving them both amused and perplexed. The king extended his hand to accept the glass of Tokaji offered by Marie. "Thank you, Marie," he said affectionately. It was entirely appropriate for Marie to serve him, given her status, and none would belittle her for it. The Queen Mother then summoned another maid to pour wine for herself and the others, and they all raised their glasses in a toast to the king's health, allowing the incident to pass unnoticed. Princess Henrietta, now 12 years old, was of an age where many girls would already be wives or mothers. Yet, poor Henrietta remained a mere exile in Paris while her brother, Charles II, struggled in the Low Countries, with hopes of restoration dwindling day by day. The French ministers looked upon them with disdain, some even suggesting handing them over to the traitor Cromwell. Had it not been for Louis's steadfast support, they might have been expelled from Paris, leaving her uncertain of where to turn next. Compared to Charles II, their worth seemed diminished, rendering them less appealing to potential protectors. And for this reason, she felt immense gratitude towards Louis XIV. In her childhood, both her mother and brother sought to position her as Louis XIV bride. But neither the Queen Mother nor Cardinal Mazarin approved. Henrietta admitted that she had indeed endeavored to approach Louis at her mother's behest, for her noble lineage could have swayed the Queen Mother and the Cardinal to consider their union had the king taken a liking to her. However, as time passed, she realized this hope had become exceedingly remote. Her brother's recent correspondence suggested she might consider marrying Duke Philippe of Anjou, especially since Duke Gaston's only son had died years prior, leaving behind only an illegitimate child who could not inherit the dukedom or its lands. Thus, the duke's title and estate would inevitably pass to Duke Philippe of Anjou, whose wealth from his mother further augmented his fortune. No one had consulted her regarding her wishes, nor had anyone considered her aspirations. What she had previously strived for had now become a mere jest. It was impossible for Duke Philippe to be unaware of her plight. Henrietta vividly recalled how he had roughly pushed her to the ground merely for occupying a seat too close to the king. In the French court, even the Duchess of Montpensier held a more favorable position than she did. Though she understood that even her brother would bow before Louis, she could not shake off a lingering sense of resentment and fear. Now, she even hesitated to be alone with Duke Philippe of Anjou. Despite the courtly lady's claims of his gentle and charming demeanor, Henrietta perceived that, despite the Cardinal and the Queen Mother's efforts to cultivate a more feminine persona for him to avoid conflict, under Louis's protection, the royal brother's heart remained as cold and unyielding as steel, with all softness merely a faade. The Duchess had won approximately 500 livres, a trivial matter for her. As the final round concluded, she tossed a handful of gold Louis into the air, her laughter ringing out like thunder amidst a shower of gold. For the Duchess of Montpensier, the evening had been a resounding success. The king instructed Bontemps to deliver a purse containing 100 gold Louis to Princess Henrietta, having observed her evident anxiety at the gaming table. Each unfavorable hand seemed to threaten her with fainting spells. Given that Charles II's restoration remained elusive, Queen Mother Mary had reluctantly sought aid from her adversary, Cromwell, in reclaiming a portion of her husband's inheritance and income, yet all efforts had proven futile. It was evident that the young princess faced considerable financial hardship. While the king was preoccupied with Bontemps regarding this matter, a door in the corridor suddenly swung open, and a soft arm pulled the king inside, startling his attendants. Just as one was about to cry out, Bontemps intervened, explaining, "It is Mademoiselle Mancini." The attendants exchanged knowing smiles. "Marie? It is I? Your Majesty, it is I." The king was acutely aware of Marie's feelings for him, and truthfully, he had shamelessly exploited her affections. From the onset, Marie had entered the court merely as the niece of Cardinal Mazarin, not as a witch from the underworld. However, the king required someone with insight into that realm. Until Versailles' arrival, Marie was the only one he could rely on. Later, as she became a lady-in-waiting to the Queen Mother, he continued to utilize her to glean the Queen Mother's sentiments, indulging Marie's love for him, despite knowing it would lead nowhere. "I love you, Louis," she declared. Louis clasped her small, delicate hand, easily enveloping it within his own, accustomed as he was to rigorous training and physical prowess. "And you? Do you love me, Louis?" "Louis?" "Marie," Louis spoke in the darkness. "You know that the Cardinal and the Queen Mother are arranging my marriage." "Louis, you are aware, aren't you? You are a lady-in-waiting to the Queen Mother." "Louis, please." "I cannot love you, Marie." "But I love you, Louis. Can't you love me just a little? Just a bit? Do you understand the consequences? You would lose your reputation, and a suitable marriage would elude you, for others would only see you as my lover." "I do not care, Louis, as long as you are willing to love me." "Think carefully, Marie. Your father, your family. They only wish for you to become a legitimate wife of a nobleman, not the lover of a king, a so-called royal mistress. Let them all go to hell." "Louis. Louis, go on. Do not be a disobedient child. I shall persuade you." "It is not I whom you need to convince," the king stated. The room itself had endured a fair share of torment. The bed curtains and draperies had been drawn aside, allowing the pristine moonlight to pour into the chamber. Aside from a bed frame, the room bore no other furnishings. The king seated himself upon the bed frame, observing the shadows that flowed in through the glass window, before rising to his feet on the dust-laden floor. Prince Theodoric of Vanter inclined his head toward the king, inquiring, "Have you discovered me, your majesty?" "Indeed, quite evidently," the king replied, noting a cluster of small bats clinging to the glass. "I have come in accordance with our previous arrangement," Prince Theodoric declared. Chapter 79. The Cat and the Skunk. The king gazed intently at Prince Vantur, observing as he transferred his ever-present cane from his right hand to his left. He then reached into the pocket of his coat and extracted a soft, round object, placing it before Louis and opening his fingers to reveal a sleeping kitten. The sight prompted an indescribable expression on the king's face as he lifted his gaze to meet that of the prince. "Ah, please take this, your majesty," Prince Vantur said. "This is a part of me." "A part of you?" the king echoed, fully aware and having witnessed vampires transform into a swarm of bats. Yet he never imagined that from such a flock, a kitten could emerge. He scrutinized Prince Vantur, attempting to discern what he might be missing. Theodoric, feeling uncomfortable under this subtle scrutiny, raised his hand to reveal his left hand, which bore the absence of a ring finger, presumably the part that had manifested as the kitten. While the creature should have been a bat, it was evident that a kitten was far more suitable for public view. The connection between kittens and bats dates back to the 11th century or even earlier. Unlike the revered status cats held in ancient Rome, following the dominance of Christianity across Europe, felines were relegated to the company of lizards, bats, and toads, animals associated with witchcraft. Perhaps due to their elusive nature, they became linked to ominous omens. Tales circulated that cats rode on witches' brooms through the skies in search of poisonous herbs, and that witches could transform into cats to invade homes and attack infants, or that a cat leaping over a corpse would turn the deceased into a zombie. However, in contrast to the eternally misunderstood bats, cats began to regain acceptance after the catastrophic events of the 13th century when the Pope ordered the extermination of all cats. Following the resurgence of the Black Death in 1347, people gradually recognized that cats could curtail the proliferation of rats, and controlling the rat population meant mitigating the plague. Yet, even then, suspicion and wariness toward cats remained prevalent. It was not until the age of exploration that cats were genuinely embraced once more, as each ship came to carry one or more cats to combat rodent infestations. They gradually evolved into symbols of good fortune, especially those that survived maritime disasters. In rural towns and villages, people began to keep cats, and the sight of a feline no longer elicited gasps, save for entirely black cats. "Will this not hinder your movements?" Louis inquired. "I thought you would grant me an heir." "I have no heir," Theodoric replied. "What of your subjects?" Theodoric shook his head, and Louis chose not to press further. After all, even in the realm of the living, vampires are the most enigmatic and self-contained of beings, and as a mortal, Louis could not ascertain whether he could comprehend Theodoric's thoughts. "What can it do?" "You may consider it a miniature version of myself," Theodoric explained. "It can perform most of the tasks I can, barring those that require external assistance or sufficient magical energy. It can withstand a full-force strike akin to a Mons." Louis gently squeezed the tiny kitten. "Moreover," Theodoric added, "because it is a part of me, if there is anything you wish to keep secret, it is best not to involve it." "I shall heed your advice," Louis assured him. The underlying implication of Theodoric's words was clear. He could lend his strength to ensure the king's safety. Yet he was unwilling to allow the king to glimpse what should remain hidden or to venture into perilous territory. "Will it be detected?" the king asked, aware that members of the Inquisition were nearby. Although the Grand Inquisitor, Lario, seemed indifferent to the king's company, he needed to ascertain whether retaining a part of Theodoric would lead to any troublesome consequences. As long as its powers are not invoked and it is not directly exposed to sunlight, it will weaken, becoming just an ordinary kitten, Theodoric assured. "Does it require sustenance?" "If you wish, it needs a small amount of fresh blood." Louis nodded. Theodoric cast a sorrowful glance at the king, sighed heavily, then lifted his cloak. As the cloak fell, he vanished, a swirl of gray smoke escaping through the window's crack, swiftly disappearing from the king's sight. The king clutched the kitten as he exited the chamber. Upon encountering Bontang, he grasped the kitten by its paw and placed it in Bontang's hands. Initially perplexed, Bontang soon realized he was holding a kitten and instinctively reached out to pet it. "Where did this come from?" "From the room I just left," Louis replied. "I believe I disturbed its slumber." "Are you going to release it?" "Find a bird cage to contain it," Louis instructed, "and hang it in my chamber." The following day, news of the king's new kitten spread throughout the court, creating a delightful stir among the nobility. The king welcomed this development, for a cat was far more charming and safe than a rat. The first visitor to the kitten was Mari Mancini. though it was hard to determine whether her intention was to see the kitten or the king. Upon her arrival, the king recalled that he had not seen a cat in Mari's company before. "They're all back in Lazio," Mari languidly replied, settling by the king's feet, her head resting on his knee, while the kitten slept on her skirt, its belly rising and falling. Bontang had provided it with a fresh quail that morning, which it devoured eagerly, seemingly content, much to Louis's relief. In bright light, the kitten's fur appeared a bluish-gray, with amber eyes, its body and head resembling two perfect spheres, a stark contrast to its true nature. "I have a few lizards as well," Mari confided, "but my father does not permit me to bring them along." The maids would scream at the sight of lizards. Louis felt a warmth where Mari leaned against him, and he reached out to stroke her curly hair. She purred softly, reminiscent of a kitten, causing Louis's demeanor to soften. He recognized he should rebuff Mari, a task that came easily to him. Yet he could not deny the allure she held over him. "But I had Felipe bring me my cat," Mari continued. "They say many in the court now keep cats. So my uncle consented." "What kind of cat?" "An Angora, from Turkey," she replied. "Yours is merely a Charlotte Blue." She lifted the kitten, examining it, and amidst its discontented mewling, provided the king with her findings. "It has a bell, and it's male." The king mused to himself. This was to be expected. He grasped the kitten by its neck, lifting it from Mari's hands, hoping that the connection between Prince Vanter and the kitten was not too profound. He placed the kitten in a drawer, seeking to redirect Mari's attention. "Who is Felipe?" "My brother," Mari replied. "The most insufferable one." "So he is also a Mancini," Louis observed, recalling that he had heard the name mentioned by the bishop, who intended to secure a dukedom for him. "Why do you call him insufferable?" "Have you ever encountered a skunk?" Mari asked. "Multiply that by 10. Felipe Jules Mancini, contrary to the malicious claims of Marie, is not as loathsome as she suggests. The Mancini family is renowned for their beauty, and so too is Marie, soon to wed Prince Conde, as is her sister Anne. Felipe is no exception, unlike Marie. He is already a man of maturity, possessing deep gray eyes and long chestnut hair. The corners of his eyes, mirroring Marie's, gently tilt upwards, imbued with a playful smile. His lips are lush and crimson, surpassing those of any noble woman. If there exists any aspect that might evoke disdain, it would be his eyes, those shimmering pools, which elicit pity when cast upon a woman but induce discomfort in the presence of a man, at least for Louis. His attire is hardly more modest than that of Duke Anjou or Prince Philippe. The Italian flair and audacity are unmistakably evident in him, as he emanates a rich, intoxicating fragrance, reminiscent of a rose at the peak of its bloom. The deep crimson velvet and satin accentuate pearls and diamonds, rendering him radiant from fingertip to toe. Undeniably, Felipe has captured the admiration of the majority of noble women, and the Queen Mother even permits him to pour wine for her at dinner, a remarkable privilege for a young man without a title. His temperament is not as vile as Marie claims. He regards both praise and scorn with equal indifference, not out of magnanimity, but rather due to his utter lack of concern. Indeed, he possesses a frivolous nature and a knack for creating mischief. Within mere months of arriving in Paris, he had established several sweet havens both inside and outside the court, even surpassing the likes of Count d'Artagnan, who is favored by no fewer than 3 noble women. However, aside from these attributes, one could scarcely commend him. After several encounters with the king, he was entirely set aside. While the king could bestow upon him a dukedom, he refrains from doing so, even to honor Bishop Mazarin, unwilling to allow those he respects to believe that a feckless libertine could be likened to them. Perhaps, once the situation stabilizes, he may reconsider, but for now, such a notion is out of the question. After several unsuccessful requests for an audience, Felipe soon realized he had fallen out of favor with the king. It became commonplace for Louis to see him frequently near the Queen Mother, as many who find themselves rebuffed by the king turn to her or to Monsieur le Cardinal. Felipe, indeed, possesses an extraordinary advantage in matters concerning women. Chapter 80. The King's Wrath. The king was once again reminded of Monsieur Mancini rather than Mademoiselle Mancini, thanks to the Count d'Artagnan, who furiously challenged Philippe Jules Mancini to a duel for having captured the heart of Madame de Lafayette. When the king hastily arrived at their chamber, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Madame de Lafayette had fainted and was being escorted to an adjacent room to recover. Philippe wore a smile, his hands casually tucked into his coat, exuding an air of indifference, while D'Artagnan appeared grave, his shoulders tense as he fumbled with his sword. Casting anxious glances at the wall, evidently concerned for the still unconscious Madame de Lafayette. Several dukes and officials stood resolutely by D'Artagnan's side, glaring at Philippe. D'Artagnan was gently nudged. Yet he showed no sign of fear. Indeed, Philippe was the nephew of the bishop and well favored by the king. But D'Artagnan suppressed his anger and recounted the earlier events in the court. Interactions between men and women were seldom met with harsh judgment. Though Madame de Lafayette's choice of Philippe was perplexing, nevertheless, D'Artagnan and other suitors had never resorted to any base actions to obstruct or hinder their love. However, Philippe had brazenly drawn a splendid ribbon, the garter of Madame de Lafayette, from his sleeve during the recent gathering, causing her to faint immediately, prompting D'Artagnan to unsheath his sword in a fit of rage. Louis now understood why Marie referred to her brother as a skunk. He pressed his temples in frustration. In court, dueling without the king's decree was forbidden, yet he yearned for D'Artagnan to pierce this scoundrel with his blade. "Sheath your swords, gentlemen," he commanded. "I will not permit bloodshed in my mother's suite. But only blood can atone for the disgrace inflicted upon a respected lady." D'Artagnan gritted his teeth. "I never condone resolving matters through dueling," the king replied, observing Philippe's amused expression while D'Artagnan's face paled in fury. "Yet, at times, a duel may serve as a solution." He turned to the bishop's nephew. "I require you to resolve this matter in the streets outside, but do not take each other's lives." "Am I to acquiesce to this insolent demand?" Philippe retorted. From the room, one could observe Philippe and D'Artagnan making their way to the street. According to the customs of dueling, each was to have 2 seconds. D'Artagnan chose 2 musketeers, his subordinates, while one of Philippe's seconds was none other than Duke Philippe of Anjou, causing Louis to frown. Although D'Artagnan was somewhat indulgent in matters of love, he was no less competent in combat than any warrior. He lunged at Philippe, but Philippe, lacking any shame, retreated, leaving the fight to Duke Philippe. Faced with the king's brother, D'Artagnan found himself at a disadvantage, striving to disarm him, yet Philippe's skill was no mere pretense. He darted like a shimmering fish beneath D'Artagnan's blade. When D'Artagnan aimed to conclude the skirmish with a charge, Philippe deftly sidestepped, countering with a fierce thrust that pierced D'Artagnan's arm, causing the severed red strap from his shoulder to flutter to the ground. As the other 2 musketeers hesitated, Bontemps swiftly intervened, halting the duel. With the assistance of Duke Philippe, this shameless rogue managed to escape unscathed. D'Artagnan insisted on continuing the duel, but was forcibly restrained by the king. "I must speak with you," Louis said to Philippe, casting a glance at Philippe, who stood at a distance, his expression inscrutable. Louis expected Philippe to approach him promptly, yet he waited until nearly bedtime without his brother's arrival. Restless and anxious, he sought out the Queen Mother, who was engaged in evening prayers. Upon learning that the king was also searching for Philippe, she was taken aback, as she believed he had gone to find his brother. Amid his growing agitation, Louis caught sight of Marie, who was holding a candlestick for the Queen Mother. Marie instinctively turned her head to evade Louis's gaze, but such an action only served to betray her intentions. "Marie," the king called, and she yielded. Marie guided the king through corridors and staircases to a secluded chamber, where his anxiety only intensified. At that moment, they heard a faint cry. Louis was about to rush in but suddenly halted. "Do not follow me," he commanded sharply. Though Bontemps and the attendants were reluctant, the king's authority had grown formidable, and they obeyed, while Marie closely trailed behind him. The suite contained merely 3 rooms, designated for trusted officials without lodging in the Louvre who stayed late for banquets or meetings. The furniture was simple, yet comfortably appointed. Louis quickly scanned the outermost small hall, spotting Philippe's sword discarded on the floor. Though the candles were unlit, moonlight streamed in from outside, and Philippe's scabbard was adorned with jewels. In the small hall by the door to the bedroom, Louis discovered a glimmering brooch, also belonging to Philippe. Without hesitation, he kicked the door, which shook violently but did not yield. "I shall take care of this," Marie declared, tossing a handful of ashes onto the doorknob. After uttering a brief Latin incantation, the knob fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The king delivered another kick, and the door swung open, crashing against the wall. Inside the bedroom lay a person, gasping in agony, surrounded by a peculiar fragrance mingled with the stench of blood. Marie's complexion turned ashen, but in the darkness, the king could not see her distress. Louis commanded, "Light the candle." "Do not," a young man pleaded, but Marie heeded not the second voice, pressing her hand upon the candlestick. The flame flickered and ignited the candle. Louis first beheld Philippe, clad only in linen undergarments, his legs bare, followed by the sight of his brother, Duke Philippe, leaning against the bed, properly dressed but clutching his shoulder, from which blood flowed profusely. Upon seeing Louis, he cried out, "Kill him! Louis, brother, kill him!" Philippe's expression was frantic. "Wait, Your Majesty, I can explain." Marie stood frozen, motionless. The king advanced. Having never relaxed his combat training since discovering the existence of a perilous underworld, even though mortal strength could not contend with such creatures, he struck Philippe in the thigh with his sword. Philippe groaned, attempting to crawl toward his brother, but Louis kicked him over, sword tip aimed at his chest. Yet Philippe sought not his brother's aid, but rather his pouch of magical ingredients. He began to chant a spell, lifting a finger toward Louis. Marie lunged forward. But quicker still was a small gray shadow, the king's cat, leaping from his pocket to disrupt the spell, landing upon Philippe's face and gouging out his eyes. Louis thrust downward. The blade skidded across Philippe's ribs and pierced his lung. He erupted into a violent cough. "No, please don't kill me. It was the bishop. It was the bishop who made me do it." And the king, silent, raised his sword and with all his strength drove it through Philippe's throat. Then came a dreadful silence. The king stepped over Philippe's lifeless body and approached his younger brother, who had already fainted from blood loss. Louis could not ascertain whether he had heard anything. "Nothing has transpired this night," Louis murmured. Marie. Chapter 81. The King's Thoughts. Part 1. Molly could scarcely articulate a response. The rapid turn of events left her bewildered. How had circumstances devolved to such a state? Yet, she sensed the underlying currents. After all, she was a sorceress and was aware of the true nature of her brother, Felipe, a woman of Madame Lafayette's stature, noble, cultured, and educated, as well as a companion to the Duchess of Montpensier, would certainly not be swayed by a man like Felipe, who possessed neither rank nor grace, regardless of his undeniable beauty. It was no wonder that he manipulated her like a mere puppet in the underworld, and indeed, his prowess in potions surpassed hers. The king examined his brother's wound. The gilded dagger belonged to Duke Philippe of Anjou, suggesting that the most likely scenario was that Felipe had inadvertently inflicted harm upon himself when he sensed something amiss. Louis was oblivious to the deeds Felipe had committed against him and several noble ladies, but he recalled the vials of potions Versailles had laid before him. Had he known beforehand that such potions could silently cloud a person's mind, he would have never dismissed the matter so lightly. However, now was not the time for inquiries. Louis steered clear of Philippe's injury, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Fortunately, Philippe was quite slender, and the king was robust enough to carry him without difficulty. Molly rushed ahead to open the door. When the king appeared before Bontang with his injured brother, both he and his attendants were taken aback. Yet, the king calmly informed them that he and his brother had encountered an assassin. Regrettably, to conceal his tracks, the assassin had slain Monsieur Felipe, the bishop's nephew, during an attempt to protect him, resulting in his brother's injury. The somber gaze of the king conveyed to Bontang and the attendants that, regardless of the truth behind the events of the night, this was the only narrative they could share. "What has happened to him?" cried the queen mother. "Felipe, what is his condition?" "Louis?" Louis rose and grasped the queen mother's hand. "His shoulder is wounded. The doctor is attending to him." "Let me see him," she insisted. "The scene within is not suitable for you," the king replied softly. "Mother, he is my son," the queen mother asserted. Yet, she soon realized that the king stood immovable between her and the chamber. She glanced at Louis, sensing the unsettling changes that had transpired in that secluded room. While others might be deceived, the queen mother would not be so easily fooled. A wave of indignation surged within her. She clenched her fists, her lips trembling uncontrollably. "You doubt me," she exclaimed. "You suspect me." The queen mother's lips moved as if to utter more, but she fell silent instead. Louis watched as the queen mother and her entourage departed the room. He instructed Bontang to wait outside while he entered the chamber. The doctors had already removed the duke's coat and shirt, using strong spirits to cleanse Philippe's wound. Fortunately, the gilded dagger had primarily served as an ornament and was often used as a dining knife, leaving little filth upon it. The king's presence was to ensure that the physicians did not propose treatments that resembled torture rather than healing. It is worth noting that these doctors had been mandated to wash their hands and faces before entering, donning silk masks and loose, clean robes. One physician suggested the use of a weapon salve, an idea that received unanimous agreement from the others, and Louis acquiesced. As for this weapon salve, it was perhaps the most effective treatment for external wounds of the era, at least in the outer world. The application method was simple. One had to locate the weapon that had caused the injury and apply the salve onto it. For the patient, a mere white cloth to wrap the wound sufficed. Those treated with this salve had the highest recovery rates. Of course, for those discerning enough. The advantage of this salve lay in its detachment from the patient. At that moment, the physicians exhibited no concept of cleanliness. Their hands were laden with bacteria, and the medicines they employed were often tainted with filth. Those they treated were seldom spared, with only the luckiest escaping death. The benefit of the weapon salve, therefore, rested in the fact that the patient need not encounter it or the doctors. As the physicians clamored to concoct the salve, Louis seated himself by the bedside, pressing his hand against Philippe's forehead. Philippe had regained consciousness, the strong spirits having roused him from his stupor, unless one were deceased. It was difficult to remain unconscious under such circumstances. He gazed at his brother and managed a strained smile. Louis gently stroked his damp forehead. "Molly," he called. "Has the potion arrived?" Molly promptly nodded, lifting her skirt to retrieve 2 or 3 small vials from a pouch tied to her underskirt. She handed the potion bottles to the king, who held them up to the candlelight, noting that the brown glass vials still contained several doses of liquid. "How much should he drink?" 3 doses will suffice," Molly replied. The king scrutinized her intently, delaying handing the bottles to Philippe, opting instead to take a sip himself. Molly gasped, and Louis frowned. "It is surprisingly sweet," he remarked, revealing his palm to see the wound healing rapidly, a result of his excessive force when vanquishing Philippe. "Drink," Louis commanded. Yet, even without his instruction, Philippe seized the vial and downed the potion in one swift motion. Evidently, his concern for his brother's repeated doses outweighed any trepidation regarding the sorceress. Even after consuming the potion, he felt a significant reduction in pain. Yet he remained filled with distaste for such infernal concoctions. "Speak, brother," Philippe urged. "What did Felipe do to you?" "I am not entirely certain," Philippe replied. "I only know that one day, I suddenly felt an affinity towards this individual, your majesty, as if he were a trustworthy friend." "Is that why you assisted Count d'Artagnan when he challenged you to a duel?" "Indeed. And what transpired tonight?" Louis inquired. Louis listened intently, nodding. "Molly," he called. "Do you know what this is?" Molly hesitated. Not particularly potent," she replied. "If I must say, your majesty, it is used in certain necessary instances, for instance." Louis struggled to comprehend her meaning, but Philippe understood. The musketeers and ministers around the king certainly would not broach matters of romance with him, but among the queen motheress ladies, such topics were inescapable. "I see," Philippe interrupted, harboring deep disdain for Molly's brother, yet not enraged enough to demean an unmarried young woman. "Was Madame Lafayette similarly affected?" "Yes," Molly responded immediately, almost in unison, feeling a chill run through her. Instinctively, she hurriedly clarified, "But that is all. It can only slightly influence the emotions of the person to whom it is administered, making them feel pleasure, as if they heard a bird singing or saw a vibrant rose in bloom. The more resolute the individual, or the more guarded, the less effective this potion is. Thus, after he committed that act, Madame Lafayette refused to see him, and I realized something was amiss," Philippe continued. "I have no interest in sharing a bed with a man. He made a grave mistake." The king drew out a silk handkerchief, wiping the cold sweat from his brother's brow.